Zhao Xiaoxi looked panicked and suddenly stood up. You're talking nonsense. I didn't expect you not only to be mean to your wife, but also so sneaky. If I can't have you, I want to ruin you. Lu Chuan, you deserve to never marry in your life. Lu Chuan sneered and said, just because someone's voice is loud doesn't mean they are right. And just because someone's words are harsh doesn't mean they are morally superior and can slander others. Your village, Pingzhen, is 2 hours away from our Dahuang village. I can hear about your scandals from Dahuang. It's very easy for me to gather evidence and report your conduct. I give you 2 choices now. First, return all the items used for the engagement and pay me 50 yuan for damage to my reputation. Don't think it's too much. Your unfaithfulness has ruined my dignity and reputation, so you should pay. Second, you can continue to act stubbornly. I will fight you to the end, report your conduct, and make sure you can never lift your head again. Your family will live under others' gossip forever. Zhao Xiaoxi didn't expect Lu Chuan to be so shameless. Whether she or he backed out of the engagement, it was always the woman's reputation that suffered. This shameless man actually had the nerve to ask her for compensation? Zhao Xiaoxi wanted to stand her ground, but thinking about her feelings for Liao Jiqing, she felt it might not hold up under scrutiny. She looked at her mother, hoping she would stand up and give a strong response to this shameless demand. Mr. Wang was also very angry, glaring at the village secretary and Luing. I thought that with Brother Lu and his wife, they would be honest. Luing interrupted Mr. Wang. As the saying goes, speak kindly to those who are kind, and be straightforward with those who are not. When dealing with shameless people, put aside manners for now. His wife, you should ask yourselves, was what your family did today honest? When I went to ask for her hand, didn't my family reveal everything about us? But you, on the surface, seem decent, but behind your back, you're sneaky. You chase after better offers, shamelessly blame us, and even try to extort us in a disgusting way. You're shameless yourself, yet you talk about manners? Do you deserve that? Today, my son has given you a choice. You can decide what to do. Our whole family supports my son's decision. Lu, the matchmaker who helped arrange the marriage, also felt ashamed. She had heard the rumors about the Zhou family and the young woman from the countryside. This matter was indeed dishonest of the Zhou family, but if it wasn't handled well, it would seriously damage her reputation. Lu tried to smooth things over with a smile. Well, if this marriage doesn't work out, it's not good for anyone to become enemies, right? If things get messy, it won't be good for anyone. Maybe we can find a middle ground. The Zhou family should withdraw and apologize verbally. As for compensation, maybe both sides can waive it. After all, if the marriage is called off, both sides will lose face. If we start to argue about it, it will be hard to settle. Mrs. Wang was not happy. The 6 yuan, 6 feet of cloth, and 6 liang of brown sugar that the Lu family had given for the engagement had already been used or eaten. Where could she find things to return? Moreover, she was pointing to the compensation money from the Lu family, planning to use it for her younger son's marriage. Seeing Mrs. Wang's shifting eyes, Lu Chung knew that if he agreed easily, there might be more trouble and even more disgusting things to come. Lu Chung said first, Lu, this isn't a fair compromise. It's just humiliating our Lu family, having a marriage agreement and then spreading rumors about us. Isn't it the same as a married woman sleeping with another man? My dignity has been destroyed by you all. Can a simple apology fix this? There's no room for discussion. Either pay the compensation and cancel the engagement, or prepare to be shamed and treated like a street rat. Anyway, I don't have much reputation left now. At worst, I will go all out and fight to the end. Zhao Xiaoxi was angry but dared not speak. She knew very well how far she and Liao Jiqing had gone. She couldn't bear to be investigated. Zhao Xiaoxi tugged at Mrs. Wang's sleeve and subtly touched her belly with her other hand. Mrs. Wang's heart jumped suddenly, and her eyes flashed with anger. With a look of anger, Zhao Xiaoxi looked at Lu Chuan and said, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. When dealing with your family's troublemakers, we accept our bad luck, but my mother and I need to discuss this. Zhao Xiaoxi pulled Mrs. Wang and left. Outside the yard, Zhao Xiaoxi cried as she told Mrs. Wang, Mom, Let's agree to cancel the marriage first. The money we pay as compensation, I will earn it back for you later. Mrs. Wang almost raised her hand to slap her daughter. She thought it was just some gossip, but didn't expect her daughter to. Suppressing her anger, Mrs. Wang lowered her voice and asked, "You're so confused. Tell me, have you already?" Zhao Xiaoxi nodded weakly, tears falling, and said, "I don't know how it happened, but it was just once. Still, my monthly period is 20 days late." Mrs. Wang's eyes filled with anger and disappointment, almost losing her mind. Her gaze on Zhao Xiaoxi seemed to shoot fire. "Mom, you can hit or scold me, I accept, but can you punish me again when we go back?" Mrs. Wang moved her hands again and again, struggling hard to suppress her anger, not daring to slap Zhao Xiaoxi in the face. "Mom, just agree with him first. Liao Jiqing comes from a good family. When the time comes, you can ask for more bride price to make up for it." Mrs. Wang closed her eyes tightly, then glared fiercely at Zhao Xiaoxi, turned around, and went back into the Lu family. After Mrs. Wang's eloquent negotiations with the matchmaker Lu, the engagement gift was fully returned. The money spent, plus compensation, made the Zhou family owe the Lu family 48 yuan, which would be paid back within 3 days. The money would be used to cancel the marriage. After the matchmaker and Zhou family mother and daughter left, Lu Ying looked grim. After this incident, her third child's marriage seemed even more difficult. Lu Chuan quietly comforted his mother. "Mom, it's okay. Maybe the matchmaker just nodded off and messed up my red thread, which caused all these twists and turns in my marriage. But when he wakes up, he might be able to help me find a good match." Lu Ying looked at her cheerful, carefree younger son and said irritably, "If he naps any longer, you'll be waiting for a lifetime of being single." Li Chuan smiled and said, "Of course I can't do that. My mother is so capable. How could her son be lazy? There are many girls who can see a person's good qualities clearly. Don't worry, I will definitely find you a suitable daughter-in-law." Lu Ying's face showed a little smile. When you talk to girls, if your words are as quick as now, I wouldn't worry about not having a daughter-in-law." Lu He interrupted, "Mother, if my younger brother really talks nonsense every time he sees a girl, then you should be worried." Lu Ying chuckled. "That's true. You 3 brothers are filial, sensible, and polite. I should be happy. Well, let it be. Good food doesn't mind being late. Maybe my 3 sons-in-law are already on their way here." Lu Ying wore a smile, but inside she was worried. As she got older year by year, she wondered if she would really have to marry her youngest son to a widow. And that unruly daughter of hers was also getting old. If she couldn't find a match in the city, she probably wouldn't find a good family nearby. Sigh, she had brought this on herself. Her good path was getting narrower and narrower. Shen Qingning had been paying attention to the Lu family's rejection of the marriage. From a distance, she pretended to play with some children, watching as people left the Lu family's house. Her heart was anxious and restless, wishing she could ask immediately whether the marriage was cancelled or not. As it grew darker, Ning, carrying more than 10 candies, planned to return the borrowed. Shen Qingning, feeling anxious like ants on a hot pan, finally seized the chance. "Su Jiqing, are you going to the village secretary's house to return the? Let me go with you. I want to see Miaomiao." "Su Ning, is she trying to use me as a shield?" "Su Ning pauset, looking tokchul." "Forget it, I'll hold off on returning it for now. It's better not to borrow and return repeatedly. It's troublesome. Oh, carrying compost all afternoon really wore me out. I'll take a short rest and wait for dinner." "Shen Jiqing, do as you like." "Shen Qingning." Su Ning returned to the commune, put down her, scratched her slightly itchy head, and glanced toward the kitchen. Someone was already cooking, so washing her hair wasn't possible for now. She saw Song Jiajia clumsily slicing potatoes, her brows furrowed and her face full of concentration, as if she were doing something very important. Looking at the pile of uneven potato slices on the cutting board, Su Ning lost hope for dinner. When she saw Wei Xiaochun come back, Su Ning quickly called out, "Xiaochun, can I borrow something from you?" While washing her hands, Wei Xiaochun asked, "What is it?" She didn't own much, so she wondered what Su Ning could possibly need. Ning shook the braid in her hand. My hair's gotten too long, and it's in the way. Can I borrow your scissors? Wei Xiaochun looked surprised. You're going to cut your hair? Do you know how? Well, I can't make it look nice, but I just want to shorten it, so it's easier to manage. Wei Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and her fingers twitched with excitement. I used to cut my younger siblings' hair at home. If you trust me, I can do it for you. Ning didn't think much of it. If someone's willing to help, I'd be glad. When are you free? I'm free right now, Wei Xiaochun said quickly. Then let's do it. This part's a bit long, let me fix it. This side too, wait, I'll fix it. This part isn't even, I'll fix it. There's a little uneven spot here, I'll fix it. This small bunch sticks out, it ruins the look, I'll fix it. This part's puffed up, doesn't look good, I'll fix it. After a while, Wei Xiaochun looked at Ning's hair, now uneven, sticking up in all directions, some parts short, some long, like it had been chewed by a horse or struck by lightning. She froze, not knowing what to do next, almost in tears. Ning had trusted her, and she had completely let her down. Are you done? Ning asked when she no longer heard the scissors moving. With a hopeless look, Wei Xiaochun said, Ning, when you get mad, please don't hit my face, okay? Ning turned to see Wei Xiaochun with a look of daring to face death and waiting to be scolded. A bad feeling suddenly hit her heart. Ning uncertainly asked, It shouldn't be too bad, right? Wei Xiaochun glanced at Ning's hair and saw her hopeful eyes. He honestly said, very unique. Ning patted her chest and took a deep breath. As long as it's not ugly enough to be embarrassing, Wei Xiaochun muttered, whether it can be seen or not. Going out at night in the dark, you'll definitely scare someone. Ning shook her head, not hearing clearly. What did you say? It's nothing. I just feel guilty. Huh? What? Wei Xiaochun threw down his scissors and bravely said, Woo-woo. Just hit me already. Ning swallowed and reached out to touch her hair. The feeling in her palm told her things might not be looking good. Ning didn't have a mirror. She planned to go out and take a look with a basin of water. As soon as she left the dorm, she bumped into Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning widened her eyes and exclaimed in a very expressive way, Wow, you actually went for a punk style? At the same time, her heart sank. Could Ning be reborn? Ning pushed aside her hair that covered her eyes and asked confusedly, Punk style? What's that? I didn't do anything to my hair. Seeing the confusion in Ning's eyes, Shen Qingning pointed at her hair. Why did you think of cutting it like this? Wei Xiaochun silently stretched out his hand behind her. The main culprit is me. Shen Qingning looked at Ning with the fake punk hairstyle and then at Wei Xiaochun, who looked heartbroken. Suddenly, she understood. After worrying, she burst out laughing, unable to hold it in anymore. Ning reached the yard. Before she could get water, she heard various laughter coming from different directions in the yard. She already guessed her hair might have been cut badly. When she saw her reflection in the water, her foot slipped, almost falling headfirst into the water basin. Oh my God, who is that scruffy lion in the water? Wei Xiaochun handed her a thick branch. Can I still apologize and make amends now? Ning looked at Wei Xiaochun with a hopeless expression. Did you cut your brothers and sisters' hair like this too? Wei Xiaochun said. Yes, I did. But as I kept cutting, it turned into a bald head. When they grew a little older, they stubbornly refused to let me cut their hair. Ning, talking halfway through, I might get hit. Do you know that? Ning glanced over, and even the usually composed Fu Guodong was smiling so much his waist bent. Jiajia supported the door with one hand and covered her stomach with the other, laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. A few others sat on the ground, laughing and pounding their thighs. You can imagine how powerful her hairstyle was. Chi Sio's face turned red, and his lips twitched occasionally, as if he wanted to laugh, but was trying hard not to. Ning rolled her eyes at him. If you want to laugh, just do it. It's not illegal. Ning, I've lived 2 lives, and this is the first time I felt like crying. Chi Sio clenched his fist and lightly coughed into his hand. Hey, if you're this afraid, you probably won't be able to go out and meet people. If you don't mind, I can help you fix it. My sister's hair was all cut by me, Ning. Huh. Such familiar words. It's because she believed in this kind of nonsense that she turned into a wild lion. Seeing that Suning didn't believe him, Chi Xiao continued, "Really, I'm not lying to you. Look at how it turned out. No matter how bad it is, it can't be worse. Trust me once. Maybe there'll be a surprise." Suning closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and spat out a few words. "Then I'll thank you in advance." One sat bravely, ready to face anything, while the other moved quickly, wielding scissors. Nearby, a circle of spectators stretched their necks to watch. After more than half an hour, under everyone's surprised eyes, Suning's sleek short hair was finished. Not only did it look good, but it also made her appear more energetic. Suning looked at everyone's reactions, surprise and delight in their eyes. It must have been a success, right? Eagerly, Suning ran to look at herself in the water basin. Not bad. It gave off a capable, sharp impression. It looked more spirited and energetic than her two braids. Wei Xiaoqun also let out a relieved sigh, and with her hidden hand, she slapped her other hand hard. "Serves you right for itching to do something and almost causing trouble." Chi Xiao's expression carried a little pride as he said, "How is it? Are you satisfied?" After the shocking transformation from a wild lion to this neat and sharp hairstyle, it received unanimous praise. Suning smiled and said, "Very satisfied, quite satisfied. Thanks to Chi Jiqing for stepping in bravely and helping out." While speaking, Suning also clasped her fists in a clumsy but respectful gesture. With her short hair, Suning looked even more lively and clever, which made Chi Xiao's heart beat faster. She left a polite remark, then awkwardly looked away. From Shen Qingning's perspective as a reborn person, she thought Suning's short hair was very fashionable. Unlike others who braid two pigtails, she had a centipede braid draped over her chest. For a while, she couldn't do without rural life, so long hair was inconvenient. She had thought about changing her hairstyle, but didn't trust current barber's skills. Seeing Suning's neat short hair, she gained confidence in Chi Xiao's ability. "Chi Jiqing, your haircutting skills are amazing. Can you help me cut my hair too?" When Shen Qingning watched dramas before, she saw Yiping change from braids to a short hairstyle, which suited the current era. Other barbers might not be able to achieve that look, but Chi Xiao probably could. After all, Suning's pirated version of a wild hairstyle was successfully fixed, so hers should be easier. Chi Xiao refused without hesitation. "I'm not a barber." "Shen Jiqing, you should go to a barber shop if you want a haircut." Being straightforwardly rejected, Shen Qingning's face stiffened. She forced a smile and said, "I'm not asking for free help. I'll exchange something." Chi Xiao said, "Do I look like someone who's short of a few things?" Chi Mei's eyes twitched and she interrupted, "Jiqing, isn't it unfair to favor one over the other? Or do you have a special relationship with Suning? That's why you only cut her hair?" Chi Xiao looked cold and said, "I have a special relationship with Suning. Does anyone not know that?" Suning, who was busy fixing her hair, suddenly looked up, thinking, "What's going on? How come I don't know I have a special relationship with you?" Everyone looked at each other, their eyes shifting between Suning and Chi Xiao. Chi Xiao rolled his eyes and said, "Everyone knows what's going on. In Dawawan village, who doesn't know that Suning is my lifesaver?" He continued, "A lifesaver is like a parent who's been reborn. I'd take care of her in old age, let alone just giving her a haircut." Chi Xiao, "Well, I'd be happy to serve just about any stray cat or dog." Everyone, that's a big disappointment. Suning was speechless. She thought he was breathing too heavily. Everyone was nervous, worried that she might be pulled into some trouble without knowing. But about caring for the elderly? This handsome person seemed a few years older than her. When she needs someone to care for her, this handsome person might not even be around anymore. While everyone was eating plain boiled vegetables and potatoes, suddenly a bowl of egg custard appeared next to Suning. Suning looked up in confusion. Chi Xiao naturally said, "Suning, your health isn't good, so you should eat something better. Go ahead, add some meat sauce to make it tastier." Suning pushed the egg custard toward him. "Thanks for your kindness, but I can't accept your gift for nothing." Chi Xiao pushed it back. "My life was saved by you. What's wrong with eating a bowl of egg custard?" Do you think my life isn't worth a bowl of egg custard? When he said this, his watery eyes looked at Suning. Those moist eyes seemed as if they would cry if she refused.
No, eat.
Since it's not, then eat it while it's hot. It will taste bad when cold. Suning. He's looking at me with the most moist eyes, saying the most stubborn words. What is he trying to do? Suning took the bowl over. Thanks. I'll give you some eggs later. If you're really worried about saving my life, I'll accept your gratitude, but I won't take material gifts. I'll provide the ingredients, and you help me cook. That's enough. Others felt that the atmosphere between these two seemed strange, but couldn't quite put their finger on what was wrong. Chi Yu was helping his benefactor as a way of repaying her kindness, which seemed reasonable. Suning accepted the gratitude politely and wasn't greedy, so it didn't seem wrong. But where was this strange feeling coming from? Shen Qingning's gaze lingered on Chi Yu for a second. When she looked down, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Jiajia quietly ate her meal without speaking or showing any extra expression. Someone noticed her unusual behavior but didn't think much of it, assuming she was just startled by falling into the water and hadn't recovered yet, which was why she was so quiet. Only Wei Xiaochun's eyes occasionally flicked over to Jiajia. Compared to before, her way of using chopsticks had changed, her hand holding the lunchbox was different, and her expression while eating was also different. Her overall demeanor had changed as well. The biggest change was in her eyes. Wei Xiaochun secretly looked at the others at the table. Everyone else seemed normal. If someone's life has changed so much, how come no one notices? Sitting nearby was a ghost. Even if you couldn't see it with your eyes, didn't you feel the cold air? Lost in her fear, Wei Xiaochun was suddenly startled when the main person called out to her loudly. Her body trembled, almost screaming. Xiaochun, are you okay? Why do you keep looking at me? Wei Xiaochun thought. My soul, which just got back in place, almost got scared away again. Do you think I'm okay? She cleared her throat twice.
I've fine.
What could happen to me? I'm just worried because you had a high fever last night. I was watching you carefully in case you felt unwell. If you don't like it, I won't look anymore. Seeing Wei Xiaochun's hands trembling so much she couldn't pick up the potatoes, Ning couldn't help but smile. Jiajia, with a graceful smile, said, Xiaochun cares about me. I'm happy about that. Of course I like it. Ning glanced at Jiajia. She's not even trying to hide her true self? But copying Jiajia's original personality perfectly might be very difficult. Maybe 5 stars hard. Ning also observed how the others at the table reacted. They looked surprised but didn't seem suspicious. Even Shen Qingning, who had been reborn, didn't seem suspicious. Shen Qingning thought, I can't even cool my own porridge. Why should I care about others? As long as it's not related to Lu Chuan, I don't care what happens. Wei Xiaochun asked questions with his mouth, but his hands and feet moved like a mischievous fairy trapped in a spider's web, tightly clinging to Suning. Suning, in the future, your man might not be so tightly wrapped around you. Suning squinted and said, Sleep now. Tomorrow, we need to go to work normally. After saying that, she reached out and gently patted Wei Xiaochun's back. Within a few minutes, Suning's breathing became slow and steady again. But her hand, which was patting Wei Xiaochun's back, kept moving up and down without stopping. Wei Xiaochun's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude. Suning doesn't know yet that her small, unintentional action has earned her first friend who is more loyal than a fan. The drought is ended, so there's no need to stay up all night watering the fields. Work hours return to normal. Everyone gathers promptly at 6:30 in the morning. Breakfast is a simple porridge made from wild vegetables and cornmeal. If it were the old song Jiajia before she fell into the water, she would probably complain and look down on it. But now, Jiajia eats quietly, with no sign of dislike in her eyes. Seeing Suning mix mushroom and meat sauce into the vegetable porridge, Jiajia doesn't show envy or ask for some. Everyone eats breakfast quietly, which feels a bit strange to them. Fu Guodong glanced at Jiajia and asked, Jiqing, can you go to work today? Is your body recovered? If you need to take a leave, I can talk to the team leader later. Although Song Jiajia has all her memories from before, she can't imitate her old way of doing things. Such a huge change requires a chance for everyone to accept her. Someone offered her this opportunity, and she naturally took it. Song Jiajia stood up, took a few steps back, and bowed to everyone. Everyone was confused. Song Jiqing, what are you doing? Song Jiajia looked at everyone and said, after experiencing the danger of wandering outside the gates of the king of, I have reflected deeply and recalled the past. I realize now that my previous ignorance, stubbornness, and selfishness caused a lot of trouble for everyone. I apologize to all of you, and thank you for your patience with me before. I will try to change, get rid of my bad temper, and learn to do things properly so I won't hold everyone back. Thank you to Fu Jiqing for his kindness. Although I feel weak and tired, since I have decided to make a change, I will start by overcoming myself. If the old Song Jiajia had said this, no one would believe it. But after seeing her obedient behavior over the past 2 days and recalling how she almost couldn't come back after falling into the water, everyone now believes her words. Everyone feels quite relieved because no one wants a troublemaker in their small group. Wei Xiaochun saw everyone's trusting looks and happy expressions, and her mood grew heavier. This person is not only quick and skillful, but also good at winning people's hearts. Next, is she going to absorb everyone's energy or take their life? Suning looked at Wei Xiaochun, who was smiling in a way that was even more painful than crying, and patted her arm. Eat quickly, time is almost up. Wei Xiaochun looked down at the wild vegetable porridge in her bowl. Thinking of Suning's words, she felt like she was about to be sentenced to death and head to the underworld. Fu Guodong, acting as the group spokesperson, comforted and encouraged Song Jiajia, urging her to come and eat. Song Jiajia ate the bitter wild vegetable porridge and felt relieved that no one asked her why she fell into the water. She didn't know why the original owner fell in. Her memories from childhood to now are very clear, except for that one very blurry part. Even her memories of struggling in the water are very clear, but she can't remember how she fell in. It's very strange. Forget it, just go with the flow. If she remembers later and it was human-made, to repay the kindness of borrowing her body, she will avenge the original Song Jiajia.
What?
Make me a scorekeeper. Suning looked surprised at the team leader and the village secretary, feeling like she had just hit the jackpot. Being a scorekeeper is not only easy, with lots of free time, but also respected by everyone and earns high work points. This is a position that people with connections fight for. Why did it fall on her? The team leader smiled and said, You heard right. Starting today, you are the scorekeeper. You not only helped the team get rid of a big problem, but also brought in over a dozen piglets, which is a great achievement for us. This job is our team's reward for you. Since you're not feeling well, this job suits you very well. Work hard. The village secretary and I both believe in you. Suning smiled and said, I will work hard and promise not to let the leaders down. The team leader and the village secretary are just waiting to see how I perform. It's been over 2 weeks since the wild boar hunt. Bringing it up now seems a bit forced, but who cares? Whatever the reason, as long as I benefit, that's enough. She has more free time now, so she can spend more time in the mountains. You guys, be patient. Big Power King is about to arrive. There are 3 record keepers in the village. One is the village accountant, who also helps with scoring. Another is a disabled girl named Yang Xinger, who lives with her mother, also disabled and unable to walk. They rely on each other, and this scoring job is the village's way of caring for her family. The third is Lu Miaomiao, who is said to be frightened and needs a long rest, so she can't work for now. Many people wanted the scoring job that Lu Miaomiao used to do, but no one expected it to go to Suning. Unaware of the situation, Suning was chosen after the team leader and village secretary suppressed opposition and convinced those who disagreed. For those who still couldn't accept it, the issue was resolved with force. The team leader said, If anyone can bring in a dozen wild boars and help our team shine in front of the local leaders, they can have the scoring job. Now, those who were unhappy had no words left. If they had that ability, they wouldn't be so helpless. Of course, Suning didn't know any of this. When she left the youth station with her basket on her back, she saw Yang Xinger hesitating at the door. Comrade Yang, who are you looking for? Yang Xinger, who had a limp in her left leg and no palm on her left hand due to congenital disability, smiled shyly when she saw Suning. She nervously said, Comrade Suning, the village secretary asked me to tell you some notes about being a scorer. Great. I didn't know where to start. Thank you, Comrade Yang. Yang Xinger blushed and said, let's walk and talk. Each scorer is responsible for a specific area, recording the names of workers, their start times, the location of work, and the type of farm work they do. Then in the afternoon, follow the team leader, the village secretary, or the militia team leader with the inspection team to record each member's work points for the day. Also, at the end of the month or year, help the accountant with the calculations. To ensure fairness, the team avoids mistakes like misrecording or intentionally over or undercounting work points. Besides the scorekeeper, different people take turns recording in the inspection team. If the final score recorded by the scorekeeper differs greatly from the inspection team's record, then comrades from the militia team will verify with the members and check with others to confirm. Faking work points is like destroying one's reputation. Anyone caught cheating will not only be punished but also criticized by the whole village. After listening to Yang Xinger's explanation, Suning understood the whole process. Suning looked through the previous records in the notebook. Comrade Yang, who was using this notebook before. Yang Xinger glanced at the records and smiled. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Comrade Lu Chuan who copied it. Copied? Was it really necessary to keep it? Yang Xinger smiled and said, I've seen the records Comrade Lu Miao previously wrote. Her handwriting is quite difficult to read. I guess Lu Chuan copied it so you could understand it better. As she spoke, a hint of longing appeared in her eyes. She was born disabled, and only Xiao Fong taught her how to read and write, guiding her step by step. She didn't have money to buy a notebook, so Xiao Fong gave her one used by her brother. Seeing Suning flipping through the records, she immediately recognized the handwriting as Lu Chuan's.
Sigh.
Xiao Fong has been gone for over a year now. I wonder how she's doing? I wonder if Xiao Fong will ever return to the Daowen team? Suning, I am responsible for the Xiangyang mountain area, and you are responsible for Yangshuipo. Let's go our separate ways from here. If you still have questions after work, you can ask me, the team leader, or the village secretary. If you really can't find anyone, you can ask Comrade Lu Chuan or Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang is both the accountant and the scorekeeper. Okay, Comrade Yang, thank you for today. Yang Xinger shook her head and said, You're welcome. It's my duty. After parting from Yang Xinger, Su Ning strode toward her assigned area. Thanks to Su Ning's heroic deeds in hunting wild boars, the villagers were quite polite to her. As she recorded names, some people she didn't recognize smiled and told her their names without her asking. An older woman approached to look at Su Ning's records. Su Jiqing, your handwriting is really nice. A young man nearby laughed and said, Auntie Nyo, I heard you sometimes count 10 eggs wrong. How can you tell if her writing is good or not? Go away, you little rascal. I may not be able to read, but I know whether her writing looks good or not. Another person leaned in and said, Wow, it really looks nice. It looks fresh and clean at a glance. Su Jiqing, my name is Zhang Dahua. Hurry up and write my name. I want to see what it looks like when I write it. Oh, so this is my name. TSK. It looks pretty good, like a flower. Su Ning carefully looked at the 3 characters she had written for Zhang Dahua. Very proper characters. How many flowers must be in the old woman's eyes to see these characters as flowers? Registering isn't hard, but running around the whole hill takes some effort.
But for Su Ning, it was just a small task.
After finishing her first round of registration, she checked the time. Less than 10 o'clock. She closed her notebook and placed it into her space. Su Ning was about to go into the forest to take a look. A villager saw her heading into the woods and kindly warned, Su Jiqing, after the rain, mushrooms grow in the forest. Be careful not to pick any that can be deadly, and don't eat wild fruits from the trees. Don't go deep into the mountains either. Some insects and toxins are very dangerous. Thanks for the reminder. I'll just look around nearby, she replied, though she had other plans. Su Ning entered the forest. Several older women were working and chatting as they went. That girl, you really can't tell she's from the city. She's working so fast, there's no point in envying. Even if you add up 10 of you, you probably wouldn't be as strong as her. After all, she alone can fight 15 wild boars. If it were you, you probably couldn't take down even one wild boar with 15 people. Oh, honestly, I used to hate those wild boars that raided our crops. Now I kind of miss them. I don't know when they will come back to bring us meat. The last pig feast was really fun. Don't say that, you really shouldn't say that. I also miss them. Don't get your hopes up. No matter how good the meat is, we might not have the chance to eat it. Ning is only one person, but those wild boars can come from many directions. If those boars start causing trouble for you too, we won't be so lucky. Only Ning can save us. Ning ran freely into the forest, like a wild horse. She quickly reached the deep mountains. The trees outside are dry because of the drought, but inside the mountains, it's not so bad. While others try to catch wild pheasants and rabbits, Ning carefully picks the best ones. Thinking about what the ant said about mushrooms, she wandered around the mountain and filled her basket. There were all kinds, big red ones, green ones, and others. Around noon, Ning came out of the forest carrying a rabbit and 2 pheasants, with a full basket of mushrooms on her back. She saw the village chief's wife and husband walking not far ahead, along with the village secretary and their son. Ning quickened her pace to catch up. When the village chief heard the noise behind him, he turned around. Seeing the rabbit, pheasants, and mushrooms in her hands, he said, "Girl, why are you so honest? You have a good harvest, but hide it. Who else would be carrying things around like you?" The village chief's wife, Feng Chunhua, noticed the colorful mushrooms in Ning's basket and looked surprised. Lu Chuan saw Ning with short hair and bright eyes. When he saw the mushrooms, he quickly said, "Ning, why did you pick so many poisonous mushrooms?" The village chief looked away from the rabbit and pheasants, saw the bright, colorful mushrooms, and patted his thigh. "Girl, your courage is really bold. Eating these could be deadly." Ning threw the rabbits and pheasants to the side of the road, set down her basket, and poured out all the mushrooms. "Village chief, don't worry. Do you think I'm that foolish? I don't recognize these mushrooms, so I picked all the ones I saw. I just want you to teach me which ones are safe to eat and which ones are not." Everyone finally relaxed, and the team leader said with a bit of annoyance, "Your hair looks like a tomboy's now, and you're also acting mischievous. I'm getting older, but you scared me quite a bit." The team leader complained verbally, but sincerely crouched down to help everyone pick edible mushrooms. "This one can't be eaten, it will make you fly. This one can't be eaten, it will make you see cows flying in the sky. This one can't be eaten, it will make you stay in the toilet forever. This one can't be eaten, it will make you up everything you ate 3 days ago. This one can't be eaten, it will scare even the Grim Reaper. This one can't be eaten." A few people kept picking, and out of a basket of mushrooms, only about 10% were safe to eat. Ning collected 2 samples of each edible type and divided about a dozen mushrooms between the team leader's family and the village secretary's family. Of course, the team leader and the village secretary refused to accept them. Ning then brought over 2 wild chickens and handed one to each of them. "Please don't refuse. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I know I was chosen to be the scorekeeper and no one in the team objected." The team leader and the village secretary must have gone through a lot to agree. I won't say much more. I remember everything in my heart. Stewing wild chicken with mushrooms is a perfect match. You two must not miss out on such a delicious meal. The team leader and the village secretary exchanged a glance, both seeing warmth and happiness in each other's eyes. The team leader smiled and tugged at the feathers on the wild chicken's tail. All right, we'll accept it this time. But next time, no more of this." The village secretary also smiled and said, "Child, what I did for you is nothing compared to the life-saving help you gave my 3rd son. You shouldn't give such a generous gift in return." Ning smiled playfully and said, "Don't feel guilty, old friend. I'm new here, and I still have a lot to learn. Later, there might be more things I need your help with. Just don't mind me." The village secretary and the team leader looked at each other and smiled again. "Whenever you need help, just come to us. We won't mind. Now let's go home and cook the wild chicken with mushrooms." Ning smiled, observing the tacit understanding between the team leader and the village secretary, then glanced at the team leader's wife. She felt that the wife seemed a bit unnecessary, The village secretary and the team leader looked like a perfect pair. Occasionally, they exchanged smiles, showing they had shared drinks under the moonlight before. Before leaving, the village secretary told his two sons, "Stay behind and bury these poisonous mushrooms near the woods." Ning returned to the youth commune. Only the cooks had come back early. Seeing Shen Qingning busy in the kitchen, Ning placed his basket under the eaves, grabbed his chopping knife from the firewood pile, and quickly cleaned the rabbit in the backyard. Carrying the cleaned rabbit to the front yard, Shen Qingning was just filling water at the water jar. When Shen Qingning saw the rabbit in Ning's hands, her eyes finally lit up with a hint of happiness. But she said nothing, waiting for Ning to speak first. To her surprise, Ning just stood silently beside her without saying a word. Shen Qingning held the water scoop, but didn't fill water. Ning frowned and asked, "Shen Qingning, are you done with the water scoop? I need to use it." Shen Qingning handed the water scoop to Ning. He took it, scooped some water, and rinsed the rabbit by the wall. Just then, Jiajia returned and saw Ning washing the rabbit. He said, "Ning, you've had a good harvest today. How do you plan to cook it?" Ning casually replied, "Make your best dish, as usual. You get 30%, I get 70%. "No problem," Jiajia agreed. Shen Qingning, silently hoping, thought. Jiajia looked at the new stove he had just built, estimating that it should be usable now. He went to his dormitory, took out his new iron pot and clay jar, washed them twice, then lit a fire and seasoned the pots with lard. Next, he started cooking rice in the clay jar and braised the rabbit in the iron pot. Of course, when rinsing the rice, Ning wanted to use his own rice, but Jiajia firmly refused. His reason was that he had already shared some skills and a third of the rabbit meat, which was a good deal for him. He wouldn't accept the rice unless the deal was fair. Ning asked Jiajia, "I also found some mushrooms. Do you need them?" Jiajia's eyes flickered. "Have you collected mushrooms before?" Ning shook his head.
No.
Jiajia. Cough. Ning. Mushrooms are indeed a natural delicacy, but they can be dangerous if picked carelessly. Some are very toxic. Ning, flipping through his basket, said, "I know. I originally picked a full basket. After asking someone to help pick, only a small amount was left. I picked 2 of each kind to use as samples. You can see what dishes you might make with the rest." Jiajia swallowed hard and asked, "Who did you ask to pick? Are they reliable? Don't ask an enemy to pick, or they might cause trouble without anyone noticing." "I happened to meet the team leader and the village secretary, so I asked them to help me choose." Jiajia relaxed, thinking it should be safe to eat. "Then I'll make some mushroom soup. You're the head chef, so you decide." Ning carefully examined each mushroom sample. She took a thin bamboo skewer and threaded 1 mushroom of each kind onto it, then hung them up to dry. She secretly put the remaining mushroom of each kind into her space, just in case she forgets which is which. As workers returned to work, passing by the youth station, the delicious smell made everyone's mouths water. Many people took a few extra breaths, inhaling the tempting aroma. Some complained, "These city kids don't know how to save. Now they're eating as much as they want. When the food runs out, they'll have to tighten their belts. They don't even bother to cover the meat when they cook it. No wonder the kids are craving it. They have no sense of public morality." Phew. Such troublemakers. Not only others, but even the youth at the youth station couldn't stand the smell. Ning squinted, a hint of worry on her face. Her cooking was so good that it might not be a good thing. Once the smell spread, everyone in the village would know the youth station was eating meat. A few times was okay, but if it happened too often, trouble might follow. And yet, they could eat every day but chose not to, wasn't that people? It seemed she needed to think of a way to add extra meals daily without attracting attention. When the braised rabbit and mushroom soup were served, Ning couldn't wait to take a piece. Suddenly, she noticed many eyes focused on her. She looked around and saw Fu Guodong cough lightly and say, "Ning, interested in trading?" Seeing everyone's expectant faces and noticing that the cooked rabbit was already almost gone, Ning decisively said, "Sorry, since I've only caught a clumsy rabbit, I'm not feeling well and need to rest my body." Su Ning's refusal turned everyone's hopeful looks into disappointment. Li Hong snorted sarcastically, saying, "Using poor health as an excuse is pretty clever. You get all the benefits without any effort." She wondered if some people had received favors or had special connections with old man Su. He looks strong like an ox, yet he still claims to be unwell? TSK. Some people are really good at this. Everyone should learn from him. Maybe they'll even get a scorekeeper position someday. Wei Xiaoqun rolled her eyes and said, "Just because you're blind doesn't mean we all are. Your memory is terrible, but that doesn't mean we're the same as you. When you're eating wild boar meat that some people in the group caught, I don't see you acting so sarcastic. Those people have made big contributions to the team, and you're just jealous of a scorekeeper position? If you're capable, go catch 10 or more wild boars yourself. I'll support you as a scorekeeper. If you're not capable, stop talking nonsense." Wei Xiaoqun suddenly spoke up, surprising everyone. She usually didn't cause trouble or talk much, so this was the first time she attacked someone directly. Li Hong looked at Su Ning, who not only had a desirable job but was also eating meat happily. She was already furious with jealousy. When Wei Xiaoqun challenged her, anger burst out instantly. "Su Ning has raised a good dog, you."
Ah.
Before she finished, Su Ning threw a pair of chopsticks and hit her mouth. Li Hong cried out in pain. Su Ning's face was cold. She reached out and grabbed Li Hong's collar, lifting her up. Her eyes were emotionless, and her voice was icy. "What made you think I, Su Ning, am someone you can bully?" "I usually don't mind because I have good manners," she continued, "but your repeated provocations remind me that talking about manners to animals that don't understand is just enabling them." Li Hong's feet left the ground as Su Ning held her collar tightly, making her gasp for air. The coldness in Su Ning's eyes made her heart tremble. For the first time, she realized clearly, someone who can fight off 15 wild boars isn't someone to be taken lightly. Wei Xiaoqun watched Su Ning with admiration. She was so powerful and commanding. Wasn't she amazing? Su Ning saw fear in Li Hong's eyes and snorted coldly, throwing her to the ground. Li Hong landed on her, feeling as if her internal organs had shifted and her head was buzzing. But she ignored the pain and looked at Su Ning with a mix of fear and caution. You, Su Ning, with a look of disgust, wiped her hands and said, "I'm usually bad-tempered. When I lose my temper, even I get scared. Maybe I sometimes go a little crazy. I heard that when a crazy person hits someone, they don't have to take responsibility. Anyway, my body isn't in good shape and can't handle stress. If I get too upset and go wild, I might do something violent. Sorry in advance, everyone. Please don't mind." After saying that, Su Ning gently patted her chest and said happily, "That was close. I almost got triggered by Li Jiqing's weird look and went crazy. Luckily, I snapped out of it in time and controlled my urge to hit her. Otherwise, Li Jiqing's head wouldn't be as tough as a wild boar's and the consequences would be terrible." "Li Jiqing, are you okay?" "Oh, what did you just say? I didn't catch it. Could you repeat it?" At this moment, whether it was the male or female youth, their minds automatically replayed the image of a wild boar's head smashing and cracking open. Li Hong looked around for help, hoping someone would speak up for her, but no one did. People thought, "Your terrible personality makes everyone avoid you." Li Hong saw Su Ning cracking her fingers with a loud pop, her eyes shining with excitement. Was she planning to hit her again? Li Hong instinctively shrank back and awkwardly said, "I didn't say anything. I was just saying you should take care of yourself because you're not feeling well." Su Ning's excitement faded from her eyes, and her cracking fingers quieted down. Li Hong thought, this crazy woman is just looking for an excuse to hit her. Maybe she wanted to hit her for a long time but couldn't find a good reason, and now she was unlucky enough to run into her. Su Ning, with a regretful tone, said, "Oh, I see. Thank you for your concern." Yu threw the chopsticks that Su Ning was about to use to slap Li Hong, along with 2 sticks, into the kitchen. Yu took a pair of new chopsticks and handed them to Su Ning. "Su Ning, eat some braised rabbit to calm down so you won't get too upset again." Li Hong, you sound like a fool. Do you even speak human language? I just need to calm down, okay? Song Jiajia's eyes flickered slightly, and she continued to lower her head and eat. Everyone else also felt mixed emotions as they smelled the delicious braised pork, eating their bland meals. Wei Xiaochun looked like a little fangirl, sitting next to Suning, and somehow made the tasteless food seem like a feast. Wei Xiaochun's bright-eyed smile made everyone feel a bit jealous. Wei Xiaochun. You guys don't understand. Didn't you see how obedient Suning was in front of that confident person? Song Jiajia. How do you know I bowed my head? Wei Xiaochun. That shining thigh of hers. She's committed. Holding onto it might save her life. Suddenly, Wei Xiaochun saw 3 pieces of braised rabbit meat appear in her bowl. She looked at Suning, who was still eating, then at the 3 pieces of meat in her bowl. Without hesitation, she reached to take them back. Suning, thank you, but your health isn't good. You need to eat more. Suning used her chopsticks to block her. I really am not well, so I can only spare these 3 pieces. Eat quickly, it smells so good. Everyone, you don't need to emphasize that. We all know it smells good. Seeing Suning's firm attitude, Wei Xiaochun didn't insist and put the meat back, but started thinking about what she could exchange for it. For other young workers, 3 days would pass quickly. But for Shen Qingning, it felt like years. Shen Qingning visited under the pretense of checking on her health, and soon she and Lu Miaomiao got involved. Today, Shen Qingning made up an excuse and brought Lu Miaomiao from the Lu family to the young workers' camp. Lu Miaomiao didn't disappoint Shen Qingning's expectations and brought good news. Lu Chuan's marriage was finally called off. Shen Qingning let out a long breath of relief. Seeing Shen Qingning like that, Lu Miaomiao's eyes flickered. Such intense concern for her brother. Could she be interested in him? She didn't expect her brother, a simple country boy, to have such charm. But for her, maybe that was a good thing? Lu Miaomiao continued acting like a shy girl, holding Shen Qingning's hand and shaking it. Qingning, my dad is taking me to the county tomorrow. Can I borrow your lipstick? Lu Miaomiao knew she was going to the county tomorrow, and she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of Chu Xiaofeng. I was originally worried about how to outshine Chu Xiaofeng. Haha, just as I was feeling sleepy, someone handed me a pillow. A good opportunity was right in front of me. I shouldn't waste it. At this moment, Shen Qingning was in a good mood and agreed to Lu Miaomiao's request to lend her lipstick. Lu Miaomiao held the lipstick like a treasure, looked at her old clothes, and sadly said, "It's a pity I don't have a nice dress, and this lipstick is a bit wasted on me." Shen Qingning wanted to help her younger sister-in-law, so she took out a pink peach blossom dress from her luggage. She smiled and said, "I happen to have a dress that suits you. The pattern matches this lipstick well and will make you look bright and lovely." Lu Miaomiao was really happy now. The dress was almost new. Seeing her happiness, Shen Qingning didn't say much, only thinking that the clothes she bought before her rebirth looked outdated and tacky from her new perspective. Now, they could be put to good use, giving them the best ending. Their conversation caught Wei Xiaochun, who was sewing clothes on the bed, glancing over. Wei Xiaochun thought, these two seem close enough to share clothes, but their relationship feels strange, like they're not really friends or family. She only took a quick look and then focused on sewing, letting her thoughts pass. Suning was fetching water for tomorrow, when she and Chi Xiao would be on duty. She preferred to carry water at night rather than wake early. As Suning carried a bucket of water to the gate, she ran into Lu Chuan, who was there to pick up Lu Miaomiao. Lu Chuan quickly stepped forward and reached out to take the bucket from Suning's shoulder. Suning stepped back to avoid his hand. Lu Chuan looked at her with concern and said, "Suning, your health isn't good. How can you do such heavy work?" "From now on, I'll help you with this kind of work," Suning replied as she walked inside. "Thanks for your concern, but I can handle my own work." "No need to trouble Comrade Lu." Lu Chuan followed her and said, "Suning, why are you being so polite? I owe you my life. Doing some simple chores is not worth mentioning compared to saving a life." Suning just put the water bucket on the ground when Lu Chuan naturally picked it up and poured the water into the tank. Lu Chuan reached out to take the pole from Suning, but Suning avoided him. "Comrade Lu Chuan, I really don't need your help with such small tasks." Third brother, what are you doing? Before Su Ning could finish, Lu Miaomiao's sharp voice interrupted. They both turned to see Lu Miaomiao standing angrily under the eaves, with Shen Qingning next to her, also looking furious. Lu Miaomiao's face was tense as she quickly walked over. Su Ning, it's late at night. What are you and my third brother arguing about here? My third brother just broke off his engagement, and you're so eager to cling to him, using sneaky tricks to get him to do your work. Aren't you ashamed? The sounds of Lu Chuan scolding, slaps, Lu Miaomiao shouting, and Shen Qingning yelling all happened one after another. Lu Miaomiao tilted her head, touching her face in disbelief, then slowly turned to glare at Su Ning. Her eyes burned with anger as she said through gritted teeth, "You dare hit me?" Su Ning's face was cold. Not convincing enough? Want me to add more? So you'll understand that food can be eaten carelessly, but words cannot be spoken recklessly. Shen Qingning reached out to put her arm around Lu Miaomiao's shoulder and looked at Su Ning with a stern expression. Su Ning, Miao Miao is just a kid with a fiery temper. Why are you taking this so seriously? It's your fault for hitting her. You should apologize to Miao Miao. Su Ning sneered. I curse your grandmother. Shen Qingning, you and the big man in the village are flirting. Do you have no shame? Shen Qingning's first reaction was to look at Lu Chuan, then she angrily questioned. Su Ning, what nonsense are you talking? I have no grudge against you. Why are you trying to frame me so viciously? Are you trying to force me to death? Su Ning, force you to death? Can I inherit your inheritance then? Su Ning sneered and slightly curled her lips. I'm only 18. A kid with a fiery temper and reckless words. Shen Jiqing, why are you taking this so seriously? Why are you overreacting, you? Shen Qingning was speechless. But Su Ning didn't plan to let her go easily. If you want to chase after a husband or hate being married, that's your business. Just don't use me as a stepping stone. Shen Qingning, if you want to pretend or act mean, that's your choice. But if you think you can use me as a stepping stone, you're wrong. And you, Lu Miaomiao, don't think everyone in the world is your mother and must always indulge you. Open your eyes wide and look. The distance between me and your brother is enough to stand on a cow. How blind are you to think we're fighting over something trivial? Today's slap was just a lesson for you. Next time you try to spread dirty rumors about me, I will blind your eyes. While speaking, Su Ning's eyes radiated coldness. Lu Miaomiao's face was burning with pain, as if reminding her how much humiliation she had suffered. Lu Miaomiao, overwhelmed with anger, raised her hand to slap Su Ning. Lu Chuan wanted to stop her, but Su Ning was faster. She grabbed Lu Miaomiao's hand before she could strike. In the next second, Lu Miaomiao felt a sharp pain in her arm, like her bones were crushed. Before she could scream, she felt dizzy, and with a loud thud, she fell to the ground. Miao Miao. Her mind went blank. All she saw were stars. She moved her lips but couldn't speak because her whole body hurt so much. Shen Qingning rushed over, knelt on the ground, and held Lu Miaomiao's upper body. Tears streamed down her face as she cried painfully. To outsiders, it looked like her father had just died. Su Ning coldly watched Lu Chuan, who was still stunned and hadn't recovered from the shock. Comrade Lu Chuan, did you see that? Lu Chuan stared blankly and said, What? This is the result of insisting on repaying kindness in your own way, whether I need it or not. From another perspective, you're not repaying kindness, you're seeking revenge. We are unmarried, and you keep showing affection, making others think we have an improper relationship, ruining my reputation as an innocent girl. Is this the kindness you want to repay? Lu Chuan hurriedly explained, No, it's not like that. Su Ning interrupted him. No matter what your original intention was, the result is clear. Even your own sister has such dirty suspicions, so what about others? I don't need your repayment. Please stop. Don't make me regret saving you. After speaking, Su Ning took her broom and water bucket and left. Su Ning thought to himself that Lu Chuan is definitely a troublemaker, with an unpredictable sister and a former lover wanting to rekindle their past relationship. Staying away is the best choice. At the gate, he turned back and said, I have taught him a lesson. If you want compensation, let the village secretary come personally. Wei Xiaoqun gave Lu Chuan a disdainful look and chased after Su Ning. There are many ways to repay kindness, but he chose one that could ruin his reputation. Xiao was chopping wood under the eaves of the kitchen. Seeing Lu Chuan standing there stunned, he said indifferently, "Comrade Lu, you treat kindness as hatred. Your sister and brother have really opened my eyes." Lu Chuan saw Ning's cold gaze, feeling very upset inside. He wanted to explain, but Ning didn't give him a chance. Hearing Xiao speak, it was clear he misunderstood the situation and was eager to explain something. But Xiao also didn't give him a chance and went into the kitchen. Shen Qingning was crying with tears in her eyes, choking as she said, "Lu Chuan, can you put everything else aside for now? Miaomiao seems to be badly hurt and is unconscious. Please come and see her." A group of onlookers gathered under the eaves. Originally, Jiajia wanted to help, since Lu Chuan had desperately saved the original owner. But she quickly realized that after Lu Miaomiao pretended to faint, he had no intention of intervening. Jiajia thought to herself that the original owner's small savings were quite substantial. Once she adapted, she would find a practical way to thank him. Lu Chuan felt overwhelmed. In front of so many people, he couldn't just reach out and hold Lu Miaomiao. After all, Lu Miaomiao was a young woman now, and even as her brother, it wouldn't be appropriate to hug her. Suddenly, she saw Lu Miaomiao's eyes darting around and her fingers moving restlessly. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Lu Miaomiao, if you keep pretending to be dead, I will use this switch on your leg." That day, she had been hit all over, leaving her with a shadow in her heart. She suddenly sat up with hitting her forehead on Shen Qingning's chin. After the pain, Lu Miaomiao immediately looked around for Xiao. Seeing he was not there, she let out a sigh of relief. Her image was still intact. Seeing Lu Miaomiao reach for a branch from the firewood pile, despite her head ringing and her vision blacking out, and her body aching badly, she quickly used her hands and feet to crawl up. "I can walk by myself," she said, staggering toward the youth camp. Shen Qingning was stunned. Wasn't Lu Chuan supposed to be very caring towards his sister? How could he threaten her with a switch? If this continues, the relationship between the siblings will definitely get worse someday. Shen Qingning wiped her tears quickly and said to Lu Chuan, "Comrade Lu Chuan, we all know you were just trying to scare Miaomiao, but Miaomiao is shy. Your way of scaring her is not good. This kind of teaching is not acceptable. Miaomiao is smart and clever. If you talk to her nicely, she will understand your good intentions." Everyone, clever and smart? You probably misunderstand that word. Rude and unreasonable is more like it. Lu Chuan frowned and said, "Shen Qingning, how I educate my sister is my business. You have no right to interfere, so please don't." Shen Qingning was stunned and said blankly, You say I have no right?" Lu Chuan confidently replied, "Yes, so please, Shen Qingning, stay away from Lu Miaomiao in the future. If you have questions, there are many talented people in Jiqing who can help you. Miaomiao can't really help you much. We are also working hard to correct her education. Please, Shen Qingning, don't take her out of the house anymore." After saying that, Lu Chuan turned and left. Shen Qingning looked at his cold back, feeling her heart ache as if it was being squeezed by a big hand. On the other side, Ning saw Wei Xiaochun come out after her. "Xiaochun, why are you out here?" Wei Xiaochun, with her hands behind her back, kicked some weeds by the roadside and looked around, saying, "Oh, I didn't expect the evening view to be quite beautiful. I just fell asleep earlier and missed it." Ning looked up with Wei Xiaochun, and the moon was mostly covered by clouds. If she didn't know the way well, she would need a flashlight to fetch water. What kind of night scenery is this to enjoy? Ning, oh, you've had a busy day. You seem quite relaxed. You can enjoy it slowly. I'm going to fetch water." Ning moved forward, and Wei Xiaochun hurried to follow. She heard faint, hurried footsteps behind her, along with tiny gasps, probably from bumping into something. Ning smirked slightly and slowed her pace. At the village chief's house, Lu Miaomiao arrived home before Lu Chuan. As soon as she entered, she threw herself into Lu Ying's arms and cried loudly, "Mom, Ning hit me. Look, my face is swollen." Ning is really lawless now, not respecting Dad, who is the village secretary. Today she dares to hit me. Tomorrow she might cause trouble in Dawawan team.
Mom, I'm cry.
My face hurts, my head hurts, and my whole body hurts. Lu Ying, who is already unsteady, furrowed her brows tightly after being bumped by Lu Miao. Lu He, who was coming back from the bathroom, saw Lu Ying's pained expression and quickly stepped forward to pull Lu Miao away. He said angrily, "You Lu Miao, you never stop causing trouble, do you? Didn't you see that Mom was hurt by you? What's wrong with your face?" Lu Miao cried again, telling her story about Ning. Just then, Chuan came back and heard everything. His face darkened as he said, "You only say Ning hit you, but why don't you tell why she hit you?" Lu Ying hurriedly asked, "Third brother, weren't you supposed to pick Miao up from the youth station? What exactly happened? How did it turn out like this?" Lu Chuan glared at Lu Miao and said, "I went to the youth station and saw Ning fetching water. I thought I'd help her out to thank her. But Lu Miao rushed out and started talking nonsense, saying Ning rushed to cling to me after I broke off the engagement and called us shameless and using dirty tricks to get me to work for her. Lu Miao, you're so foolish to say such damaging things about Ning in front of everyone. No wonder Ning is so angry. She's only giving you a lesson because of Dad's face. If she really got serious, Lu Miao, you wouldn't be just a little swollen face." Lu Ying looked at Lu Miao with disappointment and said, "We've told you enough, we've hit you, and we've explained. What more do you want us to do for you to understand? Lu Miao, you're 19 now. How can you be so careless in what you say and do? People outside don't know, but as the person involved, don't you realize you've made a mess? Your second sister-in-law is still in the hospital, and the house you burned down hasn't been fixed yet. Mom and I are almost collapsing. Can't you understand anything? What did I do in my past life to deserve this punishment?" Lu Chuan added, "My act of repaying kindness turned into revenge. Not only Ning, but even Jiajia thinks so. I also want to ask heaven what wrong I did in my past life to end up with such a family that can't tell right from wrong. Not only did my family refuse to help me seek justice, but they also blamed me." I cried and ran back to my temporary room. Lu Hui gave Lu Miaomiao a look, signaling him to say less. Didn't he see that my mother was very upset? Lu Hui moved closer and gently massaged his mother's shoulders, saying, "Mom, take a deep breath. Don't be angry. Su Jiqing and Qi Jiqing are not petty people. Since Su Jiqing scolded Lu Miaomiao, it means she has vented her anger. This matter is almost over. As for Lu Miaomiao, she indeed needs to learn a lesson. It's good for her to remember this. Let her understand that outsiders are not as tolerant as our family. Suffering a loss might actually be good for her." Lu Ying felt worried. Now that both daughters-in-law are not at home, the trouble caused by Lu Miaomiao hasn't fully shown yet. The second daughter-in-law finally got pregnant, risking her life and the babies. After she returns, she probably won't like Lu Miaomiao. Siblings-in-law don't get along, and the family can't be peaceful. Staying at home is not peaceful, and marrying out might just bring trouble to others. I wonder how the Chu family educates their children? How did they raise someone with such a temper? The next day, after finishing work, the village secretary specifically asked Ning to stay for a while. He looked ashamed and talked about Lu Miaomiao. As for that unruly daughter, being scolded by outsiders, he didn't care much about his face. Or rather, ever since Lu Miaomiao did a series of shocking things, he has lost face. Su girl, I know your character. If I pushed you to the limit, it was my daughter's fault. Honestly, I feel ashamed. I didn't teach my daughter well, which caused all these troubles. Please don't take it to heart. Children are like debts. Ning smiled and said, "Village secretary, it's good that you don't blame me for stepping in. I'm not a petty person. If things don't involve me, I usually don't get involved. I don't hold grudges. If I get angry, I let it out immediately. If I don't pay attention, there's no need for you to worry about it. Of course, if the village secretary has any personal opinions, I hope you can tell me openly. I am a person with strong limbs but not very smart. I don't say it openly, because I'm afraid I might not understand." The village secretary shook his head and smiled, saying, "Enough, don't overthink. I'm not that petty. Look at my shoes, they're patched up. I don't have money to give others a hard time." Moreover, it was Lu Miaomiao who was at fault first. That little lesson was what she deserved. "Go to your work now." The village secretary watched Su Ning walk away and muttered, "If a quick mind like hers isn't enough, then most people in this world must be fools." Sighing, he added, "If Lu Miaomiao had half her sense and intelligence, by the time she kicks her legs up, I'd be proud to face my ancestors." The village secretary told the team leader, then took Lu Ying, Lu Chuan, and Lu Miaomiao onto a bullock cart heading to the county town. Lu Miaomiao's face was less swollen. Last night, Lu Ying applied ointment she got from old Su, and it worked well. Her face wasn't as swollen, and the slap marks weren't as obvious. Lu Miaomiao sat silently in the cart, her head down, looking very gloomy. She had wanted to outshine Chu Xiaofeng, but now, in her rush last night, she hadn't brought her clothes or lipstick. Not only did she fail to outshine Chu Xiaofeng, but after more than a year, when they were about to meet again, she looked her worst. From Dawawan Brigade to the commune took over an hour by bullock cart. Then from the commune to the county town took another hour. After more than 3 hours, the village secretary and his group finally arrived in the county town. The village secretary said, "I'll get off here with Miao Miao. You drive the cart to the hospital. I remember the hospital has a place to leave the cart. Take good care of your mother and the oxen. Neither can afford to be lost." Yang Likukyu had already gone to the county hospital. Lu Ying, her mother-in-law, was there to see her daughter-in-law and grandson. Chu's father was a mid-level leader at the county transportation team and a local resident with an ancestral house. They lived in a standalone yard. It wasn't big, but much better than the crowded dorms other workers shared. The village secretary and Lu Miaomiao knocked on the big door of the Chu family. Lu Miaomiao looked at her old home, which she hadn't seen in over a year, with excitement in her eyes. Chu Xiaofeng opened the door and saw the visitors. Her eyes lit up immediately. She happily shouted, "Dad." The village secretary was also very happy to see the girl who had grown up under his care. Chu Xiaofeng pushed open the door. "Dad, come in quickly." Lu Miaomiao let out a small sound, nudged the village secretary, and went inside first. The village secretary was caught off guard and stumbled. Chu Xiaofeng quickly grabbed him. "Dad, are you okay?" Feeling a bit cold inside about Lu Miaomiao, the village secretary forced a smile and said, "Good child, I'm fine. Are your parents at home?" Chu Xiaofeng supported the village secretary as they walked inside and closed the door behind them. "Besides Grandma, everyone else has gone to work." The village secretary looked at the caring girl beside him and couldn't help asking, "Are you used to living here?" Chu Xiaofeng smiled slightly and said, "Other than missing my parents and brothers, everything is okay. Are they good to you?" Chu Xiaofeng replied, "I'm an adult now and can take care of myself." "How is my mother?" The village secretary frowned slightly and nodded. "She's doing well. Your mother is here too, but she went to the hospital. Your second sister-in-law is giving birth there." Just as Chu Xiaofeng was about to say something, they heard Grandma Chu calling from inside. "Xiaofeng, how can you be so inconsiderate? When guests come, you should greet them quickly. What are you dawdling at the door for?" Chu Xiaofeng bit her lip. Though she smiled, it was a little forced. "Dad, let's go inside first." The village secretary suppressed his feelings of sadness. The lively energy in the child was gone, replaced by a look in her eyes that he hadn't seen before. Inside the main room, Lu Miaomiao was already comfortably nestled in Grandma Chu's arms. When the village secretary entered, Grandma Chu looked up and said, "Your uncle is really busy with work. It's been over a year, and finally, he decided to bring Miao Miao here. I was worried I wouldn't see my precious granddaughter again before I closed my eyes." She paused, then continued, "But you all said you wouldn't mistreat Miao Miao. We were reluctant and unwilling, but we let you bring her home." She looked at Miao Miao, who was lively and bright. "Look at her now. After just over a year, she's been worn down by you. This isn't how you raised her. You don't feel sorry for her." Grandma Chu's eyes filled with concern. "If you can't take care of a girl properly, then don't insist on bringing her back," the village secretary said, "Our family situation is what it is. She's Lu's daughter, so, of course, she must accept everything from the Lu family. Mistakes corrected, life should naturally return to its normal path." Lu Miaomiao, with tears in her eyes, cried softly, "Sniff, sniff. Grandma, life in the countryside was so hard. It feels like a dream I woke up from. Everyone has forgotten me. But I know Grandma still remembers me. You are the one who loves me the most in this world. Grandma, I miss you so much. I wanted to come find you, but they wouldn't let me." Old Grandma Chu gently wiped Lu Miaomiao's tears, comforting her softly. Chu Xiaofang looked on calmly, and the village secretary gently patted her shoulder. Chu Xiaofang nodded slightly to the village secretary, indicating she was fine. She pulled on his sleeve, asking him to sit on the nearby bench. She was about to go to the kitchen to pour him a glass of water. Old Grandma Chu said, "Xiaofang, be careful. Use the cups in the left cabinet, the ones meant for guests. Don't mix them up." Xiaofang opened the left cabinet, but there were no cups for drinking water, only a few empty canned food jars. She felt upset inside. Her grandma was deliberately humiliating her father. She tilted her head, blinked away tears, and poured most of a bowl of water, adding some red sugar she brought herself, then handed it to the village secretary to drink. "Papa, drink some water first." Mrs. Chu's eyes flickered. "Xiaofang is filial. Your uncle should drink more. This red sugar is precious, not available in the countryside. Xiaofang, go make a cup of malted milk for Miaomiao. She's loved malted milk since she was little. It's been over a year since she last had some. It breaks my heart. Make it extra thick." Lu Miaomiao immediately felt touched. "Grandma, you're so good to me." Old Grandma Chu continued to coax Miaomiao affectionately but with a hint of sarcasm, saying, "Look at this poor child. You're really heartless, refusing to let her come back for over a year." The village secretary said coldly, "Auntie, have you forgotten? When Xiaofang and Miaomiao each went to their own homes, we made a promise. To help the children adjust quickly, they agreed not to contact each other for a year and a half. Today, you say we're heartless and abusive. Don't think we haven't done anything. Even if we had, Auntie, it's none of your business." Old Madame Chu scowled and said, "It's none of your business. When Miaomiao was little, I was the one who took care of her. She grew up by my side since she was young. If I can't manage her, then you have no right to interfere," she added. Before the village secretary could speak, Chu Weigua entered with a man. Chu Weigua smiled and said to the village secretary, "Brother Lu, what brings you here?" "Luckily, I came back at noon today, or I would have missed you. Today, we must have a good drink." Seeing the house still cold and empty, Chu Weigua took out some money and handed it to Xiaofang. "Xiaofang, you and Xiaowen go to the state-run restaurant, get 2 main dishes, and bring back a bottle of wine." After saying that, Chu Weigua also introduced the young man beside him to the village secretary. "Brother Lu, this is Fang Wen, Xiaofang's husband. He works in the transportation team, just like me. Xiaowen, this is the person who raised Xiaofang for 18 years. You should call him father-in-law," Chu Weigua said respectfully. Fang Wen respectfully called out, "Father-in-law," and the village secretary was stunned. He didn't expect Xiaofang to be married. Xiaofang knew this news was sudden for her father, so she smiled and said to the village secretary, "Dad, you talk with Mom first. When I buy the dishes, we can chat properly." "Oh, okay. Be careful and take your time," he replied. Fang Wen and Xiaofang left Chu's house. As soon as they stepped outside, tears welled up in Xiaofang's eyes. "Xiaofang, what's wrong?" Xiaofang sniffed and said, "It's nothing. I was just too happy to see my dad." Fang Wen handed her a handkerchief. If they weren't outside, he would have wiped her tears himself. "I was so scared. I thought Grandma was bullying you again. My younger brother told me you went back to your parents' house. I was worried and rushed over after work." "Honey, if I'm right, is the person in Grandma's arms Lu Miaomiao?" he asked. "Yes, it is her," Xiaofang replied. Fang Wen chuckled softly. "Can I say that Grandma raised her well? Although we only saw her briefly just now, I have a feeling she's just as stubborn as Grandma." Xiaofang sniffed and smiled. "Maybe your feeling is right. Fang Wen, do you know? I've been back for over a year, but my parents haven't come to see me. They also don't want me to go back. I almost thought that the Lu family and the Chu family would cut off contact, and that my parents would no longer want me. But I just found out that the elders on both sides agreed that after Lu Miaomiao and I each go to our own families, we should quickly adapt to our new homes. They decided not to contact each other for a year and a half. Now that my father has come to visit, it means I can go back to the Huan village to see my parents. My parents won't stop me anymore. Then I will go back with you. In the Chu family yard, the village secretary asked, "Brother Chu, when did Xiaofang get married?" Chu Weigua looked inside the house, sighed, and said, "Brother, I am sorry about this. I raised that girl and you didn't even know she got married. Sigh, every family has its own problems." After Xiaofang returned, my mother also had her own thoughts and didn't get along well with Xiaofang. On one side was her daughter, and on the other was her mother. I was caught in the middle, feeling overwhelmed. My friend Xiao Wen's father is an old friend of mine. Xiao Wen is a hardworking and honest girl, with good character. Xiao Wen's father was seriously ill and wanted to see Xiao Wen married before he passed away. I asked Xiaofang for her opinion, and also let them talk. Then the marriage was arranged quickly. Xiao Wen's parents have both passed away, and he only has a younger brother in middle school. Xiaofang isn't under pressure from in-laws, and she can take charge of her own life. With me watching over Xiao Wen at work, Xiaofang's life won't be difficult. The village secretary felt mixed emotions, but was mostly happy. This was a good place for Xiaofang. He didn't need to show his regrets. Brother Chu, the person you like, must be a good match. As long as Xiaofang is happy, that's enough. By the way, when Miao Miao returned home, you mentioned that she had once been engaged. Now that Miao Miao is no longer young, I came today mainly to ask for a clear answer. Whether or not this marriage happens, we need to find out for sure. Chu Weigua said, "That engagement was arranged by my mother's distant relatives from her family. It was my mother who set it up. I need to ask about it before I can give you an answer." "All right, please ask clearly as soon as possible, Brother Chu." Chu Weigua warmly hosted the village secretary. When he was about to leave, Lu Miaomiao refused to go with him. The old lady also tearfully didn't want Lu Miaomiao to leave. The grandparent and grandchild acted like they were parting forever, making the atmosphere very sad. Chu Weigua felt very helpless towards his mother and looked at his own daughter with concern. "Brother Lu, I wonder if your family is busy? If you're not too busy, could Miao Miao stay here for a few days to keep the old lady company?" The village secretary asked Lu Miaomiao again, but she firmly refused to go back. The village secretary sighed. "Then I'll trouble you, Brother Chu." Chu Weigua and Fang Wen went to work. Before leaving, Fang Wen handed some money to Chu Xiaofang. Chu Xiaofang accompanied the village secretary to the hospital. The father and daughter talked as they walked. Since returning to the Chu family, except for Chu Lao's deliberate difficulties, everyone else has been quite friendly. Her new family after marriage is also good. Seeing the happiness in Chu Xiaofang's eyes when she talked about her new family, the village secretary finally felt at ease. The village secretary also carefully told Chu Xiaofang some family matters. Passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, Chu Xiaofang bought some nutritious food for the patient. When they arrived at the hospital, Chu Xiaofang saw Lu Ying trembling, walking unsteadily, and looking pale. She couldn't help but cry. "Mom, how can this be? How did you become like this? Does it hurt? I'll take you to see a doctor. It can be cured." Lu Ying also teared up. "Xiaofang, don't worry, I don't feel pain. Uncle Su has given me medicine, I will get better." "Stop crying, look. Your second sister-in-law just had twins. They look so lively and adorable." Chu Xiaofang asked the village secretary and Lu Chuan to confirm that Lu Ying was temporarily okay before shifting her focus to the twins. "Second brother and sister-in-law, congratulations. You've finally achieved your wish." After a brief moment of warmth at the hospital, it was time to part ways. Chu Xiaofang used up all her money and bought everything she could, placing it on the ox cart. She remained silent, unable to hold back tears once she opened her mouth. She watched the ox cart slowly leave with red eyes until she couldn't see it anymore. Then she returned to her small home with tears in her eyes. On the cart, Luing listened to the village secretary briefly tell Chu Xiaofang's story. She silently shed tears. The village secretary patted her on the back. Don't cry. Don't worry the children. Xiaofang is doing very well now. We should be happy for her. Lu Chuan also silently drove the ox cart, never expecting that after more than a year apart, his once nose-dripping sister had already become someone else's wife without their family knowing. He could only keep the regret of not being able to see her off on her wedding deep in his heart. At the Dawawan Brigade, around 6 o'clock, a loudspeaker announced that a few young educated workers should go to the brigade office to pick up packages. Ning heard her name and raised an eyebrow. The letter she sent out should have arrived by now, or just arrived, but now she was already receiving a package. It seemed that the surprise left by Chen Wanting had really upset Su Zhenbong and his son. They hadn't even started acting yet, and they already remembered her, their only hope. They even upgraded the automatic teller machine to a smart machine. But, well, if this mother and son could so consciously use her as an ATM, who knows what bad plans they might be hiding in their hearts. Su Ning, Qi Xiao, Song Jiajia, Shen Qingning, Fu Guodong, and Zheng Jiangwo went together to the brigade office to pick up their packages. These packages were still brought back by the village secretary from the commune. When the village secretary saw people arriving, he pointed to a pile of packages and said, I went to the county today for some errands and passed by the commune, so I brought these back for you. They are all there. Find your names and take them yourself. There are also a few letters on the table. Besides yours, the rest should be taken back to the educated youth station and handed over for me. He spoke on behalf of Fu Guodong. Thanks to the village secretary for the trouble of bringing the packages back for us. No trouble at all. Everyone go home. Among the packages, Qi Xiao had the most, with 4 large ones. Su Ning saw her own package was not small either, and her mood lifted a little. She didn't expect anything valuable inside, just needed an excuse to use the things in her space. Qi Xiao wanted to test the weight of her package to see if she could carry 2 at once. She rubbed her hands and tried to lift it forcefully. But oh, the package hadn't even left the ground. Qi Xiao wondered, is it filled with iron? So heavy? Su Ning casually asked, need help? Qi Xiao said, yes, but your health isn't good. I'll think of another way. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Su Ning carrying her package in one hand and his 2 packages in the other. His relaxed and carefree look made it seem like he was just carrying 2 bags of air. Qi Xiao thought, he and Su Ning definitely shouldn't have been born in the same family. Su Ning said, no need to thank me. Just help me out a few more times. Qi Xiao took a deep breath and decided to do his best to pack the packages carefully, so he wouldn't embarrass himself again. But, as usual, unexpected things happened. Just as Qi Xiao was about to turn around, he suddenly leaned back, holding a package tightly. He thought, why is this package so light? Oh no, I used too much force. Su Ning quickly glanced behind him. With his height, if he fell backward like that, his head might just reach the corner of the table. Someone shouted, be careful, there's a table behind. Su Ning quickly kicked out his leg, aiming at Qi Xiao's left buttock. Qi Xiao was kicked onto the ground, rolling several times along with his packages. Everyone thought, wow, this girl is so fierce. She might have fallen, but it's not as bad as this. Qi Xiao, covered in dirt and dust, felt like he was about to break down. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. It wasn't his body that hurt, but his pride. Su Ning muttered, a crying kitten has no face. The village secretary shook his head and wondered, what kind of situation is this? Qi Xiao got up while trying to stay calm. He told himself, it's okay. As long as I don't feel embarrassed, others will feel embarrassed instead. It's no big deal. I just got kicked in the... How serious can it be? I just fell down. Who hasn't fallen before? A smile that was worse than crying appeared on Qi Xiao's face. Su Ning generously said, we're partners, so no need to be so polite. No need to thank me. It's just a small favor, Qi Xiao. Everyone else wondered, are you sure she wants to say thank you? With everyone's help, they managed to carry all the packages back to the youth camp in one trip. Ning took her letter and packages into the dorm. She was very curious about what was written in that letter. Ning opened the envelope and poured everything onto her bed. There were 2 thin sheets of paper, 3 10-yuan bills, and some rare but not very useful tickets from the countryside. However, Ning didn't mind. She cared about the results and wanted others to know that her family had sent her many things. It was fine as long as she was eating well. Ning kept the money and tickets safely, then sat on the bed and opened the letter to read. The more she read, the more her lips curled into a sarcastic smile. In simple words, the letter was meant to be emotional. At the end, it promised that in the future, they would treat her sincerely and make her let go of her worries, becoming a loving family. After reading, Ning put the letter into her bag, actually tossing it into her space. In Beijing, Ning's wife was talking with Su Zhenbang about Su Muxing's marriage. "Son, I found a good family for Su Muxing these days. Tomorrow we'll send her over." "What kind of family is it?" Su Zhenbang asked with a gloomy face. "A family with only 1 child in 3 generations, no elders or young children, and no siblings holding her back. When she marries in, she can be a daughter and be well taken care of several times a day." Su Zhenbang understood what his mother meant. It was a poor, rough man who loved to fight. His face darkened as he said, "That is indeed a good family." If Chen Wanting knew her daughter married such a good family, she might finally be at peace. Su Muqing had thought about asking for help, but her proud nature made her unlikable, and she later lost her self-respect, ruining her reputation. Now she is known as a fallen woman, having been mistreated by thugs and turned into a madwoman. Even when Madame Su hit her and she cried out for help, no one in the yard paid attention. It's a joke. Caring for someone so dirty would only lower their own status. Just like now, no one would step forward to help Su Muqing, no matter how loudly she shouted. She had tried to run before, but Madame Su broke her leg to prevent her from causing trouble. Su Muqing pretended to be crazy and barely survived for over a month, and her leg finally healed a bit. Just when she was planning to escape, she heard that Su Zhenbang and his mother wanted to hand her over to an old bachelor for torment. So she took the chance to escape in the quiet of the night, but she was still caught. With her injured legs, she couldn't fight back against Madame Su. "Trash, so you've been pretending to be crazy all along." Madame Su grabbed Su Muqing's hair and slapped her. Su Zhenbang was awakened by the noise. He came out dressed but said nothing, just looked coldly at his mother abusing the girl she once cherished. "Zhenbang, go find a rope and a stinky sock." Su Zhenbang silently went to the kitchen, found a rope, and brought back a cloth. "Help your mother tie up this little brat. Wanna run? Today I'll break your legs." Su Muqing, terrified, crawled and moved, but soon she was tied to a chair by the mother and son. Madame Su forcibly opened Su Muqing's mouth and stuffed the cloth inside. She wore a wicked smile, wielding a large rolling pin, and struck her knees with all her strength. Even as the pain made her eyes bulge and she couldn't scream with her mouth blocked, Su Muqing didn't make a sound. Madame Su clearly heard several cracking sounds, then gasped and threw the rolling pin aside. Feeling satisfied, she said, "Trash, just as your shameless mother." From another room, there was a noise, and Madame Su got excited again, grabbing the rolling pin and rushing over. Half a month ago, Su Xiaoxi woke up from his coma. When he first opened his eyes, he was hit by a strong, unpleasant smell in the room and almost fainted from it. Without proper care, his broken and cracked ribs had not healed. Breathing deeply caused him sharp pain, making him want to faint again. He felt the dampness under him, the prickling and itching on his skin, and realized he was lying in. Unaware that his status had already changed, Su Xiaoxi saw Madame Su come in and immediately got very angry. This made Madame Su laugh out loud. That troublemaker really thought of himself as a young master. Madame Su, dressed like a servant, had been taking care of Su Xiaoxi for 3 days. She not only heard his body, but also his feelings. Originally just a man with a limp, Su Xiaoxi now had no feeling below his waist and was paralyzed. It took him 2 or 3 days to get enough to eat, and he had become so thin that he looked like skin and bones. Madame Su came in holding a rolling pin and saw Su Xiongdong struggling to sit up. Without saying a word, she went over and started hitting him with the rolling pin. Each strike on his emaciated upper body caused him intense pain. "Shameless brat, just like your mother," she scolded. After tiring herself out, her one-sided beating finally stopped. Su Xiongdong looked at her with pleading eyes. "Please don't send Muqing away." Madame Su didn't hesitate and struck him again with the rolling pin. "That's a good family I found for her. How can I not send her?" "Don't worry, your brother-in-law is 40 years older than you. His biggest skill is using his fists to take care of people," she added cruelly. "My wife is kind-hearted. She even broke Muqing's leg to prevent your brother-in-law from chasing her when he gets older. My uncle isn't dead yet. You'll get your comeuppance," he said weakly.
Humph.
"I forgot to tell you. Your uncle took Zhao Pengfei's only son to the northwest. Now he's being chased and bitten by a pack of crazy dogs from the Zhao family. He's barely holding on himself, and he might die at any moment. You two troublemakers shouldn't expect any help from your heartless uncle," she sneered. After saying this, she spat a large mouthful of saliva onto Su Xiongdong's face. Then she hit him again with the rolling pin, knocking him out. Mrs. Su went back, finished her half-dash, put on her clothes, and left with Su Zhenbong and the barely alive Su Muqing that night. After making contact with someone, Mrs. Su, like she was throwing away trash, left Su Muqing with the messy old man. "Since I gave you a wife for free, and our family doesn't ask for a bride price, you need to take good care of her. Don't let her, after finally getting a wife, run away in just a few days." After saying this, mother and son left without looking back. The messy old man had been a bachelor all his life. When he was young, even widows his age wouldn't look at him. Let alone now, with his ugly appearance, dogs would chase him for 2 miles. He had never been with a woman before and was crazy about women. Suddenly, a gift from heaven fell into his lap, a wife. Although he suspected there was a trick behind it, he still came. Unexpectedly, he really got a wife for free. She was swollen like a pig's head, and her legs seemed broken. But at least she was a woman, and he could finally experience what it was like to be with a woman. Su Muqing, with a rag stuffed in her mouth, was tied to the old man's embrace. The foul smell almost made her faint. The old man carried Su Muqing back, and the more he walked, the angrier he got. It was a dark night, and before reaching home, he assaulted Su Muqing again. It happened repeatedly. 2 small, relatively high peaks were chewed bare by him. After enduring inhuman torment, Su Muqing's greatest hatred was not for Mrs. Su or Su Zhenbong, but for Chen Wanting, who had given her life. If she hadn't married and remained unfaithful, her 3 siblings wouldn't have suffered such unbearable torment. At the Dawawan Brigade, Song Jiajia brought a generous thank-you gift to the village secretary's house. "I should have come to thank you earlier, but I was delayed because I wasn't fully recovered. Comrade Lu Chuan, thank you for risking your life to help me when it was so dangerous. I will remember your kindness. If there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask." Lu Chuan politely replied, "You're too kind, Song Jiqing. As vice squad leader of the militia, protecting the villagers is also my duty. I also hope that after this lesson, Song Jiqing will think more about the consequences before acting and never be reckless again." Song Jiajia always wore a gentle smile. She stayed at the village secretary's house for half an hour before leaving. When she returned to the youth camp, she brought a gift and went to Liu Bei's house. It was time to finish work. When Song Jiajia arrived, Liu Bei's family was just finishing their meal. 3 generations sat around a low table. Song Jiejia's arrival surprised Liu Bei and his mother. As soon as they saw Song Jiajia, the village rumors flashed through Wu's mind, making her a bit awkward when she spoke. "Song Jiqing, why are you here? Are you here to cause trouble for your son?" Song Jiajia wore a soft smile and spoke gently. "Annie, sorry to bother you while you're eating. When I fell into the water before, Comrade Liu Bei risked his life to save me. I should have come to thank him long ago, but the experience of being at death's door scared me a lot, and I even got sick. That's why I delayed for a while. Today, I came specifically to thank Comrade Liu Bei for helping me that day. This is a small gift from me. I hope you and Comrade Liu Bei won't mind." Wu looked at her son. Liu Bei stood up and said, "Song Jiqing, anyone would help if they saw such a thing happen. You left your hometown to come here, so life must be tough for you." He handed her the gift. "Take this back. We appreciate your kindness." Song Jiajia placed the gift on the table. "This is my token of thanks. I won't take it back. I will never forget the help I received that day. If I can help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." She then said goodbye and left. After she left, Wu looked at her son and said, "People say Song Jiqing is very temperamental. I think they're blind. How can such a gentle girl have a bad temper? She has adorable dimples when she smiles." Song Jiejia's change surprised Liu Bei a little. When Liu Bei came to his senses, he saw his mother's eyes darting around. He reached out and waved in front of Wu's eyes. "Mom, come back to your senses. What are you thinking? Please don't let your imagination run wild or come up with crazy ideas. If you really can't control your wild thoughts, just look at our house, see how your appearance and your clumsy son look, and then look at my 2 nephews and nieces. You'll have no more crazy ideas. The right thing to do is work hard and make sure we don't go hungry." Mrs. Wu rolled her eyes. "My son looks so good. How could he be clumsy? You're the first to praise yourself and then belittle yourself. Our family is poor, yes, but who says poor people can't want a wife? You little brat, if you don't think about it and don't try, how will your wife fall from the sky? My son, you should try harder. You can't even dream of marrying Song Jiqing, that big white goose. But maybe you'll meet someone who's not very sharp, and then you'll have a wife." Liu Bei chuckled softly. "My luck isn't that good. I won't meet a troublemaker. And Mom, if by Swan knew you called her a big white goose, would she be so angry she'd fall from the sky? It would be good if she fell, maybe right into our house." Liu Bei thought to himself, "It's not even dark yet, and my mom is already dreaming." Mrs. Wu sighed and said, "Being able to live comfortably in an environment full of rumors and gossip, without being affected, despite Song Jiqing's gentle appearance, he's definitely capable." Liu Bei nodded. "Yes, for a girl, being able to do that is already quite impressive." Luckily, the team leader and the village secretary suppressed those insulting rumors. He turned around and saw his 2 nephews and nieces eagerly waiting by the table. Lu Xiaohu is 5 years old, and Lu Xiaoyu is 4. They are the children left by Liu Bei's older brother. Xiu softly called out, "Little uncle." Liu Bei sighed, walked over and looked at the gifts Song Jiajia brought. There was about a pound of milk candies, roughly a pound of brown sugar, a pack of malted milk, 2 cans of fruit, a can of luncheon meat, about 5 jin of rice, and roughly 2 jin of sakama. He knew what sakama was from hearing people talk when buying salt at the supply and marketing cooperative. All of these are rare and precious items. This is a generous gift. Mrs. Wu had never seen so many rare things before. In her many years, she had only seen red sugar. "Son, these are quite expensive, right?" Liu Bei replied. "More than just expensive. Without a receipt, even if you had money, you couldn't buy them. This canned luncheon meat is not something you can easily find even in our local supply and marketing cooperative. This is shikima, and the supply and marketing cooperative doesn't always have it in stock. I heard that this malted milk powder is hard to get unless you have some connections with the supply people. Even with money and tickets, it might still be difficult to get." "Really? Is it that rare? Can we buy some?" Liu Bei was silent for a moment. "Let's take some. I think, compared to owing favors, Song Jiqing might prefer to give this as a gift. Although I didn't expect anything in return when I helped, maybe she doesn't think that way. If we accept it, Song Jiqing might feel more at ease." Liu Bei agreed and took the gift. Wu Shi immediately gave each of the 2 children a big white rabbit milk candy. She also took one for Liu Bei, but he didn't accept it. What would a grown man do with candy? "Keep it for Xiaohu and Xiaoyu." Wu Shi directly put the candy into Liu Bei's hand. "Who says grown men can't eat candy? You saved someone, and this gift is a thank you. You should eat it. I'll have one too." "I've never had candy in my life." The family of 4 each had a candy in their mouth, eating very carefully. They didn't want to swallow the melting sugar water. After returning to the youth center, Song Jiajia carried a much thinner gift than before and visited several families. All of these families had helped rescue the original owner that day by the river. Among them was the team leader, and she gave a thank you gift. It wasn't as generous as what Lu Chuan and Lu Bei gave, but it was a bit more than others. Song Jiajia kept thanking people along the way. She visited many families, some of whom had spoken ill of her privately. After all this, those who accepted her gifts and had spoken badly about her felt a little guilty. Some of them even started to change their stance. When they encountered rumors like Song Jiajia being caught with her pants down, some would retort, "Who hasn't been born with nothing? Who hasn't been through hard times? It's been so long since that happened. Why keep dwelling on it? Do you really want to see a lively girl hurt by rumors so badly she jumps into a river or hangs herself? Are you happy about that? Wouldn't your conscience bother you? And what if something comes looking for you in the middle of the night?" As more people changed their stance, and with Song Jiejia's good behavior, her reputation gradually improved. As Song Jiejia's reputation improved, another big event happened in the village. Shen Qingning openly pursued Lu Chen. Although nowadays people support free love and oppose arranged marriages, in a remote mountain village like Dehuan, many people's ideas are still quite traditional. Shen Qingning's bold way of chasing love caused a stir in the Dehuan team. It became a topic of gossip and jokes among the villagers. While everyone was watching, the older generation, who were more conservative, started to dislike the young people from the Knowledge Youth team and asked their younger family members not to contact them. Everyone in the Knowledge Youth team was accepted by the villagers after Suning hunted a wild pig. Now, with Shen Qingning's pursuit of love, the villagers felt uncomfortable. Lu Ying, who was at home taking care of her grandson, saw Shen Qingning come again. At first, she was a bit annoyed, but as an elder, she didn't show her displeasure openly. However, despite her efforts to explain, Shen Qingning continued to pursue Lu Chen confidently, visiting daily to win his favor. Gradually, Lu Ying's attitude grew colder. Her son's marriage was difficult, but she never considered giving her son a knowledge youth girl. To Lu Ying, these young people arrived suddenly, and might leave just as quickly. Living in the city, especially for those who grew up there, how could they endure the hardships of the countryside? Marriage without a clear future should be stopped before it begins. Moreover, Shen Qingning had only been in Dehuan for a short time. How deep could her feelings for Lu Chen be? If she was so high-profile now, she might lose interest and leave suddenly. Wouldn't that make it even harder for her son to stay? Shen Qingning, seemingly unaware of Lu Ying's impatience, cheerfully said, "Auntie, your body isn't fully recovered yet, and it's not convenient to hold the baby. Let me hold him. I love children." Lu Ying, holding one of the twins, turned her body to avoid Shen Qingning's outstretched hand. "Shen, the knowledge youth girl. My wife prefers peace and quiet. The children are still young and don't like noise. My second daughter-in-law is resting and also needs tranquility. If you have something to discuss, go directly to the village office. My husband and the team leader are there. I'm busy taking care of my grandson and don't have time to entertain you. Please go back." Shen Qingning suppressed her sadness but still smiled as she said, "Auntie, I know my actions might not please you, but I am just pursuing my love. I haven't done anything extreme. I believe that, in terms of appearance and knowledge, I am not bad. I may lack some social skills, but I am willing to learn. Both Lu Chuan and I are free individuals. I haven't done anything that violates moral principles. I am simply following my heart, seeking the person I care about. Auntie, please give me a chance. Give me a chance to show you my sincerity." Lu Ying sighed and said, "Shen Jiqing, life isn't just about love and romance. I know city folks chase after things like romance and free love, seeking spiritual fulfillment. But we rural folks wake up early and sleep late, rain or shine, working all day with our faces to the earth, back to the sky. Every day, every month, every year, just to make sure we have enough to eat. We don't have the luxury or energy to pursue spiritual satisfaction or romantic love. When two young people get together, it's about living a life, dealing with daily chores like cooking and cleaning. Lu Chuan is my son, and I know him well. If he can't meet your needs for love, you won't have a future together. Instead, it might delay both your lives. Shen Qingning, I beg you. My son's marriage is already difficult enough, and now with your actions, it's making things worse. Please, let him go. Lu Ying felt worried inside. Her son might really only have the option of finding a widow. But, from another perspective, even if he finds a widow, at least they can walk together in the future. It's better than being rejected halfway and ending up lonely with a broken heart, aging alone. Shen Qingning felt sad and wanted to cry. She never thought that the first obstacle in her pursuit of Lu Chuan would be Lu Ying. But she also understood that if she couldn't even handle Lu Ying, she wouldn't stand a chance with Lu Chuan either. Auntie, I know what I want in my heart. I understand that life in the countryside is hard. But I can't change my feelings for Lu Chuan. Just as you said, Lu Chuan's marriage is difficult, and you don't have anyone suitable in mind. Why can't you consider me? Lu Ying said directly. Because your educated youth may leave at any time. My son, I know him very well. He either doesn't start anything or once he does, he can't stop. When you get tired of living in the countryside and just leave, it's like risking my son's life. Compared to him living in sadness and despair, I would rather he stay single his whole life. Hearing this, Shen Qingning felt a bit relieved. It was good that she didn't dislike her. Auntie, you're overthinking. I'm not a 3-year-old child, and I don't do things impulsively. My pursuit of Lu Chuan is from my initial feelings to a well-thought-out decision. The moment I decided to pursue him, I was ready to face any difficulties with him. Auntie, my pursuit of Lu Chuan isn't a whim, but a lifelong love. I know what I say or do now might seem weak or unconvincing, but the only thing I can rely on is my sincerity, perseverance, and true heart. Lu Ying looked at Shen Qingning, who was determined and felt powerless. I'm old now, I won't interfere in your young people's affairs. If one day my son comes to me firmly saying he wants to marry you, I won't oppose anymore. Until then, Shen Qingning, you should stay away. I'm not in good health and don't have the energy to entertain you. Shen Qingning felt a sinking feeling inside. Wasn't she trying to win Lu Chuan over because she couldn't handle him? She didn't expect this place to be a fortress, immune to all harm. Feeling disappointed, Shen Qingning left the Lu family. Yang Liqia hesitantly supported herself against the wall as she came out of the house. Mom, put the child on the bed to rest for a while. You should rest too. Lu Ying shook her head and said, I'm not tired physically, but my heart is tired. What are all these things about? Yang Liqia smiled and said, Mom, from another perspective, this might actually be a good thing. Think about it. Before, everyone avoided discussing Sandy's marriage. Now, such an outstanding girl is openly pursuing Sandy. That means he's excellent, right? I think it's a way to lift our heads high and give those who secretly slander Sandy a slap in the face. And didn't you just say earlier? Leave young people's matters to them to decide. If third brother is interested in Shen Qingning, your opposition won't matter. If third brother isn't interested, Shen Qing's efforts won't change anything. Let them do as they please. Maybe there will be a surprise. In a shady mountain valley, beside a flowing stream, Su Ning sat by a campfire, occasionally turning fish skewered on a stick. Next to the fire was a simple stove made of 3 stones, with a clay pot bubbling on top. On a large leaf near Su Ning's feet, there were various seasonings scattered around. She occasionally added some spices to the pot or brushed sauce onto the grilled fish. After a while, the fish on the stick was golden brown and ready to eat. Just as she was about to start, Su Ning suddenly frowned, then quickly relaxed and continued eating her fish casually. Halfway through her grilled fish, 3 people approached from her front left. Their eyes showed surprise, then they became subtly cautious. Su Ning subtly observed their reactions, noticing their changes in expression. The 3 seemed ordinary, but their deep, insightful eyes, quick and powerful steps, suggested they were not common people. Each carried a large black bag, which looked heavy based on the tightness of the straps. When Su Ning looked up, her expression was innocent, like that of an unaware girl. Hey? Which village are you from? Are you here secretly cooking for yourself too? The three exchanged glances, then a friendly-looking man stepped forward and said, "We're from the neighboring village. We came into the mountains to look for something." "Which village are you from? Why are you in the deep mountains cooking for yourself?" "This is deep mountain territory. There could be wolves or tigers at any time. You're just a young girl, it's not safe. You should go home quickly." Ning, she thought, they're lying, but they don't even bother to hide it. Villagers wouldn't speak such fluent Mandarin. She lifted her small face and smiled, saying, "It's not that dangerous. The stream is very clean. I often come here alone to cook. I haven't even seen a big wild chicken, let alone wolves or tigers." She was just telling stories to scare children. The man spoke gently. "You shouldn't rely on luck, but since you can catch things in the mountains and cook small meals, I guess you're pretty skilled. You probably don't need to worry too much." Ning smiled shyly and said, "Of course. My fishing nets are really good. I catch fish every time. My traps will definitely catch wild chickens if they pass by. Today I was lucky. I caught fish and a wild chicken. Well, I'm not a stingy person. Everyone can share. Do you want to eat?" The man talking to Ning hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "No, it's not easy for a young girl to gather food. We three grown men wouldn't feel right eating it. It's getting late, so we should head down the mountain. You should go home soon too." "Oh, all right. You all go ahead," Ning replied, then continued eating her fish. The three men walked past her, a short distance away. The man who had been speaking kindly to Ning suddenly reached into his waist and pulled out a dark lump. His eyes sharpened. He quickly turned around, aiming at Ning before he could react, and threw a burning stick directly at her eyes. In an instant, everything went dark, and Ning's head buzzed. The other two men were stunned for a moment, but quickly regained their senses and drew black lumps from their waists. However, it was too late. Ning had already reached them. She leapt forward and kicked one man in the head. The man's eyes went blank, blood spurted from his mouth, and he collapsed into a deep hole, dying before he could even scream. After kicking him, Ning spun in the air and kicked the other man's chest with her other foot. There was a cracking sound as the man flew several meters backward. His chest was sunken in, and he looked dazed. The man who had been blinded earlier still held a black lump, but seeing nothing, he tried to attack indiscriminately. Before he could fully move his finger, Ning grabbed his hand and twisted it sharply, breaking his finger and causing the black lump to fall to the ground. The man roared in anger. "Baka!" Ning punched him, sending him flying. "You!" The man hit the ground and adjusted his fall so he wouldn't be knocked out. Although Ning controlled the strength of his punch, it was still a heavy to an ordinary person's body. The man's nose and mouth were full of blood. When he heard Ning's footsteps approaching, he had no strength left to stand up. His plan had failed, and he had expected his fate. Serving the emperor was worth dying for, but he was not willing to accept it. His perfect plan had somehow leaked out. Why did it fail? 99 steps had been taken, and only one more step was needed to cross the boundary. The man spat out the blood in his mouth, his face twisted as he muttered nonsense in a strange language. "Ning. He can't speak human language. Just shut up." Ning kicked a stone, successfully knocking the man out. He took the bags from the two dead bodies, not sparing the half-dead man either. The bags were heavy, and he wondered how many gold bars might be inside. In total, the three large bags contained only about a dozen gold bars, a heavy Buddha statue, and some old-looking small items that seemed quite ancient. The rest were neatly kept stacks of paper, well-preserved and wrapped carefully, with waterproof cloth on the outside. There were also 3 very finely made, sturdy metal boxes. Ning looked at the writing on the papers. Besides the page numbers in the corners, she couldn't understand a single word. Her gaze fell on the metal boxes. After hesitating, she decided to open one of them. It was much harder to open than the old iron lock on Grandma Ning's store. She thought there might be some treasure inside. But it turned out to be 10 glass tubes filled with a transparent liquid, each fixed securely in a clamp, unbreakable even with rough handling. From all signs, Ning's eyes narrowed. "Looks like I've gotten into trouble," She quickly restored the box and repacked everything she had taken from the 3 large bags. She threw away the bags, the unconscious man, the 2 corpses, and their black lumps into her space. She extinguished the fire, lost her appetite for the mushroom chicken soup she had been cooking, and put it into her space as well. After tidying up the scene, she carried her basket and quickly wandered around the mountain, expanding her search area. Finding no abnormalities, she hurried back to the main group. As she walked, she thought about how to handle this matter without causing trouble. When Suning returned to the Dehuan Brigade, it was 3 p.m., 3 hours before the end of work. Suning went to the place where the educated youths were working and found Qisiyu. "Qisi youth, I picked a wild fruit in the woods that looks a lot like the one you made into sauce the other day. Can you help me see if it's the same?" Qisiyu put down his, walked to the roadside, and Suning also put down his basket, taking out 2 small, brightly colored fruits from it. Qisiyu approached, and Suning quietly said, "Baga." Qisiyu suddenly looked up, staring at Suning as if he had seen a ghost. Suning continued softly, "I caught 3 people on the mountain who were talking nonsense like this." In that moment, Qisiyu thought a lot, and the fruits in his hand were crushed in his grip. No one knew, but after hearing what Suning said behind him, he felt a strange happiness, like coming back to life. Then, a heavy worry returned. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Suning nodded slightly. "I'm fine, but this is a tricky situation. They have a tube of transparent liquid, stored very well, and it doesn't seem simple. They appeared here unexpectedly. I wonder if there are insiders locally. Reporting to the police suddenly might cause trouble. Your brother-in-law works in the army, right? Maybe it's safer to leave it to them." The words, transparent liquid, made Qisiyu think of what the old man once told him, about those ruthless animals fighting desperately on the battlefield with things that are truly horrifying. Qisiyu spoke seriously. "Finding my brother-in-law would mean taking a big detour. This matter needs to be dealt with directly by the old man. I have a stomach ache. Take me to the town." Qisiyu quickly stuffed the crushed fruit into his mouth. Then, holding his stomach, he groaned, "Ouch, ouch," and collapsed to the ground. Suning immediately shouted loudly, "Qisiyu, you don't recognize this fruit? How can you eat it casually?" His loud cry made the nearby workers look over. Qisiyu clutched his stomach, rolling on the ground and groaning in pain. A few people gathered around. "Suning, what kind of fruit did Qisiyu eat?" The leftover pieces and remaining fruit had already been picked up by Suning to avoid revealing anything. "What kind of fruit is that? Is it very toxic?"
Vilki Jikingdi?
"Everyone. Do you even know what you're talking about? We're not into abstract stuff. Who knows what kind of fruit you're referring to?" Cough, cough, we haven't seen it before. Looking at Qi Jiqing, it seems he was poisoned quite badly. Let's quickly take him to see Old Man Su. Old Man Su left for the county town this morning. I heard he's going to meet some relatives. Suning was faster than the others. She carried Qisiyu in a princess carry. "It's my fault. I'll take responsibility. Qisiyu, don't worry. I'll take you to the hospital. Kind uncles and aunts, please help me ask the team leader for leave." Then she ran off quickly, carrying him like the wind. Oh my goodness. Did that just happen? Did she really carry him like that? Aunt Tian, don't fuss. Did you see Qi Jiqing's face? It looks very dark, clearly poisoned badly. This is a life-and-death matter. Stop talking nonsense. Qisiyu, you're the one with the dark face. When the team leader, the village secretary, and Lu Chuan heard the news, they had already left the village. The team leader was so angry his beard was standing up. Is this just nonsense? Everyone knows not to eat random fruits from the mountains. Lu Chuan, take over Suning's work and record the work points clearly. Old Lu, stay and handle the village affairs. I'll catch up with the cart. After leaving the village, Suning carried Qisiyu, whose face was flushed. Qisiyu is tall, so even in Suning's arms, his head was level with hers. Just a slight turn of his head, and their breaths would mingle. Being so close, he could smell that indescribable scent coming from Suning. We've already left the village. I should walk on my own now. Even though he wasn't running, he felt hotter than Suning. Suning quickly moved her legs. Even with a big man in her arms, her breathing stayed steady. Maybe the team leader or the village secretary would catch up with a cart. I'll run a bit more to put some distance between us. This place isn't far from the village. If I meet someone from the village, I might cover. Chi Xiao also knew that if things were really as he suspected, he had to be very careful and think things through carefully. A small mistake could cause trouble not only for themselves, but also for the entire Dehuan team. After all, those creatures are not known for their kindness. Transporting such items likely involves more than just 3 people. There are probably other groups involved. Although they knew they had to prioritize the bigger picture, Chi Xiao's face was turning redder and redder. He was already a very handsome man, but now his cheeks were flushed and his eyes showed shyness. Suning glanced casually, then staggered and almost fell flat on the ground. Although Suning quickly steadied himself and didn't fall, the sudden scare made Chi Xiao instinctively reach out and hold Suning's neck. Chi Xiao felt his body tighten suddenly, and their bodies pressed closer together. He felt as if he had gone deaf. All other sounds faded away, and he could only hear his heart pounding rapidly. What Chi Xiao didn't realize was that at that moment, Suning's instinctive grip put him in danger. The neck is the most fragile part of a person and a favorite spot for zombies and zombie animals to bite. As Chi Xiao reached out to hold Suning's neck, Suning instinctively reacted, almost. Chi Xiao didn't know that just moments before, he had narrowly escaped death himself. Now, looking at Suning's close face, he could see every tiny hair on his skin. The breath on his skin made his face itch and his whole body feel numb. While Chi Xiao's mind was a mess, Suning said, "Even if someone comes now, they probably won't catch up. You should get down."
Ah.
Oh, okay. Chi Xiao's feet touched the ground, and Suning stepped back, creating space between them. Seeing the distance, Chi Xiao felt emptier inside. Suning looked at him and said, "We need to run."
Can you do that?
Chi Xiao stared blankly, looking confused and innocent, and asked, "What did you say?" Seeing Chi Xiao's face and neck turn red and his dazed expression, Suning remembered the fruit he had hastily eaten. Could it really be poisonous? Suning took a step forward, tiptoed, and reached out to touch Chi Xiao's forehead. "Oh my god, it's burning hot." As they got closer, Suning could clearly hear Chi Xiao's heartbeat, pounding very fast. Could this be poison affecting his heart and lungs? Too hasty. The fake has turned into real. Looking at Chi Xiao, who was now staring blankly and not even blinking, Suning decisively pressed him down on the roadside, opened his mouth, and stuck his finger inside to clear his throat, urging him to. In a smooth, forceful manner, Suning overwhelmed him, leaving no chance for Chi Xiao to speak. He was forced to bile, almost bringing it all up. When he vomited strongly, some partially digested food even came out of his nose. He was choked and tears streamed down his face. He couldn't anything else. Suning pulled at Chi Xiao's clothes, roughly wiped his mouth, then carried him and ran frantically toward the town. His stomach was painfully pressed, and with his head down, Chi Xiao shook uncontrollably as Suning ran, making it hard for him to say a full sentence. "Chi Xiao, someone please help the child." The team leader was coming behind in a cart pulled by oxen, and saw the large pile on the roadside. He was also very anxious. He wondered if there was diarrhea too, since he had vomited so much. The team leader hurriedly whipped the oxen. "Come on, old buddy.
Run.
Don't let us down at this critical moment." Suning carried Chi Xiao and ran to the health clinic in town. It usually took over an hour by ox cart, but Suning used only 40 minutes to get him there. Doctor. Help! Suning had never been to a health clinic before and didn't know the process. He rushed in and started shouting loudly. A middle-aged doctor in a white coat and white cap hurried out. "Come with me quickly." Suning laid Chi Xiao on the examination bed. He saw that Chi Xiao's face was pale and his eyes were closed tightly. Suning thought, "Is that fruit so powerful? Can it change a person's color?" His face was red like a ripe tomato just now it looked deathly pale. He had seen children in the village eating that kind of fruit. How could the poison be so strong? Suning took a fruit out of his pocket, actually from his space, and said, "Doctor, he just ate this fruit. At first, he was red like a tomato and burning hot. After I made him, he looked like this when we arrived at the hospital." The doctor looked at the fruit in Suning's hand, flipped Qixiyu's eyelids, and used a stethoscope to check his heart and lung functions. Then, he asked Suning some questions. After a complicated look at Suning, the doctor picked up a pen and wrote a prescription, telling the nurse to give Qixiyu an 4-drip. His complicated expression confused Suning. What did it mean? Was her method of inducing vomiting wrong? "Doctor, how is he? Is the poisoning serious? Can he be saved?" The doctor signaled for Suning to give him the fruit, and she obediently handed it over. Then, Suning looked at the doctor and took a big bite with a loud crunch, eating happily. "Suning, still testing poison on myself? Is she trying to experience the poisoning process firsthand to develop an antidote? So dedicated. Truly admirable dedication." Seeing Suning, the doctor suddenly looked at her with admiration, but somehow, he felt a strange chill. The doctor swallowed the fruit piece, cleared his throat, and said, "Cough, cough, this fruit isn't poisonous at all. It's very sweet and tasty. I haven't had it in years." Suning was stunned. She looked at the half-eaten fruit in the doctor's hand, and then at Qixiyue on the bed, who had his eyes tightly closed and looked pale. He's not poisoned." The doctor took another bite of the fruit, mumbling, "Did I say he was poisoned? Then why does he look so bad all of a sudden?" The doctor leisurely replied, "Vomiting until dehydrated, then hanging upside down and shaking for half an hour. Who could handle that? No, wait, doctor. Before I induced vomiting, he was already very hot and his face was red. If he wasn't poisoned, then what's going on?" The doctor looked at Qixiyue with sympathy. He didn't pick the best patient, someone who was slow to respond but incredibly strong, able to carry him and run wildly. If only one condition had been different, it wouldn't have been so bad. But back when he was chasing his wife, he also endured a lot. Why should he warn others?
Cough.
"Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Once the 4 is finished, he can leave." Suning that this diagnosis seems a bit hasty. A large bottle of liquid was almost half empty when the team leader finally arrived. "Son girl, how is he? Is he still among the living? I heard from old Lu that Jiajia has a very strong background. What if her family seeks revenge?" "Captain, don't worry.
Take a rest first.
She's fine." The captain wiped the sweat from his forehead with relief. That's good. Suning moved a chair over and told the captain to sit down. "Captain, sit and rest. I'll go see where I can fetch some water and bring you a cup." She then left. The captain raised his hand to gesture, but before he could speak, she was gone. The captain lowered his hand, shook his head with a helpless smile. This girl is still so lively and energetic, but she's very thoughtful. The clinic naturally didn't have cups. Suning found a nurse and, after some small talk and offering 3 white rabbit candies, managed to get 2 500 milliliters glass infusion bottles. She washed them thoroughly, filled them with water, and returned with 2 bottles. She handed one to the captain. The captain didn't rush to drink, but held the glass bottle, admiring it. If only he had such bottles, carrying water when going out would be so much easier. As the water was running out, Qixiyue slowly woke up. Looking at the white ceiling and smelling the strong disinfectant, he gradually realized where he was. A memory came back, and Qixiyue felt dizzy and lightheaded. "Jiajia, you're awake? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Qixiyue turned his head and saw the captain and Suning beside him. He slightly smiled and said, "Besides feeling weak all over and a bit dizzy, I'm okay." He added, "Sorry to trouble the captain again." The person woke up and the captain finally relaxed completely. "I came here by ox cart, so I'm fine. But Suning carried you all the way to the hospital. She almost saved your life again."
He paused.
"When you're better, you must thank her properly. Qixiyue, I know you might not believe it, but this condition of mine was caused by my great benefactor herself." When he looked at Qixiyue, Suning felt a bit guilty and looked away. The captain is right. When I recover, I will thank Jiajia properly. The captain, wait, why do I feel a bit of a gritted teeth tone in there? It must be my imagination. After finishing the infusion, the doctor reminded him, although the glucose can help restore your energy, your stomach shouldn't be empty. It's best to eat some easily digestible food as soon as possible. Suning and Qisiu sat in a cart, and the team leader led the ox to the only state-run restaurant in town. The team leader didn't go inside, claiming he needed to watch the ox at the door. Soon, Suning came out holding a bowl of shredded meat noodles. He was still calling out that it was hot. Seeing the big bowl of noodles about to fall to the ground, the team leader quickly reached out to catch it. Suning chuckled and handed the chopsticks to the team leader, saying, "Team leader, since you've already taken it, you should eat it." The team leader looked at the person running away, and then down at the white noodles in the bowl, topped with shredded meat and green onions. His eyes felt a little warm, and the warmth in his heart was even greater than the heat from the bowl. After leaving the restaurant, on the way back, they passed the post office. Qisiu said, "Since we're in town, let's call home to check in and report we're safe." He went in, and within 2 minutes, he came out, giving Suning a reassuring look. Suning knew everything was settled. At the Dawawan Brigade, Lu Chuan was restless, almost cutting himself several times with his knife. His mind kept replaying the conversations about the relationship between Qisiu and Suning. How nervous was Suning around Qisiu? How did Suning hold onto Qisiu? Listening to the discussions, images automatically appeared in his mind. A surge of jealousy and a desire to sacrifice himself for Qisiu grew inside him. Lu Chuan realized he had developed special feelings for Suning. Thinking back, he hadn't interacted much with Suning. But strangely, he had started to have different thoughts. "Brother Chuan, what are you thinking? Look at how you're working like a dog digging." Lu Chuan snapped out of his thoughts. His childhood friend Zhang Chong was watching him with a gossiping look. "Brother Chuan, do you like Shen Qingning? TSK. I really envy you. When will I get to drink at your wedding?" Lu Chuan said seriously. "Nonsense. I have nothing to do with Shen Qingning." Zhang Chong widened his eyes, looking like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Brother Chuan, just give her a little respect. If you keep acting so reserved, you might lose the girl you want. Shen Qingning is so much better than Zhao Xiaoxi. Losing Zhao Xiaoxi, who is like a toad, now that Shen Qingning, like a frog, is jumping in, just enjoy it quietly. Where else can you find such a good thing?" Lu Chuan emphasized again. "Qiangzi, don't talk nonsense. I really have nothing to do with Shen Qingning. No, Brother Chuan, are you serious? Such a beautiful and wealthy girl falling from the sky, and you really don't want her? TSK. Did he lose his mind when he fell into the river?" Zhang Chong thought to himself, if someone chased him so recklessly, he would definitely marry her and treat her like a treasure. Lu Chuan said, "My attitude has always been clear. Nothing is real or fake. I have no relationship with Shen Qingning now, and I won't in the future. So stop talking nonsense, or we won't be friends anymore." Zhang Chong looked confused. "Wait, Brother Chuan, can you tell me why? Weren't you in such a hurry to get married before? Why are you now turning away someone who's trying to get close?" Lu Chuan looked into the distance and said, "When the moon isn't out, the stars in the sky look the same. But once the moon appears, you can't see the stars anymore." Zhang Chong scratched his head, confused. "Isn't this about a girl? Why are they talking about stars and the moon?" "Brother Chuan, forget about the stars and moon. Look behind you. The girl chasing you is here." "I'm leaving now." Lu Chuan didn't turn back. He picked up his tools and walked away quickly. Shen Qingning ran after him, calling, "Lu Chuan, wait. I need to talk to you." Lu Chuan ignored her and went straight into the woods. Shen Qingning panted, watching Lu Chuan's figure disappear from sight. She kicked the dirt mound in front of her and asked, Why are you treating me like this? What do I have to do for you to look at me properly? What do I have to do to make you understand my feelings? What do I have to do for you to accept me?" "Lu Chuan, please don't treat me like this." Qimei carried a basket from the other side, her eyes flickering with faint light. "Shen Qingning, what's wrong with you?" Shen Qingning turned her head aside and wiped her tears. "It's nothing, just got cut in the eye by a corn leaf. I'm leaving now," she said casually. Qimei nodded and said, "Oh, okay. Getting cut in the eye by a corn leaf can be painful. If it gets worse, you'd better go see old Sue. But what happened today? Jiqing was just eating a fruit and got poisoned. Earlier, when I passed by, I saw comrade Lu Chuan almost hurt himself again. It was really scary. If that knife had cut his foot, he might have been disabled. Shen Qingning suddenly became upset. What did you say? Lu Chuan almost hurt himself. Yes. It was so close. Aunt Yang and Aunt Zhang were over there chatting happily. Su Ning ignored the boundaries between men and women and hugged Qixio. Seeing Su Ning's anxious look, she might have taken a liking to Qixio. Then I saw Lu Chuan swing his knife and almost cut his own foot. I saw it with my own eyes, just a little more, and it would have been serious. It was really dangerous. Thinking about it now gives me cold sweat. Shen Qingning's face darkened further, but she didn't ask anything. Qimei continued. At that time, Aunt Liang was joking. She said when Lu Chuan was pulled out of the river by Su Ning, she saw something precious that Su Ning looked at. She said he must be willing to give himself in exchange. Lu Chuan probably treats Su Ning as his wife, which is why he reacted so strongly when he heard Su Ning was with another man, but I don't quite understand. What did Su Ning see that made her think she had to give herself in exchange? Aunt Liang only half explained, leaving me confused. I didn't understand anything. Shen Jiqing, can you understand? What exactly is that treasure? Shen Qingning clenched her fists tightly. Song Jiajia was pulled out of the river completely. Likewise, Lu Chuan, who was also pulled out of the river, probably had the same experience. What could it be? Having lived through it again, she definitely understood. She wasn't a naive girl anymore. Shen Qingning forced a small smile and said, I don't know either. When you see Aunt Liang, ask her carefully. I'm leaving now, I need to go back and cook. After Shen Qingning turned around, her eyes immediately changed, becoming deep and filled with a mysterious light. Su Ning, someone covets what's mine. I won't let you have a good ending. After Shen Qingning turned, Qimei smiled meaningfully. As night fell, a bullock cart slowly entered the village. The team leader said, You two go back and be confident. I'll go feed the cattle. Oh, Qi Jiqing, if you're still not feeling better tomorrow morning, don't rush to work. Rest your body first. And you, Su Ning girl, don't forget old Su Ning's advice. Don't take your youth for granted and ignore your health. Remember to go see old Su Ning for medicine tomorrow. Su Ning smiled and said, Okay, I'll remember. Thanks for the reminder, team leader. You've been busy all day. You must be tired. Go home and rest early. Qixio took 2 pounds of peach cookies and handed them to the team leader, saying, Thank you for accompanying us today. Team leader, I heard girls like sweet things. Take these back for the little sister. Before the team leader could refuse, Qixio quickly left. The team leader looked at Su Ning, who hurriedly shook her head, saying, I can't help with this. I'm leaving now. You should go home too. The team leader watched the two run away and then looked at the peach cookies in his hand. Thinking of his soft, sweet little girl, he hesitated but decided to accept the cookies. Qixio and Su Ning walked one after the other and met the village's loudspeaker, Aunt Mai. Hey, isn't that Qi Jiqing and Sun Jiqing? Looks like Qi Jiqing is okay now. Aunt Mai's loudspeaker was not for nothing. Her voice was very loud enough to be heard from hill to hill. She was rescued in time so she can walk now. That's because Su Ning ran fast. Young man, you don't know. When Su Ning was holding you and running, she looked so anxious. You'd think her man was in trouble. Oh my, in broad daylight, a woman carrying a man and running. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. Qixio said coldly, Aunt Mai, Su the educated youth is kind-hearted, brave, and always ready to help others. Even the commune leaders have praised her many times. So, why does it sound so different when you talk about her? Do you mean you don't agree with the leaders' praise? You don't trust their judgment? Or are you saying you disagree with the commune itself? In other words, Aunt Mai, do you have opinions about the leaders? Aunt Mai's heart jumped. Talking about opposing the leaders was dangerous. If anyone heard, she couldn't imagine the consequences. She shivered and quickly said, No, I'm a good citizen. I always follow the rules and have no bad thoughts. Comrade Qi, I have no problem with you. Please don't get me into trouble. Qixio smiled slightly. I'm not the one causing trouble. You did this to yourself. Even the commune leaders approve of her, yet you keep speaking in a way that makes her look bad. That sounds like you're going against the commune. Aunt Mai forced a smile. Comrade Qi, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean that. I was trying to say Su the educated youth is kind too. I just don't speak well. I didn't express it clearly. Please don't take it the wrong way. Oh dear, I'd better go home for dinner. She ran off quickly, as if something was chasing her. Su Ning gave Qi Xiao a thumbs up. Impressive. Qi Xiao's face suddenly turned red. Looking a bit awkward, he turned around and walked away stiffly. Su Ning thought, what's wrong with him now? When they returned to the educated youth station, everyone was eating. Shen Qingning smiled politely and said, sorry, I didn't expect you two to come back tonight, so I didn't make your share. Su Ning glanced at her and said, no need to apologize. We've already eaten. Enjoy your meal. I'll go back to the dorm first. Wei Xiaochun looked at Su Ning with concern, thinking she must be exhausted. She decided to heat some water later, so Su Ning could soak her feet and rest. Qi Xiao simply nodded as a greeting and went back to his dorm. Late at night, when everything was quiet, Su Ning suddenly opened her eyes. She got up carefully, making no sound at all. After quietly leaving the youth commune, she took advantage of the night to run up the mountain. She still remembered the serious look on Qi Xiao's face when she talked about those transparent liquids. Since the message had already been sent, she thought someone might come at any time. She needed to move the bodies, the still living person, and the items out of the area first. Over the past few days, she had become familiar with this deep mountain area. When she reached the small creek where they usually set up camp, Su Ning chose a very tall tree. She tied the two bodies, the still living man and 3 large bags, to the top of the tree trunk. She also covered the man's mouth. Even if he woke up, he wouldn't be able to make a sound. Tying him at the top of the tree also kept him safe from animals in the forest. This was a remote mountain area. While exploring here, she found signs that tigers had been nearby. Ordinary villagers wouldn't come here unless they were reckless or looking for trouble. Su Ning checked twice carefully, cleaned up all traces, and then quietly left. Less than an hour after she got back into her bed, the sky started to brighten with the first light. Soon, people began to wake up one after another. Not long after breakfast, the team leader brought 2 sturdy men to the youth commune. Sun Hongbing, the so-called leader of the youth commune, greeted them with a smile and politely asked, Team leader, why are you here? Is there something you need? Do you know these two? Nothing serious. I just came to show them the way. These are relatives of Qi Jiqing. Did you hear that he ate some fruit and got poisoned yesterday? We came overnight to check on him. Has Qi Jiqing woken up? Qi Xiao also heard the noise and came out of the boys' dormitory. Seeing the visitors, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes, but it was only for a moment. Team leader, thank you for your trouble again. The team leader waved his hand. No problem, no problem. You all go ahead with your work. I'll head back now. After the team leader left, Qi Xiao looked at one of the men and called out, Big brother, why are you here so early? Qi's silly eye smiled and patted Qi Xiao's shoulder, saying, Not bad, you've grown stronger. Does your stomach still hurt? I happen to be here on some errands and heard you were poisoned. I rushed over immediately. Actually, they received a top-secret mission suddenly and took a special plane to come here overnight. Qi Xiao nodded and said, I was poisoned by eating fruit. It couldn't have been that quick. It must have hurt. Big brother, are you here just with empty hands? Qi Xiao said unhappily. What do you mean empty-handed? I even went to the trouble of hanging around the doctor and dragging my old face to do so. What more do you want? By the way, this is Dr. Jiang, who is very knowledgeable about plant toxins. Do you have any samples of the fruit you ate? The other young people had different thoughts and learned more about Qi Xiao's family background. Qi Xiao looked a bit speechless and said, Who eats fruit and leaves half as a sample? Then, do you remember what the fruit looked like? Qi Xiao gestured with his hand. It was about this big, green or not green. Dr. Jiang said to Qi Xiao, Sorry, with such an abstract description, even if I try my best, I probably can't ease your brother's pain. And plant toxins, in the early stages, might not show obvious symptoms, but if they stay in the body long-term, they can cause liver, kidney, heart, and lung failure. It's best to have a definite sample so I can study it carefully. Qisiyu suddenly became anxious. Is it that serious? Wait, the fruit was given to me by Su Jiqing. She must remember where she picked it. Su Ning, who had been listening all along, watched them act. After going around in circles, it finally came to her. Su Ning sighed and said, "Although I meant well, I caused trouble. Your poisoning is probably directly my fault. I remember where I picked the fruit. I'll go pick 2 for you now." Dr. Jiang quickly said, "Wait, can you show us the way so I can see it myself?" Plants are interconnected and can be mutually beneficial or harmful. Usually around poisonous plants, there are other plants that can detoxify them. Su Ning said vaguely, "Is that so? All right, I'll take you there. But it's a bit far, and with your delicate looks, I don't know when you'll get there." Wait a moment, I need to ask for leave first. Qisiyu bit his lip to stop himself from laughing. His older brother, delicate skin? Really? Even dried meat looked more tender than him. When others asked for leave, the team leader might hesitate, but when Su Ning did, he waved his hand before she even finished speaking, telling her to go quickly. Yes, he was clearly playing favorites. Su Ning returned to the youth camp, picked up her basket, and set out with the Qi brothers and Dr. Jiang. As soon as they entered the forest, Su Ning's eyes flickered slightly. After a few minutes, Qisiyu gave a soft whistle. 13 people, hidden so well they almost blended into nature, quickly removed their camouflage and gathered in an instant. Qisiyu's usually calm face turned serious. "Comrade Su, thank you for your cooperation. This matter is important. Please take us to the site immediately." Su Ning replied, "No need to thank me. It's my duty as a citizen. Please follow me." After speaking, she glanced at Qisiyu with mild annoyance. She had told him not to come, but he insisted, and now he was just slowing them down. Before Qisiyu could react, the world spun, and Su Ning had tossed him into the basket on her back. He sat at the bottom, his upper body and legs hanging out, watching the trees rush past. It all happened in a flash. Even Qisiyu, a seasoned soldier, was momentarily stunned. Seeing Su Ning running swiftly through the rough mountain forest with a grown man on her back, her steps light, her breathing steady, Qisiyu couldn't help but feel intrigued. If her background was clean and her character sound, it would be a waste for such talent to remain hidden in the mountains. Once everything was confirmed, he would definitely find a way to let this treasure shine where she belonged. Su Ning ran ahead while Qisiyu and his team followed behind. The farther they went, the harder it became to keep up, especially for Dr. Jiang. Qisiyu, who had been sulking earlier, suddenly felt a strange sense of pride seeing his brother looking a bit worn out. Feeling smug, he threw his brother a teasing, triumphant look. Qisiyu sighed inwardly. Unbelievable. This troublesome brother, anyone who wants him can have him. Absolutely cooperative. Finally, they reached the small creek. Su Ning saw that although the group was a bit disorganized, no one fell behind, and they kept close behind her. Even though she was intentionally controlling their speed, reaching this pace with an ordinary body was already quite good. It must be that this group is also among the best. "This is the place," she said. Qisiyu made a few signals, and the 13 people immediately split up, each doing their own tasks. They searched for information and guarded the area in an orderly way. Su Ning put her basket on the ground. Qisiyu struggled a bit but couldn't get out of the basket. Qisiyu glared at him and was about to reach out to pull him out. Suddenly, Su Ning kicked the basket over. Qisiyu immediately turned into a snail carrying a house on his back. Qisiyu held back his laughter, trying not to smile. The others, who were watching carefully, also saw this funny scene. But their professionalism kept them calm, with no change in expression or emotion, and they stayed focused. Qisiyu thought, "Why do I always get hurt? I also want to keep my dignity." Seeing Qisiyu couldn't get out, Su Ning kindly kicked him again. Then she stopped paying attention to him and ran toward the big tree where she had hidden something. She told Qisiyu, "It's at the top of this big tree." He looked at the tree, which needed at least 3 adults holding hands to surround. No need. Comrade Su, you can rest here for a while, he said. Ning nodded and obediently moved to the side. Qisiu came over and asked, "Why did you come so deep into the mountains?" He had been running for over 2 hours at such a fast speed, so they must have traveled a long way. Ning pointed to the small creek nearby. There's clean water here, good for washing food and getting water. There's also a small waterfall upstream, and below it is a pond. The fish in the pond are tender and taste very good when cooked. Qisiu said with a hint of sadness, "Since you became the scorekeeper, I haven't even eaten my own special meals. It seems you've come here alone to enjoy your food." Wow. He never forgets her whenever he cooks a special meal. After so long, she still didn't expect him? Should I say he's a bad person, or that he has a low presence, or maybe his cooking skills have declined and he's been disliked? Ning didn't notice Qisiu's resentful tone. She looked at the tree and whispered, "What happens if someone is killed?" Qisiu thought for a moment and said, "They pay with their life, Ning." That was careless. Those 2 bodies shouldn't have been brought out. Qisiu suddenly realized and looked up at the tree, whispering, "Are they all dead?" Ning's eyes flicked, and she shook her head. "I don't know. When I tied them up, they were still breathing a little. It's been a while, who knows if they've died. If they died, would it be my fault?" Qisiu frowned. "If they are from the island country, normally it wouldn't be a problem. You're just helping to eliminate troublemakers. But I'm worried someone with bad intentions might think you killed them to cover up a bigger plan, and that could be a problem." "Don't worry, I'll talk to my brother later." Ning felt a little annoyed. Although she wasn't afraid of that so-called trouble, she could just run into the woods and live alone. She only did that as a last resort. If she had a choice, she preferred a normal life. As expected from an elite team, they worked together quickly and managed to get the bodies, people, and bags down from the tree. After Dr. Jiang checked them, there was one person still alive. He immediately opened his portable first aid kit and gave basic treatment. Then he examined the other 2 bodies briefly. One skull is shattered, and one chest cavity is broken. They probably died around 3 a.m. today. Ning, forget about that. My space is static. If I put them in, what happens stays the same when I take them out. So, after removing the bodies, their body functions would start to change accordingly. Ning wasn't worried anymore. She had already informed others, and since the person died afterward, that alone proved she didn't kill them. Don't think she didn't notice. When those people climbed the tree earlier, they deliberately checked so they could tell how many times she climbed up. And not just this tree, she and her team had also scouted the entire area. Based on their experience, they definitely knew that at that height, and with that level of secrecy, it was impossible for anyone on the tree to be harmed nearby. She had only been up the tree once. When that person lost consciousness, it had nothing to do with her. Moreover, there was a witness who could be questioned, so there was no real lead to follow. As Ning predicted, after the team collected all the information, the details they gathered matched her guesses exactly. When they started questioning her, Ning began to act her part well. "At that time, I was eating grilled fish by the creek. They came from my front left side, saw me, and looked surprised. Then they said they were villagers from nearby, and they came into the mountains to look for something. Just from that, I knew they were lying because villagers wouldn't speak such fluent standard Mandarin. I pretended I didn't know and stayed alert. I politely talked with them for a while. When they left and turned their backs to me, suddenly they attacked. I had to defend myself and fought back. Unexpectedly, during the fight, one of them suddenly shouted something that sounded like, 'Baka, idiot.' That made me realize they weren't ordinary bad people, but enemies. I didn't hold back anymore and quickly subdued them. When I checked their bags, I found that the most valuable items were about 10 silver bars. There was also a pile of papers with a character I only recognized as indicating page numbers and 3 metal boxes. I thought they might contain something valuable, so I opened one. Inside, there were glass tubes filled with liquid. I didn't know what to do, so after hiding the people and the items, I hurried down the mountain to talk with my partner, Qisiu. That's everything I know. I promise I haven't hidden anything. If you need anything, I will cooperate fully. Chi Silai nodded and said, Comrade Su, this matter is very serious. We need you to come with us. Don't worry. Your efforts to help the people are a contribution to the country. The organization won't make things difficult for someone who has served the nation and the people. Please cooperate and come with us. It's to protect your safety and also for confidentiality. Of course, Chi Seo, who also knows the details, will come with us too. Su Ning wasn't surprised by this outcome. From the moment she realized she might be involved in something, she had expected this result. Su Ning, no problem, I will cooperate actively. Should I and Kazikin go with you now, or should we first ask for leave from the team? Considering confidentiality, they probably won't let them act alone, right? You two can leave directly with our comrades. I will talk to the team leader. Arriving in this world, Su Ning experienced what it was like to ride a special aircraft.
What?
Su Ning was bitten by a snake? Is it serious? Where is he? The team leader suddenly stood up from his seat, looking worried as he asked Kaziking a few questions. Comrade, don't worry first. Su Ning was bitten by the snake to save me. We will do our best to treat him. I have already asked a friend to arrange for emergency help. I am also rushing over now. If the situation is serious, we will send him to a higher-level hospital. I am here to ask for leave for Comrades Su Ning and Kaziking. The team leader was so anxious that he pulled out a few hairs from his beard. Oh, this girl has a kind heart. She's willing to help with anything she can. She's full of energy and doesn't care about her own safety. It's not the time to ask for leave now. You should go quickly and save him. No matter what the outcome, please call the commune and leave a message. Su Ning is indeed a good comrade of ours. We will do our best to treat him. After saying this, Kaziking turned and left the team office. The team leader watched him run out the door, looking worried. He sighed with a worried look, always concerned. He genuinely liked Su Ning. She's steady, hardworking, and sincere. She's a bit clever, but very loyal. May Buddha bless her safety. The team leader found the village secretary, planning to have Lu Chuan do 2 jobs temporarily to replace Su Ning's role as the scorer. It's a desirable position, and he worried that if someone else temporarily took over, they might not want to give it up when Su Ning returned. Even if they did, there might be resentment, which wouldn't be good for team harmony or Su Ning's future work. When Lu Chuan heard that Su Ning was bitten by a snake, he nearly fainted. Fortunately, the village secretary quickly pulled him back. Lao-san, are you okay? I'm fine. What about Su Ning? What happened? Where was he taken for treatment? Who sent him? The team leader suddenly raised his hand and slapped his forehead, looking very regretful. I was so worried that I didn't have time to ask where they were taken for treatment. Kaziking's older brother only said that if the situation was bad, they would need to be sent to a higher-level hospital. Lu Chuan said impatiently, could it be that the Qi family brothers are like Cthulhu? Whenever they get involved, things never end well for them. The village secretary glared at Lu Chuan sharply. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get to work. Lu Chuan felt suffocated inside, almost going crazy. This feeling of helplessness and powerlessness made him very frustrated. Just when he was at his most irritated, he saw Shen Qingning. Lu Chuan didn't even bother to look at her and simply walked away. Shen Qingning quickly caught up and blocked his way. Lu Chuan, I'm not a fierce beast. Why do you hide from me whenever you see me? Lu Chuan took a few steps back, kept his distance from Shen Qingning, and showed no emotion on his face. His tone even sounded annoyed as he said, Shen Jiqing, you're a smart young person. Isn't my behavior obvious enough? Why do you keep hiding from me? Isn't it clear? Shen Jiqing, stop pretending to be naive. Your actions have already disturbed my life. Shen Jiqing, please stop. Shen Qingning was in disbelief, tears streaming down her face. She looked at Lu Chuan as if she was seeing someone through him, filled with deep longing. Stop? What a joke. Stop what? Are you really Lu Chuan? He wouldn't treat me like this. Lu Chuan frowned. He rarely paid attention to Shen Qingning's rambling words. He thought to himself that Shen Jiqing might not be all there. Looking at Shen Qingning, who was crying and laughing at the same time, shaking her head desperately to deny it, Lu Chuan felt especially speechless and impatient. He said coldly, "Whatever you want to do is your freedom, but please don't disturb my life. Otherwise, I, Lu Chuan, am not a person to be messed with. What you're asking for, I won't agree to now, and I won't in the future. Please don't bother me anymore." After saying this, Lu Chuan turned around and left coldly. Shen Qingning squatted on the ground, hugging her knees and crying loudly. She cried as she said, "He is not Lu Chuan. He is not the Lu Chuan I know. He is not the Lu Chuan I love. The Lu Chuan I love. How could he watch me cry and stay indifferent? The Lu Chuan I love. How could he say such things to me? My beloved Lu Chuan has never left me alone in the past. Suning, you have made the light that warmed my small moments disappear. You made Lu Chuan, whom I love, vanish. You caused me to travel thousands of miles for love, only to become a joke. I won't give up. Since you have someone else in your eyes, Lu Chuan, I will first remove her, and then take her place. Lu Chuan, you can only belong to me. Even if I have to force it, I will take that melon from you. Even if we torment each other for the rest of our lives, you can only be with me." Shen Qingning's tear-filled eyes are full of firm, crazy, and shocking hatred. Her two biggest obsessions in life are revenge and Lu Chuan. She has avenged herself. Lu Chuan can only be hers. Suning doesn't know she's on the plane. The trouble came from Shen Qingning. The team leader found Wei Xiaochun and Fu Guodong. He explained the situation and asked Fu Guodong to help watch over Qi Xiao's luggage and Wei Xiaochun to watch over Suning's. When Wei Xiaochun heard Suning was bitten by a snake, he was very scared, full of worry, with red eyes. He bombarded the team leader with questions, making his head buzz. The team leader gave vague answers, told them to do their work well, and then left quickly. Really, whenever they asked him, he wondered who they were asking about. Was he not worried too? Suning sat in a room with decent accommodations, slumped in a chair, leaning back, with her feet on the table, staring blankly at the sky outside. She had been here for 5 days. When she first arrived, a few middle-aged men full of justice and authority asked her questions several times. Then she stayed in this room, guarded at the door. People were feeding her well and offering her good things. She could ask for anything she wanted. She had been living a life of eating and sleeping for 5 days, but she was so bored. Thinking about her time in the apocalypse, no one talked to her, and she barely spoke for 10 days or half a month. She didn't feel bored then. But how long has it been since she came to this world? She was already so used to being alone and quiet. TSK, just a few days? I even started missing Da Huang dog from Antang's house. Team leader and the village secretary, you two old men, I miss you. Little Chun Tian, I miss you. Chi see you, I want to eat the food you made. Even Li Hong's sarcastic tone makes me feel a little nostalgic. As someone who knows the truth, Chi see you also got a private room, but he wasn't bored. 5 days of privacy, without interruptions, allowed him to think over every detail of his time with Suning again and again. From their first meeting on the train, her amazed and admiring look when she saw him, her surprise when they met again at the commune, her slight annoyance during their journey, her heroic act of saving him from the wild boar, her delight when tasting his cooking. She had no expression, but he paid close attention to her. She smiled, frowned, smirked, and even giggled and sneaked smiles. Looking back, he realized that every smile and expression of Suning was etched in his mind. A seed of affection had taken root and started to grow inside him. He understood now what that strange feeling was, something unfamiliar, yet not unpleasant, something that made him look forward to and long for her, pulling him closer to explore. He had fallen for Suning, with love rising unexpectedly and deeply. Chi see you, clearing away the fog, smiled foolishly. He gently covered his chest with his hand, realizing that without noticing, he already had someone in his heart. On the 10th day, there was a knock at the door. Suning thought it was someone bringing food or supplies again. Still staring out the window, Suning lazily said, "Come in." With a soft thud, the door opened, and Chi see yu's tall figure stepped inside. What he saw was her slumped in a chair, like a cat lazily sleeping in its nest. Suning didn't turn around, yawned, her eyes misty, sniffed, and weakly said, put the things on the table. Knowing she was restless, Qi understood. She must be bored out of her mind. Just now, her voice sounded weak, but her eyes suddenly lit up. She had never thought Qi voice was so pleasant. If he came to see her, it probably meant she could go out too. Suning stepped forward smoothly, turning around to see Qi figure, her eyes shining like a spotlight. What she didn't realize was that her gaze was like a powerful beam of light, directly hitting Qi heart. Qi, can I go out now? If she didn't go out soon, she felt like she was going to grow mold. What Suning didn't notice was that Qi was looking at her differently now. But Suning, being rather careless, didn't catch these small details. Qi was already handsome, and now his eyes were full of warmth, his face soft, and the slight curve of his lips could easily win many hearts if he were outside. Unfortunately, the one in front of him was Ning, who was only thinking about getting out. It was like a beautiful dancer performing in front of a blind man, even throwing him a charming smile that went completely unnoticed. Seeing Qi stay silent, Ning frowned. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you've gone silly from being locked up too long. If this keeps up, I'll go silly too. Seeing her suddenly look so down, Qi finally spoke. We haven't fully regained our freedom yet. You could say it's half freedom. 3 imaginary black lines appeared on Ning's forehead. What do you mean by half freedom? It means we can leave this room, go outside to get some sun, and move around a bit. But we still can't contact the outside world or leave this area. Ning frowned slightly. Fine, as long as I don't have to stare at the same 4 walls all day.
My whole body feels stiff.
I'm going to get some sun. Are you coming? She hadn't yet realized something. Why was it Qi who told her they could go out? Normally, it should have been the person in charge or some official who gave that notice. Qi, however, was secretly pleased. Luckily, he had begged his father to get this privilege for them. Otherwise, this ungrateful girl wouldn't have even thought to ask him if he wanted to go. She would have just run off on her own.
I'll go, he said.
If you're going, then I have to go too. Qi was quite familiar with this area. Though he wasn't a martial arts prodigy, his father had made him train here since childhood. Well, even if he hadn't learned much, and ended up crying until his eyes were swollen and his voice hoarse, that wasn't really his fault. It was just that his sweat insisted on escaping through his eyes, and his throat wanted to remind him of its existence by feeling sore. When Ning stepped out of the room, she finally felt the long-missed warmth of the sun. Ning tilted her head back and closed her eyes, warm sunlight shining on her face. She had a smile on her lips and looked very happy, like a cat basking in the sun. Qi quietly stayed nearby, almost staring so hard that her eyes seemed to stretch. There's a bench over there. Do you want to sit there? Ning shook her head like a rattledrum.
No.
I've sat here for 10 days already. If I don't move soon, I might forget how to walk. Then let me take you for a walk. I've been here a few times.
Okay, she said.
Having a familiar person with her was good, so she wouldn't go somewhere she shouldn't and cause trouble. Over the next 10 days, Ning and Qi explored every corner of the area. She knew exactly which trees' leaves were greener and which flowers had buds. Now, Ning was sitting on a bench, enjoying the sun, and watching ants carry food near the flower bed. Qi was also there, sitting on another bench. Not because he wanted to be far away, but because Ning didn't like him talking too much nearby. Ning, you've told me the same thing more than 10 times. I can recite it backwards. If I don't mind you, who would I mind? Qi found where they were and saw her staring absent-mindedly at one spot, but she was actually another person's view. Seeing Xiao Lu's useless look, Qi Li shook his head in disgust. Comrade son, Xiao Lu, I finally found you. Ning looked over and saw Qi, who looked tired but still energetic, walking unsteadily. Qi brother, although annoyed that he was bothering their quiet time, seemed to think his brother was hurt because of how he was walking. Where are you hurt? It's not serious, right? Qi. It's nothing, just a small scratch. Qi raised an eyebrow and asked, You're back, so can we go out now? Yes, probably. The commander asked me to bring you. The 3 went to the command center. Ning thought they would only meet one leader, but it was a whole room full of leaders. They praised Ning one after another, like an assembly line. They didn't say anything else, probably, because it was confidential. Finally, Qi Li's father, Qi Zhou, presented Ning with a certificate of commendation and a cash award. Comrade Ning, your sharp perception, wise actions, and brave responsibility have helped our nation remove a hidden danger within our bloodlines. On behalf of the organization, I salute you. Inspired by the atmosphere, Ning also took her role seriously. She spoke firmly. Maintaining peace is everyone's duty. I only did what I was supposed to do and fulfilled my responsibilities. As for being respected, you brave heroes who carry heavy burdens are truly deserving. With just a few simple words, Ning showed her generous spirit and attitude towards her work. She also expressed respect for these accomplished elders and the anonymous heroes who keep moving forward. Ning refused the olive branch offered by Qi Zhou. Although she was full of passion, she preferred her freedom. Qi Zhou, with a hint of regret, saw them off at the door, watching as they got into a car heading south for a mission. Back in his father's office, Qi Zhou said regretfully, "It's such a pity." With that strength, a little training could turn her into a sharp sword. When Ning was bored, she watched everyone practicing boxing and mimicked their moves nearby. But the force behind her punches, which seemed to cut through the air, made Qi Zhou wish he could immediately recruit her into his elite team. Qi Zhou raised an eyebrow and looked at the disappointed Qi Li. "Don't get your hopes up. It might not happen." Qi Li immediately sat up straight. "Is there a problem with her identity?" Qi Zhou handed him a set of documents and said, "Take a look yourself." After carefully reviewing the files, Qi Li said, "Based on these, there are some inconsistencies in her background. She was a girl who was often ignored, bullied, hardworking, and grew up with difficulty. But about a month before going to the countryside, she changed significantly, rebelling against her family and even announcing her withdrawal from the engagement. Apart from carrying heavy luggage when going to the countryside, she showed no signs of extraordinary strength before. The timeline of a series of incidents involving the Su family matches the period when Ning's personality started to change. And during this time, 9 people closely connected to Su Zhenbang fell from grace. Many reports show that Su Zhenbang has issues, but there is no solid evidence, and he seems completely innocent. Everything seems strange. Also, behind the series of events like Su Zhenbang discovering his ex-wife's infidelity and his child not being his, isn't it Ning who benefits the most? If he had found out earlier or later, it wouldn't be so convenient that he discovered it now. There must be something more to it. Qi Li put down the files and stroked his chin, thinking. A person's character isn't built in a day. Plus, a long-term environment that causes low self-esteem can't be changed into confidence overnight. Unless Ning isn't who we think he is, Qi Zhou said, whether it's advanced disguise techniques or finding someone identical, it would take a lot of effort. He went through all that trouble and then ran to the countryside. It seems quite unreasonable. Maybe it seems unreasonable, but she managed to find such a big clue. Could there be a connection? So, Dad, are you trying to test Ning by offering him an olive branch? Qi Zhou nodded. That's just one reason. Qi Li looked at the problem from a different angle. Dad, based on our earlier thoughts, there are issues too. If Ning really is someone important, then his background should be very reasonable. And this seemingly strange background, when examined carefully, shows that Ning hasn't done anything illegal or wrong. Qi Zhou narrowed his eyes. Do you remember the Nanshan alliance? Qi Li gasped in shock and said in disbelief. So, you suspect Ning is part of the Nanshan alliance? But hasn't the Nanshan alliance disappeared long ago? I've only heard of it in legends. Qi Zhou said. The name is gone, but justice hasn't disappeared. Your real father and I benefited from them. If they hadn't secretly helped us back then and sent us the enemy's defensive plans in time, our losses would have been enormous. Look carefully at the records of those 9 people who were arrested. Isn't each one a traitor? Think about it. If Ning hadn't intercepted those 3 people, those villains would have quietly taken the items away, and we wouldn't have known anything. The cost to us would have been huge. If it weren't for this chain reaction caused by those three, how could we have uncovered such a big network behind them and caught them all? Behind this seemingly unreasonable resume, there are acts that benefit the country and the people. Besides them, I can't think of anyone else for now. Their goal is not to seek fame or profit, but to pursue justice in their hearts. I made a big gesture by offering an olive branch, but Suning refused without hesitation, showing no interest in fame or profit, yet holding great righteousness. Maintaining peace in the world is everyone's responsibility. How many people can have such a broad mind? Qi Silai. Dad, how much do you know about this Nanshan alliance? Qi Zhenzhou shook his head. I don't know much. Seeing that his dad didn't want to say more, Qi Silai continued. Since childhood, I've been patient, but I don't think that's likely. Then it can only mean that this Suning is not the same as the other Suning. But where has the real Suning gone? I don't know, Qi Silai. These are just our guesses. Now, how should we view Suning? She has made contributions, but her identity is unclear. She's also your younger son's savior, and your son is still with her. Do I need to tell you? I've already made arrangements. Shut your mouth. Once you leave this room, don't say a word about what we've discussed here. Huh, do I need to be told? Do I lack the awareness of this much? On the carpool, Suning was swaying unsteadily, unaware that the chief father and son were having a heated discussion about her, almost elevating her identity to a high level. Qi Xiao took a piece of sakama and handed it to Suning. Eat this first to fill your stomach. We have over 2 hours to the next town. Suning thanked him and started eating. Qi Xiao opened a can of fruit and held it, waiting. Seeing Suning swallow the food, he handed her the can. Drink some of the juice. It won't be so sweet anymore. Suning naturally took the can. Thanks, but I don't have money. I can exchange labor. Qi Xiao smiled happily and said, no need to thank me, and you don't need to exchange anything. You earned these yourself. If you think about it, I should be thanking you. I've benefited from you. Suning took a sip of the juice, pursed her lips, and said, no need to thank me. You've also played a big role in this. Qi Zhizheng, how long do you think this shaky ride will last before we reach our destination? As he spoke, Suning swallowed hard and pressed down on her stomach, which was feeling a bit upset. Qi Xiao noticed her action and looked worried. Are you carsick? Suning swallowed again and said, I don't know. When I went to the countryside, I didn't feel like I was going to even with all the bouncing. Qi Xiao sighed and patted his forehead. Sorry, I was careless. We're riding in a truck, and when it's not carrying heavy loads, it shakes a lot on bad roads. Can you hold on? I can't, Suning replied. The driver, Xiao Bing, also looked worried. He had already tried to drive smoothly, but the road was bad, not his driving skills. Should we stop for a little while? Suning stuck her head out the window and shook her head after vomiting. No need. I don't want to delay your progress just because of me. There were still several people in the back of the truck. She couldn't just hold everyone back because of her. Qi Xiao asked, Comrade, can you take a detour to the city? Suning, who had been vomiting badly from the start, looked miserable. If I keep going like this for several days, I won't be able to handle it. If it's convenient, please take a detour to the city so we can change trains. Wait a moment, I need to ask the team leader, the driver said. He pulled over to the side of the road, took out the keys, got out of the truck, and soon returned. Our team leader said it's okay. He put the keys back in and started the truck again. Suning, there are no tickets for today or tomorrow. I bought one for the day after tomorrow. Do you want to go home and see your family? Or stay at the guest house? Qi Xiao came out of the ticket office and found Suning sitting on the roadside, looking tired. Suning, feeling dizzy, said, I'll stay at the guest house. It wasn't her home, so why would she want to go back? Dealing with her fake mother and son would be even more exhausting than the rough ride. When packing her things, Qi Xiao took the lead and put everything on himself. Suning reached out to take only an empty bag. Qi Xiao asked, Can you walk a few hundred meters to the guest house? Are you able to walk? Suning replied, It's just car sickness, not a serious illness. I can walk, I just need a moment. Bah, nonsense. Suning laughed out loud. Ha ha. Qi Jiqing, you've really learned from Aunt Tang. Qi Xiao. I originally aimed for the bright moon, but unfortunately, the moon is a bit slow. If you can laugh, it means you're fine. Come with me quickly. If we don't leave now, he won't be able to hide his trembling legs. The old man really is too much, completely clueless. Why not just send the stuff directly to the Dehuan Brigade? Why carry it all in big and small bundles? Isn't he just trying to make things difficult? They showed their referral letters, and the staff asked several questions before giving them 2 rooms. One on the second floor east side, the other on the first floor west side. Suning looked at the staff with a face that seemed to think she had gotten a great deal, which confused her. Could the east side of the second floor be a lucky spot or something? When Chi saw the staff looking at him with regret, it was as if they pitted a flower growing in cow dung, which made Chi's face turn dark. That was like stabbing him right in the heart. Flowers can grow in cow dung, but the dung doesn't even bother to notice the flowers. Suning, you're the real cow dung. Chi took Suning to the east side of the second floor, set down all the food and supplies, then went downstairs to pay the deposit, and took a basin and a water jug. Suning, I've boiled some warm water. Wash up first, then get a good sleep. I'll come to wake you for dinner in the afternoon. Chi looked at Suning with a hurt expression. He had shamelessly moved closer to Mingyue. When will Mingyue's lack of common sense ever grow back? Seeing Chi's expression, Suning felt uneasy. She quickly took some money out of her pocket, bus fare and lodging fees. I'll settle the fare and accommodation when I get to the brigade. All the little favors you've helped me with on the way, I planned to settle with you when I arrived at the brigade, but since you mind, I won't owe you for now. How much do you want? I'll pay you now. But I'll say this first, you can't ask for an unreasonable amount. I'm not good at bargaining with words, but I'm good with my hands. Chi looked at the money and then at Suning, who was very serious, feeling frustrated and chest-tight. His understanding was incredible. Chi said irritably, Do you think I do all this for money? I am not very good at speaking, so please forgive me if I hurt your pride. But honestly, there's nothing wrong with earning money honestly and openly without stealing or cheating. Chi mumbled unrelatedly, What did you eat as a child to grow so strong? Why is it just strength and not your brain? I grew up eating frustration. Whether it's the original owner or her in the apocalypse, she has certainly eaten a lot of frustration. Chi just mumbled randomly, but Suning responded seriously. Her answer didn't make Chi laugh. Instead, it made him feel sorry for her. Thinking about her health and her quick refusal to go home earlier, he guessed she must be having a tough time at home. He said with some frustration, Then all that strength is wasted on you. The milk drink was ready, so she drank it and went to sleep. Sleep peacefully and confidently. I'll take care of your safety. I'm leaving now. The staff at the door kept glancing at him, and if he didn't leave soon, they might have to remind him. After he left, Suning put the money back in her pocket and muttered, Why is the weather so unpredictable? She shook her head, looked at the cup of milky drink and a glass of water on the table. She drank the warm milk drink in one sip, then rinsed her mouth with water. This service is very thoughtful. If the price is a bit higher, I can accept it. After washing her face, Suning comfortably lay on the bed and quickly fell asleep, straightening into a big X shape. Chi went to the west side of the first floor, washed his face, but couldn't fall asleep. Thinking about Suning's health, he was full of worry. When he asked Dr. Su about her condition, he learned that her health was not just bad, it was terrible. She was a young woman, yet her menstrual cycle hadn't started. Dr. Su said she was already close to exhaustion, kept alive only by some mysterious energy he couldn't understand, which maintained her body functions. That's why she looked like a normal person. Chi thought for a moment, then got up and went upstairs again. Seeing that Suning's door was closed, he pushed it a few times but couldn't open it, so he left. He went to the post office and called his mother. Mom, this is little Six. After such a long time apart, I finally heard my dear child's voice. Xiaolihua was so excited she couldn't speak clearly. Xiaolu, are you finally willing to call Mom? Are you doing well over there? Are you eating enough? Are you staying warm? Is anyone bothering you? Is your foot injury better? You Chi Xiao quickly interrupted his mother. Mom, I'm now at the guest house across from the train station. I won't leave until the day after tomorrow. Can you bring Grandpa to see me? Grandpa is also a skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctor, but he's old now and hasn't practiced for many years. Xia Lihua looked at the phone receiver in disbelief, then uncertainly asked, Xiao Lu, are you back? Yes, but I can't leave here now. Dad has given me a task to do. I miss you and Grandpa. Can you bring Grandpa to see me? Xia Lihua was silent for a few seconds, mentally scolding her husband harshly. Okay, I'll go pick up Grandpa now. Yes, I'll wait for you. Father Qi, you rascal. How come I didn't know? I also arranged a task for you. 2 hours later, Xia Lihua helped her elderly father to the guest house. 88-year-old Grandpa Xia had completely white hair and beard. Though he used a cane, he still looked lively. Chi Xiao was waiting at the door. When he saw them, he hurried over, supporting Grandpa's other arm, and cheerfully called him Grandpa. Xia Lihua felt happy at first, then a little sad. Grandpa, Mom, thank you for your trouble. I should have come to see you, but Dad arranged a task for me. Grandpa Xia looked at his delicate granddaughter, who was even more petite than a girl, with kind eyes. There's nothing to be tired about. Your mom and I are happy. Grandpa will take you to a state-run restaurant for a meal. Xia Lihua wondered, is love something that can be transferred? Grandpa, I'm not hungry right now. I'll take you to my room to rest for a while. I miss you so much. Let's have a good chat. Xia Lihua thought, am I unnecessary? Should I leave? Chi Xiao and Grandpa Xia happily chatted on the bed. Summer Lihua looked around the room and frowned slightly. Xiao Lu, the first floor is too noisy. Mom will find the staff and see if we can move you to the second floor. Chi Xiao quickly held her back. Mom, you've come all this way with Grandpa. You're already tired. Sit down and rest for a while. Compared to the conditions at the youth camp dormitory, this is already very good. Suddenly, tears streamed down Summer Lihua's face. Woo-woo. Xiao Lu, you've suffered so much. I don't care anymore. Even if I have to make a fuss, I will make your dad bring you back, Father Qi. I wish I could bring you back, but you don't want to come home. Mom, don't cry yet. Listen to me. Although the days working in the countryside weren't as comfortable as at home, I went through some hardships and struggles. But I gain a lot from it. This experience gave me a different perspective and helped me see another side of life. Not everyone is as lucky as I am, with so many caring family members, able to rest happily and worry-free. Mom, I want to be a brave bird that flies freely. I know I will stumble and fall at first, but I have to learn to face life on my own. Old Mr. Summer looked at her with both concern and pride. To say such words shows that she has truly grown up. Li Hua, children need to learn to fly. You also need to learn to let go. Xiao Lu has grown up and you should be happy. No more crying. Summer Li Hua sniffed. She had 6 children. Because of work, her mother-in-law helped raise the first 5. When she had her 5th child, she was injured and thought she would only have 5 children in her life. But 6 years later, Xiao Lu came along. Her health was not as good as before, so she quit her job and stayed at home to rest and care for her children herself. Naturally, she favored her own children more. Dad, I understand the reason, but I just feel sad for Xiao Lu. By the way, what task did your dad arrange for you? Why are you at the door? Can't you go home yet? Chi Xiao smiled. My lifesaver was bitten by a poisonous snake while saving my older brother. Now that he's healed and discharged, Dad arranged for me to safely take him back to the team. Summer Li Hua patted her thigh. You silly child. You still remember that he's your lifesaver and you saved your brother too? You're already at the doorstep. Why is everyone silent? Didn't anyone think to tell me? Gratitude is greater than anything. Our family hasn't shown any thanks. Isn't that ungrateful? And if you're in a hurry, I wouldn't say much. But since I couldn't buy a ticket and have to stay 2 more days, why don't you bring the person home or take her to a guest house? What are you thinking, my little 6? One moment, Chi Xiao was feeling loved and cared for by his mother, and the next, he was scolded harshly. Xia Lihua finished speaking, and Chi Xiao said, Mom, We will repay the kindness, but we also need to consider how the benefactor feels, right? Staying at our house might not be as comfortable for her as staying at a guest house. If she's in a bad mood, it could affect her recovery. Xiao Lihua rolled her eyes. When I called, you didn't say much. I came empty-handed. How could I feel good about meeting her? You and your grandfather talk first. I need to go out for a bit. Qixio thought about his mother's desire to buy things and quickly pulled her back. Mom, Dad, and my brother have already given quite a lot. Suning isn't feeling well, and if we carry more, we won't be able to take it on the road. If you really want to do something, you can send the gifts directly to the Dawawan team later. Xiao Lihua hesitated. Meeting the benefactor empty-handed felt rude. But little six can't carry heavy things, and buying too much can be troublesome. Later, your grandfather will see the girl. If she really needs medicine, it's more convenient to prepare it here. Qixio sighed in relief. Now, they were talking about the real issue. Good. With your grandfather's help, the medicine will surely work wonders. Around 4 p.m., the knocking on the door pulled Suning out of her sleep. She sat up suddenly, covered in sweat, eyes wide with fear. She had been in this world for a while, but this was the first time she dreamed of life in the apocalypse. The brutal fights and bloody scenes she used to experience daily now only appeared in her dreams, making her feel very uncomfortable. The door was knocked on twice again. Suning, are you awake? It's time to get up. If you sleep too long, you'll have trouble sleeping tonight. Suning wiped the sweat from her forehead. I'm already up. Wait a moment. Suning changed into a new outfit, the same clothes he was wearing when he first moved into the single room, a gift from someone else for changing clothes. After checking that his clothes were fine, Suning opened the door. Qixio didn't come in. He just stood at the door and asked, "How are you now? Does your head still hurt? Do you still feel like vomiting?" "No, I slept and feel better now," Suning replied. Qixio said, "That's good. My mom and my grandfather heard you came and really want to see you to thank you for saving me. Are you free now?" Suning said, "There's no problem. As a junior, I should go see them. Lead the way." Qixio took Suning to a room on the west side of the first floor. Before he could introduce anyone, his mother pushed him aside. Once he steadied himself, he turned around and saw his mother holding Suning's hand, smiling happily. Xiao Lihua eagerly held Suning's hand and talked nonstop for 5 minutes, expressing her gratitude with lively words and vivid stories. Suning thought, she's really good at talking. Qixio said, "Is my mom giving a speech here?" Old Xia said, "Luckily, I made you read more books when you were young, or I'd be at a loss now." Cough cough. "Mom, I think Suning has already felt your enthusiasm and thanks. Sit down and have some water. Let Suning come in and have some too. What's with all these people blocking the door? Aren't they feeling unwell? Why are they blocking the door and talking for so long?" Yes, I'm too excited." "Ning, come in quickly," Qixio said. He called her so affectionately, but he hadn't received this kind of treatment himself, so his mother took the lead. Suning didn't mind much. No matter what he was called, it was just a name. "Ning, come sit here. Let me introduce you. This is my father, Xia Chuan. He was born into a traditional Chinese medicine family. I heard our ancestors were imperial doctors. Not to brag, but even though my dad hasn't practiced medicine for many years, his skills still make him a top figure in traditional Chinese medicine. I heard from Xiao Lu that your health isn't fully recovered. If you don't mind, let my dad take your pulse. More help is better. Maybe he can find a better way to help you recover." Suning smiled and said, "It's an honor to have a senior take my pulse." "Thank you, sir." Suning extended her wrist, and the kind old man smiled warmly, placing on her wrist. The room was so quiet that even the falling leaves could be heard. Qixio and Xiao Lihua both held their breath unconsciously. The old man asked Suning to switch to her other hand, and she obediently complied. After a minute, the old man withdrew his hand, and Qixio and Xiao Lihua asked in unison, "Grandpa/Dad, how is it?" The old man stroked his beard and said, "Like a dead tree blooming again. No need to worry too much." Old Master Xia saw through but chose not to say anything. "The girl has good luck and a special encounter." Xiao was so anxious that his palms sweat. Grandpa, can you be more specific? Earlier, a barefoot doctor from the Dawawan team also checked Suning's pulse. He said Suning is like dough that has risen, looks shiny on the outside, but is full of holes inside. He also mentioned that Suning has some kind of energy inside her that he can't understand. Suning is now 18 years old, and she hasn't even received a letter from Yuexin. Is this really okay? Grandpa, could you take another careful look? Xiao asked worriedly, pouring out everything he knew. He didn't notice his mother's surprised yet proud look, as if she was saying her pig finally learned to root for cabbages. Suning heard a strange word. Yuexin? What is that? She searched her memory but found no information about Yuexin. Living in this post-apocalyptic world, she had never heard of it. Xiao, Xia Lihua, and old Master Xia looked at each other. Xia Lihua cleared her throat and said, Ning, didn't your mother tell you some basic facts about girls' growth and development? My mom passed away before I was 5. Xiao's eyes showed deep sadness, almost overflowing. Seeing Suning's confused look, Xia Lihua felt not only grateful, but also a little more pained. She pulled Suning outside the door, looked down the corridor, and whispered, Ning, after a girl's body develops to a certain point, she will have some discomfort each month. She will pass a small amount of blood from inside. That's called Yuexin. She paused and asked gently, Have you noticed this happening to your friends or classmates? Suning was stunned. Such a thing existed? Women really have a tough life. During the end of the world, primitive mutants had their bodies transformed by their special abilities, so they probably didn't have something called a monthly signal anymore. Anyway, she had never heard of it. As a child of technology, she was created by merging and modifying the genes of powerful mutants. She had no idea what a monthly signal was. TSK. If women had bleeding for several days each month, they'd probably be chased by high-level mutated beasts. Luckily, she didn't have to deal with that monthly signal. The original owner was lucky to attend high school, thanks to Su Jinbang's stubborn pride, but she was often bullied and had no real friends. At school, she always walked with her head down, kept to herself, and avoided others, afraid of discovering anyone with unusual health issues. After entering middle school, Su Muqing mostly stayed at her uncle's house and only occasionally returned. Su Ning was always her punching bag. When Su Ning saw Su Muqing coming, she would hide quickly and never approach her. Madam, thank you for telling me this. What would happen if I didn't get my monthly signal this month? The monthly signal is a sign that a woman's body has developed to a certain stage. If it doesn't come, it means there's a problem with some part of your development. You might lose the chance to have children. Su Ning, without any signs of being a woman, was I even a woman in my past life? Xia Lihua saw Su Ning was silent and lost in thought, thinking she was scared, so she took Su Ning's hand to comfort her. Don't worry. Since my dad said it's fine, it must be fine. Once you recover your health, it will come naturally. Ning, you're so kind-hearted. Heaven won't forget you. Su Ning. Kind-hearted? Does she really have one? She smiled and said, Thanks for the good wishes, madam. I believe I can get better too. Su Ning thought that the phrase, a dead tree blooming again, probably referred to her battered body being nourished by her abilities. Although progress might be slow and take more time, she was confident she would recover. As for the monthly signal, she didn't care anymore. She never thought about that kind of life for her child. In this second chance at life, she only had 3 goals: eat well, sleep well, and be happy. Xia Lihua, as an elder woman, was patiently explaining the common knowledge about female development and changes in the body. In the room, Xiao was busy asking old Master Xia about Suning's health in detail. Xiao took out the paper and pen he had prepared earlier. Grandpa, you say I should write this down. Old Master Xia stroked his beard and looked at his anxious little grandson. His young heart was full of admiration. How wonderful youth is. Like a withered tree blooming again, new life can naturally nourish a dry body. There's no need to disturb that vitality with external forces. After all, medicine is sometimes harmful. I'll give you some dietary recipes to help boost that vitality. If you use them well, you'll see twice the result with half the effort. Okay, Grandpa, you say I should write it down? Qi Xiao carefully kept 10 dietary recipes. Old Master Xia watched everything Qi Xiao did with interest. He thought to himself, even his mischievous little grandson has a girl he likes now. He really is getting old. After having a meal at the state-run restaurant, Xia Lihua took old Master Xia home, then went straight to the guest house and stayed overnight. The next morning, Xia Lihua took Qi Xiao and Suning to have breakfast at the state-run restaurant, then started a one-day tour of Beijing. They enjoyed famous roast duck and well-known snacks. They went to a department store, where Xia Lihua bought several outfits for Suning, from head to toe. She also bought several hairpins and even matched a watch with her new clothes. Whenever Suning said she didn't want something, Xia Lihua immediately acted as if she could turn her mood around faster than flipping a book. One moment she was a gentle, caring woman, and the next she could turn into a tragic heroine, tears flowing easily. She also said she had only 2 sons in her life, and Suning was her lifesaver. She helped save people, yet she wasn't allowed to repay her kindness? Wasn't that unfair? She looked ready to sit on the ground and cry in front of Suning to show her feelings. Thinking of Xiao's tendency to cry, Suning realized she might have found the root of the problem. If she couldn't refuse, she might as well enjoy it. Just change the way she responded next time. After shopping at the department store, they went to the friendship market. Xia Lihua confidently bought several sets of bras and underwear for Suning, along with enough sanitary pads for a year. Even if the period hadn't come yet, she prepared in advance. There would always be a time to use them. Sanitary pads were rare in department stores, and the friendship market even required foreign exchange coupons to buy them. Most of the items are handmade. Rural women usually use ash from plants, and even city people with limited resources often make their own cloth pads that can be reused. Better-off people mostly use toilet paper. Few are willing to buy sanitary pads from stores. But Xia Lihua prepared a full year's supply of pads for Suning. She said that Suning's health was not good, and when her period finally came, she needed to be very careful to avoid using unclean things that could harm her body. As the sun set, the 3 of them returned to the guest house. Xia Lihua carefully reminded Ning and was busy organizing her things. Ning, let me show you how to wear this. Don't be shy. It's a good thing. When she was growing up, the original owner didn't have enough to eat, so Ning inherited a small, thin body. Since Ning arrived, she's been treated well and has gained some weight, but the areas that should be full are still just small hollows. The original owner never wore a proper, and Ning didn't think much about it in the end of the world. So even after being in this world for a long time, her upper body still feels empty. Ning, these parts of your body are very delicate. Wearing this isn't just for looks, but also for protection. As your body recovers, these areas will change too. If you feel too tight, don't force it. I'll send you something that fits better. And these little underwear. Normally, after washing, it's best to dry them in the sun, but I know that's not always possible. So, every 10 or 15 days after washing, it's best to soak them in hot water. When your period comes, avoid cold water, don't sit in a basin to bathe, and don't eat cold foods. Ning remembered all this carefully. My mother died early, and I wasn't treated well at home, so no one ever told me these things. Thank you, Auntie. Xia Lihua gently held Ning in her arms, her eyes full of tenderness. She didn't speak, but softly patted Ning's back, giving her warmth and comfort. Summer Lihua is the only daughter of old Master Xia. She married a reliable husband, and her mother-in-law treats her well. Her children are all talented and promising. She can be considered the luckiest woman. Having never faced many hardships and living a comfortable life, she still retains the best qualities of human nature. Summer Lihua cares about Ning partly out of gratitude, and partly because she genuinely likes her. When Qi Xiao heard the knock on the door, a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. He helplessly opened the door. My beautiful mother, please come in. Summer Lihua showed a proud expression and huffed before gracefully entering. Qi Xiao naturally moved behind the chair and massaged Lihua's shoulders.
Ms. Xia, you came in the evening.
What can I do for you? I am listening carefully. Lilihua rolled her eyes and lightly tapped Qixiu's hand, saying impatiently, "Don't smile so foolishly.
Come sit down.
I have something to tell you." Qixiu sat opposite Lilihua, looking attentive, waiting for her to speak. "Little Six, Mom asks you, are you truly clear about your feelings? Is your concern for Ning out of gratitude, or have you developed romantic feelings?" Qixiu said, "Mom, don't you know what kind of person I am? If I wasn't genuinely interested, I wouldn't go to such lengths out of gratitude. I wouldn't risk my whole life for it. You also know Ning's health condition. Although your grandfather said there's hope, there's always a chance it might not work out. If Ning's health worsens and she can't have children, would you still feel the same way?" Qixiu smiled and replied, "My feelings are for Su Ning, not whether she can have children or not. Besides, I am just an ordinary person. I don't need an heir to inherit the throne. I am the sixth son, with 5 older brothers and sisters. The chief family won't be left without a successor because of me." "Mom, your question is a bit off the mark." He continued, "Instead of worrying about that, you should teach me how to make Su Ning notice me. I feel like I've been throwing love signals at a blind person every day." Lilihua glared at him with annoyance. "Stop focusing on feelings. Right now, you're just in love with the idea. Son, I ask you these questions to help you think deeply and understand clearly. If you are very sure that you can accept Ning unconditionally, then do as your heart desires. But if you cannot accept everything about Ning without conditions, I advise you not to provoke her. Children like Ning either do not get involved emotionally, or, once they do, it lasts a lifetime. Don't act on impulse to repay kindness and end up pushing her into a deep abyss. So, if you cannot take responsibility, it's best not to get involved." Qixiu said firmly, "Mom, I am an adult now. I know what I am doing, and I know what I want." Xiaolihua nodded. "That's good. You know what annoys me the most. If you do what I dislike the most, I will be the first to deal with you." "Oh, I'm so tired. I'm going back to sleep." Qixiu said, "Wait. Ms. Xia, who is very knowledgeable, give your son some advice. How can I make Su Ning see the light?" Xiaolihua snorted. "Figure it out yourself. If you can't pass this test, you'd better give up your ideas early." Qixiu. "Looks like Su Ning's irresistible charm not only captured my heart, but also won over my mom. My mom's love for me has shifted." Qixiu and Su Ning, carrying lots of bags, boarded the train to Nanxing. Before the train started, Xiaolihua carefully reminded them outside the window to pay attention to safety and watch out for this and that. The train slowly began to move. Su Ning looked out the window at the receding scenery. Compared to when she first went to the countryside, her mood had surprisingly changed a bit. Su Ning reflexively looked at Qixiu, who also turned to look at her. Seeing Su Ning staring at him, Qixiu's heart fluttered like a little sparrow dancing. He was about to speak when Su Ning asked, "Why didn't you cry?" Qixiu. "Can't we just have fun?" Cough, cough, cough. "Actually, I can explain this. That time, I wasn't crying. It was just the train's rocking that shook the excess water out of my head." Su Ning chuckled softly, "I see. So, there's quite a bit of water in your head, and you need to shake it out now and then." Qixiu awkwardly smiled, "Not anymore. It's been a long time since I last shook it out." Kizenzu rarely had free time to return home and dine with his wife. He thought that after calling her in advance, they would enjoy a delicious meal of 3 dishes and a soup. Kizenzu stared in disbelief at the only small basin on the table. "No way, wife. Are we really at the point of famine here? I finally came home to eat with you, and there's no need to go all out with a simple meal, right?" Xiaolihua picked up a spoon and stirred the basin. A half basin of clear water with a few scallions floating on top shimmered. She served herself half a bowl, then, under Kizenzu's surprised gaze, she also served him half a bowl. Then she gracefully lifted her soup bowl. "Here, cheers." "Kizenzu, what is going on?" He reluctantly picked up his bowl and clinked it with hers. He thought it was just a joke, but to his surprise, his wife was really eating half a bowl of scallion water with great enjoyment. Kizenzu kept staring at the half bowl of scallion water soup. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He realized that his wife was playing a trick on him. The clear water must be a distraction. There's probably something else hidden inside. He mimicked her elegant movements and pretended to take a big sip. His eyes widened suddenly. If it weren't for his good manners, he might have spat it out. This soup, with a sweet yet bitter taste, salty undertones, and a hint of scallions. Who could have thought of such a dish? Wife, did I do something wrong? Xia Lihua put down her bowl gently and said softly, Mr. Qi, are you satisfied with this exquisite jade-like soup? Kizenzu's such a fancy dish, fit for the Queen Mother herself. She'd be scared away. He looked at her with a pleading expression. Wife, I was wrong. Oh, really? What did Mr. Qi do wrong? Kizenzu, come on, someone, point out where I went wrong. I was wrong where I should be wrong. Wife, please forgive me. Xia Lihua, always joking, stubborn as ever, and adding more trouble. Seeing his quick apology, she decided to go easy on him. I want to eat roast duck now. Xia Lihua, yesterday, I accidentally bought too many tickets.
There aren't many left.
Seeing the kids happily eating, I couldn't bear to eat myself. I've been craving it. Kizenzu, all this fuss just for roast duck? Thank you, my wife, for your generous forgiveness. Xia Lihua gracefully extended one hand toward Qizhenzhou. Qizhenzhou, my wife's growing talent for clever tricks is impressive. Woo-woo. I just earned a bonus, and now I might lose it all. Qizhenzhou, looking miserable, took out all his unspent bonus money and handed it to Xia Lihua. Xia Lihua. Oh, is the sky going to rain red? Men who are so straightforward love surprises. Xia Lihua withdrew her hand from the money and elegantly extended her other hand. Qizhenzhou. Hiss. You can even tell when I hide some secret savings. Tears of frustration in his eyes. Qizhenzhou took out some money and placed it in Xia Lihua's hand. Xia Lihua. Romance from a straightforward man is hard to expect too much from. How come? Seeing me grow old and yellow, even my hands are so unappealing? You'd rather throw money than hold my hand? Whoa, after all these years, I feel I've been mistaken. Understanding her feelings, Qizhenzhou quickly held Xia Lihua's hands with both of his. No, I cherish it, Qizhenzhou. My secret savings. On the train, Ning, leaning against the seat back and dozing off, suddenly opened her eyes and quickly moved to one side. In that instant, her seat was splashed with a large cup of hot water. Some water splashed onto the girl sitting opposite, causing her to scream in pain. An old woman, holding a worn ceramic cup, dressed in patched clothes, with dark skin and missing 2 front teeth, panicked and hurriedly apologized.
Sorry.
I was so hungry and my eyesight is poor. I tripped and spilled the water. Are you okay, miss? As Ning moved to the other side, she accidentally stepped on Qi Xiao's foot. Qi Xiao reflexively caught her and quickly turned sideways, shielding her from the splashed water. Everyone heard the exclamations and looked over. By then, Ning had already gotten up from Qi Xiao. Ning was wearing clothes bought by Xia Lihua, of good quality. Compared to the apologizing old woman, she looked like a delicate young lady teasing a poor woman. In everyone's eyes, it was almost always about who is weaker and more polite, and they tend to judge without seeing the full story. A girl with 2 neat braids spoke. Comrade, the water didn't splash on your clothes. The seat just got wet. Wipe it off and it'll be fine. Everyone makes mistakes when eating, and since you haven't lost anything, there's no need to hold on to it so tightly. Sometimes, it's better to forgive. Ning smiled slightly. She looked at the girl opposite her, whose eyes seemed to almost shoot fire. As the girl stood up, Ning naturally shifted her feet and slightly tilted her shoulder. The woman who had just been speaking with righteous anger lost her balance and suddenly sat down in Ning's seat. With a loud bang, she immediately jumped up again. Ning said with a smile, Comrade, you just sat down, didn't you? It didn't hurt you, so why are you so startled? Disturbing everyone's rest is quite rude. The girl who had been splashed with water stood up, pushed Ning aside, and angrily glared, pointing at the old lady and shouting, Are you blind? Didn't you see the water splash on my leg and burn me? You can't even apologize properly. You're useless. And you're just wasting time worrying about things that don't concern you. The water didn't burn you, so you're just standing there talking without feeling any pain. What kind of person are you? Why do you think you can criticize me? The woman who had just acted as the righteous one was now being scolded directly in the face. She felt both angry and ashamed. She didn't expect that the hot water the old lady splashed would be boiling water. She was pushed into her seat, and although she quickly stood up, her pants were soaked, and the hot water was against her skin, burning. Though she was wearing black pants, which avoided some embarrassment with so many people watching, she, as a young girl, didn't want to make any inappropriate moves. She reached out to pull at her wet pants. You're simply unreasonable. You think my kindness is like a donkey's liver. I was just trying to help, but now I regret it. Do as you please. She was about to leave, but the old lady cleverly blocked her way. Ning narrowed her eyes and subtly observed her surroundings. Seeing two sneaky figures, Ning suddenly understood what was happening. Ning quickly grabbed the old lady's worn-out teacup and threw it in one direction. As the cup hit the ground, two sharp cries of pain followed. This also drew everyone's attention back to the scene. Why is my wallet in your hand? Thief. There's a thief. A sudden burst of excitement caused a wave of surprise. Everyone hurriedly looked away from the commotion and checked their belongings. Ning asked, shouldn't we quickly hold those two people? They were caught with stolen items, so why worry about losing their things now? My watch is gone. My money is missing. The train attendant heard the noise and came over, seeing the whole carriage in chaos. Before he could ask what happened, someone shouted. Someone jumped off the train. The two people caught by Ning couldn't escape and could only watch helplessly as their accomplice, disguised as an elderly woman, jumped off and ran away. The train police arrived. Ning handed the suspects over to them. When she returned, her seat had already been cleaned by Xiao. Ning asked Xiao, did you get burned just now? Xiao endured a few sharp pains on his back and shook his head, saying, no. Ning rolled her eyes. If his eyes weren't red and his mouth didn't twitch when he moved, she might believe him. She pulled a small package from the overhead compartment and opened it, finding a small ointment jar inside. This is the ointment your aunt put in. She said your grandfather made it himself. Go over there and find a man to help you apply it. Xiao didn't expect the lie to be so quickly exposed. He looked a bit embarrassed and said, okay. Ning tilted her head and glanced at Xiao walking awkwardly down the aisle, then looked at her seat. The water splashed from the angle and position where Xiao sat. Even if he was burned, it should have just been some splashes. It shouldn't be so serious that he couldn't walk properly, right? Or maybe he's too inexperienced to handle burns, which is why it looks so bad. When Xiao returned, Ning took a quick look. He was walking normally now, so the ointment must have worked. Ning, you sit inside. I'll sit outside. Ning shook her head. No, I'll sit outside. That might be safer. She thought, with Xiao's appearance, her eyes often filled with infatuation and her masculinity strong, sitting outside might make her vulnerable to someone taking advantage. Her aunt was kind. For her sake, she would reluctantly protect this delicate flower. There might still be their accomplices on this train. Since we exposed their plans, the remaining accomplices might seek revenge. We need to be more careful. Let me sit outside. After all, I am a man, and they should show some restraint. Ning glanced at Xiao. Maybe others might, but you should forget it. With his appearance, they might not only steal valuables, but also be tempted to harm him. Ning didn't realize that her honest words delivered a harsh to Xiao. What does "you should forget it" mean? How much does she dislike him? After 5 days of constant noise on the train, until they reached the station, they didn't experience any revenge. When Ning got off the train, she felt a little disappointed. Xiao shook his head with a helpless smile. Don't be disappointed. They haven't dared to retaliate for several days, which shows that your skills have really scared them. Aren't you supposed to be happy about that? Ning replied moodily, I'm not happy at all. It's like studying hard for over 10 years just to become top scholar, only to find out the dynasty has fallen when I come out. It's really frustrating. Xiao thought to himself, I messed up again. If I knew Su Ning was so hopeful, I wouldn't have told the train police what I observed. The two of them traveled until nightfall in the county. They could only stay overnight in the county and head to the brigade the next day. The next morning, carrying their bags, they caught a shared tractor heading to the commune. Hey, Chi Sio, do you think that's the brigade leader? Chi Sio stretched his neck and squinted. It looks like him. The brigade leader was smoking a pipe, sitting under a big tree, looking worried. Brigade leader, the sky isn't falling, so why are you so worried? Your forehead is full of wrinkles, and I bet you could hide lice in there. The brigade leader looked up and saw a pretty girl standing beside him. It was obviously Su Ning. He looked at her carefully. She seemed energetic, with a healthy complexion, and maybe a little plumper. It seemed she was fine now, and his worries could finally be eased. He stood up, tapped his pipe against the tree, and said irritably, "When did you arrive? Why is there no sound when you walk? If you scare me, you have to pay me back." Su Ning, the team leader, has learned well. He's trying to block my way, leaving me with no options. You are the guardian spirit of the River Bay team. I can't afford to offend you. By the way, team leader, what are you sitting here for? Not something good, just waiting to be scolded. Scolded? Did something happen? The team leader sighed and said, when the county inspection team and the commune leaders came to check the team, they uncovered a scandal. Sigh, our team has become famous among the 12 teams under Hongxing Commune's leadership. Now, even the village party secretary has been removed. I'm still a team leader because the leaders haven't found a suitable replacement yet. The commune leaders were criticized by the inspection team, so I will definitely face their anger too. If I were just scolded or given a small punishment, I would accept it happily. But if the efforts of over 1,000 people in the team for half a year are completely ruined because of this incident, and we lose the chance to be considered for the model team this year, that's heartbreaking. Sigh, so do you see why I'm worried? Su Ning thought to herself, the team leader and the village secretary of River Bay are good people, both in character and in how they handle things. If new leaders are put in place, who knows if they will be better or worse? If the leaders are not honest, it will affect the whole team's atmosphere, and her peaceful life will also be impacted. Su Ning frowned and asked, you and the village secretary both care deeply for the team and have contributed a lot. What exactly happened that caused such serious consequences? The team leader's beard twitched with anger. Just a little more and the inspection would have been perfectly finished, but at this critical moment, the inspection team and the commune leaders saw Lu Chuan and the new young worker doing something inappropriate. And that's not all. The new young worker, Tianmeng, was shouting that she was a victim, that Lu Chuan had set her up. She begged the leaders to help her, or she would jump into the river. The inspection leaders and commune leaders were furious on the spot. After investigating, the matter snowballed, getting bigger and bigger. It involved Shen Qingning, Lu Miaomiao, Li Hong, and Sun Hongbing. Our poor supervision, plus the village secretary being the biological father of Lu Miaomiao and Lu Chuan, led to him being immediately removed from his position. Now, old Lu is still being held and writing a self-criticism. I'm also in a tough spot now. I have to submit a 20,000-word self-criticism. Su Ning raised and said, 20,000 words? Did you break a major rule? The squad leader nervously looked around, saw no one paying attention, and finally relaxed. He glared at Su Ning and said irritably, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you even know where we are? How many words have you written so far? The squad leader thought, this mischievous kid always brings up things he shouldn't. He looked around nervously, cursing inwardly. He would go up and down the mountain without a fuss, but when asked to write those boring, flattering, and sycophantic words, he just couldn't do it. Chisiu thought for a moment and asked the squad leader, so, how was the issue finally resolved? The squad leader replied, the involved educated youths, Shen Qingning, Sun Hongbing, and Li Hong, were given a record of demerit and a formal warning. They, along with Lu Miaomiao and Lu Chuan, had to accept 3 months of public criticism and supervision from the commune leadership carried out by the squad. Of course, after such an incident, Lu Chuan's position as deputy leader of the militia team was definitely revoked. Fortunately, Tianmeng didn't insist on pressing the matter to the end and didn't push to send people to jail. After the public criticism ended, Tianmeng asked to marry Lu Chuan. Qixi really wanted to ask how absurd their relationship had become. He always felt something was off. Shen Qingning's high-profile pursuit of Lu Chuan was well known. Since Shen Qingning was involved, it should have been her and Lu Chuan who made the plans. But in reality, everyone involved was branded with shame. Tianmeng, though damaged in reputation, positioned herself as a victim, loudly demanding justice, but not pursuing the matter further. She might even regain some fame and gratitude. It felt like a predatory trap, like a mantis catching a cicada, with a sparrow waiting behind. Qixi thought for a moment and asked, "Squad leader, when did the new educated youths arrive? Had anything happened before that?" "All right, enough of these annoying stories. You two don't need to walk back. Wait for me and I'll ride the ox cart with you." After saying that, the team leader walked toward the commune office, looking quite determined, almost like he was heading to his doom. Qixi put his things under the tree and took a small bag, placing it on a stone bench. The stone bench is hard and cold. Using the bag as a cushion makes sitting more comfortable. "Sit here and rest for a while. I'll go check on something." Suning looked up at the bright sun hanging high in the sky. With this temperature, sitting on the cool stone under the tree might be more comfortable, right? Why bother taking off your pants just to sit on a cushion? "Oh, okay." Qixi left, and Suning picked up the small bag, plopped down on the cool stone, crossed her legs, and swung her feet, thinking about what the team leader had said. Shen Qingning was reborn, rushing here from afar just to chase Lu Chuan. Whether they were lovers in her past life, or she was just infatuated, her obsession was deep. Now that things had come to this point, would Shen Qingning be willing to accept it? And what about this new person, Tianmeng? What role does she play? Is she really a victim? Or is she a predator waiting to strike? The youth station really is a place full of hidden talents. About an hour later, Suning was getting sleepy waiting when Qixi and the team leader finally came out of the commune. Seeing the team leader walking confidently, with a worried look nowhere in sight, it seemed the issue was resolved. Suning glanced at Qixi, surprised that this proud, charming young man would take the initiative to help. "Qixi, am I the kind of person who meddles in everything? That unfeeling guy, who is he doing all this for? As long as you're not blind, you can see the obvious favoritism the team leader has for Suning. If the leader changed, wouldn't he worry that Suning's actions might be restricted or that she wouldn't be happy?" As they approached, the team leader smiled and said, "Wait here for a moment. I'll bring the ox cart over." Seeing the cheerful, excited way the team leader was walking, as if he was rushing to a wedding chamber, Suning knew he was going to fetch the ox cart. But some might think he was heading to a special meeting. Waiting for praise, Qixi had been waiting for a few minutes, but saw no questions from Suning. He felt a bit frustrated inside. "Qixi, if the mountain doesn't come to me, then I'll go to the mountain. Are you curious about the outcome? Aren't you worried the team leader might be replaced?" Suning leaned against a big tree, hands in his pockets, one foot bent and resting on the trunk. He smirked and said, "There's nothing to worry about. Just look at Captain Smile. His mouth is stretched from ear to ear. The outcome is obvious. Qixi, compliment me and you'll lose a lot?" "Well, that's true. Just hearing Captain talk, I already know the youth station won't be peaceful for long. Do you have any thoughts?" Suning said, "I'm quite looking forward to it. A dull life is boring. Exciting things happening one after another can be fun. As long as she doesn't cause trouble for me, I won't be afraid when problems come." "Qixi, our first kidnapping attempt ended before it even started." Suning accidentally noticed Qixio's eyes, which were a little red at the corners. "Is there water in your head again? About to overflow? TSK? No rain, no river nearby, but your brain still has so much water it's about to spill out. I must say, you're quite talented." Qixi instinctively sniffed, saw Suning's teasing look, and felt unfair and helpless. He pouted and turned his back to Suning. Suning rolled his eyes, feeling like he was having another problem. He looked up at the bright blue sky, humming a little tune happily in a great mood. Stubborn someone blinked a few times, trying to hold back the sweat from wanting to run away again, even though he was upset. The healed-up person asked naturally, "What song are you humming?" "It sounds nice," Suning casually replied, "just humming based on my mood." "Who cares about the tune?" "Oh, you're quite talented then. Even just humming casually sounds so good. By the way, I just heard from Captain that during our absence, not only did new youth come, but also a few special people who are living in an abandoned cattle pen at the foot of West Mountain. Captain told us to be careful and not get involved." Suning nodded. "Looks like I missed a lot of excitement while I was away." "Chisio, it seems you haven't been idle either." The captain drove the ox cart over, and they helped carry the luggage onto it. The mountain blocking their view was moved aside, and the small whip the captain waved made everything seem much lighter. Actually, Suning is quite curious. Since the scandal has spread throughout the village, it's impossible to hide it. To win people's support, those who need to be punished should be punished, and benefits that should be cancelled probably will be cancelled. What did Chisio do to turn the situation around? The captain and Chisio talked along the way. Although they didn't discuss specific actions, they kept praising each other and sharing their ideas. Suning thought, "So, I'm the only fool here." They arrived at the Dawawan Brigade after midnight. There wasn't even a dog at the village entrance, let alone people. The captain said, "Everyone should be gathering at the drying yard now for the public criticism session. You two shouldn't join the crowd today. Hurry, and take your things back. When you leave, I've asked Fu Guodong and Wei Xiaoqun to help watch your stuff. Go back and check everything." "Thank you, Captain." They carried their bags back to the youth station. Chisio sorted through the bags. Some cooked food and snacks. "Take these back to your dorm so it's easier to eat. Since I'm the one cooking, these ingredients and medicines are under my care. Just remember, you promised my mom that I'd cook meals to help you recover. You have to eat everything." Suning said, am I the kind of person who breaks promises? Just eat." Anyway, she wasn't the one suffering. In the kitchen, Wei Xiaoqun heard the noise and looked over. She saw Suning's figure just right. She rubbed her eyes, looked again, and saw she was still there. Immediately, she dropped her spatula and ran out. Wei Xiaoqun ran to Suning, scanning her up and down like a spotlight. Seeing she was fine and had gained some weight, she was relieved. She jumped a couple of times with excitement and said, "Great. You're finally back safe. I was worried sick about you." Suning wondered, "Are we really that close?" Wei Xiaoqun said, "You've shared a bed and even been hugged to sleep. It's only missing you wearing just a pair of pants. If that's not close, what is?" She grabbed Suning's hand quickly and asked, "Does the place where you were bitten still hurt? After the poisoning, are there any lasting effects? Did the doctors say anything? Do you need to be careful now?" Just then, more youth returned one after another. Suning hadn't spoken yet, but Chisio said first, "The situation was very dangerous at that time. A poisonous snake thicker than a man's arm suddenly jumped down from the tree. Suning quickly pushed my brother and me aside, but she was bitten by the snake. Within 2 hours, her whole body turned black, and her life was in danger. We used all our strength to pull her back from the brink of death. However, the snake's poison spread through her blood, and although she was saved, she was left with many after-effects. She will need careful rest and recovery in the future. Suning, keep bragging if you want, I just watch you perform." I don't know what others think, but Wei Xiaoqun listened with a worried heart and cried loudly. Chisio continued, "Since everyone is here, I have something to say. Suning needs to take medicine and eat special food to recover, so she can't eat with everyone. Sorry, but Suning and I plan to eat separately from now on, so we won't join everyone, and I hope it doesn't cause trouble." Suning looked at Chisio, who acted on his own, and Chisio shyly looked away. If he can't persuade her, he can only act first and report later. He plans to bring her over to his side first. Since Suning hasn't realized yet, he will wait patiently for her to see the truth. He doesn't believe he can't win her over from his advantageous position. Suning wiped tears from Wei Xiaoqun's face, and Fu Guodong simply greeted her on behalf of the small team. Suning needs to focus on her recovery. Whether we eat together or not doesn't matter. We all live under the same roof, so we are still one team. After this meal, let's do a quick check on the supplies we bought together and decide how to divide them. Chi Xiao spoke before Suning, saying, "It's our fault that we can't continue eating together because of the accident. Due to personal reasons, we are asking to withdraw, so there's no need to divide the supplies or pay us back. It's also a way for me and Suning to do our part for this small team we once formed, since there's no need to divide supplies or pay and too fewer people to eat with." Everyone was happy with the arrangement. And so, the matter was settled. Noon was already busy, and after attending a public educational event, there was little time left for lunch. Suning patted Wei Xiaochun on the shoulder. "When you finish work tonight, we can talk then." "Go ahead and eat first," Wei Xiaochun said. "I'm not in a hurry. My health isn't good and I've been standing here for so long." "I'll take you back to your dorm first," Suning replied. "I'm not that fragile. I just have some after effects that need time to heal." "Go eat quickly. It's almost time to start work," Wei Xiaochun asked. "Are you really okay?" Suning assured him. "Yes, I'm fine." "Just go now," Wei Xiaochun hesitated. "Do you want to rest for a bit?" "I've washed your sheets, blankets, and pillowcases. They're clean, so you can sleep peacefully." Suning nodded. "Thanks, Xiaochun." Chisio busily arranged the luggage and cleaned the small stove at the kitchen entrance. Throughout, he didn't dare look at Suning. His actions were entirely driven by his own selfishness. He felt very guilty. Suning was indeed upset. Chisio had suggested separately cooking on his own, which was fine, but then he went ahead and used the utensils without permission and didn't pay for them. Wasn't that money spent on buying the utensils? Now he was cooking alone again, and he didn't need to buy utensils? What a wasteful person. Not only was he wasteful, but he also dragged her into it. Suning's resentment was so strong that Chisio couldn't ignore it. He took a deep breath, prepared himself mentally, pushed aside his guilt, and said firmly, "This is also at my mom's request. Don't forget, you promised my mom to cooperate with the medication and health treatments. I've been given a task by my mom. If I don't complete it, she won't want me anymore. I'm just a weak, helpless person who can't carry a shoulder bag or lift a hand. I can't survive without my family. Do you really want to see me homeless?" As he spoke, Chisio's eyes started to turn red. Suning rolled her eyes. "You know you can't carry a shoulder bag or lift a hand, right? So, it's not your money? You don't care about it. Don't you care about me? Then why do you care so much? Is it easy for me to earn some money?" Sun Jinbang. "Easily emptying my entire vault, that's not easy. Who's the one struggling? Who's crying poor for show?" Suning was worried about the money needed to buy supplies. Chisio was about to say something when a few educated youths, looking embarrassed, returned. Shen Qingning watched Suning standing neatly dressed in the yard, silently clenched her fists, her eyes filled with deep hatred. It's really a curse that has lasted for 1,000 years. Why hasn't this scoundrel been poisoned to death? Suning frowned slightly, looking coldly at Shen Qingning. She hadn't provoked Shen Qingning, so where did all this resentment come from? For over half a month, they had been publicly lectured every day. From feeling ashamed and embarrassed at first, they had now become numb. Li Hong had been dealt with by Suning and felt a bit scared, so she kept her distance. Sun Hongbing lowered his head silently, said nothing, and went to get the tools, then left quietly. Shen Qingning looked at Suning with a half-smile and said, "Suning, you really are lucky. I wonder if next time you'll have such good luck." Suning slightly curved her lips and said, "Don't worry, Shen Qingning. Someone as kind and beautiful as me will surely have endless good fortune. As for some dark-hearted, blind people, who knows? Maybe they'll choke on water someday and die. Oh, by the way, Shen Qingning, I just returned to the team and heard that the person you were pursuing so proudly, Lu Chuan, already has a fiancé. Are you still the matchmaker? Is that true? If so, your self-sacrifice really impresses me." Shen Qingning's face suddenly turned extremely grim. "Who is spreading rumors? Lu Chuan can't marry anyone else. It's impossible in this lifetime." Then she stormed out like she was losing her mind. "Someone as kind and beautiful as me, yet still a little expert at stabbing people in the heart. I was blind before." Suning snorted. "You still have the nerve to talk about being cool? If it weren't for your aunt's sake, I would have let out my frustration on you. Xiao, at critical moments, my mom is really useful. Hee. I was wrong. Can I make amends? I'll cover all the costs for the supplies. Suning, I am a person with principles. You pay for 2, I pay for 1. Xiao. All right, I'll listen to you. Lu Chuan walked numb along the country path, once full of energy and shining with hope. Now, her face shows signs of weariness. Her eyes have lost their sparkle, replaced by numbness and emptiness. She no longer has the bright, cheerful energy she once had, but instead carries a gloomy aura. Lu Miaomiao brought over half a bowl of mixed grain porridge. Third brother, you haven't eaten yet. Mom asked me to bring this to you. Lu Chuan didn't even look at Lu Miaomiao. He spoke coldly. Go away. Lu Miaomiao shivered and accidentally spilled the porridge on the ground. The broken bowl rolled down the far away. Lu Chuan avoided the crowd, ran into the woods, tearing his clothes on branches. His face was covered with blood marks, but he seemed unaware. He ran until he was exhausted, then collapsed onto the decayed leaves, tears falling into his hair. He never thought that the person who pushed him into was his own sister. His sister teamed up with outsiders to set him up, making him take medicine meant for pigs to breed. She caused him to commit a terrible mistake, ruining someone's innocence. Not only did it cause their father to lose his position as village secretary and their mother's health to worsen, but it also brought shame to the entire team, destroying their hopes of earning honor. It made him a target, a troublemaker in everyone's eyes. He no longer had the right to like her. Shen Qingning ran over and saw Lu Miaomiao standing foolishly on the road. Miaomiao, have you seen Lu Chuan? Lu Miaomiao glared at Shen Qingning with hatred. It's all your fault. Shen Qingning suppressed her anger and said, No, that's not true. Over these days, I've reviewed everything carefully. We were all set up. It was Tianmeng, that wicked girl, who hurt us all and pushed herself into the victim's role. This way, she could marry your third brother easily and make him and your family feel guilty, so she could benefit from it. She also ruined us. When she first arrived, she had conflicts with Sun Hongbing and Li Hong. She cleverly used this to take revenge. Such a cruel girl, a perfect plan to kill 4 birds with 1 stone. We were all tricked by her. After hearing Shen Qingning's analysis, Lu Miaomiao's sense of justice tilted. But she still spoke harshly. Bah. Armchair strategist. What's the use of understanding now? Tianmeng is a wicked girl, and you're no better. You're both the same. Get lost, you bad luck. Shen Qingning tried to control her trembling hands. Now is not the time to hit her. Miaomiao, the worst thing we can do now is fight among ourselves. Let Tianmeng, that wicked woman, take advantage of the situation. Think about it. What does Tianmeng have?
Her clothes are patched.
She became your sister-in-law, but what benefits can you get from that? But I am different. I've always treated you like a sister and share good things with you. Every month I receive packages, and I give you half of everything good. Miaomiao, people from the countryside lack independence and just follow others' opinions. Our current difficulties are only temporary. Once you gain power and influence, they will naturally flatter you. Qixiu is already returned. When I have the chance, I can help you get close to him. Once you are together, others won't dare to look down on you anymore. Lu Miaomiao clenched her fists. She had reached a point where there was no way out. With a grim face, Lu Miaomiao asked, What do you want to do? Shen Qingning leaned close to Lu Miaomiao's ear and whispered a few words. Lu Miaomiao looked suspicious and asked, Are you confident? Shen Qingning nodded firmly. Just follow my instructions, and everything will go smoothly. Lu Miaomiao took a deep breath. All right, I'll do as you say. Don't forget, you promised me. Shen Qingning smiled and said, Of course I won't lie to you. Even if I don't consider our friendship, I'll help you achieve your goal because it benefits us both. Lu Miaomiao snorted and turned to leave. Shen Qingning looked toward the Lu family's direction, her eyes full of determined resolve. Not only did Shen Qingning and her group face public criticism, but their workload also increased significantly. Besides their usual work, Shen Qingning had to fetch water every day to clean the pigsties. Having lived through tough times before, Shen Qingning knew that those who were least favored and did the dirtiest, hardest work might become powerful once the situation changed. She initially wanted to take the opportunity while cleaning the pigsties to secretly visit and offer some warmth, to build good relationships early and wait for her chance to prosper. But unexpectedly, the people who had fallen from grace ignored her completely. They even threw away the things she had brought. This greatly hurt Shen Qingning's pride. Anyway, her family background is not bad, so there's no need to rush to show kindness to someone who doesn't return it. On a country path, Ning carried 2 woven baskets, watching Jiajia wobble, turn red in the face, and bulge his neck veins as he carried a wooden water jar. Seeing each step he took, his legs shaking like sifted flour, Ning looked up at the sky in speechless frustration. Jiajia, we've been walking for 20 minutes, and we've covered less than 100 meters. I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? Jiajia's forehead was covered in sweat as he struggled to say a few words. Good news. Congratulations. We are lucky enough to qualify for a snail race. Jiajia's leg slipped, almost falling off the step. Fortunately, he quickly set down the water jar, narrowly avoiding dropping it on his foot, and escaped to fall. Jiajia panted and looked back at the path they had traveled, full of disbelief. He had exerted so much effort, and they had only moved a little. Still panting, Jiajia looked into Ning's eyes, feeling so embarrassed he almost wanted to dig a big hole and hide. Cough, cough. The carpenter said this water jar is made of wet wood, so it's not light at all, but I am a grown man, and I can still carry this water jar without a problem. You don't need to be surprised, Ning. All her strength seemed to be in her words. By the way, you said there was good news and bad news. What's the bad news? Ning pointed behind them. We might have become the clowns invited by the monkeys. Jiajia looked in the direction Ning pointed and saw a crowd of people of all ages watching and laughing. Why are there so many people? When did they arrive? Since you started your performance of lifting the jar and shaking your legs like a snail, people have been here. Jiajia. Should I keep performing? Jiajia cleared his throat and said, well, as the saying goes, knowing how to use your talents is important. This isn't my strong suit, so I won't steal others' work. I'll find someone to help. Just as Jiajia turned around, Ning easily lifted the water jar with one hand while holding a basket in the other, walking steadily forward. Jiajia heard the noise, turned back, and saw Ning had already walked quite a distance. He quickly turned around and caught up. Ning put it down. Now is not the time to show your strength. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Ning ignored Jiajia's words. After a while, she could still hear various laughs behind her. She had been wanting to do this for a long time. Ning, big sister, Miss Ancestor, can you listen to some advice? One person was walking quickly while holding a large jar and another, looking anxious, was chasing after her. When they reached the village work site, the water jar hit the ground with a dull sound. Jiajia, who was chasing with empty hands, was now breathing a little faster. Ning still looked calm, not red in the face or out of breath, her breathing steady. Seeing this contrast, Jiajia covered his face with his hand. Ning was about to go fetch water with a bucket, but Jiajia immediately grabbed the bucket. She had embarrassed herself enough today and needed to regain some face. Take a break, I'll go fetch the water. Then she turned and ran, as if afraid Ning would her bucket. Ning looked at the strange Jiajia, shook her head, and then put on her basket and took her axe. After thinking for a moment, she added a small basket into her larger basket, then left the village work site. Jiajia, covered in mud and with half of his pants wet, stumbled back carrying half a load of water. Seeing no one in the yard, he felt relieved, thinking Ning had finally listened and gone to rest. Ning, already in the mountains, ignored the small dry branches on the ground. Living trees shouldn't be cut randomly, especially since wet firewood doesn't burn well. Before finding dry wood, she discovered a large bunch of prickly gourds. The ripe gourds were dark and blackish, but full and juicy, sweet and sour, very tasty. Suning picked several large ones. She didn't eat while picking because eating one by one wasn't satisfying enough. After picking, she ate them in handfuls, much more enjoyable. After eating half a basket of gourds, she successfully burped. Looking at many ripe fruits still hanging on the vines, she quickly picked another basket. She used her special ability to sense if anyone was nearby before putting the basket into her space. Suning easily knocked down a dry tree. The sound of it falling attracted 4 young children gathering firewood. This wasn't deep in the mountains, but it was already some distance from the forest edge. Suning asked, "No adults with you. Why did you come here?" The oldest of the 4 children said, "We can't find decent firewood outside anymore, so we decided to go a little farther." Suning asked, "Do your family know you came into this area?" The 4 children looked at each other nervously, their eyes avoiding hers. Suning said, "Even the dry wood here isn't more important than your lives." "You." Before she finished, a large, colorful snake suddenly darted out, heading straight for a thin child. The children were so scared they froze. The snake's head was only a fist away from the child's face. Suning grabbed the snake's tail and forcefully swung it aside. The snake's head hit a tree trunk, and instantly, its head was crushed. The child, almost attacked, lost his strength and collapsed to the ground, crying loudly once he realized he was safe. The other 3 children were also very frightened, staring fixedly at the colorful snake. Suning held the snake's tail and shook the thick, snake-like creature in front of them. "See that? Crossing into unsafe territory always brings danger. Is your life more important, or the firewood? Are you still sneaking here? No, we won't come again." The 4 children were very scared. After speaking, they grabbed each other's hands and started to run. Suning called out, "Wait, they're coming again. If you're scared and leave empty-handed, isn't it a loss?" She climbed up a fallen dry tree without needing a knife and snapped off several thick branches with her hands. The children stared in surprise. Suning said, "What are you standing there for? Put down your baskets and gather the firewood." "No need anymore. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up." The children, frightened by Suning's strength, quickly put down their baskets and started gathering firewood. They didn't need to use their knives. Suning had already snapped the branches for them. When they finished, they found all the firewood was the same length. "Thank you, Sister Suning. These are the bird eggs we found. I heard you're not feeling well, so we want to give you some." Seeing the children staring at the bird eggs with drooling mouths, Suning was surprised they were willing to share. It showed they knew right from wrong. Suning said, "Thank you. I've never eaten bird eggs before." She reached out and took 3 bird eggs from the children's hands. The child hadn't taken back his hand when a few candies appeared in his palm. "Courtesy is reciprocal. You gave me bird eggs, so I give you candies. Let's go. Remember this. If you don't have my skill to catch snakes with your bare hands, stay safe and don't come back." The 4 children each took 2 candies, all smiling happily and calling Sister Sue. They cheerfully carried firewood down the mountain. Jiajia sat by the stove, carefully controlling the heat to make the medicinal soup as effective as possible. He looked toward the girls' dormitory door for the 3rd time, wondering why Suning was sleeping so long. If she kept sleeping, she might not be able to sleep tonight. He was debating whether to call out to Suning in the yard when she suddenly returned, carrying a withered tree. Suning threw the withered tree onto the yard with a loud bang. Jiajia quickly stood up from his small stool, eyes wide with surprise, and said angrily, "You haven't slept." Suning looked up at the sky. "It's not dark yet. Is it strange that I haven't slept?" "Jiajia, is that the point?" "Suning, I know you're strong and active, but can you think about your health? You're only 18. Are you overworking your body? Do you want to live a long life?" Suning put down her basket and took out a wild chicken. "I will live a long life. This chicken looks fat. You decide how to cook it. There are also about a dozen wild eggs and some mushrooms in the basket. Do as you like. There are also some wild herbs. Don't eat them all, save some for Little Spring. While everyone is still out, the yard is spacious, so I'll start chopping firewood." Jiajia was so angry he almost turned into a pufferfish. He thought, no rush. Phew. He wasn't after all. He vented his frustration by plucking feathers from the wild chicken, making it look completely disfigured, with some of the skin torn off. Does it have a grudge against you? Suddenly, a voice came from behind, startling Qi Xiao so much he jumped. Suning pouted. What did you do wrong? Qi Xiao turned around, annoyed, and said, Sister Suning, do you know that scaring someone can sometimes be deadly? Ha! You're so timid and insecure. Who's to blame? I won't take responsibility for this. After saying that, Suning rolled her eyes at Qi Xiao and then went back to chopping firewood. Qi Xiao was so angry, he stomped his feet in place. Suning wondered if she was deliberately trying to annoy him. She always managed to make herself so angry, yet he didn't even realize he was provoking her. Isn't that frustrating? At the end of a long day of work, everyone, exhausted, gradually returned to the youth commune. The delicious smell of food instantly lifted their spirits. Wow, it smells so good. Is that chicken? Gao Yun sniffed the air, full of envy. Hello, you must be Su Ning, the youth from Su. My name is Gao Yun, from the provincial capital in the south. We heard a lot about you when we arrived at the team, and I've known your name for a long time. It's great to finally meet you in person. This should be Qi, the youth from Qi. Nice to meet you. When Gao Yun and Qi Xiao greeted each other, Gao Yun's face turned slightly red. Kisiro not that goldly, hello, suning smilat faintly, realli. I didn't know I was so famous. Wei Xiaochun washed his hands, then approached and took out 2 dark objects from his pocket, handing them to Su Ning. I guarantee you've never seen these before. Su Ning examined them carefully. She really had no idea what they were. What are these? Wei Xiaochun grinned proudly. I don't know what they're called, but if you peel off the outside, the white flesh inside is very tasty, crisp and sweet. Su Ning, TSK. Looking so proud, I thought you knew everything about them, even their ancestors. Oh, Xiaochun, who takes care of my small farm. I see the crops are growing pretty well. Wei Xiaochun patted his chest confidently.
Ida.
I'm quite good at farming. Su Ning smiled and asked, Really? Then why do the vegetables in your small farm look so unhealthy? Wei Xiaochun confidently replied, With such poor soil, being able to grow vegetables like that is already a big achievement. Su Ning nodded in agreement. Besides her own small farm, which was the best because she used some compost, only Wei Xiaochun's crops looked somewhat decent. Su Ning said, Thanks for taking care of my small farm. If I didn't come back soon, it would probably be overgrown again. To show my gratitude, I sincerely invite you to have dinner with us tonight. I wonder if Comrade Xiao Chun will give us this face? This was actually arranged by Su Ning and Qi Xiao. They planned to invite Fu Guodong and Wei Xiaochun, the 2 people who helped them with their luggage, to join the dinner. Su Ning invited Wei Xiaochun, and Qi Xiao also went to invite Fu Guodong. Wei Xiaochun wanted to refuse, but Su Ning didn't give her the chance. She simply pulled her to sit at the table. Gao Yun, who greeted Su Ning, felt a bit awkward when she saw Su Ning leave her aside. She didn't know whether to leave or stay. Su Ning placed a clean bowl of fresh pickled vegetables in front of Wei Xiaochun. I just picked these not long ago. They're very sweet. Wei Xiaochun's eyes lit up. I love eating these, but the places I find them are usually not fully ripe, and the village children pick them all first. I'm so eager to eat, I won't hold back, she said happily. Su Ning smiled and signaled her to start eating. Su Ning noticed Gao Yun's awkwardness, but chose not to pay attention. When Gao Yun greeted her, Su Ning saw a look in her eyes that seemed to evaluate her with some hidden intention, which she didn't like. When they returned at noon, they didn't see the 3 new young workers, but now they all appeared. Su Ning even took a special look at Tianmeng. She was short, average-looking, with a pale face, not as pretty as Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning, who couldn't get what she wanted, had been replaced by someone who was not as good as her, Lu Chuan. That feeling in her heart, only she probably knew. Su Ning sensed a gaze on her and turned to look. It was the new young male worker. When Su Ning looked at him, he didn't look away but smiled and nodded to greet her. Su Ning also nodded slightly and looked away. But that faint, lingering gaze on her made Su Ning frown. After the meal, Fu Guodong and Wei Xiaochun ate until they were full because they felt they had never tasted such delicious food, better than even the state-run restaurants. Ning also ate happily, and suddenly thought that cooking just for Xiao alone might be a good idea. The others felt uncomfortable. The aroma was so tempting, but they had to eat bland food, such a torture. On the surface, no one was openly sarcastic, especially since the lesson from Li Hong's past experience was still fresh. After dinner, it was not yet fully dark. Wei Xiaochuan went to wash his shoes by the river, and Ning, who was full, also went for a walk. Ning hadn't yet asked about Tianmeng and Lu Chuan when Wei Xiaochun started talking like pouring beans, revealing everything she knew. Ning, I tell you, I've never seen such a sister as sister-in-law. That Lu Miaomiao actually gave her older brother medicine, meant for pig breeding. I heard that the medicine was used back when the big team had pigs, and it's quite old. She put the medicine into porridge and gave it to her brother, then ran outside and sent a message to her brother saying she had broken her leg. It said that Lu Miaomiao's plan was for Lu Chuan to get together with Shen Qingning. This was also planned by Lu Miaomiao and Shen Qingning together. But when the time came, Shen Qingning was caught up by Sun Hongbing and Li Hong. Then Tianmeng happened to pass by where Lu Chuan was and was bullied by Lu Chuan, who was affected by the medicine. You don't know, but I heard that when the leaders of the patrol team and the commune leaders passed by, they saw Lu Chuan trying to take off Tianmeng's clothes against her will. The village secretary went up and slapped him several times, finally waking Lu Chuan up a bit. Then Lu Chuan rushed into the river recklessly, and I heard he stayed in the water for a long time. When the leaders asked, Lu Miaomiao couldn't hide it anymore and immediately revealed Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning then revealed Sun Hongbing and Li Hong. From the incident to the end, less than an hour had passed, and the truth was laid out before everyone. As Lu Chuan and Lu Miaomiao's biological father, the poor village secretary was dismissed on the spot and had to write a self-criticism. None of the people involved came out well. What do you think they were thinking? They had a good life, but they just had to cause so much trouble. In the end, they only brought trouble on themselves. Ning smiled and said, maybe they were just bored and looking for trouble. They couldn't be happy without causing some chaos. But it's not quite what I thought. Wei Xiaochun curiously asked, what do you think? We met the team leader at the commune and he vaguely mentioned something. I thought that with such a big fuss, Tianmeng and Lu Chuan had already become a couple. Wei Xiaochun almost choked on her own saliva. She looked around to see no one, blushed, and glared at Ning. You really say things without shame. Ning paused, then rolled her eyes at Wei Xiaochun.
Oh.
I don't believe you haven't thought about it. Ning looked at Wei Xiaochun with a half-smile and said, swear on your conscience and I'll believe you. Wei Xiaochun's cheeks turned red. My conscience isn't grown up yet. You want me to swear on it? How can you be so unkind? Ning rolled her eyes again. Your face is as red as a monkey's, which already tells me the answer. Don't bother arguing. Oh, by the way, I haven't seen the new young man from the countryside eating with Chi Mei and the others. I also didn't see him with your group. Could he be eating alone? Wei Xiaochun said while washing her shoes. His name is Su Pingrui. He has the same surname as you. I heard he's a distant relative of Dr. Su. He set up a bed at the youth camp and stays at Dr. Su's house, only coming to the camp occasionally. Wei Xiaochun's eyes lit up with a secret smile. Tianmeng and Gao Yun also share a room with us. I moved my bed to be next to yours, and between me and Song Jiajia, there's Tianmeng and Gao Yun. I finally feel more at ease. Although it's a bit unfair, who asked my conscience not to be fully grown? Ning couldn't help but laugh and sigh. It's been so long, and you still haven't gotten used to it. Wei Xiaochun said irritably. There's a ghost lying next to me. Not just a month, give me 10 years, and I still wouldn't get used to it. Ning thought for a moment. I think I'm about the same as Song Jiajia. Ning asked, you probably haven't stopped observing, right? Have you noticed anything? Wei Xiaochun suddenly remembered something and said with fear, one night, I woke up because I needed to, but I was too scared to get up. I just held it in, and it was so uncomfortable. I couldn't sleep. I was also afraid Song Jiajia might notice, so I didn't make any noise. She continued, then I saw Song Jiajia sneaking out at night. She was gone for almost 2 hours before coming back. The next morning, I heard Aunt Chen say that her chickens had been bitten to death and all the blood was drained. Wei Xiaochun clearly remembered that morning when she got up. She saw that Song Jiajia's shoes were covered in yellow mud and some broken bamboo leaves. At the back of Aunt Chen's house, isn't there a bamboo forest? That area is also made of yellow earth.
Ning, you don't know how scared I was.
I couldn't close my eyes for 3 nights. I was afraid that if I closed my eyes, the sharp teeth biting into the chicken's neck would bite into my neck. Later, I just couldn't take it anymore. I hid under the quilt with a towel and some clothes, wrapping my neck in 3 layers before I dared to sleep. What annoyed me most was that I couldn't tell anyone. I was the only one awake while everyone else was asleep, bearing all the fear alone. Thinking about it makes me feel very sad. Suning looked at Wei Xiaochun with sympathy. If she knew that she and Song Jiajia had the same experience, would she be so scared she might faint? Ahem. Is it possible that it's just a coincidence? Wei Xiaochun said. If it only happened once, maybe. But what about the second time? Suning was surprised. There was a second time? Exactly. I didn't sleep for 3 nights, and she didn't go out either. I was wondering if it was just a coincidence. Just as I was comforting myself, she caused trouble again. This time, I wasn't woken up by needing to, but by the sound of something falling on the ground. Even though I woke up, I didn't dare lift my eyelids. But I knew she went out. The next day, I deliberately asked around the village, and Uncle Yang's chickens were also mysteriously killed by something. Do you think such coincidences happen often? Suning, what should we do now? Suning bit her lip and said, without evidence, I can't think of a good solution. Besides, have you forgotten? These days, no one believes in superstitions or ghost stories anymore. I think there must be some coincidence involved. Next time she sneaks out, we should secretly follow her and see what's going on. Follow her? Aren't you brave enough? Wei Xiaochun remembered the stories her grandmother told her when she was young and shivered unexpectedly. Suning smiled and said, let's go. It's almost dark. As the river breeze blew, Wei Xiaochun felt cold from head to toe. She quickly carried a basin and happily followed Suning. The punishment period is 3 months, and even with full calculation, there are still 2 months left. My stomach can't wait that long. Please help me think of a way. After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man's voice sounded. Let me think. The woman, with a crying tone, said, think. When do you plan to go? My belly is almost showing. Don't forget, your wife's health is already bad. The children she gave you can't carry on the family line. I've sacrificed so much for you. I came to this remote place following your words, and I found a good father for our son. I've done so much. I can't let everything fall apart now. Have you come up with a plan yet? The middle-aged man, sounding a bit annoyed, said, stop nagging. Let me have some peace. The woman, with a harsh tone, said, ever since your mother bribed my mother and sent me to your bed to carry out that disgusting surrogacy plan, don't think you can stay out of it. Watch your attitude. If I get upset, we might all be in trouble. Anyway, I have little to lose. If I can take you all down with me, I'm willing. The man impatiently said, can you stay calm when things happen? How can you be so impulsive? All right, go back first. I'll handle this. Just get ready to marry into the Lu family, take good care of the baby, and give me a big, fat son. The woman's voice softened a bit. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Our son said he's hungry for meat. Can you give me some money? That little kid? He doesn't know anything. Don't use our son as an excuse. Here, that's all I have. The woman, dissatisfied, said, what can I buy with just over 2 yuan? And I don't even have a ticket. How can I buy meat? What are you thinking? In this remote place, do you want to walk to town to buy meat? Huh? By the time you get to town, all the pigs will be gone, and there'll be no meat left. It's a waste to have such a big brain. Just go to someone's farm and see if they have old chickens that don't lay eggs anymore. Spend a little money and buy some. The woman, pushing her luck, said, I also want to make some clothes. The man's tone grew more impatient. Aren't you about to get married? Let the Lu family buy you clothes. That's not the same. The Lu family is buying for themselves. My belly is carrying your child. Shouldn't you buy me a set of clothes? Do you believe I won't have children? I'll make sure you never have any. The man punched the tree, suppressing his anger, and said, Next time, I will bring it for you. I've been out long enough. I should go back now. The two of them walked one after the other, each heading in different directions away from the forest. Suning, lying on a big tree branch eating some prickly fruit, sat up. She glanced in the direction where Tianmeng had gone, then quietly jumped down from the tree and tiptoed toward the man's departure. From afar, she watched the man pick a few sour berries, then leave the forest and walk along the road back to the village. Suning, holding her account book, also strolled back to the village. She looked at the courtyard where the middle-aged man had gone. Wasn't that the village secretary's house? Seeing Granny Tian walking this way, Suning's eyes lit up. She reached into her pocket and fished out a small coin, rolling it between her fingers twice. Granny Tian, sorry to bother you for a moment. I want to ask you something. Granny Tian was just about to thank Suning. Today, when she went to gather firewood, she saw some large, sturdy dry branches that clearly weren't the kind her son could carry, which made her suspicious. After some scolding, her son finally told the truth. He had become bold and dared to go deep into the forest. Suning, I was just about to find you. My little son, who's still inexperienced, ran off into the mountains without knowing the danger. Thanks to you, I saved him, and now he's too scared to go back. I tried everything to prevent it, but your scare really shocked him. Granny Tian thanks you. By the way, what did you want to ask? Suning smiled and said, I was just worried they might secretly go into the mountains without telling their families, so I used a dead snake to scare them. No need to thank me. It's just a small thing. Actually, I saw a man I didn't recognize drop a coin from afar. I chased after him, but he disappeared. He looked to be around 40, dressed neatly, quite tall. I've never seen him in the village before. Since I couldn't find him, I don't know who to give the coin to. Granny Tian listened to Suning's description and immediately said, That's a coincidence. I know exactly who you're talking about. It's probably the village secretary's brother-in-law. I saw them coming to the village entrance today. Suning, wow, what kind of strange, disgusting event is this? She pretended to be surprised and said, The village secretary has a sister too? Last time we had a meal at the village secretary's house, he took a couple of sips of wine. He said he and his brother rely on each other and have supported each other all these years. I thought they were just two brothers. Mrs. Tian looked around to make sure no one was listening, then leaned in and whispered to Suning, There are many things you don't know. I told you, you can't tell anyone else. Don't worry, ma'am. I keep my mouth shut. Lu Dongxue isn't really the village secretary's biological sister. Her real father is Uncle Lu, who is now the village secretary's father. When he came back from the mountains, he found her in the snow and took her in. As she grew up and was of marriage age, her real parents came looking for her. But Lu Dongxue is ungrateful. The Lu family raised her for over 10 years, and she doesn't remember their kindness. When her biological parents gave her a few small gifts, she happily went with them. Later, I heard she married a man from the city who is several years older than her. They had already lost contact with the Lu family long ago, so I don't know what's going on now. Somehow, she was brought back here. I saw that Lu Dongxue looks much older now. Life must be hard for her. Maybe she's just here to get some easy money. Raising a selfish person, the Lu family is really unlucky, Suning replied. Ma'am, you're right. She's just here to get some easy money, but she's actually after a real person. Are there really so many secrets here? Listening to you, ma'am, the village's luck isn't very good. I can't bother her now. I should just take this small amount of money to the village office. Mrs. Tian looked at the crumpled 1-cent coin, smiling happily on her face, thinking to herself, why is this kid so honest? Who would be in such a hurry to return a found coin? Suning Jiqing truly is a young person with high morals. I'll go now. Come visit me when you have free time. Okay, ma'am. Suning looked at the notice house before turning to leave. At the village secretary's house, everyone else had gone to work, except Luing, who was feeling worse due to her anger, speaking unclearly, with half her body stiff. Yang Liqiu was at home, comforting her twin children, and keeping an eye on her mother-in-law. She listened to Lu Dongxue talking non-stop, and her patience was running out. Second sister-in-law, my poor second sister-in-law, how did you end up like this? When I left, you were still lively and active. I didn't expect that when I saw you again, you would be so seriously ill. Yang Liquiu patiently said, Comrade, my mother-in-law is not in good health and can't sit for long. It's also hard for her to speak. If you have any matters, wait until my father-in-law returns to discuss them. She kept talking endlessly, making my ears numb and feeling very annoyed. Lu Dongshue's face immediately darkened. Comrade? Different goals? Since you're my niece-in-law, then I am your aunt. How can you be so rude?
What?
Seeing your mother-in-law is sick? Do you want to take control? Yang Liquiu was not a pushover. Could she let herself be bullied at home?
Humph. Aunt?
What kind of aunt are you? An ungrateful, selfish person with no manners. You have no right to boss around on my family's land. Besides, my parents-in-law are still alive. As the daughter-in-law of the Lu family, I have my own way of doing things. Do you think you can tell me what to do? Lu Dongxue suddenly stood up from her chair, pointing at Yang Liquiu, trembling with anger.
You
have no manners. Yang Liquiu sneered and said, My manners only apply to others. I naturally don't need to show them to you. Lu Dongxue had 5 daughters. When she gave birth to her youngest daughter, she was injured and couldn't get pregnant again. Without a son, she was not well liked by her mother-in-law and lived a humble life. Now, standing in front of her husband, being scolded and pointed at by a younger relative she didn't want to acknowledge, made her feel even more embarrassed. She had planned to teach this arrogant niece-in-law a lesson, but unexpectedly, her husband stopped her. Liao Chuanzong, the middle-aged man Suning had seen before, said, Dongxue, stop making trouble. Sit down. Lu Dongxue wanted to say something, but seeing her husband's cold gaze, a terrifying memory flooded her mind. She shivered and obediently sat back down. Liao Chuanzong continued, I was busy with work earlier and couldn't find a good time to visit. When I heard about Lu Chuan's nephew and the illness of the second sister-in-law, I hurried over because work is not more important than family. It was sudden, so I hope the second sister-in-law won't mind. Dongxue doesn't speak well. I apologize on her behalf for offending the second sister-in-law and the niece-in-law. Sigh, I just took a walk around the village, and everyone is talking about Lu Chuan's nephew. Lu Chuan's nephew really is something. Even if he's young and full of energy, he shouldn't embarrass himself in front of everyone, and he was caught red-handed. But since it has happened, we need to do our best to minimize the impact. From my many years of experience, I think people are still talking about this because they are hoping the nephew and that girl will get married. Since their marriage is already decided, getting married sooner could help shift everyone's attention. If they wait 3 months and then get married, people will just remember this incident again and tease them for a while. Plus, second sister-in-law isn't feeling well, and second niece-in-law has to take care of the children. Marrying him sooner means more help around the house, which is good. Lu Ying stammered, Our family matters are decided by his father. I just need to rest and recover. The village secretary returned without even glancing at Lu Dongxue and Liao Chuanzong and went straight to Lu Ying. He kindly said, Are you tired from sitting? Let me help you walk to the yard. While helping Lu Ying up, he asked Yang Liqiu, Did you give your mother the hot medicine? Yang Liqiu replied, Not yet. 2 strangers came in and sat down without leaving, just talking non-stop. I don't feel comfortable leaving my mother and children alone here, so I've been staying here. I haven't had a chance to do anything else. Dad, you help your mother move around a bit, and I'll carry the baby with a carrier to get the hot medicine. When Lu Dongxue heard Yang Liqiu say they were strangers, she looked at the village secretary with a sad expression, calling out to her second brother. The village secretary didn't even look at her and simply said, Our home isn't a good place for guests. Please, you two leave. Lu Dongxue said, Second brother, how can you be so cruel? I am Dongxue, your sister. When I was a child, you even cooked a bird's egg for me. And now you don't recognize me? The village secretary replied coldly, My mother only gave birth to me and my older brother. I don't have any sisters. As you can see, our family is poor and has nothing to offer. There's no need to pretend to be relatives. Please leave. We don't host strangers for meals. Lu Dongshua's life at the Liao family was humble, but at her own family home, she was once spoiled by her parents and brother. Returning to a familiar place, her temper also came back a bit.
Humph.
Just because my parents are gone, you think you can bully me because I have no support? This broken family, who cares about it? You don't like me, so I don't want to come either. After saying this, she stormed out the door. Liao Chuanzong cursed her silently for being stupid. He wanted to speak to the village secretary, but the secretary simply gave him a cold look and told him to leave. With a bang, the door was shut. The village secretary still looked angry, with his beard twitching. Still talking about parents? What right does she have to mention them? If she hadn't been so shameless and ungrateful, stealing her father's medicine money, would he have left so early? Would mother have died of depression? Lu Dongxue rushed out the door and then regretted it. In her anger, she forgot her original purpose for today. Her sister's dowry still hadn't been settled. She looked toward her sister-in-law's house, hesitated for a moment, then moved to walk over. Before she could knock, the door opened. She hadn't had time to call out when a bucket of water, whose purpose she didn't understand, was poured over her. It drenched her from head to toe, making her feel icy cold.
Spit. Get out.
Don't dirty my family's land. Then the door slammed shut. Lu Dongxue, soaked and disheveled, was looked at with disdain by Liao Chuanzong. He's really useless, even he is ashamed of her. If it weren't for wanting to give his son a proper identity, he wouldn't bother with these distant relatives who are so poor they can't be related by blood. Still not leaving? Don't you feel ashamed? After shouting, Liao Chuanzong strode quickly toward the village entrance. Lu Dongxue cursed him silently in her heart, then reluctantly followed. At dinner, Su Ning was a bit distracted, stirring her noodles with her chopsticks, not eating a single bite for a long time. Chi Xiao's worried look flashed across his face, then he asked lazily, "What? Do you need to count how many noodles there are before eating?" Su Ning snapped back to her senses, not hearing clearly. "What did you say?" Chi Xiao said, "I said if you don't eat soon, the noodles will turn into a mess. I'm curious. Are you hungry, or did I mess up my cooking today?" Chi Xiao pouted and said, "You should be grateful. It's only because you saved my life that I'm cooking for you and making you soup. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even look their way. Sister Su, count your blessings." Su Ning's mouth twitched. "I think I'm younger than you. You're stronger than me. If you were a man, I'd call you Big Brother. Since they couldn't be lovers, they might as well be good friends. Anyway, as long as they could get closer, that was enough." Su Ning looked at Chi Xiao with a smile of approval. "You may not be good at everything, but you have a sharp eye for people. Don't worry, since you call me Big Sister, for your mother's sake and your great cooking, I'll look out for you whenever I can." Chi Xiao thought. Wow, she really took that seriously. And what did she mean by saying he wasn't good at other things? What was he not good at? Except for being a little weak and sometimes tearing up for no reason, he was perfectly fine. Chi Xiao said, Yes, I'll count on Sister Su to take care of me. I'll be obedient. I may not be strong, but I'm smart. So, Sister Su, what's bothering you? Tell me, maybe I can help. If you found out about something that had nothing to do with you, but it was ridiculous and disgusting, would you expose it?" Chi Xiao thought. "That's what happens when you wander around too much, you always run into trouble." He said, "Normally, if it doesn't concern you, you should stay out of it. But if it disgusts you, then it's wrong. If it makes you upset, make sure the person responsible feels worse. That way, you'll feel better." Su Ning frowned. But what if exposing it would hurt an innocent little life? In the post-apocalyptic world, the protection of young ones was taken very seriously. Growing up under those rules, Su Ning had that deeply ingrained in her mind. Chi Xiao guessed that Su Ning must have accidentally discovered someone's dirty secret while wandering around. From the look in her eyes, he could tell she was deeply disgusted. But even though she was decisive, her kind nature made her hesitate. Chi Xiao said, If that little life wasn't born from a proper relationship, then innocence doesn't really apply. He was just unlucky, caught up with parents who didn't care about him. Even if there is karma, it should be the people who do dirty things who bear the consequences. Ning thought for a moment and said, "Well, you have a point. The village secretary is a good person and treats her well, though there is some gratitude involved. She also knows to appreciate kindness." After some argument, a smile returned to Ning's face, and she started eating noodles happily. Chi Xiao also smiled along. At night, Ning, breathing slowly, opened her eyes slightly. Moonlight shone through a small window, casting a faint glow into the room. This small light allowed Ning to see a figure sneaking out quietly. Ning freed herself from Wei Xiaochun's embrace, placed the pillow in Wei Xiaochun's arms, and let out a gentle sigh. She fanned herself lightly. It was too hot. Using her limited special ability, Ning followed Jiajia from a distance. Although she didn't believe that Jiajia would bite a chicken to death, she was curious about what Jiajia was doing out so late at night. Jiajia moved smoothly through a bamboo grove and reached a birch forest. She tied her braids at the back of her head, took off her coat, and only wore a tank top. Then she began practicing martial arts. Ning sat on a tree branch, swinging her feet, watching Jiajia train vigorously from above. About an hour later, Jiajia finished her intense moves, switched to gentle punches, and breathed evenly. She retracted her last punch, exhaled deeply, and felt relaxed. Jiajia shook the sweat from her forehead, a smile on her face that Ning had never seen before. She bent her arms, clenched her fists, and was satisfied with her strength. "Finally, I have some self-defense ability. It's worth all the daily hard training." Unfortunately, her body was already 17, missing the best age for practicing martial arts. Her master's family's secret skills could no longer be learned. In her previous life, Jiajia was about 15 or 16 when her master found her. Although she loved swordplay and martial arts, her father deliberately kept her from learning, so she never got the chance. When her master rescued her, her body was badly damaged, her meridians broken, and she had numerous fractures. Although she missed the age to learn martial arts, her master said that breaking down is the way to build up again. Since she broke herself, she can rebuild, but it depends on whether she can endure the hardship. Hatred kept her going through many painful, hellish experiences. With her master's careful treatment, her broken bones healed, and her meridians were restored. This gave her the chance to learn her master's secret family skills. But this life is different. Not to mention whether she has a doctor as skilled as her master. Even if she does, it's impossible to gather so many rare herbs to rebuild her bones. Moreover, she no longer has a great enemy to destroy the world for. That kind of hellish pain leaves a lasting memory, and she doesn't want to go through it again. Just gaining some self-protection power is enough for her. Jiajia left feeling happy and satisfied. Ning went to the place where Jiajia practiced martial arts. She closed her eyes and thought about every move Jiajia had practiced. While thinking, her body moved naturally, mimicking the techniques. Her punches looked powerful, as if they could break the air. Her legs swept close to the ground, kicking up a trail of flying leaves. After practicing the moves from memory, Ning didn't feel tired. Instead, she felt relaxed, as if her muscles and meridians had been stretched out. I wonder what surprises are hidden in her master's secret family skills, she thought. Looking at the time, Ning felt a little regretful, but still left the place. When she returned to the youth commune, she gently pushed the door, but couldn't open it. Ning thought she was careless. Jiajia had come back and locked the door. She patted the door, and Jiajia, who was already asleep, immediately woke up. The faint sound of knocking continued. Jiajia heard the breathing inside the room, which was still steady, and saw that no one was awake. She quietly asked at the door, "Who is it?" "It's me, Ning. Please open the door. I just need to use the bathroom." Who was so inconsiderate to lock the door? "Thank you for opening the door for me. You should go to sleep now." "Yes, you should also rest soon." Jiajia saw Ning was very sleepy, her eyes half closed and rubbing her stomach. She realized she was overthinking and relaxed, going back to bed to sleep. But when Ning lay down, her eyes showed no sign of sleep. She was still excited. The next day, after working for a while, Ning saw the village secretary passing by from the upper hill. She avoided the crowd and walked around. Village secretary busy. He looked a little worried and said, "Ning, I am only acting as the village secretary now. If the leaders of the commune could find a suitable replacement, he wouldn't even be acting as the village secretary." Ning smiled and said, "With your dedication and care for the team, you deserve this title. By the way, village secretary, do you have time now? I want to talk to you about something." He put down his and asked, "Are there troublemakers causing problems? Not cooperating with your work? Is it Wang Ergu or Niu Dazue?" He said he would go talk to them later. Ning replied, "Here, no troublemakers dare to cause trouble." She shook her head and said, No. Everyone is doing well and working actively. Wang Ergu and Niu Dazue have been working very hard these days." She then told him about a very strange story she heard in the woods yesterday. "Are you feeling okay? Your health is fine, right?" The village secretary felt uneasy. He thought something was wrong, but since Ning came to him specifically, it must be related to him. He took a deep breath, moved his left foot slightly, and tightened his grip on to steady himself.
"I'm fine."
"Just tell me." Ning recounted everything she heard in the woods yesterday, without missing a detail. The village secretary, standing firm, was so shocked by this terrible story that he almost wobbled. Even someone his age was so angry they wanted to curse loudly. But since Ning was right in front of him, he held back his anger. He took several deep breaths to calm himself, but from how tightly he was holding it was clear how angry he was inside. "Su Yadu, thank you for telling me this. Otherwise, Lu Chuan might have spent his whole life living under other schemes." Ning said, "Heaven is watching. That's why I happened to overhear their plan. Karma may be slow, but it will come eventually. Village secretary, you should also think more openly. You and the captain are the two main pillars of our team. Without either one, we can't stand firm. You must take good care of your health." The village secretary replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I can still hold on. Then I'll go ahead and get busy." The village secretary nodded. "Go ahead." After sharing what she knew with the village secretary, Ning didn't pay attention to this matter anymore. Her personality made her do this only because she thought the village secretary was a good person. What they did next was no longer her concern. Right now, besides the daily noon public education activities, everything else in the team was peaceful and proceeding normally. A few days later, Ning was eating the medicinal porridge cooked by Jiajia. Although it was called medicinal porridge and contained many herbs, it didn't have a strong medicinal taste, but a light herbal aroma, which was quite unique. Wei Xiaochun hurried inside from outside, looking around the yard and quickly spotting Ning. He ran over happily and sat beside her, catching his breath, and said, "Big twist, huge twist. Do you want to hear it?" Ning looked at his excited face as if saying, "If I don't listen, you won't tell me? What big twist?" "I'm all ears." "Go ahead." Wei Xiaochun organized his words and said, "Someone poured a bucket of water on the lonely road at Linzipa and Tianmeng fell there. Usually that's a dirt path with no stones nearby. Falling might hurt a little, but it shouldn't cause serious problems. But Tianmeng fell and couldn't get up for a long time, which scared the onlookers. An older woman kindly went to help her. Guess what happened next?" Ning played along, curious, and asked, "What happened?" Wei Xiaochun was so excited he pounded the table and said, "The woman who helped Tianmeng looked pale and was crying out in stomach pain. Isn't that ironic? That woman was said to be the successor of the village's midwife. She immediately reached out and touched Tianmeng's stomach, then checked her pants. The wet feeling made her sense something was wrong. When she looked, she saw a bright red bloodstain. The older woman was frightened and quickly called out to the people behind her, saying Tianmeng's baby was hurt and asking for help. Tianmeng immediately knew something was wrong. She pushed away the older woman who was holding her and started shouting at her. She said she only had her period, but the older woman called her so shameful. Tianmeng cursed loudly and badly. Wei Xiaoqun paused and looked at Su Ning with bright eyes. Su Ning was expecting this and asked, and then Wei Xiaoqun excitedly continued, "It's a coincidence." The village secretary and Dr. Su, who was gathering herbs in the mountains, arrived. Dr. Su wanted to check Tianmeng's pulse, but she refused. Her rude behavior made it obvious to everyone that something was suspicious. Then, the older woman who pushed her aside held her down, and Dr. Su checked her pulse. Guess what happened next? What was it? Wei Xiaoqun slapped her thigh. Dr. Su announced publicly that Tianmeng was over 2 months pregnant. Everyone was shocked. It's known that day Lu Chuan offended Tianmeng, but when people saw, nothing inappropriate happened. And even if it did, the timing was wrong. So, where did this 2-month pregnancy come from? Everyone suddenly understood that unlucky Lu Chuan was clearly being set up. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. So, what was the result? Wei Xiaoqun said. After a few acupuncture treatments, Tianmeng's bleeding stopped. Based on the timing, her pregnancy started before she went to the countryside. It wasn't due to poor supervision or bad social influence. And it also involved that ridiculous incident that was exposed by the local leaders. The team leader and the village secretary discussed it and decided to hand it over to the police. Then, members of the militia, including Li Hong, Sun Hongbing, Shen Qingning, Lu Miaomiao, Lu Chuan, and Tianmeng, went to the town together. What happened next, we'll have to wait until they return to know. Wei Xiaoqun finished and couldn't help but sigh. Then, seeing Su Ning's calm appearance, I couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you surprised?" Su Ning shrugged and said, "Surprised?" "Yes. Very surprised. Extremely surprised." Wei Xiaoqun, I don't believe you. Do you want to be more vague? But on the other hand, after this incident, our youth commune's reputation is completely ruined. Su Ning, well, everyone has their own opinion about this. It depends on how you see it. And also, we haven't done anything wrong. No matter what others think of the youth commune, we don't need to lower our heads. Just hold our heads high and do our work honestly. The other young people gradually came back for lunch, all looking gloomy. Gao Yun couldn't help but complain, "We haven't done anything wrong, but the villagers look at us like we're terrible criminals. It's so frustrating." Especially, there was this evil look cast at her, which made Gao Yun feel sick. After the last incident, Sun Hongbing, the nominal leader of the youth commune, was no longer effective. Now Fu Guodong is in charge. Fu Guodong said, because of the personal actions of comrades Tianmeng, Shen Qingning, and Li Hong, the impact on the youth commune has been significant. But the problem has already happened, and we can't just run away from it. No matter what the villagers think of the youth commune, we need to focus on self-improvement, do our jobs well, and live our lives properly. At the same time, everyone should pay attention to safety, especially the women. It's best not to go out alone. If something happens, don't be afraid, and don't act impulsively. We are one team. A single chopstick can break easily, but a bunch of chopsticks is stronger. Even 3 clever people can't outsmart 1 zhuge liang. With so many of us, we shouldn't fear solving a small problem. Everyone stop looking so gloomy. Crops need sunlight to grow well, and we should stay optimistic too. Life will be more interesting that way. Considering safety, several young women wanted to go with Su Ning. But since they do different work, they could only accept it. Thinking of Song Jiajia's skills, if Wei Xiaoqun went with her, safety wouldn't be a concern. But even if she had 10 times the courage, Wei Xiaoqun wouldn't dare to get close to Song Jiajia. Su Ning told Wei Xiaoqun, "If you need to go somewhere remote, just tell me. I'll go with you." Wei Xiaoqun nodded eagerly, feeling very touched, and she knew she had secured her position by clinging to him. At the same time, Su Ning was also thinking that it was time to do something to make a strong impression. Although she wasn't mainly responsible for the current difficulties at the youth camp, she felt she might have contributed a little. Moreover, as a member of the youth camp group, she couldn't just stand by if the group's reputation was damaged. But she needed to carefully consider what action would truly have a strong effect. When the news about Tianmeng's premarital pregnancy was revealed, Shen Qingning was the happiest. She hadn't yet had the chance to carry out her second plan, but Tianmeng's foolish mistake gave her a big surprise. Even if she hurried to the police station now, She might face punishment for encouraging Lu Miao to take the medicine. However, the medicine was stolen by Lu Miao and was put into Lu Chuan's food, which he ate. Shen Qingning thought her punishment probably wouldn't be too severe. She secretly smiled and kept glancing at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan frowned in disgust and moved closer to Zhang Chong, blocking the unpleasant sight. Lying on the cart, Tianmeng no longer looked proud. When she was feeling her pulse and was diagnosed as pregnant, she knew she was doomed. But she was not willing to give up. Even if her beauty was fading, she wanted to go out with a bang. She couldn't believe it was just a coincidence, no rain. So where did the water on the road come from? And just at the right moment, there was an experienced midwife nearby. The village secretary and the doctor arrived just in time. Since coincidences didn't seem reasonable, she believed someone had deliberately planned it. Tianmeng's first suspect was Shen Qingning. She hadn't forgotten meeting Liao Chuanzong in the woods, and the first person she saw afterward was Shen Qingning. Maybe Shen Qingning, having overheard her conversation with Liao Chuanzong, teamed up with Lu Chuan to set everything up, humiliating her publicly. After that, the Lu family probably wouldn't marry her anymore. Shen Qingning, who had eagerly offered herself but was intercepted by her, now had a chance, didn't she? After dinner, Suning was in the yard, trying to weave something with a vine. Wei Xiaoqun leaned in and said, "Suning, I didn't expect you to have this skill." Suning kept working without stopping and replied, "I don't really have a skill. I was just messing around. There are also rattan strips here. Do you want to try making something with them? Maybe you'll be the next master rattan weaver." Wei Xiaoqun nodded seriously. "That makes sense. I'll give it a try. Suning, I have some gossip. Do you want to hear it?" Suning understood right away. This guy was here to share some news. She wondered why the usually quiet Xiaoqun had become so talkative. What changed him? Wei Xiaoqun said, "My talk partner depends on the person." Suning replied, "You mean I'm willing to listen?" Wei Xiaoqun immediately got excited. Tianmeng might not come back. She went to the countryside to contribute as a young intellectual. That's a proud and important job. But Tianmeng has behaved badly and doesn't deserve that status. She was sent back to her hometown to face punishment. Tianmeng cried and said she was a victim, claiming her family and the family of her baby's father planned everything to have her give birth. She also told how Shen Qingning tricked Lu Miaomiao and drugged her. Shen Qingning and Lu Miaomiao are now being held for investigation. Tianmeng was sent back to the county town. I heard her family and the family of her baby's father were taken to the police station. The exact outcome isn't known yet. But this story is getting bigger and bigger. Suning wasn't surprised by what she expected. Wei Xiaoqun added, Sun Hongbing and Li Hong weren't directly involved, just indirectly caught up in it. They weren't detained. They returned to the team and are being supervised and educated by the team leader and village secretary. Lu Chuan is the real victim here. Although he no longer needs public education, he was a deputy squad leader in the militia. Because he wasn't careful enough, he ended up in this situation. The leaders said he's not suitable to be deputy squad leader anymore. The village secretary is still acting as the village secretary. Suning raised an eyebrow and looked at Wei Xiaoqun. How do you know all this so clearly? Wei Xiaoqun said proudly, Ma Dajiao told me. Suning asked, there are several Ma Dajiao. Which one? Of course, it's the wife of Captain Lu Dafa, Ma Lanhua, Aunt Ma. Others wouldn't have such detailed first-hand news. But since something big happened in the village, there will definitely be a meeting to announce it. We just happened to find out a bit earlier. Suning gave Wei Xiaoqun a thumbs up. This girl is amazing. She even got inside information. Sharing this secret gossip, Wei Xiaoqun finally noticed that what Suning made up didn't quite look right. He couldn't help asking, what are you trying to make up? Suning kept moving, saying, our stove is under the kitchen eaves. It's summer now and there are lots of flying insects. Sometimes, while cooking, extra ingredients fall from the sky. I plan to build a partition to enclose that small space under the eaves and turn it into a little kitchen. Wei Xiaoqun looked at the kitchen and said, if you do that, the space will be very tight. When the vines dry out, it could be dangerous because they might catch fire. Also, when it rains, the rainwater will run down the partition and make the small kitchen wet. You'd be better off planting 2 wooden posts here and here, attaching a couple of beams to extend the eaves, then going to the village to get some mud bricks and build a wall. Even if the small kitchen is a bit lower, it would be much safer and more practical. Suning hugged Wei Xiaochun and said, Xiao Chun, you're so great. I'll do as you say. I'll go find some wooden posts right away. Seeing Suning rush out of the youth station in a hurry, Wei Xiaochun was a moment slow to react, and by the time he reached the door, she was gone. Zhang Qianjin carried firewood back and saw Wei Xiaochun at the gate. Wei, you're quick today. Dinner is ready already? Realizing what he was carrying back, Wei Xiaochun's body stiffened. Oh no, he was so busy chatting with Suning that he forgot the main task. He ran back to the kitchen, started a fire and boiled water, moving faster than ever before. Zhang Qianjin thought, so his partner has been back for a while, and he still hasn't lit the fire? What's he doing? Fortunately, the meals now are simple. First, boil a pot of water, then scoop some hot water into a basin, blanch the vegetables, and then add a few handfuls of cornmeal into the big pot. In less than 20 minutes, a pot of cornmeal porridge and a bowl of cold vegetables were ready. Just in time for everyone to eat. Wei Xiaochun wiped the sweat from his forehead. Luckily, there was enough firewood. He increased the fire to finish quickly. Zhang Qianjin asked, so, why do you come back an hour early when it only takes 20 minutes to finish? Suning and Qixi usually cook after work. After washing her face and hands, Qixi was about to cook when she saw a bunch of vine sticks in front of the stove. What's this for? Qimei happened to pass by and heard her ask. She muttered, for hanging. Qixi heard clearly. She immediately bent down, picked up the thickest vine, and stepped over to stop Qimei, handing her the vine. It's a free gift, no need to thank me. I'm a bit timid, so I prefer hanging from a distance. Qimei, I heard that so quietly. She must have super hearing, right? Qixi didn't have much patience. When Qimei didn't take the vine, she simply threw it at her. She still needed to prepare hot soup and noodles for Suning. No time to waste. As it got dark, Suning carried back 2 thick wooden stakes with forks. Qixi looked at the nearly 2-meter-long stakes. He sighed helplessly. There was no way to persuade him, so he just handed her the dried water. Miss, have some water. It's just the right temperature. Suning didn't drink the water but smiled and said, my rank is rising so fast. A few days ago, I was Sister Sue, and now I'm called Mississippi Nephew. Do your best at work. When the new year comes, I'll give you red envelopes. Someone burst out laughing first, and soon the whole yard was filled with cheerful laughter. Qixiyu's face turned red, and then black, then red again. His cheeks puffed up like a frog's. Qixi thought, you didn't catch even a little of my helplessness, but you're good at twisting my words. Qixi said, I want to date you, but you're thinking of giving me red envelopes. Suning was a bit confused by the laughter around her. She was just joking and didn't mean to make everyone laugh. Seeing Qixi upset, Suning felt a little guilty. Suning took a big sip of water, then lightly coughed and quickly said to Qixi, I specifically brought back 2 wooden stakes that are the same thickness and length. Aren't you worried about how hot it gets when the sun reflects off the water while cooking? I plan to build a small shelter here so that the sun won't shine on you. Suning stood with one hand on her hip and gestured with the other to show how she would build the shelter. It looked a bit like, this is the land I have given you, giving a proud feeling. Qixi watched and couldn't help but smile. At this moment, he was no longer angry but felt a warm happiness inside. He didn't expect that a casual comment from him would be remembered by Suning, who was now planning to build a shelter just to protect him from the sun. Does this mean that, although Suning hasn't fully realized it, she has already subconsciously taken a place in his heart? Suning, you think too much. I'm just worried that random pieces of meat might fall from the sky into the pot and ruin my appetite. Wei Xiaochun was eating and watching Suning and Qixi. She felt that the atmosphere between the two was a bit strange. A childish thought started to form in her mind. But Suning's clear eyes told her she was overthinking. Unintentionally, Wei Xiaochun saw Qixiyu's almost stringy eyes and suddenly brightened up. She was so excited that she almost slapped the table. Luckily, She stopped just in time, or she might have spilled her bowl and gone hungry tonight. Wei Xiaochun felt like she had uncovered a big secret and was very excited inside. Qing, so you are really like this Qing. Wei Xiaochun thought to herself that Suning was carefree and stronger than a man, while Qing was delicate and beautiful with good cooking skills. This combination seemed perfect. Unconsciously, Wei Xiaochun showed a maternal smile. Gaoyan looked at Wei Xiaochun strangely and asked, Wei Jiqing, are you sure you didn't taste meat in the vegetables? After saying that, Gaoyan even checked the vegetables in her bowl for any meat. Wei Xiaochun, how is that possible? I washed the vegetables very thoroughly. There can't be any bugs. You can eat with confidence. It was only Song Jiajia's quick glance that immediately made Wei Xiaochun regain his composure. His whole body tensed up, and his hands holding chopsticks trembled slightly. Song Jiajia. At the village secretary's house, the tense atmosphere that had lasted for days finally eased a bit. Lu Ying looked at Lu Chen, her mouth moving slightly, but unable to speak. Lu Chen felt very guilty because of him, his mother was hurt again, and her condition worsened uncontrollably. Lu Chen squatted beside Lu Ying, holding her stiff, trembling hand. Mom, I understand. I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I won't give up on myself, and I won't stay stuck in the shock caused by this event. I will learn from it, work hard to live well, and be a good son to you. Lu Ying nodded slightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Had her son been hurt so badly by those people? The village secretary sighed, patting his wife's shoulder. As the old saying goes, every difficulty makes us stronger. Third son had a tough first half of his life, but his good fortune will come in the second half. You don't need to worry about anything else.
Just remember what old Sue said.
If you really want to see third son get married and have children, you need to relax and be open-minded. To borrow what Sister Sue said, you are the family's lucky charm. Without you, this family wouldn't be complete. Lu Ying moved her lips a few times before speaking. I want to thank Ning. The village secretary nodded. Don't worry. I remember this in my heart. I won't forget. Just then someone arrived. Village secretary, Auntie. I'm here again to bother you. The door wasn't closed, so I just came in. Actually, it wasn't that Ning didn't knock, but in rural areas, doors are usually left open. There's also a large courtyard between the main house and the gate. If you knock at the gate, people would have to come out and greet you, which is inconvenient. Ning brought a bag of malt extract, about a gene of brown sugar, and around 3 gene of rice. I heard Auntie's health isn't very good. This is my little gift. I hope Uncle and Auntie won't refuse. The village secretary hesitated. You, child, traveling such a long way isn't easy. Just send some things to help you recover. And speaking of thanks, it should be us thanking you. If it weren't for your timely warning, who knows what might have happened to us? Ning handed the things to the village secretary, saying, I've brought everything.
There's no reason to take it back now.
This is a small gift for visiting Auntie. Uncle, please don't refuse. It's just a little message. Let's not keep thanking each other or be too polite. It feels a bit awkward. Lua's wife, Lin, smiled as she poured a glass of water for Ning, adding a bit of brown sugar. In the countryside, this is considered the highest form of hospitality. For rural folks, brown sugar is a rare and valuable nutrient. Even patient Lu Ying was reluctant to drink it. Lin smiled and said, Sister Ning, sit down and have a glass of water. Ning didn't refuse and sat down happily, taking a sip. Thank you, sister-in-law. No trouble at all. Once you drink it, I'll pour you another. The village secretary's family, except for Lu Miaomiao, was all in the main hall. Ning chatted for a while before getting to the main point. Uncle, besides visiting Auntie, I have something else to ask you. Tell me, I'll do what I can. If I can't, I'll find a way. Ning explained, we have a few groups taking turns cooking, but the kitchen can't handle everyone. Recently, Jiajia built a small stove under the kitchen eaves, and we've been managing with it. But now it's summer, and there are many flying insects. When cooking, mosquitoes keep falling into the pots. I was thinking of extending the eaves a bit and building a small shelter to block some of the bugs. But building the shelter would take up a little space in the yard. Since it's a collective property, I don't dare make decisions myself. I'd like to ask the village secretary for approval. She hadn't thought much about this when planning, but she was ready to do it. After dinner, she was about to dig a hole to plant some tree stumps when Fu Guodong came over to remind her to report it to the village secretary. This way, the process would be legal and future newcomers wouldn't find reasons to cause trouble. Since everything now belonged to the collective, individuals had no right to use it without permission. The village secretary said, "Hey, girl, your serious and stern look makes me think it's something big. It's making me nervous. The kitchen at the youth camp isn't very big, and your idea is good. It can reduce conflicts and save time. Just building a small shelter outside in winter wouldn't be convenient for cooking. Tomorrow, I will go to check on you. I still have some leftover bricks from building the wall at home. Maybe I can use them to build around the area." "That would be great. I won't be polite then." "Thank you, uncle." The people in the Lu family had no objections. After all, they owed Suning a lot, and helping her with some tasks made them feel better. Lu Chuan smiled on the outside, but inside, he felt very bitter. Even though he was affected by medication and was being manipulated, he still went so far as to undress her. Now, he no longer had the right to express his feelings to Suning. He could only quietly hide his love in his heart. After finishing his work, Suning stood up to leave. The village secretary said, "It's already very dark. I'll ask the older couple to send you back." Suning chuckled. "No need, uncle. If anyone is careless, I'll make sure to teach them a lesson." The village secretary paused and then couldn't help but laugh. The girl's appearance and size were very deceiving. They always made people forget how strong she was. "All right, I won't keep you. Go home and rest." "Okay, uncle. You all should rest early too." Suning took a few steps, then turned back. "Uncle, I forgot to tell you something. Today, I noticed signs of wild boars in the Beipo forest while wandering around. From how the vegetation is damaged, there should be quite a few." The village secretary's face also grew serious. The lower half of Beipo is all farmland, and it's one of the best producing areas in the whole team. Now, the corn has just sprouted. If a wild boar herd damages it, it would be a big loss for the entire team. "Suning, you really are a lucky star for our team. Fortunately, you found it in time and can think of ways to scare them away. If the wild boars rush into the fields, not only could they hurt people, but the damage to the crops would be a serious loss for us. I'll talk to the team leader tomorrow about what to do. Go home and rest now, okay? If there's anything I can help with, don't hesitate to ask, uncle." Suning happily left, but the village secretary was no longer happy. He went back to his house, greeted Lu Ying, and hurried to the team leader's house. Lu Chuan also felt a faint worry in his heart. He was afraid that Suning might go alone again to fight the wild boars, just like last time. Lin sure opened the malted milk powder that Suning brought. No wonder city folks like it so much. Just smelling it is so fragrant. "Mom, I'll make you a bowl. I heard this stuff is good for health. Drinking it will help you sleep well." Lu Ying shook her head twice. She wanted to say she was already like this and didn't want to waste good things, but she couldn't find the words. Yang Liquia said, "Mom, just listen to the eldest sister-in-law. Eating nutritious food will help you recover faster. Look at this rice, it's shiny. Cooking it into porridge will definitely smell delicious. Tomorrow morning, I'll cook some for you, add a little red sugar, and it will taste so good you'll drool." After speaking, Yang Liquia took away the rice and red sugar. She wasn't trying to be greedy, but there was an unpredictable bomb at home. Lu Miaomiao might come back any time. If left in her mother-in-law's room, it would eventually be taken away. She had previously thought about marrying Lu Miaomiao off early, but now no one might dare to marry her. She heard that even city marriages had fallen apart. She was truly a troublemaker, causing chaos wherever she went. She really hoped the police could keep her locked up forever so she wouldn't cause trouble anymore. At midnight, a buzzing bell rang, waking everyone from their sleep. As soon as the first chime sounded, Suning sat up. Wei Xiaochun, who was sleeping with her, reflexively sat up too, holding Suning's arm, looking around the dark room with a frightened expression. "What's going on? Did something happen? Who's ringing the bell in the middle of the night?" Suning quickly got dressed and got up. I don't know. The bell ringing so urgently must mean something's wrong. Everyone hurriedly put on their clothes and went to the yard. All the young workers had come out too. But everyone looked confused. Still, it seemed like the whole village was boiling with activity. Fu Guodong said, "Let's go see what's happening in the village." The young worker station was at the far west of the whole brigade, some distance from the village center. If it weren't for the bell ringing through the entire brigade, they wouldn't hear anything happening in the village. Suning and the others arrived at the drying yard and saw a house far away still flickering with faint flames. Under the faint moonlight, you could still see people quickly fetching water back and forth. Militia members were also patrolling everywhere. At first, it seemed like a normal fire, but Suning saw a pile of children on the drying platform surrounded by adults, holding hose, sticks, and other tools. The team leader, looking dirty and tired, was directing the fire-extinguishing efforts, figuring out how to protect the children, and also telling the militia how to patrol. The village secretary was also giving advice. Fu Guodong asked a villager holding a comrade, "What is happening here?" The villager looked cautiously at the intersection and said, "Bandits have entered the village. Be careful too." Fu Guodong was a bit stunned. Bandits? Are there still bandits these days? I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've seen such a thing. I only heard about bandits from my father, but sneaking into the village in the middle of the night, stealing children and setting fires, what else could they be but bandits?
Fu Guodong swallowed.
Honestly, he knew about the chaos outside, but the word, bandits, really shocked him. Are all the children in our village safe? Has anyone been taken? Grandpa Liang Wudai's grandson still hasn't been found. Suning was very confused. Why would they sneak into the village at midnight? Not to steal money, but to take children. Were they missing their own sons and stealing children to raise them? That was too crazy. Now, the corn stalks were taller than people, and it was night. If someone hid in the cornfield, even standing 2 meters apart, it might be impossible to see them. A woman, hair disheveled and crying loudly, ran over and shouted, Team leader, my second son is missing too." At this moment, a shout came from the south. "They're over there." Even though Jiajia was prepared, his outstretched hand missed its target. Suning heard the shout and shot out like an arrow. If it was just about stealing money, she wouldn't be so eager. But protecting the young ones was deeply ingrained in her mind from her past life. It had become a reflex. When she heard about harm coming to the children, her body moved faster than her mind. Others reacted quickly and also wanted to rush south, but the team leader immediately shouted, "Everyone do your part, stay at your posts, and prevent the enemy from luring us away." Song Jiajia also sensed that something was wrong. That shout might have been a distraction. She pointed in a direction and asked the villagers, "Where does that way lead?" The villager looked in the direction she pointed and said, "Go around Ma Tupa, and the road behind will open up. You can take a detour to the town or go to Shanghe Village, Donglin Village, Meilu Village, or even go west into Huangshe Cliff Forest." Song Jiajia continued, "And that shout just now, which way could it have come from?" The villager replied, "That area is mostly farmland and woods. Deeper inside, it's just a tangled forest." Thinking quickly, Song Jiajia turned on her flashlight and ran swiftly toward Ma Tu. While Song Jiajia was asking, the young workers also sensed something was off. As she left, a few male workers followed her. The 3 female workers left on the drying ground, Jimei, Gao Yun, and Wei Xiao Chun, glanced at the only male worker who stayed, Qixio. Qixio said calmly, "I'm timid and not very strong. I know my limits well. I won't go after them and cause trouble. I'm just trying to help." Everyone agreed. That makes sense. Actually, Suning also realized halfway through that if the person shouting had truly seen the bandits, they would probably have been caught by now. Since there was no sign of trouble, it was likely a clever distraction. Fortunately, since becoming a scorekeeper, she had explored all the mountains around Huan Brigade. Suning immediately turned around and took a shortcut toward Ma Tupa. The militia members were strong young men. When they reached the gap at Ma Tupa, someone immediately noticed something strange. "Brother, do you see those corn leaves moving over there? The leaves are moving without wind. Get your weapons." There were 6 small militia squads, each with 8 men. They could handle a few small bandits easily. But this time, luck wasn't on their side. When they faced the bandits directly, the squad leader of the third team felt a sudden chill. Judging by the bandits' build and muscular bodies, they knew these were experienced fighters. And not just one, but a group of them. The squad leader felt something was wrong and shouted, "Run quickly." This shout was not only a warning for the team members to run quickly and prioritize their safety, but also a signal to everyone in the Dehuan brigade that there was trouble here. While protecting themselves, they also aimed to confuse the enemy and delay them, hoping for backup. The young man working in the fields was strong, but facing trained enemies was like eggs hitting a rock. The team leader shouted, "Run," and the team members instinctively turned and ran. Although they had the advantage of surprise, they were still a moment too late. "I'll fight you all." Seeing they were about to be caught, the small team members grabbed their tools and fought desperately. They had strength but no fighting skills. Even if they used all their force, the skilled enemies easily dodged their attacks with clever moves. Just as Zhang Chong was about to be strangled, the team leader's eyes turned red with anger. At a critical moment, two different-sized stones flew from different directions, hitting the masked enemy trying to choke Zhang Chong. Song Jiajia and Su Ning arrived at the chaotic scene at the same time. Song Jiajia threw a small stone that hit the masked man's hand holding a knife. Su Ning threw a large stone directly at the masked man's forehead. The masked man realized the danger and tilted his head to dodge, thinking he could avoid it. But he never expected someone to throw such a big stone as a surprise attack. Even though he dodged partly, half the stone still hit his head, knocking him out instantly. Zhang Chong, who almost met his end, quickly broke free and struck the masked man with a heavy stick. Song Jiajia was not very strong but was quick and clever, so fighting one-on-one was no problem. Su Ning was less careful. She even wanted to punch the enemy's head off because only dead people couldn't be ambushed. But thinking about survival rules here, she stopped herself from trying to deliver a fatal and instead chose to avoid unnecessary injuries. With the help of Song Jiajia and Su Ning, the injured team members' stress dropped to just 10%. More people arrived, but without needing to fight, only two villains holding children stepped forward and immediately grabbed the children's necks. "Either let us go, or these two children will be sacrificed." The children, who had been crying loudly out of fear, immediately stopped crying after being grabbed by the neck. They opened their mouths but couldn't make a sound, their eyes wide with shock, tears streaming down their faces. Seeing the children look so distressed, and the two criminals looking very angry, Song Jiajia and Su Ning exchanged a quick glance. Both of them looked at the team leader at the same time. Although the team leader was surprised by Song Jiejia's skills, he had a strange feeling that as long as Su was there, nothing bad would happen. The team leader said, "We can let you go, but you can't hurt the children." "But, team leader, I fought hard to have my second child," protested one of the women. "Team leader, the Liang family only has this one child left. We can't let them go," another added. The team leader shouted, "Women with short-sighted views, shut up. If we don't let them go, you'll lose loved ones today. But if we let them go, the children might have a chance to survive. These two brave men are skilled and well-dressed. The children might have a better future with them. Step aside and let these brave men leave." Just then, a small team led by Chuan blocked the way. Although he was no longer the deputy captain, in this situation, the team he once led instinctively followed his orders. Chuan understood the team leader's meaning and forced his team to clear the path. The two masked men exchanged glances, alert and cautious, moving toward the side. The mother of the children cried loudly, sounding very tragic in the night. The two masked men quickly left the circle of encirclement, then used all their strength to run away, splitting up to escape. Song Jiajia and Su Ning exchanged a quick look and disappeared into the crowd with great coordination. The mother of the children, noticing Su Ning chasing after them, burst into tears of joy, her crying easing a little. The team leader, sweating on his forehead, softly said, "Keep crying loudly." The mother immediately started crying loudly again, using all her strength. Chuan also disappeared into the crowd. He saw the direction the two criminals took, but Song Jiajia and Su Ning didn't chase directly after them. So, he wasn't sure which way Su Ning went. With time running out, he had to make a quick decision and chose one direction to pursue. The captain glared fiercely at the 6 masked men lying on the ground with broken hands and feet. Get a few people to tie them up and take them back to the team. All the villagers of the Great River Bay gathered in the drying yard. A big fire was burning in the center, lighting up the entire area. Everyone was worried and anxious, waiting quietly. Since the situation was not yet settled, everyone's hearts were tense. No one whispered. They all waited silently. Even the usually mischievous and restless children sat quietly beside the adults, like quails. Chi Xiao clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, leaving deep marks. Wei Xiaochun's concern for Su Ning was obvious. But Wei Xiaochun's feelings about Song Jiajia were very complicated. He didn't even know how to define her. She went out in the middle of the night to bite someone's chicken, looking like a ghost. But when the village was in danger, she stepped forward, seeming like a good ghost. Whether good or bad, Wei Xiaochun was praying in his heart that Song Jiajia and Su Ning would come back safely. Meanwhile, the masked man holding Liang Ping'an ran hard. After about an hour of running, he was out of breath and cautiously looked back. He listened carefully and heard nothing. When he confirmed it was safe for now, he threw Liang Ping'an aside. Just as he was about to sit on the ground to catch his breath, something spinning rapidly with a whooshing sound shot toward him like lightning. He had no chance to dodge. It hit his chest hard. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he was knocked backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He immediately lost the ability to move. Su Ning's figure appeared nearby. The man lying on the ground, bleeding from his mouth, stared in disbelief. He was so close behind. He must have noticed? How did this person do it? Su Ning knelt in front of the bleeding man, using a vine to tie his hands and feet like tying a bag. He then stood up, brushing his hands dismissively, and went to Liang Ping'an. Seeing his steady breathing, a smile appeared on Su Ning's face. Su Ning crouched down, poked Liang Ping'an's cheek with a finger, and said, "Little brat, time to go home." Su Ning returns on the other side. Song Jiajia had practiced some moves again, but she lacked internal strength and her body couldn't endure much. So, she didn't choose to run after the enemy like Su Ning did, exhausting the enemy before striking. In her past life, Song Jiajia was able to send many of her father's loyal followers thanks to her incredible hidden weapon skills. Although now she lacked internal strength and her usual hidden weapons, the fleeing was not as dangerous as her father's followers, right? Without internal strength, she couldn't hold her breath for long and knew she would be exposed if she stayed too close. So, Song Jiajia decided to make a surprise attack. She threw a small stone precisely at the masked man's acupoint. The man felt half of his body go numb, and due to inertia, he suddenly lunged forward while running. The child in his arms was also thrown out. Song Jiajia quickly lunged forward, caught the child accurately, and, holding him, rolled on the ground a couple of times due to inertia. Seeing the child with his eyes tightly closed, Song Jiajia placed on his neck to check his pulse. She felt the heartbeat clearly and finally relaxed. She quickly put the child aside and got up. At the same time, the man who had fallen to the ground also stood up. They engaged in a fierce fight, exchanging blows back and forth. Song Jiejia's expression grew more serious. She was facing a tough opponent. Because of the difference in strength and size between men and women, even though Song Jiejia's moves were clever, her stamina was gradually running out. The situation turned very unfavorable, and Song Jiajia was fighting harder and harder. Just as the man showed a contemptuous look, confident he would win, Lu Chuan arrived. Although Lu Chuan wasn't skilled in fighting, his strength was enough to hold the man back, giving Song Jiajia a chance to breathe. Lu Chuan and Song Jiajia worked together, one gentle, one strong, one with power, the other with skill. The tide of the fight slowly turned. Seeing the situation was not in his favor, the man kept an eye on his surroundings while fighting. Song Jiajia sneered, "You're about to die and still want to run." Lu Chuan intensified his attack, aiming to finish the fight in one go. After a few more minutes, both Lu Chuan and Song Jiajia, panting heavily, managed to pin the man to the ground. In Lu Chuan's surprised eyes, with a cracking sound, Song Jiajia disarmed the enemy's limbs. Still in chaos, I learned this from Suning. After resolving the potential threat, Song Jiajia sat on the ground and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She secretly sighed. Today was so close. I rushed out with my passion and may have overestimated my strength. Lu Chuan looked at Song Jiajia with a complicated expression. Since falling into the water, Song Jiajia's personality changed. She became more skilled and decisive when fighting. Could this be what the old saying means? Great danger brings good fortune? Or was her true nature hidden all along and only revealed after falling into the water? Anyway, today, Song Jiajia's help was worth everyone's gratitude. Song Jiqing, are you okay? Song Jiajia's throat was dry and sore. She didn't want to speak much, so she waved her hand. I'm glad you're not hurt. Let me check on Erden. Lu Chuan felt regret that he didn't follow Suning, but he was also glad he was here. Otherwise, brave Song Jiqing might have been in danger. Erden might also have faced trouble. Lu Chuan kept praying silently, hoping everything was fine on Suning's side and that no one was hurt. The sky turned pale, and the campfire gradually went out. The villagers, waiting anxiously, felt their hearts sink even more. Erden's mother could no longer cry out loud. She was crying silently with red eyes. The people whose limbs had been, even in pain, twisted their faces, but still spat out harsh words. The team leader gave a look, and someone quickly pulled out some weeds, stuffed them into the mouths of the cursing people. Suning is back, someone shouted, and the previously quiet atmosphere suddenly became lively. Many villagers eagerly looked on, and those who could move quickly ran towards Suning. Grandpa Liang Ping'an, leaning on his cane and supported by his daughter-in-law, also trembled as he moved towards Suning. Old Mr. Liang hurriedly urged his daughter-in-law, "Don't worry about me. Go see the children." Even if they weren't sure who Suning had rescued, they wanted to check if the children were safe first. Mrs. Zhou said, "I'll go now." "Dad, take it easy." Suning held Liang Ping'an in one arm and the captured villain in the other. Seeing the group of young people running over, Suning simply threw the villain into their hands. Liang Ping'an was still unconscious. Suning quickly went up to the sun-drying platform. Mrs. Zhou just arrived. As a mother, she didn't need to see her son's face. Just seeing the small figure being carried was enough to recognize her child.
Mrs. Zhou's tears suddenly fell.
"Ping'an, my Ping'an." Ning handed the child to Mrs. Zhou. "He's still sleeping now. You should hold him and see Dr. Su." The child was found and returned. Mrs. Zhou gently and tightly held her beloved child, and she immediately burst into tears. Mrs. Zhou didn't need to look for Dr. Su. He came over himself, checked the child's pulse, and when Mrs. Zhou was so nervous she almost couldn't breathe, Dr. Su finally said, "His body is fine. Just a shock. You should take good care of him these next days. He might have nightmares or run a fever at night." Mrs. Zhou let out a heavy breath, her tense heart finally relaxing. She felt a little unsteady and swayed. Fortunately, the woman next to her quickly supported her. Old Master Liang, who had just arrived and heard Dr. Su's words, also had tears in his eyes and almost fainted from excitement. Mrs. Zhou, crying uncontrollably, held Liang Ping'an tightly and knelt in front of Suning. The sound of her knees hitting the ground showed how sincere her kneeling was. Mrs. Zhou, who had never been out of Dawawan Brigade and had lived honestly for half her life, couldn't find fancy words to thank. She could only show her gratitude with this sincere act. Suning stepped aside quickly and helped her up. "Aunt Zhou, don't do this. You're an elder. You're embarrassing me. The brigade had a hard time, and I was happy to help. You don't need to be like this. Now, everything is over. Ping'an is safe and sound in your arms. This little guy is very brave." At this moment, the mother of the second kid ran over crying and staggering. "Su Jiqing, have you seen my second kid? Ping'an is back." "Is my second kid?" Seeing her on the verge of collapse, Suning quickly reached out to support her. "Auntie." When the two villains ran away, one took a child and fled separately. Song Jiheng and I had no choice but to chase after them separately. During dangerous times, Song Jiheng was brave enough to step forward and try to catch the villains. He did his best to rescue. But the villains were very vicious, and the situation changed in an instant. We are all hoping that the children and Song Jiheng are safe. This kind of thing no one can guarantee. The more hope you give, the more disappointed you might feel if the outcome is bad. Sometimes, people end up blaming those who try to help. Erden's mother kept crying and said, "Oh no. Why is my son Erden so unlucky? He was just sleeping at home, and someone took him away without anyone noticing. Well, they took him, but if only Su Ning had been there to save him," she added. "If Su Ning had been there, my son might have come back safely." Su Ning's face turned cold. "Auntie, I feel sorry for what happened to Erden. But you should speak with a clear conscience. Song Jiqing and your family have no relation to this. They risked their lives to chase the bad guys and save your child. Right now, they might be fighting for their lives." She looked at her with blame and disappointment. "Do you think that's fair? Do you think you're being honest with yourself? Do you respect Song Jiqing's brave effort?" Erden's father, looking dirty and tired, hurried over and said, I'm sorry. My wife doesn't mean what she said."
She didn't mean it that way.
"We understand that, no matter what happens, we are very grateful that Su Jiqing and Song Jiqing risked everything to help us. My wife is just too worried about Erden, so she said some careless words," he added. Seeing the others look at her with disapproval, she realized she had spoken out of turn. She wanted to apologize and explain, but then someone shouted, "Song Jiqing is back." Erden's mother ran toward the sound. Erden's father bowed to Su Ning and hurried after her. Chi Xiao came over to Su Ning, worried. "Are you hurt?" Su Ning shook her head. "No, just ran a bit far, so it took some time to come back." What Su Ning didn't notice was that another young person was watching her with concern. Everyone went to check on Erden. The team leader and the village secretary came over to praise Su Ning endlessly. Su Ning felt a little embarrassed. "Leader, you really have a way with words. I didn't know you were such a good speaker." The leader coughed and said, "Haha. I've been here a long time, but this is the first time I realized how good your speaking skills are. I think the 20,000-word self-criticism you were asked to write is a piece of cake for you. Captain, I praised you for searching thoroughly and using all my brain, but you come and poke my lung tube." The captain huffed like a child throwing a tantrum, glared at Su Ning, and then looked away angrily. The village secretary couldn't help but shake his head and smile, saying, "You're doing great, girl. Lu Dailai, this old guy, finally has someone who can stand up to him." Before falling into the water, Song Jiajia was like a sparrow, chirping everywhere. Now she speaks very little. When the captain and village secretary asked about the situation, Song Jiajia glanced at Lu Chuan and then stepped back. Lu Chuan and Song Jiajia didn't share a good understanding. He couldn't tell what she wanted to say with that look. But Song Jiajia was already standing coldly to the side. She didn't want to talk. Her throat was so dry it felt like it was on fire. People around kept asking many questions. Lu Chuan answered some of what he knew. He even described how much effort Song Jiajia put in to save someone and how risky it was. Song Jiajia was watching her surroundings, thinking about where to get some water to drink. A gourd ladle was handed to her. The water inside was rippling, and the hand holding the ladle was trembling. Wei Xiaoqun showed a smile that was worse than crying and said, "I saw you keep biting your lip, probably wanting water. So I just gave you some." Song Jiajia took the gourd ladle and said, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Su Ning caught a glimpse and smirked faintly. Su Ning thought, Xiaoqun probably just used her own cup to scoop water for Song Jiajia, right? Wei Xiaoqun replied, "It's just a ladle, can't split it in half, can it?" The captain and village secretary also praised Song Jiajia. But Song Jiajia stood silently, not saying a word. The captain, who loved to praise others, seemed like he was looking for someone to endorse him. "Captain, I can't praise anymore. Whoever wants to praise, go ahead." Both children were safely rescued, and the villains were all caught. All the villagers of Dawawan finally relaxed their hearts. The captain waved his hand and asked the village secretary to lead the next work of comforting and guiding everyone. The captain, along with 2 small squads of militia, escorted the injured villains with broken arms and legs to the commune. The village secretary kept everyone at the drying yard and held a meeting that lasted nearly an hour. After giving a big wave, besides the militia members taking turns patrolling, the villagers took a day off. Liang's house was burned down, and since it was a holiday, most of the village went to help. At the youth station, Fu Guodong, as the leader, said a few words. The villains attacked at night. I only heard about such things from elders before. I didn't think it would really happen last night. Luckily, everyone worked together, and we didn't suffer much damage. But it reminds us to stay alert in the future. The brave actions of comrades Song Jiqing and Su Jiqing brought honor to our youth station. After this event, our reputation has improved, and everyone benefits. Let's give a round of applause to these 2 good comrades. Applause sounded, and except for Chi Mei, whose smile looked a bit forced, everyone else showed sincere smiles. Chi Mei clapped and said, Song Jiqing is really impressive when she makes a move. Jiajia said, my brother told me during training that skills are learned to handle danger, not to show off. When I fell into the water, villagers helped me a lot. When the village is in trouble, I won't just stand by. I only did what I should do. Whether I made a big scene or not doesn't matter. Chi Mei felt bored and closed her mouth with a forced smile. Su Ning was about to wash up and rest, but Song Jiajia called her. Su Jiqing, your 2 moves against the villains are very powerful. Can I learn from you, Su Ning? Huh? Now, Song Jiajia nodded with a smile. Is that okay? She then said happily, let's go outside so we won't disturb the others resting. The other youth. We don't mind being disturbed. We really want to see. Song Jiajia and Su Ning went to the riverbank. Looking at the flowing water, Song Jiajia asked, you know what I mean, right? Su Ning understood what Song Jiajia was asking, but she didn't admit it directly. Instead, she asked back, what do you think I should know, Song Jiqing? Song Jiajia looked at Su Ning and said, even though it's night and the scene is a bit chaotic, I noticed you have 2 moves. I guess you just learned them recently. Although it sounds like a question, there is a clear sense of certainty in his words. Su Ning pockets his hands, kicks a stone with his foot, and relaxedly says, fighting moves are always based on the same principles. It's normal for some moves to look similar. Does Song Jiqing find this strange? Song Jiajia chuckles softly and says, silly Su Ning, today you're also starting to beat around the bush. Let me be honest with you. You've already guessed that I'm not really Song Jiajia, haven't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone out with me tonight. Su Ning asks, so, when you called me out, were you trying to threaten me into keeping a secret or just sharing your story? Song Jiajia's smile becomes more genuine. Threaten you? Even if I trained for 10 more years, I couldn't do that. Knowing I can't beat you, why would I rush to make enemies? But I am curious. How do you see me now? Do you think I swapped with Song Jiajia, or do you think I'm possessed? Su Ning laughs and says, I've heard there are many restless spirits in the river. Instead of guessing whether Song Jiajia has a long-lost twin sister who looks exactly like her, I lean more toward the idea that she's possessed. Song Jiajia gives a charming smile. You guessed right. I really am possessed. Su Ning makes an exaggerated face and shivers. I'm so scared. Song Jiajia bursts out laughing, showing her most relaxed smile since her rebirth. Would you like to hear my story? If you're willing to tell it, I'll be a very cooperative listener. Song Jiajia looks into the distance, her whole body filled with loneliness and sadness. Before I woke up in this body, I was the daughter of the princess of the Dawn Dynasty. From a young age, people around me told me about the beautiful love story between my princess mother and my top scholar father. My mother wasn't the most favored princess of the Dawn Dynasty, but she received all the princess privileges she deserved. In my memory, my mother was always in poor health, spending half the year bedridden. But my father loved me very much and didn't want me to suffer from practicing music, chess, calligraphy, painting, or embroidery. He let me do whatever I liked. From a young age, I was used to getting my way, whether it was wind or rain. Even though I caused many problems, my father always protected me. He told me not to be afraid, not to hide my true self, and to live freely. Later, I became known as a bold and proud little witch in the imperial city. I didn't see this as shameful, but as something to be proud of, because my father told me that this was the strength a princess should have. I thought I could live like this forever. When the emperor died and the new emperor took the throne, my father's great achievements made me believe I could be even more daring. But harsh truth hit me hard. It turned out my mother wasn't sick, but was poisoned by my father for many years. It also turned out that my mother and I were just tools for my father to gain power. My father already had a happy family outside, with children and everything. My mother died, and while my father played the role of a loving husband, I was being insulted and abandoned by him. When everyone admired how deeply my father loved my mother and how well he cared for me, I was already thrown into a mass grave, broken and defeated.
Haha.
Luckily, heaven still had mercy on me. I was fortunate to meet a master and learn skills through hard work. With my battered body, I finally dragged everyone into, but I never expected I could open my eyes again. Song Jiajia finished her story and felt a wave of relief. The anger and frustration she had kept inside seemed to fade away. Ning looked at her silently and asked, "Are you afraid?" Song Jiajia replied, "Do you want the truth or a lie?" Annoyed, she said, "The truth." "Oh, then I'm not afraid." "You're not afraid even when you're possessed?" Ning pouted and said, "Do you know how to absorb energy from others? Do you bite people's necks?" Song Jiajia was speechless. "I'm not a monster."
How could I do that?
"Then, do you find someone to take the blame for you?" Song Jiajia gritted her teeth and said, "No." Ning shrugged. "Then it's settled. If you don't know how to do the things ghosts are supposed to do, then you're just a reincarnated person with memories. What's there to be afraid of?" Ning thought for a moment and said, "What's there to fear? I'm just like you." Song Jiajia muttered to herself, "Just reincarnated with memories, that's all?" "Exactly. Since you've been reborn, it's a new life. You should forget the past and cherish the present." A spark appeared in Song Jiejia's eyes. Now, she was herself, Song Jiajia, not the spoiled and arrogant princess who lived in lies. She chose to face everything bravely, both for her mother and to avenge herself. The grudges from her past life should now be gone. This is a fresh new life, and she should live it fully. She won't waste this rare chance. Song Jiajia stepped out of the prison she had created for herself. As the morning sun rose, she smiled with a sense of new beginnings. "Ning, TSK, have I developed a new skill? Am I good at guiding others now?" Suddenly, Song Jiajia gave Ning a big hug. "Ning, thank you." Ning, slowly releasing her fist, rolled her eyes. If she wanted a hug, she should have said so earlier. She almost reacted instinctively without thinking. Song Jiajia let go and smiled. "Honestly, tell me, on the night I opened the door for you, did you follow me out?" Ning rolled her eyes again. "You have the nerve to ask? Do you know you scared Xiao Chun so badly she didn't sleep for 3 days?" Song Jiajia looked confused. "I didn't do anything out of line. How did I scare her?" Thinking for a moment, she remembered Xiao Chun had indeed looked exhausted those days. Was that the time? She hadn't done anything special. Ning explained all the coincidences Xiao Chun told her. Song Jiajia felt embarrassed. "I didn't know the village's chickens were being bitten by something. I didn't go out those 3 days because I was on my period. The unfamiliar world made me feel unsafe, so after my period ended, I hurried out to practice my skills." "Who knew there would be such coincidences?" Ning said. "I only followed you because Xiao Chun told me some convincing stories, and I was suspicious of you. That's why I dared to follow you to see what you were up to. Plus, you saw the whole process of me practicing martial arts, and I even learned some secretly." Ning said. "What secret learning?" "I was just learning openly," Song Jiajia thought. As expected, Ning. She raised an eyebrow. "Then tell me, do you want to learn too?" Ning glanced at Song Jiajia. "What? Do you want to be my master?" Jiajia raised an eyebrow. "Can I be your master?" "That depends on whether you're willing to learn." Ning snorted and turned to leave. "This isn't the end of the world, and there's no huge danger. Why practice such advanced martial arts obsessively? Moreover, she's not weak. She has special abilities and fighting skills. Why bother with all that effort? Being free and carefree without parents is good enough. Why look for a master? Is life so boring that she needs one? Plus, there's no free lunch in the world. There might be more trouble ahead. She's not foolish. There's no need to get involved in unnecessary problems over something insignificant. Jiajia didn't expect Suning to dismiss her bait so disdainfully. She originally thought Suning was interested in martial arts because she was secretly learning her moves. Jiajia told her about her background, partly to vent her frustrations and partly to plant seeds about her past life, hoping to pique Suning's curiosity and admiration for martial arts. She wasn't worried that Suning might expose her as not being the original Jiajia. After all, her body was the original's, and her soul had changed. No one would believe her story if she told it. She just thought, since Suning had already guessed, she might as well be honest. She would never have the chance to learn her master's ultimate skills in this life. But Suning, with her great strength, might have that chance. Her master only had her as a disciple. In her past life, she let her master down and missed the opportunity to pass on her skills. Now, in this life, she couldn't carry on her master's legacy. After all this time, she saw a glimmer of hope in Suning. She wanted to pass on her master's secret family skills to Suning, so her master's knowledge wouldn't be lost. But Jiajia never expected Suning to react like this. Jiajia hurried after Suning. Suning, are you really not going to learn? Once you miss this chance, it's gone. Don't you want to feel light as a feather, able to walk on walls and rooftops? Don't you want a move that can defeat enemies and sweep away armies? Suning rolled her eyes. Come on, if it was really that awesome, you wouldn't be here, right? Jiajia, that hurt. I am still inexperienced, not. Suning interrupted Song Jiajia, saying, learning martial arts is mainly to protect yourself, but now I have enough ability to live freely. So why spend your youth suffering every day studying martial arts? Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Do I look like a fool? Besides, we don't know each other well. You suddenly offered me an olive branch, so you probably have other intentions, right? Whatever your purpose, I am not interested in the bait you offered. I'm leaving now to go back and rest. Song Jiajia watched Suning walk away and sighed. This path is blocked, and I feel even more guilty towards my master. Suning returned to the youth commune, where old Su was already waiting in the yard. Dr. Su, why are you here? Old Su smiled and said, just to check your pulse and see if your medicine needs adjusting. Suning had been taking the pills made by Dr. Su all along. Chi Seo also told his grandfather about this, and last time he went back, he showed it to him. The medicines are gentle and good for the body, just like the herbal dishes Chi Seo cooked, which work well together. Since they are good for health, Suning didn't refuse. Taking one pill a day is easy. After checking her pulse, old Su relaxed slightly and said, not bad, just follow the previous prescription. He took a small porcelain jar from his cloth bag, saying, this is a month's supply. As usual, one pill a day. Dr. Su, I'll pay for the medicine, but you don't have to accept it. You work so hard making medicine for me. Sometimes I'll pick some herbs and bring them to you. I feel a bit embarrassed. Besides the 10 herbs I asked you to identify last time, do you need anything else? If you need other herbs, let me know. I'll find them and bring them to you. Dr. Su smiled and said, this isn't a serious illness, just some deficiencies. It takes a longer time to recover. The herbs used aren't rare or expensive. Most of them I pick myself from the mountains, so you don't need to pay. However, I know you, young girl, are never idle. You often run around the mountain and you can help me gather some medicinal herbs. All right, whenever you're free, come visit me. I will teach you to recognize more types. Even if the herbs are not valuable, they are still something Dr. Su spent effort collecting. Plus, it takes time to prepare them into pills. Dr. Su, since you don't want my money, I will repay you with my labor. If you need anything, just ask me. You, girl, don't seem to realize you're still a patient. I know you're restless, but some activity is good for your health. Just remember not to overdo it. Yes, I will keep the doctor's advice firmly in mind. Dr. Su smiled kindly, packed up his bag, and stood up. He said, don't just talk, forget to practice. Before you know it, I'll be gone. I'm heading back now. You should go rest soon. Take care, Dr. Su. Old Mr. Su heard Su Ning calling him repeatedly as Dr. Su and thought maybe there was news from that side. He wondered if he could find a chance to change that way of calling. Chi Seo seemed to be cooking seriously, but actually, he had his ears perked up, listening carefully to Su Ning and Dr. Su's conversation. Others might not notice, but he had seen the pills Su Ning was taking. Her grandfather had mentioned that the person who made those pills put a lot of care into it. Several medicinal herbs were used, some of which are now hard to find. The herbs in the pills are probably kept by the pharmacists. Those herbs could be replaced, but the effect wouldn't be as gentle. Given Su Ning's condition, she could handle it, but she would have to endure some hardship. The person making the pills must care deeply for Su Ning to do this. Chi Seo looked at the departing figure of Dr. Su, feeling increasingly suspicious. He used his treasure herbs without asking for payment, and didn't let Su Ning know how precious the pills were. What was his true purpose in helping Su Ning? His guard grew stronger. Su Ning watched Chi Seo staring intently in one direction, her eyes wide. Curious, she looked over. She saw two dragonflies holding each other, their long tails trembling. They were fluttering up and down together. What are they doing? Su Ning asked curiously. Chi Seo was momentarily stunned, unsure what Su Ning was asking about. Then he looked in the direction she was gazing. Su Ning said, "They say where there are people, there is a world of its own. It's not easy to get along in this circle. Look at that dragonfly above. It clearly has wings of its own, and it's even bigger than the one below, but it's resting on the back of the smaller one, riding the wind like a plane. Isn't that a form of bullying?" Chi Seo's face turned slightly red. He cleared his throat and said, "Every species has its own rules for survival. Maybe this is just their way of reproducing their kind. It might not be about bullying or not." Su Ning kept watching the pair dragonflies and said, "You seem to know a lot about this. No wonder you're so serious about watching. Chi Seo, I'm not taking the blame for this. When did I start watching dragonflies pair up? Chi Seo, clearly, you're the one paying close attention, and now you're blaming me. Do you feel guilty?" Su Ning just hummed in response, still staring at the dragonflies. These tiny dragonflies are quite cute, unlike the huge ones in the apocalypse that are as big as airplanes. Su Ning turned to Chi Seo and asked, "What's wrong?" Chi Seo, what's wrong? Staring at dragonflies pairing up in front of someone of the opposite. If I didn't know you better, I'd think you're hinting at something. The food is ready, you can eat now. Su Ning glanced at the pot and asked Chi Seo, "Are you feeling troubled today?" Chi Seo, since I've got you in my heart, do I ever not have worries? Nothing special. What's up? Su Ning pointed at the pot and said, "The radish in the soup is still raw." Chi Seo, that's my new dish, called crispy radish with light soup. Su Ning believed sincerely, then you should try it properly. I trust your cooking skills a lot. Chi Seo, thank you. Wait, I just remembered. Your health isn't good, so you shouldn't eat hard foods. This dish isn't suitable for you right now. Wait until it's cooked soft, then you can eat it. The texture will be better. Once you're healthier, I'll make the authentic crispy radish with light soup for you. Chi Seo, I'm not that fragile. Eating a few slices of raw radish is fine. Su Ning, no, you need to follow the doctor's advice. If you're hungry, I'll brew you a cup of malted milk, and then you can have 2 pieces of sesame cake to fill up. Su Ning rubbed his stomach. Last night's activity was a bit intense, so I'm really hungry now. Ji Seo wore a happy smile, with a look of helplessness and affection in his eyes. Does this girl even know what she is saying? If others heard her, they might misunderstand. Although he doesn't mind such misunderstandings, now is not the time. If there are misunderstandings, they should wait until after the wedding. At Old Su's house, Old Su had just arrived home when Su Pingrui came forward and asked, "Grandpa San, how is Su Ning? Is she okay?" Old Su shook his head and said, "Although she wasn't affected by last night's events, her body is too weak. It will take time to recover. Fortunately, this girl has a good heart and a positive attitude, which helps her health a lot. After staying up all night, she should go rest now." Old Su saw Su Pingrui hesitating and knew what he wanted to say, but there was no news yet, So it wasn't the right time. In Beijing, Su Zhenbang and his son were happily eating their meal. Su Zhenbang's older brother-in-law, Chen Qingning, with his son Chen Yanping, suddenly rushed into Su Zhenbang's house. Without saying a word, Chen Qingning knocked over the table. Seeing his angry brother-in-law, Su Zhenbang showed no sign of anger. Instead, he looked calmly at Chen Qingning. Chen Qingning pointed at Su Zhenbang and shouted, "Su Zhenbang, are you even a decent person? Xianghua at least called you father for over 20 years. He's now far away in the northwest and no longer in your way. Why don't you let him go? Mu Qing and Xiangdang are gone, and only Xianghua remains in the northwest. You want to wipe him out? Are you even human?" Su Zhenbang sneered and said, "Wipe him out? Do you have the nerve to bring that up? I, Su Zhenbang, have also been betrayed by your Qin family siblings, nearly losing everything. If it weren't for the old lady saving us, we'd be just bones by the roadside. How could we live comfortably today?" Su Zhenbang sneered again and said, "We are grateful for the old lady's help back then, but my mother and I have served your family humbly for many years. I even risked my life to protect you from a knife. I didn't die because I was lucky, but we, mother and son, have repaid your Qin family's kindness. Now it's you, Chen Qingning, and the late Qin Wanting who owe me, Su Zhenbang. Anyway, the treasures he took from the Qin family are already gone, and he gained nothing. In the end, he didn't really plan against the Qin family. On the other hand, the Qin family almost caused him to lose his descendants. If he doesn't seek revenge, is he still a man? Whatever your grudge or anger, you come at me. How can you be so cruel as to wipe out even Wanting's last bloodline?" Su Zhenbang chuckled softly. "Come at me? I don't need to dirty my hands. Do you think your good days will last much longer? Chen Qingning, you're no longer the big young master who commands the Qin family. Do you really think I would still call you big brother-in-law after learning about your shameless sister's affair and you giving me the sterilization medicine? Ha! We are now sworn enemies. You foolishly stepped into my Su family. If I don't take some interest, how can I justify myself?" After saying that, Su Zhenbang suddenly punched Chen Qingning in the face. Chen Qingning, unprepared and exhausted from days of travel, was already weak. He was knocked to the ground by Su Zhenbang's punch. His head hit the doorframe, and his mind buzzed. Chen Yanping, a gentle scholar type, was no match for Su Zhenbang's furious rage. He was quickly pushed down. Su Zhenbang looked down at the father and son on the ground, feeling very pleased. He spat and said, "That is useless and dead. It has nothing to do with me. He's just a wild kid from the northwest, not worth me wasting effort on. Get out of my territory, or it won't be just a punch next time." Su's wife stepped forward and said, "You knocked over our food, broke our table. If you want to leave, pay us first. Otherwise, I'll report you to the police for breaking into our home." Chen Qingning, battered, was helped up by his son. He angrily pulled out some money and threw it at his wife. He glared at Su Zhenbang with hatred before leaving with his son. He had just received news of Xianggua's death and was so angry that he lost his reason, rushing in recklessly. "His good days won't last long, huh? Su Zhenbang, how much longer do you think you can enjoy your freedom?" Mrs. Su was cursing under her breath, but she moved quickly to pick up the money. Meanwhile, Su Zhenbang felt uneasy after seeing Chen Qingbei's look when he left. Chen's family has lived in Beijing for generations. Their family ties are complicated, and after so many years, Su Zhenbang knows he can't compare to them through his own efforts. Haven't the Zhao family already been abandoned by Chen Qingning, the crazy dog, after he turned against Zhao Yang's family? After Su Muxing married out, he even sent a letter to Chen Qingning. He knew how proud Chen Qingning was. Even though he loved his niece very much, he would give up on the broken, dirty, and lowly Su Muxing if needed. His pride mattered more, so his love was more for those at the bottom. That's why Chen Qingning wouldn't let his circle of friends know he had such a lowly, dirty niece. So, Su Muxing died less than half a month after getting married, without making any fuss. Maybe Chen Qingning was behind this too. When Su Xiongdong died, Chen Qingning didn't even look at him. Su Zhenbang guessed that after Su Xiongdong and Su Muxing's deaths, Chen Qinghua shifted his longing from Chen wanting to Su Xiongua, who was far in the northwest. That's why, after Su Xiongua died, Chen Qinghua lost his temper and came to question. Su Zhenbang reviewed his own connections and current situation. If Chen Qinghua wanted to hurt him, where would he start? He thought for a moment and suddenly looked up. Su Ning. He was no longer able to have children. After cutting off Chen Wanting's hope, Chen Qinghua would definitely retaliate. If he kills Su Zhenbang's only child, he would be following Chen Wanting's path. Mrs. Su said, "Are you stupid?" Su Ning is still in the countryside. Su Zhenbang anxiously said, "Mom, you need to prepare things. Whatever you can gather, do it. Pack some clean clothes for me too. I'll go to the factory to ask for leave, then buy a ticket at the station." Chen Qinghua might come after Su Ning. Mrs. Su quickly grabbed Su Zhenbang as he was about to rush out. "Son, calm down. You're going to the countryside for no clear reason. It won't help much. Don't forget, Su Ning isn't the same as before. She can't be easily controlled now. Even if Chen Qinghua intends to target Su Ning, he won't succeed easily. Didn't you say before that many people are watching the chair you sit on? It's best for you to apply for a transfer, preferably to a city or county where Su Ning's company is based. First, because we want to adopt Su Ning's son, we need to get closer to her. Staying far away isn't good. Second, although mother trusts your abilities, even tigers sometimes rest. If Chen Qinghua, this crazy dog, takes advantage of the opportunity, it will be too late to regret. Take this chance to leave this place of trouble with honor. Su Zhenbang is very reluctant to leave the comfortable life and the business he built in Jing City. But compared to risking losing his children or falling into hardship, he hesitated only briefly before agreeing to his wife's suggestion. Su Ning is currently enjoying her meal happily, unaware that her family is rushing toward her. Jiajia watches Su Ning eat with gusto, smiling but also worried she might burn herself. He gets a clean bowl, fills it with half a bowl of radish and dried duck meat, and stirs and blows on it. Seeing that Su Ning's bowl is empty, he replaces her nearly cooled bowl with his own. Then he continues to serve, stir and on the food. After several rounds of this, Su Ning says while eating, "Don't just focus on me, you should eat too." Jiajia keeps stirring and replies, "I'm not in a hurry." Su Ning glances at the pot, which still has plenty of food, and feels reassured to eat. Su Ning leans back, resting her hand on her stomach, lazily like a cat basking in the sun after a meal. If she had a tail, she would probably be wagging it now, swatting at mosquitoes. While eating slowly, Jiajia suddenly asks, "Su Ning, do you like cats?" In her mind, Su Ning unconsciously pictures the huge zombie cat with its fierce fighting ability. At her peak, her psychic form was just a little smaller than that zombie cat. She was killed by the zombie cat's claws. Her memories from the previous life stop at the moment when the zombie cat's sword-like claws pierced her chest, breaking her heart. Even though she died quickly, she still experienced the pain of her chest being pierced and her heart shattered just before death. The pain of that moment was beyond words, and Su Ning couldn't help but shiver. Jiajia had never seen fear in Su Ning's eyes before. Su Ning's shiver was noticed by Jiajia. "Jiajia, are you afraid of cats, Su Ning?" He immediately wanted to slap himself, full of regret. Why did he have to bring up that topic now? He quickly changed the subject and said, "When I was 5 or 6 years old, my grandfather had a parrot. Whenever I had nothing to do, my only hobby was to teach the parrot to talk, over and over again. Guess what I managed to teach it?" Su Ning snapped back to reality, seeing the strong desire to share in Jiajio's eyes, and casually asked, "What did you teach it?" "I told it to call me handsome and to say I'm smart," Su Ning said with interest. "I bet that parrot didn't actually say what you told it to." "How do you know?" Su Ning adjusted to a more comfortable position with a half smile and said, "If everyone just agreed with you, you probably wouldn't remember it so clearly. Now I'm curious, what did the parrot actually say?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Jiajio's face. He hesitated before saying, "I told it to call me handsome, but it called me a girl. I told it to say I'm smart, but it called me a fool." Su Ning burst out laughing so hard that she pounded her thigh. Seeing Su Ning so happy, The embarrassment on Qi Xiao's face quickly disappeared. Although it was a pretty embarrassing story, it was also a memory he didn't want to think about. But making Suning happy made that silly parrot somewhat worthwhile. Suning couldn't stop laughing and asked Qi Xiao, "How long did you teach it?" "Half a year." "Ha ha. So you stubbornly endured being scolded for half a year?" Qi Xiao lowered his head and touched his nose. Looking back, he didn't know why he was so stubborn back then. "Did you finally teach it to talk?" Qi Xiao shook his head. "No, I taught it for half a year and it only learned to say girl and fool. So I deliberately pulled my hair and took off my coat in front of it. I did this more than 10 times a day, and soon it became bald." "Ha ha." It looked so ugly. It made itself so ugly that it became shy. "Ha ha." That's really your style, but you are very patient, enduring being scolded by a silly bird for half a year. If it were me, I would have plucked all its feathers out by now. After a hearty laugh, Suning pushed the memories aside. Qi Xiao said, "You should go rest now. When the captain comes back, we might need to gather." Suning stretched lazily, moved his neck, and said, "Let's clean up the dishes together, then go to sleep." Qi Xiao replied, "You should rest quickly. I'll finish this small task soon. I packed everything myself, so I know where to find it when needed. Hurry up and go. Don't dawdle. We won't have much time later." Suning started tidying up the dishes himself. "Since we ate together, it's not fair for you to do all the cleaning. I care about my younger siblings a lot." Qi Xiao wondered, can time go backwards? He really wanted to scold himself for being so careless. "Suning, wake up. The captain is calling us to gather." Wei Xiaochun shook Suning gently. Suning mumbled, turned over, and kept sleeping with his legs and blanket. "Suning, get up now." Wei Xiaochun reached out and poked Suning's waist a few times. Suning closed his eyes and giggled while rolling on the bed. I'm up. Please, Lord Xiaochun, have mercy." Seeing that Suning was awake, Wei Xiaochun stopped teasing him. "I was outside picking mushrooms for you. We'll go to the gathering together later." Suning sat up, stretched comfortably, moved his neck, then got dressed and got out of bed. When Suning left the dorm, he saw Wei Xiaochun squatting in the yard, picking mushrooms. He looked at the clock. Oh, it was already past 3 p.m. "You've gathered quite a lot today," Suning said. Wei Xiaochun smiled and replied, "Today's luck is good. I haven't gone far. I picked out the broken ones and dried the good ones into mushroom chips. Later, I'll send some to my parents. It's a nice dish to add to the meal." Wei Xiaochun and Suning are the two who love picking mushrooms the most at the youth station. Suning enjoys the feeling of picking mushrooms and also likes eating them, so she never misses any she finds. Wei Xiaochun's family is an ordinary household that plans their monthly food supply carefully. On the mountain, she picks anything edible and storable without hesitation. While stocking up for herself, she also sends some to her family. Even the sour berries that the village children dislike, she picks many, slices them, and dries them into fruit chips. Now, Wei Xiaochun has 2 big bags of dried wild vegetables, 2 bags of dried mushrooms, and a bag of mixed wild fruits beside her bed. Suning crouches down, quickly helping Wei Xiaochun pick through the items. When with someone she trusts completely, Wei Xiaochun naturally shares her sights and stories. Ever since the incident with Tianmeng and Shen Qingning, our youth station has become a topic of gossip among the villagers. Whenever 3 or 5 women gather, they mostly criticize our youth station. Some villagers also cast suspicious looks at the young women. Every time I go out, I carry a sickle. It's convenient for work and also for safety. But after last night's events, I suddenly noticed that the villagers' attitude toward our youth station has changed. Those who used to keep their distance now act very friendly. Suning says, "For the native villagers, we are always outsiders. The village's land is limited, and the harvest each year is the same. People without a youth station can still do the work, and they don't share their food with outsiders. Honestly, the youth group, whether voluntary or not, isn't welcomed by the villagers. Food is vital to everyone, and few truly accept the group that shares their rations. So, if a youth makes a mistake, the villagers' usual hidden rejection becomes obvious. The word youth represents all of us. After the incident with Tianmeng, I realized many people have their own thoughts. I wanted to do something to scare off those with bad intentions, but I didn't expect that last night's events would give us an advantage. Thanks to how I and Song Jiajia performed last night, our youth station should be safe for a while. Xiao Chun's eyes sparkled as she said, "Luckily, heaven blessed me to come to the Daowan team. It also allowed me to successfully latch onto your good fortune." "Suning, it's really great to have you." Suning smiled happily and replied, "I feel like it's even better with you around. Xiao Chun and Suning are good friends." She knows she benefits from the friendship, so she tries to do things within her ability to repay Suning. For example, when she tends to her small farm plot, she also takes care of Suning's part. When she finds tasty fruits, she immediately brings a bowl to Suning. Suning likes to play in the woods, and her clothes often get torn. Xiao Chun is always there to sew them up. Sometimes, when Suning takes off her clothes and hasn't had time to wash them, Xiao Chun sees and helps wash them. Just as Xiao Chun was about to say something, she saw Suning carefully examining a small mushroom. "Xiao Chun, what kind of mushroom is this?" "I've been collecting mushrooms for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen one like this." Xiao Chun glanced at it and kept picking, saying, "Ma Dajian said this is called pink egg, and it's not for eating." "It's not for eating, then why did you pick it?" Suning leaned in to smell it. Just as Xiao Chun was about to explain what she was going to do with it, she saw this scene. Anxiously, Xiao Chun said, "Don't." With a pop, the tiny ball, about the size of a quail egg, burst. The powder that spilled out made Suning sneeze several times and smell so bad that her stomach churned.
"Ashu."
"Xiao Chun." She quickly ran to the water basin and scooped a big handful of water. "Suning, bend over and tilt your head. I'll rinse it for you." Suning obeyed, and Xiao Chun just poured water over her, causing Suning to sneeze again. Suning thought, this feeling is really quite intense. After rinsing a few times, her symptoms eased quite a bit. Her sneezing stopped one after another, but every 1 or 2 minutes, she still sneezed once. Her nose itched so much she rubbed it until it was red.
"Sunen, I'm sorry."
"It's okay." "Achoo." Suning rubbed her nose again, took a deep breath, and said, "It's fine. I'm just curious. Since this thing isn't for eating, why did you pick it?" Wei Xiao said, "Mama Danyang said that the powder from the powder eggs has a repellent effect. After drying the powder, sew it into a small cloth bag. When storing dried goods, put a small bag inside. Dried goods can be stored for a whole year without getting worms. So I picked up a few. I had nowhere to put them at the time, and since the powder eggs are not toxic, I put them together with mushrooms." "Sorry, Suning, for causing you trouble." Suning rubbed his nose hard twice and sniffed, saying, "It's okay. It's not your fault. I was careless." "Achoo." Wei Xiaochun watched Suning sneeze, tears streaming down his face, feeling very guilty. When they gathered at the drying yard, Suning was still sneezing. Suning looked around. All the educated youths were here, but he didn't see Qi Xiao. "Xiao Chun, do you know where Qi Jiying went?" Wei Xiaochun shook his head. "I don't know. Wait for a moment, I'll ask Fu Jiying." "Suning, do you think you caught a cold?" Suning only felt his nose itch and sneezed twice before saying, "No, Mama Danyang. I accidentally got some powder into my nose." Another auntie said uncertainly, "Suning, could it be that you got the powder from the powder eggs into your nose?" Yes. Then you should quickly pick some peach tree leaves, crush them, squeeze out the juice, and rinse your nose. Otherwise, not only will you keep sneezing, but your nose might swell up and you won't be able to breathe." "Suning, is it that serious?" Wei Xiaochun just happened to hear this auntie's words. "Auntie, is just peach tree leaves enough?" "It should be. When I was a child, my mother used to rinse my nose with them, and I felt much better." Su Pingrui said, "No need to pick more peach leaves. Hurry up and wash your hands." Wei Xiaochun thanked him and pulled Su Ning to run quickly. "How are you feeling?" "Better now?" Wei Xiaochun asked worriedly, with red eyes. Su Ning sniffed twice. "The itching feeling is gone. Honestly, Dr. Su's medicine really works well." Wei Xiaochun let out a big sigh and wiped cold sweat from his forehead. "That was so scary. From now on, I won't pick anything I shouldn't eat." Seeing Wei Xiaoqun looking scared, Su Ning smiled and said, "You don't have to be so absolute. Sometimes, poison can be a good medicine. You've stored so many dried goods. You can't finish them all quickly. It would be a shame if they get moldy. But with my experience, you should be careful when using the powder eggs. Keep the remaining half tube of powder too. I hope you won't need it, but just in case. Still, I suggest you ask Dr. Su about how to use the powder eggs properly." Wei Xiaoqun nodded. "I'll ask when I have time." Su Ning and Wei Xiaoqun went back to the drying yard. The team leader was passionately giving a motivational speech to everyone. Su Ning looked around but didn't see Qi Xiao anywhere. She quietly asked Wei Xiaoqun, "Xiaoqun, did you ask Fu Jiqing if he saw Qi Xiao?" Wei Xiaoqun slapped his forehead, realizing he forgot to ask. Fu Jiqing said that around 1 o'clock, Qi Jiqing said he was going to the North Forest to dig up some roots for soup. Su Ning's heart sank. North? Did Qi Xiao unlucky enough to run into a wild boar again? In just a few minutes, Su Ning looked back several times. All she could picture was Qi Xiao, weak and fragile, facing a fierce wild boar, blood and flesh torn apart. Sigh, he's her partner in eating, so she should go and check on him, even if she doesn't want to. Seeing the team leader still excitedly talking, Su Ning whispered to Wei Xiaoqun and slipped away from the crowd. Wei Xiaoqun watched her reaction and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He wondered if Su Ning, so carefree and bold, had already realized she felt differently about Qi Xiao. If Qi Xiao can keep paying attention to Su Ning now, I really think this couple has potential. Wei Xiaoqun has always been clear that once he starts down the rural path, it might be impossible to turn back. As a man, Qi Xiao's looks may not match common standards, but he has qualities that other men don't have. Su Ning has such a good suitor in Qi Xiao, and she doesn't mind him getting close. Wei Xiaoqun sincerely hopes they will develop feelings because they seem very compatible. Su Ning quickly arrived outside Beipo Forest. She wasn't sure which way Qi Xiao would enter the forest, so she hesitated for a moment. She casually picked a leaf, held it in her hand, and blew on it with her mouth. Where the leaf lands, that's the way I'll go into the forest. Qi Xiao, if you're really unlucky enough to meet a wild boar, whether I can save you again depends on whether fate has that in store for you. Su Ning headed toward the direction where the leaf fell, exploring the surroundings while moving quickly. Meanwhile, Qi Xiao was crying as he hung on a tree branch at the edge of a cliff. He watched helplessly as the branch couldn't bear the weight, making cracking sounds, and the roots of the branch were slowly detaching from the rocky wall. He held tightly to the branch with both hands, not daring to cry out loud, only silently shedding tears. He kept glancing down, worried that if he fell, he might be seriously injured or worse. Ugh, I don't want to die young. My love hasn't even started yet. Su Ning is so carefree. She doesn't pay attention to her health without me watching over her. If I die, who will cook medicinal meals for her? What if the person she meets in the future doesn't treat her as well as I do? Tears streamed down Qi Xiao's face. Why was he so unlucky? He could meet wolves just outside the forest. He was chased by a wolf and ran all the way here, falling off the cliff. Does heaven just dislike him? His happy life has just begun, and before he even has a chance to say a word about love, his life is about to be taken away. Qi Xiao gradually ran out of strength, his arms grew weaker, and he felt more hopeless. Su Ning, I regret choosing the slow way to let you discover my goodness. I am glad I didn't have the chance to tell you everything. Actually, this is okay. At least I am gone, and I won't affect your mood. Qi Xiao looked to the north, feeling both reluctant and pained, and said, I'm sorry. The crooked tree he was hanging from was about to be pulled out by the roots. Qi Xiao smiled sadly. Since I am going to die anyway, I won't burden you anymore. Just as he was about to let go, he seemed to hear Su Ning calling out. At first, Qi Xiao thought he was imagining it. He was happy that he could still hear Su Ning's voice before dying. But then, he faintly heard Su Ning calling again, and this time he was sure it wasn't a hallucination. This made him very excited, almost pulling the crooked tree over. Qi Xiao quickly calmed himself and shouted as loudly as he could without moving his body, Su Ning, I'm here, came the reply. Qi cried more fiercely as he shouted. Seeing the crooked tree about to fall, he felt hope and disappointment at the same time. Suning heard Qi faint call and quickly rushed toward the sound. She was moving so fast that she suddenly appeared at the edge of the cliff and couldn't stop in time, feeling like she was flying freely. Fortunately, Suning was agile and quickly grabbed the vine hanging by the cliff, swinging back onto the branch. Seeing Suning fall, Qi was so excited he forgot where he was and reached out to catch her. Then he experienced the sensation of free fall himself. Once he saw Suning hold onto the vine, he felt relieved. Seeing Qi falling straight down, Suning's heart suddenly ached. She didn't have time to think about why her heart hurt. Suning forcefully tore off a vine and let go of her grip to stabilize herself. As she fell, she swung the vine out forcefully, trying to catch Qi. But she was afraid to use too much strength, worried she might not hold him and accidentally hurt him badly. Qi was happy for only a second. When he saw Suning let go of the vine and fall with him, his heart nearly stopped. Before he could even call out to Suning, something hit his waist, causing him pain so intense he almost lost consciousness. Qi reacted quickly, grabbing the vine wrapped around his waist with both hands. When the vine wrapped around Qi waist, Suning quickly threw another vine to tie around a tree at the edge of the cliff. The two swung around in the air once, but the vines were not very secure. Suning looked up quickly. They were roughly in the middle of the cliff. She had enough strength to throw Qi onto the cliff, but he might not survive the fall. Suning checked the lower part of the cliff wall. It wasn't as steep as the upper part, and she suddenly had an idea. Qi, do you see that hollowed-out cave? Suning said. I'll throw you over, and when your feet land, you must hold onto the grass on the cliff wall so you don't swing back. The hollow is small, and Qi was quite long. When Suning threw him, he hit several protruding rocks on the cliff wall. Fortunately, he grabbed the grass in time, avoiding swinging back and staying safe for now. Suning also breathed a sigh of relief. Are you sure you're steady now? Unravel the vines. Whatever Suning said, Qi did as told. Suning used the vine successfully to become a little gecko, no longer swinging in the air. She looked down. Climbing down with her hands was no problem. Qi, can you climb down? Qi looked up, reluctant to hold Suning back, but faced with reality, he had to admit defeat. Suning, I can't get down, he said, tears starting to fall. Suning, if you can't get down, then you can't. I never said you should wait here to die. Why are you crying? Suning climbed beside Qi. Stop crying. You won't die. I'll carry you down. Worried that Qi, a crying beauty, might not hold on, she tied him to her back with vines. Suning, like a climber carrying a heavy load, carried someone longer than herself, walking down the uneven cliff face with her bare hands. Hey, this looks like the stone peach that Dr. Su mentioned. Qi, I can't free my hands. Quickly pick it. Can you hold on? No problem. Hurry and pick it. After about 20 minutes, they safely reached the bottom of the cliff. Suning untied the vines binding them and wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. It's strange, just climbing down a cliff with her hands. Why does she feel so nervous? Suning, let me see your hand. Suning looked down at his paw, with a few fingertips pads scraped and bleeding. It's okay. Let's go back quickly. The mountains have been getting stranger lately, and wolves are even coming to the outskirts. I'm worried that if we stay outside too long, someone from the village will come looking for us. If they encounter wolves, it could be a big problem. We should go back soon and tell the team leader about this strange thing so everyone can be prepared. After saying that, Suning took the lead and started walking forward, not giving Qi a chance to speak. When they returned to the team, it was still daytime. Wei Xiaochun, who had been watching closely, saw they were safe and let out a sigh of relief. But seeing their battered appearance, her worry grew.
Suning, what happened?
Why are your pants tore at the knees? And your hand is bleeding too? Suning replied. Xiaochun, I need to go see the team leader. You go back to the youth camp and tell Fu Jiqing that wolves are active near Beipo Forest. What? Wolves? Yes, you heard right, wolves.
Telfudziking.
He knows what to do. I'll go find the team leader now. Chi Seo grabbed Suning. My mom packed some ointment in our bag. You should put some on your wounds. I'll go find the team leader. Before Suning could say anything, Chi Seo turned and ran toward the team leader's house. Wei Xiaochun said, the team leader just needs to be notified. Suning, let's go back to the youth camp and treat your wounds. Both Chi Seo and Wei Xiaochun were very worried, but Suning didn't mind the small injuries at all. Back at the youth camp, Suning changed clothes in the dorm. Wei Xiaochun found Fu Guodong and told him about the wolves in Beipo Mountain. Then he quickly went to fetch water and brought it back to help Suning clean his wounds. As Wei Xiaochun prepared everything, he watched Suning wash his wounds roughly, just like washing hands in a basin every day. Suning looked up confused. What's wrong? Wei Xiaochun, with red eyes, asked. Does it hurt? Suning shook the water off his hands and smiled. As long as it's not beyond what I can bear, it doesn't hurt. Wei Xiaochun looked at the carefree smile on Suning's face, feeling a mix of sourness and swelling in his heart. At the youth camp, Fu Guodong also gathered the youth and informed them about the wolves near Beipo. Chi Mei was the first to object, saying, Fu Jiqing, your joke isn't funny at all. It's not a famine year now. The mountains are full of food. Wolves think their lives are too long and come to the outskirts to find trouble. Yes. If heavy snow blocked the mountains and wolves couldn't find food, they might come down. But now it's summer, a time when the forest is rich with food. Why would wolves come down? I heard there's a type of hunting dog that looks very much like a wolf. Could it be a dog from another village that came here? Suning came out of the dormitory confidently and said, I'm sure I saw real wolves today. Not just one, but a group, some big and some small. Everyone's expressions grew serious. Chi Mei asked, Jiqing Suning, since you've seen them, why didn't you fight them? Wei Xiaochun was the first to speak. Jiqing Qi, do you feel any pain in your waist? Those are wolves, not little lambs. Song Jiajia also said, Qi Jiqing, you don't need to jump out to show off your intelligence. Everyone knows wolves are social animals and don't come down easily. Things that are unusual usually mean something's wrong. Do you think Suning and you are both so clueless? If you don't understand the situation and act rashly, do you know wolves remember grudges? It's easy to fight one wolf and not too hard to fight a few, but can you guarantee you'll wipe out all the wolves in the mountain? Before Suning could reply, Song Jiajia and Wei Xiaochun had already shut Chi Mei up. She was speechless. At the captain's house, the captain spat out water in shock. What did you say? There are wolves in the northern forest. The captain pinched himself, wondering if he was hearing things in broad daylight. The captain, holding on to a bit of hope, said, Could you have seen wrong? Qiji was very sure and said, I'm certain I saw wolves. I was running away and fell off a cliff, hanging on the edge. I escaped only because I managed to hold on. Otherwise, I would have been eaten by wolves. The captain's last hope was gone. He didn't bother talking to Qiji anymore and immediately ran toward the brigade office. The bell rang again, echoing throughout the entire brigade, louder and faster with each chime. Whether they are cooking, waiting to eat, or already eating, villagers thought bandits were attacking again. They all rushed out of their homes, holding tools like sticks and hoes. When most people arrived, the team leader looked worried and loudly said, Everyone be quiet. I have some very bad news to tell you. Today, Qingji Qing and Su Jiqing found wolves in the northern forest area. As soon as the team leader finished speaking, the crowd on the square became very noisy. Did I hear that right? The team leader just said there are wolves. Wolves haven't come down from the mountains in many years. There's no famine or heavy snow now, so why are the wolves coming down? Wow, this is terrible. The northern is where most of our grain comes from. If it's wolves or wild boars, it's a big problem for us. What's wrong with our team this year? One problem after another. The team leader calmed his breath and said loudly, Everyone be quiet and listen to me. From the northern to Liangjiawan, starting today, no one is allowed to go there. Especially those with children at home. Please watch your children carefully. A middle-aged man said, Team leader, now is the time when corn is tasseling. If we don't add enough fertilizer, the harvest will be much smaller. Last month's drought already affected the crops. If we ignore it now, we might not even get enough grain for ourselves, let alone enough for the state. Yes, team leader. The farmland from the northern to Liangjiawan is more than half of all the farmland in our River Bay team. The team leader replied, I understand everyone's worries. The ban on entering is only temporary. I will report this to the village secretary immediately. We must trust the organization. Remember, until the wolf problem is solved, no one is allowed to go into the area from the northern to Liangjiawan. Especially, watch your children carefully. If anyone disobeys and enters without permission, they will be responsible for any consequences. Militia members, make sure to patrol 24 hours a day to prevent wolves or criminals from entering the village. Everyone should stay alert and protect themselves. The team leader finished speaking without caring how shocked everyone was. He looked serious and heavy-hearted as he pulled the village secretary aside to discuss security work and reporting matters. The youth station was located at the edge of the village. After the meeting, Fu Guodong held a small meeting with the young people. They discussed how to improve safety and defense at the youth station. Everyone else was excitedly sharing their opinions and talking loudly. Only 2 people sat there absent-mindedly, saying nothing. Qi Zio's mind was full of thoughts about Su Ning. He kept imagining how Su Ning risked her life to save him, even falling off a cliff with him. He also remembered how Su Ning climbed down the cliff without any tools, despite the danger. He saw Su Ning's hands and knees scraped, with small spots of blood, which made his eyes turn red. Qi Zio clenched his fists instinctively. His nails had already cut into his palms. Unaware of this, Su Ning didn't know how full of guilt Qi Zio was. Su Ning's mind was now filled with what Wei Xiaochun had told her. This was after Su Ning left the drying yard, when the team leader announced the news. It turned out that the night attack by the criminals and the theft of children had affected not only the Dehuan Brigade. Out of the 12 brigades under the Red Star Commune, 8 had been disturbed. Besides Dehuan Brigade, the other 7 had suffered heavy losses. Some villages not only lost children but also had several houses burned down. Many people were injured, yet no criminals were caught in these 7 villages. When the team leader and militia squad brought the captured criminals to the commune, they looked very serious. Dehuan Brigade not only recovered their losses in time, but also captured all the criminals responsible for the night attack on their brigade. They provided important clues for the police to solve the case. Thanks to Dehuan Brigade's excellent performance, the negative impact from the Tianmeng incident was mostly erased. The team leader and the entire Dehuan Brigade received high praise from the leaders. This was one reason why the team leader was so energetic during the meeting after returning. Meanwhile, Su Ning was thinking, could the wolf pack coming down the mountain be related to these criminals? Dr. Su came back to the youth station with his medicine bag. Seeing everyone in the meeting, he waved to Su Ning. Su Ning nodded to Fu Guodong and then left the youth station. Dr. Su, do you want to see me about something? Old Mr. Su said, come and see if you've made your health worse. Stretch out your hand. Su Ning obediently stretched out her hand. After Dr. Su checked her pulse, his eyes flickered. The situation was still the same, but there was a difference. That strange energy inside her seemed stronger than before. What exactly is it? Could it be harmful to Su Ning's health? Dr. Su's brow furrowed in concern. Quietly, Qi Zio followed out and saw Dr. Su's expression, his heart pounding. Dr. Su, don't stay silent. Is Su Ning badly hurt? Lost in thought, Dr. Su was interrupted by Qi Zio, who looked annoyed. Dr. Su focused his gaze. Despite being sick, he appeared calm and indifferent, as if her condition was not serious, but rather like someone who is just a little weak. Meanwhile, someone completely unrelated was panicking like a cat on hot bricks. TSK. It really proves the old saying, the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuchs are. After complaining, Dr. Su felt unhappy again. Why is this beautiful woman, with a face worthy of a fairy tale, so anxious and angry? Could it be? Thinking of a certain possibility, Dr. Su's mood immediately worsened. He didn't look pleased with Qi Zio and said, what are you fussing about for? Hurry up and check yourself. Why rush? Can you do it yourself? Qi Zio, born into wealth and privilege, was usually pampered and often looked down on others. But right now, he didn't care about Dr. Su's attitude. He just wanted to know how Su Ning was doing. Su Ning looked at Dr. Su in surprise. Why was Dr. Su so harsh just because Chi Xiao asked a simple question? Dr. Su, Chi Xiao was just asking normally with no negative meaning. You told me to avoid being anxious, impatient, and angry, right? I think you need to do that now. If you're in a bad mood today, go home and vent first. When you're feeling better, we can talk about treatment. Chi Xiao looked at Su Ning with both gratitude and surprise. Is she defending him? This happiness was a bit overwhelming. Dr. Su looked at Su Ning with complicated eyes, feeling the pain of the cabbage being pushed by a pig, but still maintaining a kind smile as he said, You really are. I told you so many warnings, and you only remember this one, and even return it to me. I'm not in a bad mood. I'm in a very good mood, so good that I could jump 3 times in place. Take care of yourself, take your medicine on time. I'm leaving now. If he didn't leave soon, he might lose his temper. Seeing Dr. Su leave, Chi Xiu became anxious instead. Dr. Su, don't rush off yet. You haven't told me how serious Su Ning's injury is? Dr. Su kept walking and glared back at Chi Xiu with disdain in his eyes. You're so slow-witted. Chi Xiu, worried and confused, wanted to ask more, but Su Ning stopped him. Auntie said women have a few days each month when they feel very irritable. Maybe she forgot to mention that men might also have these days. Dr. Su is probably going through one of these irritable days. Don't go rushing in to get scolded. I know my body well, it's fine. Before Dr. Su could walk far, he almost tripped and nearly fell flat. Su Ning saw this and warned, Dr. Su, stay calm and careful, watch your step. Dr. Su, listen to me. Thank you. He was angry and took big steps, walking away with a stubborn attitude. Su Ning muttered again, I knew it. Men, just like women, have days when their mood swings. Chi Xiu, what has my mom told Su Ning behind my back? She's really confusing people. Chi Xiu snapped out of his thoughts and saw Su Ning staring at him steadily. He immediately straightened up, nervous, unconsciously scratching his thigh, and his face started to feel hot. Su Ning, why are you looking at me like that? Chi Xiu. Do I have eye boogers right now? Is my face clean? Is my hair messy? I haven't changed clothes yet. I must look really bad now. Su Ning said it's nothing. I just wanted to see if you're in your irritable phase. After saying that, Su Ning looked away. Chi Xiu felt a little disappointed inside. Thinking about what Su Ning said, Chi Xiu felt it was necessary to explain himself. Cough, cough. I don't have that irritable phase. I've always been very patient and gentle. I pay attention to self-cultivation and won't get angry easily. Su Ning looked thoughtful and said, Auntie says that if you have feelings, you should express them. If you don't, you'll feel depressed. In fact, you don't need to hold it in. It's a normal reaction. If you're upset, just let it out, just don't take it out on me. Xiao Lihua, Ning, I mean you should be angry and take it out on Xiaolu. Chi Xiu, cough. You make a good point. I'll remember that. Are there any other injuries besides your hands and knees? Su Ning shook her head. No. Chi Xiu relaxed and asked, have you applied ointment to your hands and knees? Grandpa's homemade ointment works really well. Su Ning smiled and said, good things should be used when needed. I just have a small scratch, no need to waste ointment. Chi Xiu, if injuries don't matter now, then when do they matter? Are scratches not injuries? Won't they hurt? Wait here, don't go. I'll get the ointment. Su Ning stood there confused. I told you, men really do have special times. He was just arguing earlier? Now he's immediately proven wrong.
Sigh.
Auntie was right. Men can't be trusted. Chi Xiu, Mom, listen to me.
Thank you.
Hey, Su Jiqing, why are you standing outside the yard? Zhang Chong, carrying a fish strung with reed, strolled over. He looked at Su Ning standing outside, lost in thought. Su Ning snapped back to reality, smiling faintly, and said, nothing much, just looking into the distance to clear my mind. Zhang Chong's eyes lit up. He strode over happily and said, Su Zinking, is this some kind of martial arts practice? Do you need a disciple to help you out? Want to see how I do? Su Ning's smile deepened slightly. I don't practice any martial arts. My mind is a bit chaotic, so I'm just staying still to think. I haven't even found a teacher yet, so I can't take disciples. It was just a wild idea, and Zhang Chong didn't feel disappointed. I handed a fish to Suning. Suning Jiqing, this is a fish I caught last night while setting my net. I just pulled it from the river. I want you to try it. You and Song Jiqing saved me from the bad guys. In the story, it says that saving someone's life means you are willing to give everything. But I know my own worth. Even if you two had your eyes closed, you wouldn't look at me. I won't embarrass myself by forcing it. I don't have many skills, but I am loyal. If you or Song Jiqing need a favor, just say the word, and I'll be there immediately. Suning took the fish.
Helping you is just a small thing.
If you want to thank me, I'll accept this fish. From now on, let's forget about it. Song Jiqing is in the yard. I won't bother you any longer. Zhang Chong smiled warmly. Here, it's not a big deal. I remember this kindness. Then I won't disturb you further, Suning Jiqing. You can keep looking into the distance and think. I'll go deliver the fish to Song Jiqing. Once the fish dies, it won't be fresh anymore. Chi Xiao came out holding a small jar of ointment. Seeing Suning holding the fish, he naturally reached out to take it and asked, do you want to eat it? Chi Xiao hung the fish on his finger, opened the ointment jar, and offered it to Suning. Suning extended her hand, opened it, and showed him. Look, it's not serious. No need for medicine. Seeing Suning's reluctant face, Chi Xiao took out a small wooden slip from his pocket. It was made by his grandfather for applying medicine. He used the slip to scoop out some ointment from the jar and personally applied it to Suning. Don't move. If you move, the medicine will fall on the ground, and that would be wasteful. Chi Xiao's eyes showed both concern and a hint of mischief. He thought to himself, luckily I'm clever. When I handed the ointment to Suning, I didn't take out the small slip. Now I have a perfect chance to apply the medicine myself. Unaware of Chi Xiao's thoughts, Suning didn't realize his little tricks. While applying the ointment and blowing on it, his breath brushed against Suning's hand, making her feel itchy and want to pull her hand back. Be good, don't move. I'll finish soon. Later, I'll make fish soup for you. You haven't tried my cooked fish soup yet. It's very fresh and fragrant. Suning looked at Chi Xiao with a serious expression. His long eyelashes fluttered, and his full, rosy lips pouted as he blew on her fingers. Suning swallowed hard, feeling her throat suddenly dry. Chi Xiao finished applying ointment to his last finger and, noticing her distracted look and uneasy expression, smiled happily. It seemed his charm worked. He thought to himself, see, my face isn't that unattractive. In that moment, Chi Xiao felt like he had unlocked a new energy flow. Ideas for winning her over kept popping into his mind. He sat up straight and said, all right, you behaved well this time. I'll reward you later. Suning thought, why does that sound so awkward? I'm not a kid. Who needs a reward from you? She said, and was about to leave. Chi Xiao quickly stopped her and handed her the ointment. Go back to the dorm and put some on your knee. Don't refuse. I know you can't sit still. Maybe in a few days, there will be a big event in the team. Do you want to participate, Hurt? Then I'll tell the team leader and the village secretary not to let you join, Suning sighed. She only had a small scrape. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss? All right. I'll put on the ointment.
You can take it back. I have some here, she said. That
evening, the team leader and the village secretary came to the youth station. Fu Guodong asked, Team leader, village secretary, why are you here at this time? Is something else happening? The team leader waved his hand and said, we're already overwhelmed. Please, no more trouble. He continued, the youth station is near the village. Be alert at night, he added, as the person in charge. You need to keep everyone in check, especially Suning, who's always restless. Although Suning was capable, even tigers rest sometimes, and horses can stumble. It's better to be cautious. Fu Guodong smiled and said, don't worry, team leader and village secretary. Suning may be restless, but she's not reckless. This time, we're grateful to her. Otherwise, not only would Qixi be in danger, but the wolves might have come to everyone. Then everyone would realize the wolves had descended. By then, we'd be caught off guard and we wouldn't even know how many were hurt. The team leader, who had been worried all day, finally showed a rare smile. You're right. That girl is busy, but since she came to Big River Bay, she has done many helpful things for the team. Why haven't I seen her? Has she gone to bed so early? Oh no. She went out with Jiajia to fetch water. They should be back soon. As soon as the name was mentioned, the two arrived at the entrance of the youth station. One carried a water bucket lightly, balancing it on a shoulder pole that seemed welded to his shoulder, so steady that even the water in the bucket didn't shake. The other, with a complicated look on his face, walked behind holding a flashlight, his pants wet up to the knee, and his clothes and pants covered in mud. Team leader, village secretary, why are you here? The team leader smiled and said, just checking to see if everything's okay. Suning placed the water bucket next to the water tank and replied, I think everyone is afraid of wolves, but maybe the wolves are more afraid of us. They are in the forest, where food is easier to find, so they probably won't come into the village for now. The village secretary said, that's hard to say. Wolves came down the mountain during the big snow disaster over 10 years ago. Now, without disasters or famines, they still come down, which is strange. Maybe they don't follow normal rules and might sneak into the village at night. Until we find a way to deal with it, everyone needs to stay alert. Fu Guodong brought chairs for the team leader and village secretary, along with a small stool for them to sit on, and poured each of them a bowl of water. Suning casually found a wooden block to sit on and said, yes, without disasters or famines, it's strange for wolves to come down the mountain. Team leader, village secretary, can I ask which directions the 8 villages affected by the trouble are in from Big River Bay? I'm wondering if there's a connection between the wolves coming down and the bandits attacking the villages. The team leader and village secretary looked at each other and seemed to agree that tonight was the right time to talk. Suning frowned. They were having a good conversation. So why were the 2 old men staring at each other so affectionately? Could they change the place or time? The team leader, worried he might not explain clearly and that Suning wouldn't understand, picked up a stick and drew on the muddy ground. Something like this, roughly. This drawing revealed problems that everyone could see, including Suning, Chi Xiao, Fu Guodong, the village secretary, and the team leader. The only connection between the 8 attacked villages was the continuous mountains and a main road running north and south. Chi Xiao said, animals and people are similar. They usually don't leave their homes unless there is a serious disaster or change that threatens their survival. The weather is clear and suitable now. The villagers' poultry, insects in the soil, and birds flying in the sky haven't shown any strange signs. So, we can initially conclude that the reason for the wolves coming down the mountain is not a natural disaster. There are only 2 possibilities. Either a stronger animal has entered their territory, or it is caused by humans. Considering the attacks on the 8 villages, I think it is more likely caused by humans. What do you all think? Suning replied, that analysis makes sense. The team leader said, whether it's a stronger animal or humans, it's not something we can solve ourselves. We must report this immediately. Chi Xiao said, the leaders responsible for handling this incident probably already thought of that. Fu Guodong said, not necessarily, since the report about the wolves coming down hasn't been made yet. The team leader sighed. Tomorrow morning, the village secretary will go to the commune to report. The village secretary. Isn't this job always yours? The team leader. Silly, I've already analyzed everything clearly.
Just tell them what I said.
This is a good chance to get your official position back. Do you want to keep working as an acting village secretary? Suning looked at the 2 old men and thought they couldn't stand to see each other anymore. Why were they staring at each other with such strange expressions? Song Jiajia had been listening nearby without saying anything. She frowned and asked, Jiajia, I don't understand. Why do you think the poultry, birds, and insects showing no signs means it's not a natural disaster? Because the wolf pack came down the mountain. The entire Dawayuan team was filled with a tense atmosphere. Especially after the village secretary reported to the commune, a team of soldiers arrived that afternoon to set up a control line. During a previous team meeting, everyone was asked to voluntarily avoid entering that area, but now, no one could go in even if they wanted to. About half of the land no longer needed people to work on it, and the villagers had quite a bit of free time. But everyone felt uneasy and anxious about being idle. This forced downtime was not just about work points, it also brought worries about crop yields and harvests. On normal days, they could take a break to explore the woods for mountain goods or gather firewood. Now, not only the northern slopes forests, but all other forests were off-limits. The villagers were so worried that they were losing hair in clumps. In the past, the gossip spot under the big tree at the village entrance was lively, with informants sharing news and stories. Now, everyone just sat around sighing and frowning so much that they looked like they could hide lice. Children couldn't go play in the mountains and were kept at home by the adults, looking as droopy as frostbitten eggplants. Bored, Suning made a simple fishing rod and wore a straw hat, sitting by the river, waiting for fish to bite. Qixio came from the small path, with a determined look in his eyes. When he was about 3 steps away from Suning, he took a few deep breaths to gather courage. Suning, I have something to tell you. Suning turned around and saw a pair of straight, long legs. She held her straw hat steady and looked up, only to see Qixio's chin and 2 nostrils. Looking up hurts your neck. Can you sit down and talk? Qixio, that I lost half my courage again. Qixio didn't sit down, but knelt on one knee beside Suning. He took a deep breath, his eyes firm, and spoke seriously. Suning, I like you. My feelings came unexpectedly, but I am deeply in love. Can you be my girlfriend? Suning looked at Qixio in surprise, so shocked she couldn't speak. They stared at each other for about a minute, then Suning awkwardly looked away. She let out a soft breath, wondering why her heart was beating so fast. Qixio said again, Suning, I know I don't look very appealing, and I'm not as strong as other men physically, but I am capable of taking good care of my family. When I was in high school, I started submitting articles to the newspaper, and I still keep all the payments I received. I also do translation work from time to time, and the pay is quite good. I am also involved in mechanical design, and I have achieved some success, but I can't reveal the details for confidentiality. I don't rely on my family for support, and I can ensure my partner lives without worries. Suning, please give me a chance, okay? When Suning heard this, she was a bit surprised. It seemed this beautiful woman was quite capable. After her heartbeat returned to normal, she calmly said, Is it because of a life-saving favor that you want to be with me? Qixio shook his head. I like you, and it has nothing to do with gratitude. Suning couldn't understand. The original owner was always hungry and cold, waking up early and sleeping late. This caused her hair to become dry, her body thin, and her skin pale and dull. Although she never treated herself badly after coming here, and her special abilities gradually helped her, her powers are not healing or plant-based, so the improvement was slow. In terms of appearance, she couldn't compare to the handsome Qixio. And in terms of intelligence and talent, she was even less comparable. With such a clear difference, why does Qixio like her? Thinking this way, Suning asked, From looks and abilities, you're outstanding, way better than me. What do you like about me? Your bravery, your vitality, your honesty, and your authenticity, Qixio said, his gaze gentle and almost indulgent. Plus, I think you're beautiful. Suning was a bit amused by his words. It was the first time she heard someone describe her as beautiful. She smiled and said, Do I really look beautiful? Qixio seriously replied, Of course. Your beauty isn't just on the outside, it's also inside. I can feel your bravery, honesty, strength, and your big picture view of problems. These inner qualities are more attractive than outer beauty. Hearing this, a strange feeling arose in Suning's heart. She looked at Qixio and said, I don't care about whether I look beautiful or not. To me, my body is just a vessel for my soul to be free and carefree. As for inner beauty, I really don't have any. I am a selfish person and lack kindness. Whatever I do, I mainly think about myself. For example, when I team up with you, I like your cooking skills and your face. It's not a bad deal. Enjoying good food and seeing your beautiful face, which is more lovely than a flower, is very pleasing. Whether it's hunting wild boars or catching criminals, my own interests come first. So, do you still like this kind of Suning? Qixio chuckled softly. I'm glad I have good cooking skills and a face you like. Suning, I am also a selfish person. Basically, our personalities are the same. I like you. Can you give me a chance? Su Ning hesitated and said, I've never really experienced feelings like love. I don't know what true liking is. I also don't know how to get along with someone who likes me. Honestly, you are a bit different from others to me. Seeing you fall off a cliff makes my heart ache. When I heard you say you like me just now, I was surprised, but I could feel my heart tighten and a little happiness. I can't tell what is liking and what is not, but what I said is truly how I feel. Qisiyu trembled with excitement. Turns out he's not just infatuated. Su Ning also has feelings for him. It's just that this little confused guy hasn't realized it yet, but love has already taken root in his heart. Su Ning, give me a chance. Let me change my role, continue to cook delicious food for you, and take care of your daily life. Okay? Su Ning thought about Zhao Yang, who gave up a marriage for so-called love, paying a high price. Su Muxing and Su Xiongdong, for love, went to the point of madness. Shen Qingning, for love, ended up ruined and disgraced. Su Zhenbong, for love, did anything to get what he wanted, even bad things. What exactly is love? What kind of feeling makes people go so crazy? Su Ning looked at Qisiyu and asked, Is it because I didn't respond to your feelings that you stopped cooking? Qisiyu gently said, No, I will still cook seriously and continue to try to move you in my own way. Su Ning asked again, If I agree to be your girlfriend, will you still cook seriously? Qisiyu looked at her with gentle affection and said, I'll give it my all. Su Ning thought for a moment. Maybe she should give it a try, see what it really feels like to fall in love and lose control a little. Anyway, she wouldn't go hungry, so there was nothing to lose. All right, I agree, she said. The surprise came so suddenly that Qisiyu was completely stunned. He stood there for a while before coming back to his senses, his face turning red as he smiled like a happy child. He reached out and held Su Ning's hand tightly, feeling as if he had just gained the whole world. The usually calm and clever man now looked adorably silly. I'm not dreaming, am I? He asked, still in disbelief. He had imagined this moment countless times, and now it had really happened. Su Ning had accepted his confession. Su Ning pinched his cheek and smiled. Does it hurt? It did, very much so. That pain told Qisiyu everything was real. Overcome with joy, he leaned forward and wrapped his long arms around Su Ning, holding her close. At that moment, he felt like the happiest person in the world. Su Ning froze for a second, a little unsure what to do. Something about the situation felt strange. After a minute, Qisiyu quickly stepped back, worried someone might see them and misunderstand. Even so, his excitement didn't fade. His eyes sparkled, his face glowed with a soft blush, and his smile made him look even more charming. Su Ning's eyes flickered with amusement. She checked to make sure no one was nearby, then smiled playfully and pulled Qisiyu back into her arms. Before he could react, Su Ning leaned down and gently kissed him. She wasn't sure what to do next. Her heart was racing, and though she had taken the initiative, she suddenly felt nervous. Still, she couldn't help but notice his lips were incredibly soft. Sensing his stiffness, Su Ning decided to tease him a little and gave him a light, playful nibble. Qisiyu felt his mind go blank as a strange and wonderful feeling rose in his heart. Su Ning's lips were soft and carried a faint fragrance. When Su Ning playfully bit him, Qisiyu felt his whole body heat up. For a moment, he turned from passive to active, gently returning the kiss and holding Su Ning tightly. Awkward but tender, he guided this clumsy yet eager little fool. Time seemed to stop and everything around them blurred. Qisiyu was lost in the sweetness of the moment, forgetting all worries. When both of them were slightly out of breath, Su Ning finally pushed him away. Qisiyu looked at Su Ning with dreamy eyes and a happy smile. Su Ning's face was slightly red as she softly said, It's just okay, not that sweet. Qisiyu smiled warmly and replied, Then next time I'll add some honey, so you can taste more sweetness. Seeing the bright smile on his face and the sparkle at the corner of his lips, Su Ning felt her cheeks grow warm. Wipe your mouth, she said. Qisiyu leaned closer and said playfully, Can you help me, Ning Ning? The closeness and his teasing tone made Su Ning's heart race. After making sure no one was around, she reached out, held the back of his head, and returned the gesture with confidence and precision, showing how quickly she could learn. Ning was like a brave general on the battlefield, full of spirit and determination, leaving no room for retreat. Xiao, overwhelmed by the sweetness, tried to take the lead again, but he had underestimated Ning's quick learning. Soon, he felt like a fish out of water, struggling to catch his breath. Just when he thought he couldn't take it anymore, Ning finally let go, looking completely satisfied. "The first time was just practice," she said proudly. "The second time is my real victory." Xiao took deep breaths of fresh air, looking at her triumphant expression, unsure whether to laugh in happiness or in sweetness. This silly girl's competitive spirit was too strong. She even wanted to win at something like this. He had only wanted to guide her gently, but she had turned it into a full counterattack. She almost left him breathless. She wanted to continue for just one more minute, and Xiao probably would be the first person in the world to be kissed to death by his partner. The simple fishing rod moved, and Ning immediately reached out to grab it, then pulled the rod up.
Wow.
"Xiao, I caught a fish. Look, it's pretty fat and big." Xiao looked at her with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Just a second ago, she was passionate and excited, but now her attention had shifted to something new and interesting. He wondered, with his good looks and figure, was he still her new crush, or did a silly fish mean more to her? People say that bad guys sometimes have a line about taking off their pants and then ignoring others. But his partner was even more extreme. She didn't need to take off her pants. She just used him and then threw him away. "Ning, do I look better, or does this fish look better?" Ning, who was a bit careless, replied seriously, "You look good, but the fish tastes better." Xiao. Ning took the fish off the hook, put her finger in its mouth, and lifted it up to shake. "Xiao, tonight I want to eat pickled radish and fish cooked with chili peppers." "But Ning, aren't we now a couple? That's official now, even twice. You can't deny it." Ning rolled her eyes. "Huh, am I the kind of person who eats and then forgets?" Xiao smiled widely and said, "Of course not. Ning is the most trustworthy." "Hey Ning, I want to ask you for something." "Go ahead, but I won't agree to any unfair conditions." Xiao instinctively licked his lips and said with a charming smile, "Since we're a couple now, calling each other by our full names feels a bit formal, right? How about I give you a special nickname?" Ning suddenly realized that Xiao's way of calling her had changed from Ning to Ning. She thought to herself, she loved fair exchanges. Since Xiao called her Ning now, she decided to return the favor. "You call me Ning, so I'll call you Qi Laoyao." Xiao was struck by a shock, as if hit by lightning, and froze in place. His mind echoed with the nickname Qi Laoyao. He couldn't imagine in the future, when they were sweet and close, Ning suddenly calling him Qi Laoyao. It would really ruin the mood. Ning looked at Xiao with a shocked expression, as if struck by lightning, and began to doubt herself. Could it be that she didn't like the nickname? If you're not happy with this, I can think of another one. Old 6 Chi, how about this one? Xiao was stunned. Not the youngest, but the 6th. This isn't a cute nickname. It sounds more like calling a younger brother. Ning, what do you think of Yo-Yo? Ha. Haha, Ning burst out laughing. Thinking of her past life, she remembered a mutated dog they raised at the base called Yo-Yo. She didn't want a personal nickname, so why did she end up with a name from a mutated dog? Xiao also awkwardly touched his nose. The name, Yo-Yo, didn't seem appropriate to call outside. "Forget it. Ning can call you whatever she likes. Anyway, I call you with love. Let's go back and cook fish for you. Tonight, I'll make 2 hearty dishes to celebrate." The two returned to the youth commune, both with relaxed, happy smiles on their faces. Jiajia glanced back and forth between Ning and Xiao, her eyes clear but tinged with worry and confusion. She admired Ning, especially her drive and positive attitude that helped her gradually come out of her past gloom. But love can deeply hurt a person, leaving them battered and even risking their life. Like her mother, who was a princess, but because of love, she lowered herself to accommodate, maintain, and nurture the relationship. In the end, what did she get? Love is a dangerous, invisible knife. Song Jiajia worried that this knife might slowly erase Suning's armor, turning her from an invincible person into someone weak and helpless, passively suffering all the pain. Her gaze shifted again to Suning and Qi Xiao. Apart from her strength, Suning looked like an ordinary girl. But Qi Xiao's appearance was striking and attention-grabbing. Are these two really a good match? Will they have a future together? Unlike Song Jiajia's worries, Wei Xiaoqun smiled like a caring aunt. From her limited experience, she guessed these two were probably already dating. Didn't it look like everyone was laughing at Qi Jiqing? Sometimes, their eyes would look at Suning so intensely, it seemed like they could pull threads. But Suning clearly looked very happy. Wei Xiaoqun's eyes kept moving around. When he accidentally saw Song Jiajia looking at Suning with a strange look, his heart skipped a beat. Wei Xiaoqun thought, is Song Jiajia trying to get involved? He wondered, does she also like Qi Jiqing? He really hoped not. The complicated relationships among Shen Qingning, Lu Chuan, and Tian Meng hadn't been fully sorted out yet. There were lessons from the past, and he didn't want history to repeat itself. Wei Xiaoqun looked at Suning and then at Song Jiajia. He silently clenched his fists, as if making a big decision. He took a deep breath to give himself courage. Song Jiqing, I need to talk to you. Can you come out with me for a moment? Song Jiajia was surprised. Usually, Wei Xiaoqun kept his distance from her. Why was he suddenly approaching her? She nodded and went ahead of him out of the Jiqing camp. Wei Xiaoqun followed behind, glancing at Suning. He thought, sister, I don't know if it will work, but I'll try my best. Outside the camp, Song Jiajia waited for Wei Xiaoqun to speak. Wei Xiaoqun tightly gripped the outside of his pants, his palms sweating. Jiqing, your family is well off, and you're very good-looking. You're also skilled. These qualities are valuable anywhere. Plus, you're still young. You might not see things very clearly yet, and your judgment might not be fully developed. Apart from your good looks, Qi Jiqing doesn't have many other strengths. That crooked neck tree, besides occasionally being eye-catching, still needs a tall tree to support it. Song Jiajia looked confused. She saw Wei Xiaoqun trembling, trying to act strong, and saying something strange. She felt a bit speechless and asked, Wei Jiqing, what exactly do you mean? Wei Xiaoqun saw the doubt in Song Jiajia's eyes. He hesitated, then closed his eyes and said bravely, can you stop interfering in Qi Jiqing and Suning's relationship? Song Jiajia, I've seen plenty of handsome men. Qi Xiao is a bit better looking than others around him, but among all the people I've met, he's not the most handsome. And besides, I'm not even sure if she'll get married. Even if I want to get married, not all men in the world are gone. Why do I have to compete with Su Ning for someone? Song Jiajia looked at Wei Xiaoqun and said, you're overthinking. I, Song Jiajia, wouldn't do such things. But I'm curious, how did you see that I might get involved between them? She ran over with a look like she was ready to face danger to warn her. Wei Xiaoqun listened to Song Jiajia's words, first feeling happy, then suspicious, and said, the way you looked at them just now was complicated, and it seemed like you didn't approve of their relationship. Besides your liking for Qi Jiqing, I can't think of anything else that would make you look at them with such mixed feelings. Song Jiajia was amused, and then helplessly said, your observation skills are pretty good. I really don't think their relationship will last. But not because of my personal feelings. It's because of Qi Jiqing and Su Ning's own qualities. Do you think they are a good match? Wei Xiaoqun said. I think they are very compatible. Su Ning is easygoing and needs someone delicate to balance him out. Qi Jiqing is gentle and fragile, needing someone strong to support her. If they aren't a good match, then what is? Song Jiajia raised an eyebrow and said, Qi Jiqing is so flashy. Aren't you worried your good friend will be abandoned? Wei Xiaoqun proudly said. He dares? Su Ning could settle him with one punch. Song Jiajia, another naive girl. If men and women caught in love could be so carefree, where would all the heartbreak and love entanglements come from? Seeing Wei Xiaoqun trembling instinctively, Song Jiajia slightly smiled and said, don't worry, I won't interfere in anyone's feelings. Go back now. I'm going for a walk in the village. After seeing her walk away, Wei Xiaoqun let out a deep breath. Just as she moved her feet, she staggered and fell forward. Fu Guodong came out from the youth camp and just saw Wei Xiaoqun fall forward. He wanted to help but was afraid of ruining her reputation. He watched helplessly as she fell, feeling a bit guilty. Before he could figure out what to do, Wei Xiaoqun suddenly fell flat in front of him. Fu Guodong, should I walk away or run? Wei Xiaoqun straightened up, spat out the mud from his mouth, and glared at Gao Yun. Gao Jiqing, your big eyes look more like decorations. Someone who can pretend to be blind and see wrestling as a grand ceremony must be Gao Jiqing. Gao Yun didn't expect Wei Xiaoqun to reply so directly, with no regard for her face. Her cheeks turned a little red. I was just joking. Why take it so seriously, Wei Jiqing? We all live under the same roof, see each other every day. Why speak so harshly? Wei Xiaoqun had already stood up. I am very serious about people, things, and life. I don't joke around. If Gao Jiqing likes joking, go find someone who enjoys joking. Otherwise, my seriousness might upset you. Fu Guodong felt overwhelmed. If he hadn't come to the Jiqing station, he wouldn't have known women could argue so much. Just a simple comment could lead to a fight at any time. He said with a serious face, "Everyone stop talking so much. Yelling at the entrance of the Jiqing station makes us look bad." Gao Yun and Wei Xiaoqun each snorted and turned their heads away, then went inside the station one after the other.
Fu Guodong.
Qi Siyu and Suning had a rich dinner. Pickled pepperfish stew, steamed egg custard, stir-fried dried squid, sea cucumber with dried chicken, garlic greens, and cold kelp salad. The main dish was rice. The kelp, dried squid, and dried sea cucumber were sent by Qi Siyu's older sister. Their unit was not far from the sea. The dried chicken was caught by Suning while running in the mountains. She couldn't finish it, so they stored a lot in the space. They cleaned wild chickens and rabbits, then hung them in a shady, cool, ventilated place to dry. Suning loved dried squid and dried sea cucumber very much. Every time Qi Siyu cooked, she could eat an extra bowl of rice. Qi Siyu poured 2 bowls of soup, gave one to Suning, and kept one for himself. Ning, let's toast with soup instead of wine to celebrate. Before he finished speaking, Suning had already finished her bowl of soup. After Suning finished eating, she saw Qi Siyu holding a bowl of soup and looked surprised. She put down her bowl and said, "Drink up. This chicken soup is really tasty." Qi Siyu blinked a little helplessly, then quickly finished the soup in his bowl, swallowing all his blessings. He believed that doing so might make them come true. Ning, today I did really well with the fried dried squid. You should try it. Ning, today you caught a very fat fish. The fish belly is the best part. Eat it. Ning, try this sea cucumber. It's your favorite. Ning, I steamed a soft, fresh egg custard today. Come and have a spoon. Ning, here's your favorite big chicken leg. Ning, have a bite of the shredded kelp to clear your palate. After eating, the other young workers, who were just enjoying the aroma and snacking, watched this awkward scene from different angles at the worksite. It was this awkward dinner that made several young workers, who usually didn't care about personal matters, realize that Suning and Qi Siyu had secretly planned something big. Qi Siyu suddenly acted as if he just noticed everyone's presence. He stood up with a proud smile, pulled out a handful of white rabbit candies from his pocket, and said with a mischievous grin, "Today is the first day I and Suning are together. Normally, we should invite everyone to celebrate with a meal. But this surprise came so suddenly that I wasn't prepared. If I hurried to invite everyone, it might seem too rushed and not sincere enough to show my true feelings for Suning. So today, I want to give everyone some wedding candies. When I and Suning get married, I will invite you all properly." After speaking, he handed out 6 white rabbit candies to each person. Song Jiajia rolled her eyes so much, she almost saw the sky. This guy was really eager to get engaged. Wei Xiaoqun took the candies, smiling foolishly and saying congratulations. Qi Siyu almost lost himself in all the compliments and blessings. His big smile, stretching from ear to ear, showed he was happy about being with Suning. But some people might think he just got promoted or something. Qimei held her candies tightly, feeling uncomfortable inside. Especially when she saw how well Qi was taking care of Suning, her eyes showed confusion. At that moment, she started to doubt her own decision. Qimei thought that maybe she shouldn't put all her eggs in one basket anymore. She also needed to prepare a backup plan for herself. Qi brought back a round of candies. Seeing that his empty bowl from earlier, which had been used for soup, now contained mostly fish meat with the bones carefully removed. Suning said, "Eat quickly. I know you like fish meat, but I find removing the bones troublesome, so I helped pick them out." Qi smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into a slit. "Qi, you really liked eating fish meat." Everyone in the family knew this, so whenever there was fish at home, the part of the fish belly was always his. Later, he found out that Suning also liked fish meat, so he gave her that part of the fish belly. The bones at the tail and back of the fish were thin and numerous, and the meat wasn't as tender. He was too lazy to remove the bones, so he often broke these parts into pieces, filtered out the bones, and used the broth to cook porridge. Every time Qi ate a piece of fish, he felt happy and bubbly. On their first day of dating, he already enjoyed fish that his girlfriend had carefully prepared and deboned. He was much more successful than his father. In Qi mind, a little version of himself was laughing wildly with his hands on his hips. Wei Xiaochun was holding a candy in her mouth, leaning against the doorframe. Seeing this warm scene, she smiled like an ant. "You're so happy just watching others date," Song Jiajia suddenly spoke behind Wei Xiaochun, startling her so much that she almost lost her balance. If Song Jiajia hadn't pulled her back in time, Wei Xiaochun might have fallen. Wei Xiaochun quickly ran back to her dorm, crawled into the bed with Suning, and only felt safe after smelling Suning's scent. That gentle voice and the breath on her neck had scared Wei Xiaochun to death. Seeing Wei Xiaochun's series of awkward moves, Song Jiajia was also stunned. Qi and Suning finally finished their sweet dinner. It was the longest meal they had shared since they started living together. After tidying up, Captain and Lu Chuan arrived. After a brief chat with Fu Guodong, the captain came over to find Suning. "Suning, didn't you say you wanted to build a shed around the stove? The recent events in the village delayed this project. Now that you have time, I brought Lu Chuan to take a look. This youth station was originally built by Lu Chuan and his team. Just leave this task to him without worry." Suning shook the water off her hands and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Captain." "Sorry to trouble Comrade Lu Chuan. Can you help me see how to set up this shed to maximize space without blocking everyone's work?" Lu Chuan nodded. "I'll estimate the size first, and then figure out how to build it. Professional work should be done by professionals." Suning and the captain, who knew little about construction, went to chat nearby. Qi and Lu Chuan were whispering and gesturing at each other. "Captain, it's been several days. Have we received any news? When can everyone go back to work and enter the forest normally?" The captain sighed and shook his head. "No news yet. We don't know the details. If we delay any longer, the corn leaves will turn yellow." Suning's eyes flashed with a clever look. She whispered, "Captain, just waiting around in the dark isn't a good idea. Maybe you should consider sending a scout to check the news." Her second batch of air-dried chicken and rabbit was almost ready. They had that dried flavor, and the meat wasn't too tough, perfect for eating now. The captain glared at Suning and whispered seriously, "Don't cause trouble. Since the troops are handling this, it probably means there are big problems in the mountain. Entering the mountain without permission is unsafe, and if you go in without permission and get caught, you'll have no one to cry to. Don't make reckless plans. Just wait patiently. We must trust the organization to solve this perfectly." Suning nodded. "Got it. I promise to behave." The captain looked at Suning with suspicion. Lu Chuan had already estimated the size and discussed how to build with Qi. Lu Chuan said, "I have some clay bricks at home, but since we can't go into the forest now, it's hard to find the round logs for the roof." The captain said, "Leave this to me. I know who has some. I'll coordinate and talk to them. Once we can go into the forest again, Suning's strength will help us find suitable logs easily." Qi Xiao felt he was now the main pillar. He quickly stepped forward to negotiate with the captain and Lu Chuan. Actually, he secretly didn't want Lu Chuan and Su Ning to have too much contact. He himself is a man and he knows men very well. Although Lu Chuan's gaze was very restrained, he could still see some clues. Qi Xiao politely sent the team leader and Lu Chuan to the entrance of the youth station, and each of them was given 6 candies. Team leader, what do you mean? We don't accept bribery here. Qi Xiao smiled and said, Team leader, it's a misunderstanding. This isn't bribery. I wouldn't do such a thing. I'm just sharing my happiness with you. Today is the first day I started dating Su Ning. The celebration was too sudden, so I just wanted to share some candies with everyone. The team leader doubted his ears. What did you say? You're dating Su Ning? Lu Chuan, standing nearby, held his breath, wanting to know the answer, but also wanting to leave immediately. Qi Xiao confidently said, Yes, team leader, you heard right. Su Ning is now my girlfriend. His tone was full of pride, and his obvious bragging look made the team leader feel sour. Qi Xiao, team leader, you don't understand. It's better to crush rivals before they grow. Team leader, what does Sister Su see in that flower peacock? Could it be that her face, which looks like a fairy, is the reason? Hearing the definite answer, Lu Chuan's heart sank to the bottom. Even though he was standing right there, he felt he couldn't hear what the team leader and Qi Xiao were saying. He didn't even know how he got home in the end. Lu Chuan lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Even though he knew he had no right to pursue her, he secretly liked her. Today's news came too suddenly, catching him off guard. If she had no one in her heart, if she had no legitimate partner, even knowing he had no hope, he could still cling to a faint hope, twisting himself into convincing himself that he had the right to like her. But from today on, she belonged to someone else. She was someone else's partner. Even his last shred of hope was shattered. Tears shimmered in the corner of Lu Chuan's eyes, slipping into his hairline. Lu Chuan, who hadn't slept all night, looked dazed as he took people to the youth station. They dug holes, carried mud bricks, working tirelessly and passionately. I heard that Su Ning is going to build a shed and many villagers want to help. When the team leader saw this, he thought, wow, half the village has come out. Forget about building a shed. The yard at the youth station can't even hold so many people. So, the team leader selected 8 skilled workers to represent and help Su Ning build a small kitchen. Without needing much instruction from the team leader, everyone started gathering materials for the small kitchen. Su Ning doesn't know much about building houses, but she listens carefully. When Lu Chuan says where to dig, she starts digging quickly, even wearing out the shovel. Lu Chuan's face shows nothing, but only he knows the pain inside. Qi Xiao also wanted to help but was clearly rejected by Su Ning. She said, Don't cause trouble. Go ask Fu Jiqing if we can borrow their stove to cook some mung bean soup and let it cool. When everyone gets thirsty later, they can drink it. Oh, and please help arrange dinner too. We can't have everyone help us and then go home hungry. Qi Xiao looks a little sad, wondering why he's causing trouble. But when Su Ning says we, it shows clearly in front of her rival that he and Su Ning are one. Qi Xiao obediently follows Su Ning's instructions and does as told. The small sadness in Qi Xiao's eyes is noticed by Lu Chuan, but he doesn't show it outwardly. Inside, he's thinking, if Su Ning could speak to him so naturally and protectively, he might faint happily. But unfortunately, that's just a wish, and wishes are just his own fantasies. The small kitchen isn't big, and since everyone brought ready-made materials, it was finished around 4 p.m. Lu Chuan even extended the eaves on the left side a bit, creating space underneath to store firewood. The small kitchen isn't large. Besides the stove, water tank, and dining table and chairs, it's pretty empty. Lu Chuan said, I know a little about carpentry. If you don't mind, I can make a simple shelf and storage cabinet for you. Su Ning's eyes lit up. Not at all. We'd be happy to have your help. Thank you so much, Comrade Lu Chuan. Her charming smile made Lu Chuan a little dizzy. He quickly looked away, slightly embarrassed, and said, No need to thank me. It's just a small favor. Although it was just a small kitchen, it marked the completion of the new house. Qi Xiao invited the team leader and the village secretary to join for dinner. He also invited Fu Guodong, the leader of the youth station. Thank you all for your hard work today, neighbors. Wash your hands and come eat. They borrowed Fu Guodong's table for the meal. Qi Xiao prepared 7 dishes, 3 of which were meat, with corn rice as the main staple. What kind of dish is this? I've never seen it before. I don't know either. It's your first time seeing it, and mine too. This looks a bit like tiny shrimp caught by the river, but much bigger. Qi Xiao explained, this is seaweed soup. Seaweed is a nutritious edible algae that grows in the sea. This is sea shrimp. It's similar to the tiny river shrimp we catch, just bigger. Seafood from the ocean?
Wow.
We're really lucky to be eating ocean stuff now. People living in the mountains are unfamiliar with the sea. It's mysterious to them. Most mountain folks never see the ocean from birth to death. Suddenly eating seafood, their mood must be wonderful. Qi the youth, is the sea very big? Is the water very deep? Are there many fish? Are there any monsters that eat people? Qi Xiao smiled and said, unfortunately, I've never seen the sea myself. My older sister and brother-in-law's unit is not far from the coast, so thanks to them, I sometimes get to eat some seafood. It's okay. You have relatives there, so you'll have a chance to see it someday. When you do, tell us what the sea is like. Qi Xiao replied, sure. If I get the chance to see it, I'll ask about the sea and bring back stories to share with everyone. That's great. Today, let's just enjoy the food. Maybe someday, we'll get to hear all about it. I'm starving already. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. At the dinner table, Lu Chuan didn't say a word, eating silently. There were more than 10 people around the table, but there wasn't enough space, so some stood. Everyone didn't mind. They were all happy to eat. Lu Chuan watched Qi Xiao, who was too busy caring for Suning to eat his own meal. Throughout the meal, he kept helping Suning by offering her this and that dish. If someone teased him, Qi Xiao didn't mind and happily announced that he and Suning were a couple. No matter how much Qi Xiao showed off, Suning happily cooperated. What should have been a rare, delicious meal, Lu Chuan ate with a dull taste, as if chewing wax. After the village secretary finished eating and drinking, he smiled and said, seaweed and shrimp from the sea, mushrooms from the mountain. Today, we've all enjoyed a feast of mountain and sea delicacies. When the village secretary says that, it really feels like that. The team leader also ate happily, cleaning his teeth and saying, all right. We've eaten and drunk enough. Everyone can do what they need to now. What else can we do? These days, we're so bored our bones are almost soft. We can't go to work, and we can't even go into the woods to look for something. My small farm is almost completely overgrown because I haven't taken care of it. The team leader said, you're hopeless. Just treat this as a break. Rest when you should. Relax when you can. Get your spirits up. When it's time to work, give it your all. Then you won't worry about catching up. He and the village secretary, along with their helpers, left. Suning and Qi Xiao politely saw them off to the entrance of the youth station. On the way home, the village secretary sighed and said to Lu Chuan, who was silent beside him, let go of the third one. Obsessing over impossible dreams only makes things harder for yourself. You're still young, and the road ahead is long. Live more easily. Lu Chuan gave a bitter smile and said, Dad, after what happened with Tianmeng, I knew I wouldn't even have a chance to say what I feel. Don't worry, I understand. I will let go, but I need time. Maybe a year or 2, maybe 10 or 20, or maybe a lifetime. The village secretary sighed again and said, it's not your fault. It's not my fault, but because of this mistake, all my hopes are gone. Dad, about Lu Miaomiao. The village secretary sighed deeply again. If we can't teach her, then let reality teach her. When I went to report the situation, I traveled to the county town. Before I reached the police station, I met Lu Miaomiao's foster father. He had just come out of the police station. Even if he tried hard to help, Lu Miaomiao would probably spend a year in detention. My feelings were complicated. I hoped she would reform, but I also worried she couldn't handle the hardship and might become more twisted. I haven't told your mother about this because I fear she might become too emotional and her health could worsen. Lu Chuan said, Dad, I actually hope Lu Miaomiao learns her lesson and changes her stubborn ways. Trying to straighten her out at home is impossible. Look at her. She almost caused a tragedy for second sister-in-law. Our good mother was harmed so badly she can't take care of herself. She even gave me medicine meant to harm pigs. One thing after another, the damage she caused. Does she feel even a little regret? Instead, she blames us for not loving her enough. Dad, with Lu Miaomiao's temper, no matter who she marries into, she'll cause trouble and make life difficult for everyone. It's not a marriage, but a feud. Let her experience life's hardships and reflect properly. Maybe she can still be saved. The village party secretary sighed deeply again. All right then, that's how it will be. Jiajia was washing dishes in the kitchen, while Ning was outside in the small kitchen stacking firewood. When Jiajia finished, Ning was almost done too. Jiajia praised generously. Ning, you're really amazing. We haven't been to the mountains for days, but we still have so much firewood. We could burn it for a month without worry. Ning smiled and said, It's thanks to you suggesting we cook separately. Otherwise, everyone would be afraid of losing out, and on their duty days, there wouldn't be enough firewood. These days, the old educated youths are trying to save firewood as much as possible. They dare not burn too much. Ning said, Don't think that because it's hot now. I heard that once winter comes, it will snow here. Many families start stockpiling firewood after harvest to prepare for winter. If we stock up early, we won't have to compete with others later. Okay, I agree. When we can go into the mountains, we'll pick up firewood together.
Ning took let softly, forget it.
You don't have much strength, don't go suffering. Since you're my partner, I definitely won't let you suffer or work hard. I won't let you go hungry or lack anything. Stop doing rough chores like gathering firewood and fetching water. In the future, when you go to work, just wear your straw hat and pretend to work. Once I record your work points, I will give you a few hits, and you'll finish quickly. You just need to cook meals and take good care of your face. Don't let your face become rough like tree bark or get sun-darkened and black. Jiajia couldn't help but laugh and cry. Could it be that he's acting out a script for a favored concubine? But I have to say, being pampered by someone you like really feels great. Since Ning likes this face, I will definitely take good care of it. Tonight, I will apply some snow cream. Jiajia, who was coming out to fetch water and heard this, glanced at Jiajia and thought to herself, Jiajia's way of doing things is becoming more and more like those handsome men her aunt used to keep in her previous life. Su Pingrui ran quickly, as if a ghost was chasing him, rushing towards Dr. Su's house. He kept shouting, Grandpa San, his voice full of worry and panic. Dr. Su, who was carefully sorting herbs in the backyard, was startled by his nephew's loud, urgent shouts. His heart tightened, and he thought to himself, could it be that Ning is in trouble? Thinking of this, Dr. Su didn't bother finishing sorting the valuable herbs. He quickly put down his work and hurried to the front yard. When Su Pingrui saw Dr. Su coming from the backyard, he hurried to meet him. Panting heavily and looking anxious, he said, Grandpa San, you don't know. Now, the whole village is talking about Ning and Jiajia being a couple. He paused, showing worry on his face, then continued. What should we do? So much time has passed, and I haven't heard anything from my father. It's really frustrating. Dr. Su's face also looked grim. A few days ago, I noticed that Jiajia had suspicious intentions toward Ning. It's only been a few days, and now there's so much gossip. Pingran, go check at the youth station. Is someone spreading rumors maliciously? Or are they really a couple? Su Pingrui immediately ran out of the yard. I'll go now. When Su Pingrui arrived at the youth station, Jiajia was washing vegetables. Su Pingrui took a few deep breaths to calm himself and said casually, Chi-youth, busy with something? Jiajia gave a light and said nothing more. Su Pingrui bit his back teeth and asked, You're washing mustard greens, right? Are you planning to make dumplings? Jiajia looked at the vegetables in the basin. Could mustard greens and Chinese cabbage really be so easy to confuse? He replied, Ning doesn't like the taste of mustard greens, so we didn't plant any in our garden. These are Chinese cabbages. Jiajia never missed a chance to show that he was Ning's official partner. Su Pingrui quietly noted that Ning didn't like mustard greens, while inwardly cursing Qi Xiao from head to toe. Then Su Pingrui said, "Lately, there's been much less work, and everyone's been quite idle. But somehow, someone started a silly rumor that you and Su the educated youth are dating. Who would believe such nonsense?" He paused, then added, "After all, Su the educated youth is known for being capable and independent, with very high standards. Not just anyone could catch her eye." Originally, Su Pingrui thought that with Qi Xiao's personality, he would surely argue back. But to his surprise, Qi Xiao didn't deny it. Instead, he nodded seriously and said, "Everyone's right. Ning really does have great taste. And I'm truly thankful to my parents for giving me a face that happens to match her sense of beauty perfectly. Otherwise, if she had turned me down just because of my looks, I would have been heartbroken." Su Pingrui was stunned. "So you and Su Ning are really together?" he asked blankly. "Isn't it obvious?" Qi Xiao replied. "Oh, right, my mistake. I handed out wedding candies at the educated youth spot but forgot to give you one. No wonder you sounded upset when you came back. It must be because I missed you out. Sorry about that, I'll make it up to you right now." From the moment Su Pingrui walked in with that sarcastic tone, Qi Xiao had already guessed this was probably another rival in love. He is now officially Su Ning's legitimate partner with a proper relationship, so he's not afraid of you, a little rival. Su Pingrui received a clear answer and looked very unhappy. Qi Xiao still smiled happily and enthusiastically handed 6 candies to Su Pingrui. Just as Su Pingrui opened his mouth before he could speak, Qi Xiao quickly said, "Su Jiqing, no need to be polite. I received your blessings. Eat some wedding candies and share in our happiness. Maybe Su Jiqing's marriage will come soon. I need to hurry and cook dinner, or Ning will come back hungry and have to wait. I would feel sorry for her. Su Jiqing, feel free to do as you like. I'll go get busy now." After saying that, Qi Xiao happily and briskly went back to the small kitchen. Su Pingrui's chest heaved with anger. He glared fiercely at the small kitchen, then angrily turned and left. From the kitchen window, Qi Xiao watched Su Pingrui leave in a huff, pouting proudly. Qi Xiao's proud attitude gave a sense of a noble lady suppressing her rivals. A few minutes later, a helpless yet proud sigh came from the small kitchen.
"Ah."
Luckily, I took the lead before Ning realized what was happening and managed to pull him into the bowl. Now I have status and legitimacy, so I can openly eliminate my rival. Otherwise, it would be very difficult. Meanwhile, Su Ning encountered an unexpected person. Dressed in ragged clothes, with messy hair and a tired look, Zhao was not surprised to see Su Ning. Their family had been in Dawawan Brigade for a long time. Although they lived in an abandoned cattle pen at the foot of the mountain and didn't interact with the villagers, Su Ning's name was well known in the village after the night attack by bandits. At first, he wasn't sure if this Su Ning was his former fiancée, until one day, he saw Su Ning from afar. Meeting Su Ning today was no coincidence. "Su Ning, long time no see." Su Ning forced a smile and replied, "It's been a while, so long that young master Zhao has turned into a beggar." If it had been the former Zhao Yang hearing such teasing, he might have jumped like a cat with its tail stepped on. But after struggling in the mud for a while, his proud edges had been worn down by reality. Zhao Yang forced a smile and said, "It was my big mistake to break off the engagement. If you want to criticize me to make yourself feel better, go ahead." Su Ning rolled her eyes in disgust. "TSK. You really think too highly of yourself. Even insulting you is a waste of my breath. Don't block my way. You're delaying me from going home to eat." Zhao Yang suddenly knelt down with a thud. "Su Ning, all the mistakes I made in the past were my fault. Your mother lost her life saving me, so I am like an extension of her life. After doing so many wrong things, I don't ask for your forgiveness. I just hope for your aunt's sake, you can help me. My father is about to die from illness. Please, Su Ning." Su Ning saw Zhao Yang kneeling on the ground, crying passionately and looking quite messy. She didn't speak because she felt a strange, unearned joy inside her. Su Ning frowned. After causing chaos in the Su family, disturbing the peace, making Su Zhenbang anxious, hurting his wife deeply, beating Su Xiongdong, and condemning Su Muxing, she felt a strange sense of relief, as if her body's restrictions had been broken. At that moment, she thought the original person had disappeared. That strange emotion that didn't belong to Suning made her feel complicated and frown again. In truth, she was the one occupying the original person's body. It was her body first, and she had no right to demand that the original leave. But Suning was also attached to her current life and reluctant to let go. She wouldn't give up either. Yet, the feeling that another consciousness seemed to exist inside this body was hard to accept. Suning, feeling unhappy, was very narrow-minded. A filthy, disgusting maggot. What right do you have to speak? You are the continuation of your savior's life. You're truly ridiculous. When there's nothing to do, you act like love is supreme, trampling on the dignity of Suning and her daughter. When there's trouble, you suddenly remember the kindness of being saved. If they knew they saved such a thing, they'd probably regret it so much their intestines would turn green. Maybe they'd be waiting eagerly for you to die so they could vent their anger. Anyway, your family just happened to appear. Life is so boring, so I might as well see you're struggling, barely living life as entertainment. After saying this, Suning looked at him with disdain and was about to leave. Zhao Yang rushed forward to grab Suning's foot. Suning jumped up, intending to give him a kick on the shoulder to make him understand why flowers are so red. At the last moment, Suning saw the smug look in Zhao Yang's eyes, as if he had successfully tricked him. Suning forcefully stopped his foot, twisted his body, and landed steadily behind Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang, full of surprise and shock, missed his target and fell flat on the ground. Using his space powers, Suning sensed that some spectators were about to appear. He raised an eyebrow and quickly broke off a few thin branches from a nearby peach tree, then started to whip Zhao Yang with them. The branches were as thin as chopsticks and wouldn't cause serious harm, but they hurt a lot when they hit the skin. Zhao Yang, already exhausted, rolled on the ground, crying out loudly in pain. The team leader and the village secretary were carefully accompanying the inspection leaders when they suddenly heard the noise. Both of them felt a jolt in their hearts. Could it be another incident like Tianmeng's? The inspection team also heard the commotion and asked, "What happened up front?" "Let's go see." The village secretary and the team leader exchanged worried glances, each seeing concern in the other's eyes. But since the leaders had spoken, they couldn't ignore it. Trembling with worry, the team leader and village secretary led the inspection team toward the noise. "Shameless people. The leaders have given you a chance to reform, but you not only show no gratitude, but also act worse. How dare you behave like a hooligan in broad daylight? I will stand in for the honest villagers and teach you a lesson, so you don't let your corrupt character influence the good atmosphere of Dehuan village." Suning loudly scolded, but he kept whipping without stopping, pretending not to notice anyone approaching. Seeing the inspection team members' displeased expressions, the team leader's forehead was also twitching nervously. "Suning, what are you doing? What's going on?" "Oh. Team leader, village secretary, why are you here?" "These comrades are?" The team leader with a stern face said, "These are members of the inspection team." "You." Before he finished, Zhao Yang, using all his strength, begged, "Please, leaders, make a decision. This girl is being too unreasonable." A man in his 30s in the inspection team saw Zhao Yang's serious injuries and, when avoiding others, his eyes showed a strange expression when looking at Suning, but he didn't say anything. Suning hit Zhao Yang again and said, "Shameless thing, still dare to complain first. Leaders, village chief, and village secretary, please judge fairly." This person, in broad daylight, wore clothes that didn't cover what they should and walked around proudly on the road. Moreover, he happened to be here when our village leaders came for inspection and he behaved so shamelessly. I don't know what he's trying to do, but I believe your wise eyes can see his purpose. Please, leaders, team leaders, and village secretaries, investigate clearly and punish the bad elements severely. Don't tolerate such people, or it will ruin the honest atmosphere of Dehuan team. Zhao Yang, with no chance to speak, thought, "Nonsense. My clothes are a bit old, but I didn't hide anything that should be covered." It was clearly torn by this crazy woman. The leader of the inspection team narrowed his eyes and said to the team leader, "The purpose of public supervision and education is to make such people reflect on themselves and change. But from today's situation, your team's supervision efforts are not enough. They haven't realized their mistakes and are still acting arrogantly with bad habits. Let's take this opportunity to set an example and improve the atmosphere. Comrade Lu Dalao, go gather the villagers. Today, I will personally supervise this educational activity." The last spark in Zhao Yang's eyes went out. He knew what was waiting for him next. Today, he really lost more than he gained. He didn't manage to get Suning to help his father seek medical treatment, but instead caused himself even bigger trouble. The buzzing bell sounded like it was pounding on everyone's hearts. Everyone hurried to the meeting point with nervous feelings. The leaders of the inspection teams spoke passionately, but Suning paid no attention, listening with one ear and out the other. Seeing his decisive educational actions, Suning raised an eyebrow. Could this be a new official taking office? The activity lasted 2 hours. On the way back to the youth station, everyone remained silent, feeling heavy. In the small kitchen, Chi Xiao couldn't wait to ask Suning, "Ning, what exactly happened? Can you tell me?" Suning slouched lazily in the chair, her legs crossed and resting on a small stool in front of her. Her feet were swinging slightly. "Suning, I came back from my small garden and met Zhao Yang on the way. He probably wanted to scheme against me, so I took the chance to give him a good beating." The team leader and others saw it, and you know what happened next? Chi Xiaoxi thought for a moment. "Ning, did you have some kind of conflict with Zhao Yang before?" Suning casually replied, "Not just a conflict, it was a big one." "Can I know more?" Chi Xiaoxi asked cautiously. "Why not? Nothing much going on now, so I'll tell you. The biological mother of my body was killed saving little Suning when she was 5 years old. Then, Zhao's family arranged a marriage between Zhao Yang and little Suning. The Zhao family's house is more prominent than the Su family. Even though there was a marriage agreement, Zhao family always ignored little Suning. Zhao Yang found his so-called true love and even got her pregnant, then hurried to break off the engagement with me. I was upset and decided to give them a hard time." Chi Xiaoxi, furious, didn't notice the way Suning was referring to herself. "That scoundrel, I'm so angry. How dare he scheme against you today?" Suning shrugged and spread her hands. "That kind of person, as long as they have no shame, can do anything." Thinking about Suning's weak condition, Chi Xiaoxi felt sad. As the saying goes, a child with a mother is a treasure. Ning lost her mother at 5. How much hardship and suffering did she endure to grow up? Moreover, her mother's marriage was exchanged with her life, yet it was so badly trampled on. How sad must Ning have been back then? Chi Xiaoxi held Suning's hand gently. "Ning, I promise, from now on, your life will only be sweet." Suning shook her head. "That's not good. Eating only sweets would be too boring. Compared to sweet things, I prefer spicy and flavorful food. I will make an exception and cook a spicy meal for Ning to let her vent." How does that sound? So, Ningus espriktanet. Although she wasn't really angry, this plan sounded good. Who knows how craving spicy food can be? People who try it, like it, love it, and then suddenly avoid it completely. Since Chi Xiao started cooking, she hasn't enjoyed a spicy meal fully. She often says that strong flavors aren't good for health. Happy Suning grabbed Chi Xiao's collar and pulled him into her arms. She kissed him passionately, sweet but intense. Chi Xiao's eyes went from surprise to shock, then to joy, and finally to enjoyment. Just as Chi Xiao was about to run out of breath, Ning let go. With a bossy look, she touched her lips and said with a smile, "Here's your reward. Cook well." Chi Xiao's cheeks turned red, and his eyes shimmered as he hoarsely said, "I really like this reward. If Ning is happy with it, can I get another one?" Ning proudly lifted her chin. "Let's see how you perform." At the Su family's house, the grandfather and grandson, just back from the farm, weren't paying attention to what was happening there. Instead, they focused on Ning's dating life. Su Pingrui angrily said, "Grandpa-san, you don't know how annoying Chi Xiao is. Now that they're confirmed to be a couple, what should we do? Waiting around isn't helping." Maybe I should take tomorrow off and call the county town. Su Dafu also looked unhappy. What can we do? We can't interfere now. Besides, since you're here in the countryside, why don't you stay at the youth station and keep an eye on things? Worrying won't help. Su Pingrue nervously touched his nose. He came to the countryside with a purpose, but he's never experienced hardship. The dorms and plain meals there made him hesitate. Now he regrets it so much, his guts feel blue. In a large courtyard in Beijing, a dignified and elegant woman sat on a sofa, carefully reading a pile of documents she just received, checking and investigating thoroughly. On the table was a pair of tiger head shoes covered with a dust cover. An elderly woman with white hair but good spirits came in from outside, holding her hands behind her back. Seeing her daughter-in-law like this, she couldn't help but feel a little heartache. Yinshu, come take a walk with Mom. Fong Yinshu looked up at her worried mother-in-law and rubbed her aching eyes. Mom, I'm sorry I made you worry again, the old lady said. You haven't done anything wrong. You're just to yourself. It's been 18 years. Even if that child was reborn, she would be a young lady now. You should let go. Fong Yinshu placed one hand on her belly with a look of longing and memory and said, Mom, if I had known from the start that I was pregnant, I wouldn't have doubted so much. But the pregnancy went smoothly the whole time. Uncle San checked my pulse several times and said the baby was healthy. Even before labor, when I was in the hospital bed, I could still feel the baby moving inside me. I just can't believe I would give birth to a stillborn. Someone must have taken advantage of us, tampered with things. There must be details we haven't noticed. My little baby is suffering somewhere, waiting for me to save her. If I just work a little harder, be a little more careful, I can find the clues. Seeing her daughter-in-law's obsession and madness in her eyes, the old lady knew there was no point in persuading her further. She shifted the topic and said, but before she finished, the 4 members of the Su family hurriedly entered. The old lady frowned, her heart immediately tense. Aside from the inexplicable insistence on the grandsons staying in the countryside, her 3 grandsons and son held important positions. When had they all come back home so neatly? Su Linhao quickly glanced around the room, saw that the old man wasn't there, and said to his 3rd brother, Su Pingshu, go to the big yard pavilion and call Grandpa back. Hurry back. Now the old lady was sure something serious had happened. She straightened her clothes, sat properly in a chair, holding the armrest, took a deep breath, and asked, tell me what happened. I'm a bit older, but I've been through more hardships than you all. I can handle anything. Coming from a farming background, she thought I can just go back to farming if needed. Fong Yinshu frowned in thought, quickly reviewing the situation, the current state of the Su family, and the overall circumstances in her mind. She even quickly mapped out her family's connections. But she didn't catch any signs of danger. But why are these 4 people doing this today? Su Linhao took a deep breath and said, Mom, wife, don't worry. This is good news for our family. Just then, Su Pingshu returned with Grandpa Su Hongzhong. What happened? Why is everyone at home? Su Linhao said, Mom and Dad, Yinshu's suspicion might be right. Fong Yinshu suddenly stood up excitedly and asked, there's news, right? Where is little treasure? Yinshu, don't be anxious. Let me tell you slowly. Earlier, I received a letter from my cousin. He met a girl about little treasure's age, who looks quite similar to Mom, and that caught his attention. He looked into some basic information about her and, trying it out, asked me to check. Fong Yinshu was so anxious her heart almost stopped. Just tell me, what did you find? My cousin asked me to check on the girl's mother, Zhao Xiaoxi, who is a cousin of Zhao Xiaolan, the maid we had at home. They're from different branches and are about 10 years apart in age. When Yinshu had little treasure, she was outside and had a difficult pregnancy. She was taken to the nearest hospital. Coincidentally, Zhao Xiaoxi was also born in that hospital. Zhao Xiaoxi passed away 13 years ago. After her husband died, Zhao Xiaolan remarried and then ran off with her lover. It took some time to find her, but unfortunately, Zhao Xiaolan died 3 years ago. From her later family members, I learned that before she died, Zhao Xiaolan kept saying she was sorry. We haven't confirmed yet if that sorry was about little treasure. Fang Yunshu held up the tiger head shoe on the table, crying happily. That's enough. With this news, I feel reassured. Her voice choked with emotion as she asked through tears, "Where's little treasure now?" "He's in a remote mountain village in the southern province. Surprisingly, he's in the same village as Uncle San, who lives in seclusion." "Yunshu, we're still not sure."
Stay calm.
"Also, while we were checking, we found out someone else is looking into that girl." "Oh, and by the way, it might be a coincidence, but that girl also has the surname Su. Her name is Su Ning." Fang Yunshu laughed and cried at the same time. "I only lost the Jean character. Has my little treasure suffered so much?" Dear baby. Fang Yunshu suddenly stood up from the sofa, ready to rush out. Su Linhao quickly grabbed Fang Yunshu's hand. "Yunshu, what are you going to do?" Fang Yunshu struggled to break free and said, "I'm going to see little Bao." "I can't wait even a moment longer." "Yunshu, I understand how you feel. I'm just as excited. I also want to see little Bao right away. When I come back, I've already bought tickets for tomorrow. You should go back to your office, hand over your work, and take some time off. We can't go empty-handed to see little Bao. We need to prepare some things." Tears streaming down her face, Fang Yunshu smiled and said, "Okay, I'll ask for leave at my office. I've prepared things for little Bao for 18 years. Now I finally get to see its owner." She didn't even have time to fix her appearance, rushing out while wiping her tears. Su Linhao was worried about his emotional wife going out alone. He looked at Su Pingshu. "Follow her and see how she's doing. Take good care of your mom." Before Su Pingshu could reply, he had already gone out. Su Linhao turned to his parents. "Mom, Dad, I really can't leave right now. I want to ask you two to go with Yunshu and Pings to Nanxing." Su Linhao held an important position, and every word and action carried weight. He couldn't leave easily with such responsibilities on his shoulders. Su Hongzhong said, "Do I need to tell you? I can't wait to go myself." 18 years had passed without seeing their granddaughter once. How could they not miss her? Su Linhao added, "Uncle Sen also mentioned in his letter that little Bao's health is badly damaged and deficient. I've already bought some nutritional supplements. Take some with you and I'll send more by mail. When you get there, try to bond with little Bao as much as possible. The mountain area is poor in resources, and little Bao is still a young rural worker, doing farm work, which isn't good for her health. I hope she will come back voluntarily. As long as little Bao was willing to return, he had ways to bring her back to the city." Wu Qiaohui also felt heartache. At just over 10 years old, her body was severely weakened. It was clear how hard her granddaughter's life had been.
Suongsang Said.
"We all hope little Bao can come back and reunite, but we need to ask the child's opinion first." In fact, the Su family had no real evidence to prove that Su Ning was their child. Initially feeling hopeless, suddenly having this hope made everyone believe that Su Ning was truly their child. Su Linhao and his wife had 5 children in total. The first 4 were boys, and although the last one had not been born yet, a few months into pregnancy, Dr. Su confirmed it was a girl. With 4 mischievous boys already in the family, this girl seemed especially precious. Even before she was born, everyone in the family loved her very much. The stronger the hope, the deeper the disappointment. When they learned the baby was stillborn, it hit the Su family like a thunderbolt. But even in despair, there was a small glimmer of hope, carrying everyone's longing. Suddenly, that hope became real. At that moment, everyone in the Su family loved the unborn girl completely. At Dawawan Brigade, Suning, who was carefree and lively, didn't know that a group of people was rushing toward her. As the scorekeeper, Suning was being pulled by the accountant to do hard labor. Suning was strong, but when it came to silly tasks, she often felt lazy. It's not that she couldn't do it, she just didn't want to. "Uncle Accountant, do we really have to finish all these today?" she asked. Lu Minghua looked up from the pile of accounts and said, "This is just the beginning. Look at that corner over there. See that pile? That's what we need to finish today." Suning's face twisted into a grimace. Zhang Minghua chuckled softly and said, "Last month, you were lazy. It was Xing'er who helped me do it. You can't slack off again this month. Don't worry, after doing it a few times, it'll become a habit." I've been through the same. Seeing Zhang Minghua's hair half-white, Suning thought every strand isn't white for nothing. Maybe each strand carries the resentment of sorting through all those accounts. Qi Xiao carried 2 lunchboxes to the door and saw her beloved Ning, whose eyebrows were furrowed into twists. Her restless little hands kept scratching her head. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound. Zhang Minghua and Suning turned to look at the door at the same time. Suning's eyes lit up, feeling like a savior had arrived. Qi Xiao, why are you here? You finally came, she said happily. Qi Xiao first smiled at Suning, then looked at Zhang Minghua. Can I come in? Since this is the main accounting place, he thought it was best to ask first. Zhang Minghua nodded and said, okay. Qi Xiao came in, first handed a lunchbox to Suning, then gave the remaining one to Zhang Minghua. Uncle Zhang, no matter how busy you are, you should take care of your health. It's mealtime now, so please eat a little. Zhang Minghua shook his head and refused. No need, no need. I'll just have a quick bite when I get home later. Suning immediately pushed the account papers forward and opened the lunchbox, saying, Uncle Accountant, don't be so polite. Qi Xiao is a good cook. Try it and see if it suits your taste. By now, Suning had opened the lid of the lunchbox and the strong, tempting aroma quickly filled the small room. Zhang Minghua swallowed hard. This smells so good. Qi Xiao said, Uncle Zhang, go ahead and eat. It takes time to go back and forth, and I've brought everything here. Just make do with a bite. Zhang Minghua thought, just smelling this delicious aroma. How can I just make do? What did I eat before? Was it pig food? He couldn't help but swallow again, his eyes fixed on the sturdy-looking aluminum lunchbox. He thought, since it's already prepared, wouldn't it be a waste not to eat? Wasting food is shameful, but it might also bring bad luck. All right, I'll take advantage of Suning's kindness today. I won't be so polite anymore. Qi Xiao politely said a few words, then sat next to Suning. Watching her eat so eagerly, he worriedly advised her to eat slowly. At the same time, Qi Xiao felt guilty in his heart. Why did he come so late? He should have come earlier. Look at how hungry Ning has become. Seeing Zhang Minghua happily eating, Suning's eyes flicked and she said, Uncle Accountant, with so many ledgers, just the 2 of us working might take until midnight, and we still might not finish. Can we ask for help from others? Zhang Minghua, chewing his food, mumbled vaguely. These aren't secret accounts. Of course we can ask for help. He was joking. He didn't want to do this work himself, either. And if the accounts were truly secret, he wouldn't have brought in the clerk to help organize them. As soon as Zhang Minghua said it was okay, Qi Xiao had already started working. Then it was Suning's turn to be stunned, forgetting to chew her food. Wow, his speed is just too fast. He is like a super smart humanoid computer. Unknowingly, Suning's eyes showed pride. Such an amazing beauty, but she was the one. After finishing a bowl of rice, Zhang Minghua was still savoring the fragrant taste. He accidentally saw Qi Xiao's incredible speed. Could this young man be pretending to show off in front of his partner? Zhang Minghua stood up from his seat, walked behind Qi Xiao. But before he could understand the 2 calculations, Qi Xiao had already finished them. Zhang Minghua watched as Qi Xiao's eyes swept over, and in the other hand, he already had the result. Is he showing off his skills with his calculations? Whether the results are correct or not, his aura is quite strong. Zhang Minghua quickly took his abacus and started moving the beads behind Qi Xiao, checking his calculation results. He checked 10 results, and they were all correct. Now he was the one who was shocked. This young man is naturally suited to be an accountant. Suddenly, he felt hopeful that his gray hair, which hadn't turned fully white yet, might be saved. Zhang Minghua's eyes sparkled as he looked at Qi Xiao, like he was looking at a big piece of gold. He definitely had to find a way to bring this treasure into the accounting team. For a while, the small room was filled only with the sound of writing and the clicking of Zhang Minghua moving his abacus beads. Oh, and every now and then, there was a soft snore. While calculating data, Qi Xiao also kept part of his attention on Ning. Seeing Ning sleeping peacefully on the table, unaffected by Zhang's noisy abacus, he felt a little relieved. The workload that usually took a whole day was completed in just half a day with Qi Xiao, this humanoid calculator. Zhang Minghua thought, since I started working as this miserable accountant, I've never felt so relaxed. I still have half my hair left. I probably won't go bald. His gaze on Qi Xiao was full of determination and joy at discovering talent. Such an outstanding person. He must bring him into the accounting team. He couldn't let such a big treasure go to waste. After finishing her meal, Su Ning, who was lying on the table and dreaming of Zhou Gong, was gently pushed on the shoulder. Ning, let's go. It's time to head back. Su Ning looked up sleepily, her eyes half closed, and saw Qi Xiao. Her face was flushed from sleep, with faint marks from being pressed down. Su Ning was still groggy and didn't realize where she was or what time it was. She just looked at Qi Xiao with sleepy eyes. Qi Xiao's heart beat faster. Such a cute Ning. So adorable. He looked at her with gentle eyes and couldn't help but softly ruffle her hair. The accounts are all settled. We can go back to the youth station now. Only then did Su Ning wake up a bit and mumble in disbelief. It's over so soon? Did I sleep for a long time? Qi Xiao naturally took one of Su Ning's hands to relax it, knowing it must be numb after holding it for so long. Across from them, Zhang Minghua, who was massaging his wrist, saw this and suddenly felt that he shouldn't be here. Qi Xiao's eyes were full of warmth as he said softly, "These accounts are simple, clear at a glance, and won't take long." Zhang Minghua thought, "What do you mean not difficult? What do you mean clear at a glance? Are my hair turning white for nothing?" He also thought, "The calluses on my hands from fiddling with the abacus say, you're showing off too much." Su Ning, old Qi, take it easy. Zhang's eyes are almost turning into those of a resentful wife. Qi Xiao continued to speak to himself. Don't rush to get up. Stretch your legs a bit. Relax so you don't get numb and fall. If it weren't for that shameless old man standing here, he would have taken the chance to get some leg massage benefits for his partner. Su Ning obediently stretched her legs and yawned before standing up. Uncle Accountant, we're leaving now, Zhang Minghua thought. All right, if I don't leave soon, my teeth will hurt from grinding. He also thought, young people these days, they really don't understand subtlety. The first time my wife and I met was on our wedding night. We were so nervous we couldn't even undo our buttons. Unlike now, where young couples just start dating and are all over each other. What a changing era, a whole lifetime. Qi Xiao and Su Ning happily chatted and laughed as they headed back to the youth station, giving off a warm, couple-like feeling. Qi Xiao said, Ning, from now on, if there's any work you don't like, just leave it to me. I don't like seeing you force yourself or frowning. God knows how much he felt heartbroken as he stood at the door, watching Ning with her brows twisted in worry. Su Ning, with her hands in her pockets, occasionally kicked the grass by the roadside, playful and a bit stubborn. Her short hair made her look like a mischievous child next to the nearly 2-meter-tall Qi Xiao. All right, no problem. From now on, whenever there's a mental task, you do it. She liked to solve problems quickly with her fists, tasks that required thinking she couldn't handle. Qi Xiao smiled and agreed. Yes. As long as you don't want to do it, you can leave it to me. Maybe I should talk to the team leader and swap roles. You could be the scorekeeper. Qi Xiao firmly disagreed. He didn't rely on points to live. He would do as much work as he could, even if it was just 2 or 3 points a day. But if Ning went to work in the fields, she could lift the easily. How could she take care of her health like that? Qi Xiao, with rare firmness, said, No, I don't like being a scorekeeper. I prefer working in the fields. Su Ning looked at Qi Xiao with deep suspicion. Qi Xiao said, I need to exercise. I can't marry a wife someday and not be able to carry her. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Su Ning, unlike other girls who might be shy, laughed openly and said, It doesn't matter. If you can't carry your wife, she can carry you. Qi Xiao, hee. My future wife has not only carried me, but also piggybacked me. Looking at Su Ning, his eyes were full of tenderness. Ahem. When the time comes, my wife can do whatever she wants, carry me whenever she wants. But marriage means I have to carry my wife into the house. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. Could there be some special rule behind this? Whether it's marriage or being a bride, isn't it just two people living together? Who carries whom doesn't really matter. For the first time, she thought the end of the world had its benefits, being able to look at someone and like them one moment and be with them the next with so many little rules. Xiao, how old are you this year? Xiao's expression froze for a moment. They were already together, they had hugged and kissed, yet his partner still didn't know how old he was? Was he too easygoing, or was his partner? Ning, my birthday is on the 15th of August. In about a month and a half, I'll be 21. Ning made a small sound of surprise. 21, huh? Seeing that Ning didn't say anything else and just looked at him with an unreadable expression, Xiao started to feel uneasy. Xiao thought, Ning is 18 and I'm almost 21. Does he think I'm too old? Ning, I'm not old. Ning laughed. What are you imagining? When did I ever say you were old? Who would think 21 is old? Xiao scratched his head shyly. You scared me. You didn't say anything, so I thought you were upset. What were you thinking about just now? Ning unconsciously licked the corner of his lips, just a small, absent-minded gesture, but it made Xiao's heart race. He quickly turned his head away and coughed lightly to hide his nervousness. Jiajia, what are you doing here? Your family came to see you. Should I bring them to the settlement? Zhang Chong said with a big smile. Ning was confused. Her family? Did she even have one? Jiajia, you should go back. I'll head home first. After Zhang Chong left, Ning said, let's go. I want to see who this so-called family of mine is. Whether they were real or not, she would find out soon enough. As soon as Ning stepped into the settlement, something rushed toward her. She quickly pulled Xiao aside to avoid it. An old woman, Mrs. Su, stumbled out the door and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ning stood nearby, her eyes cold. Why is this old woman here? Looking into the courtyard, she saw Su Zhenbong hurrying over. He gave Ning a kind look before helping his mother up. Mrs. Su, covered in dust, held her waist and grimaced. Knowing his mother well, Su Zhenbong secretly pinched her arm. The pain brought her back to her senses. Mrs. Su thought, oh right, we're here to rebuild our family ties. Aunt Su first showed a witch-like smile, then surprisingly shed 2 tears like crocodile tears. My dear granddaughter, I finally see you. During your time in the countryside, I couldn't eat or sleep well. I think of you during the day and dream of you at night. My good granddaughter, you've suffered. Look at how thin you've become. Oh, I'm so late, and my granddaughter has been through so much. Other young workers in the yard watched this touching, warm scene, their eyes filled with longing. They had also been away from home and their parents for a long time. They missed their families and loved ones. Only Song Jiajia pouted. She thought the old lady's acting was too shallow and exaggerated, like putting on a big show. Su Zhenbong also wanted to perform a scene to get closer to Ning. But when he faced Ning's cold gaze, he suddenly fell silent. Aunt Su continued, my dear granddaughter, your father and I were worried you might be bullied or isolated here, so he arranged to transfer his work to this place. Your father is now the chief engineer at the steel factory in the county town. From now on, your grandmother and father can take care of you. I will never let you suffer or be wronged. Ning slightly curled her lips and said, thank you all very much. Let's talk inside. When Ning entered the small kitchen, she sat back in her own chair, resting her feet on a small stool, ignoring the mother and son completely. Aunt Su looked disgusted at the cramped kitchen, gathered her emotions, and prepared to perform another heartfelt scene. Ning coldly said, if you don't want me to throw you out, then shut up. Su Zhenbong, what are you planning now? She asked. Before Aunt Su could speak, Su Zhenbong shot her a sharp look, and she immediately shut her mouth. Su Zhenbong sat down and said, Ning, you already know you're my only child. I'm over 50 years old, and you're my only hope. Do you think I would try to scheme against you? Everything in the past was a mistake made by me and your grandmother, and it caused you a lot of suffering. But what's done is done, and we can't change it. We can only try to make up for it. I specifically asked to transfer my work here to repair our family bond. Su Ning sneered and said, "Is it a move or a desperate escape?"
You know the answer well.
You should understand that the best way for us to get along is to keep our distance. But you crossed the line and completely destroyed the small bit of mercy I still had. I have no mood or time to play family dramas with you. Since I am not yet ready to wipe you out completely, you'd better leave wisely. Otherwise, you know very well the trouble you caused yourself, Zhenbang. If you make me angry, you know what will happen. You should be aware of that. Zhenbang took out a letter from Su Ning that he had sent back, saying, "Su Ning, look at this letter you sent me. I've kept it carefully. I know you hold resentment towards us. You say harsh words, but deep down, you long for family love. In the past, we ignored you, and we are sorry for that. But Dad will make it up to you. Everything he has will be yours in the future. You must understand that if you destroy Dad, you also destroy your own future wealth. You are a smart kid. I believe you won't make a choice that hurts both sides." Su Ning's eyes were cold and sharp like a knife as he looked at Zhenbang. "With your lousy salary, do you think I care? There's no way both of us will be hurt. Even if you, Zhenbang, are as rotten as maggots in a cesspit, it won't affect me at all." Zhenbang felt a shiver in his heart when he met Su Ning's gaze but insisted, "I know you are capable and might have more wealth. Maybe you don't care about my small amount, but we're family. You are still young. I don't want you to be controlled by resentment or blinded by anger. Your mother died saving Zhao Yang.
You hit Zhao Yang.
I don't want you to regret killing your own father or resenting yourself someday.
Calm down.
We could be a loving family. Why do we have to end up hurting each other?" Su Ning raised an eyebrow, his tone less cold. "No, I don't resent you. I hate you. But it's undeniable that we are related by blood. Aren't you trying to make up for it? Then don't appear in front of me. At least for now, don't remind me of the bloody scenes from the past. When time has erased my hatred, then you can come back and talk about family love." Old Mrs. Su immediately said, "No, if water from the well doesn't cross the river and they don't get too close, how can they control Su Ning's marriage? How can they adopt Su Ning's child? How can they pass down the Su family bloodline? Su Ning, those 3 wild children are all dead. You should let go of your anger now. No matter who they are, you need to interact more to get closer. If you keep avoiding each other, how can you be considered family? Grandma is old now. She might not wake up if she goes to sleep. My only wish is that you and your father can rebuild your father-daughter relationship and rely on each other. Did Su Muqing's 3 siblings all die?" Su Ning was a little surprised, but thinking about the kind of people Su's mother and son were, it seemed understandable. Su Ning sneered and said, "They're dead, so why do I still hold a grudge? They are just accomplices helping the bad guys, but the real culprits behind my series of misfortunes are still alive. They can come to me and jump around. No matter what your purpose is, since you came to see me, I'll let you stay for a night. Tomorrow, leave quickly. I don't want to see you." Su Zhenbang was first surprised, then showed a kind smile on his face. Old Mrs. Su was proud and snorted softly. She thought, "See? With Su Ning's limited ability, if we show some kindness, she'll cling to us." The mother and son had their own thoughts, but neither saw the meaningful look in Su Ning's eyes. Chi Xiu's heart ached, and he wished he could immediately step in and beat these mother and son up. They pushed his normally gentle Ning to this point, which showed how much trouble they caused. In his mind, quick plans formed to deal with them harshly. He had some reservations at first, but when he saw the strange light in Ning's eyes, he knew she was planning something. So, he decided to let Ning vent her anger first, and he would handle the aftermath. Su Ning looked at Su Zhenbang and said, "If you're here to make amends and see me, you can't come empty-handed, right? It's mealtime now. You shouldn't just come to show off your wind."
Susan Bandit, no.
Your grandma and I brought you plenty of food and supplies. They're in the yard. I'll go get them now. Mrs. Su quickly said to make herself look important. "We bought some big meat buns and braised pork at the state-run restaurant. Eat more later. You're getting so thin." This time, Su's family spent a lot of money, buying 10 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of noodles, 10 pounds of flour, 30 eggs, a pound of cooking oil, 20 big meat buns, a serving of braised pork, and 3 old hens, all delivered by someone they hired. Mrs. Su felt very upset about this, but she held back her feelings to give Su Ning a strong lesson. Su Ning didn't lack these things, but she didn't want to waste what she got for free. She put everything into the small kitchen cabinet, then scooped a bowl of cornmeal and grabbed some dried sweet potatoes. She quickly cooked a simple porridge of sweet potato and cornmeal. Like a beggar, she served half a bowl of it to each of the mother and son. Su Ning and Qi Xiao sat down and started drinking the thin porridge. Su Zhenbang and his mother, who had enjoyed good days for many years, looked at each other. They saw the two eating happily across from them, but they looked uncertainly at the bowl of thin porridge, which looked like pig feed. What about the big meat buns? Even if they brought so much staple food, boiling plain rice or a bowl of noodles would be better than this, right? Su Ning looked up and said sarcastically, "What? Disgusted? Ha! Do you know that the food you despise so much was once something I longed for but couldn't get?" After saying this, Su Ning reached out and dragged the porridge in front of the mother and son, pouring it all into her own big bowl. Before they could say anything, Su Ning got up, scooped a ladle of water from the water jar, and poured it into the big pot. She took a bamboo brush and scrubbed the pot twice, with some powder falling into it, but the others didn't see. She then served each of them a bowl of water and brought it over. Su Zhenbang and his mother, who had endured for the plan's sake, now looked pale. Drinking pot water? They couldn't believe it. Su Ning's eyes were full of sarcasm as she coldly said, "You've treated Su Ning the same way for over 10 years.
What?
Now you're treating yourselves the same way?
Can you really stand it?
Then how can you talk about forgiveness? Without truly feeling it, how can you understand the hatred in Su Ning's heart? After all, the original Su Ning, since her mother passed away, has been used as a punching bag or to fill her stomach with dishwater." Qi Xiao lowered her head to eat porridge, but her hand almost broke the chopsticks and 2 clear drops of water fell into the bowl. Old Mrs. Su was very angry and cursed the 18th generation of Chuan Wanting's ancestors. If that shameless woman hadn't schemed and deceived their mother and son, would she have let her granddaughter serve a wild child? While feeling complicated, Su Zhenbang also noticed the tone of Su Ning's words. "What do you mean, the original Su Ning?" Su Ning sneered and said, "The Su Ning who endured your family's bullying and abuse has already died. Now, I am a vengeful Su Ning. So if you want to scheme against me, first consider how many lives you have." Su Zhenbang's heart sank. His understanding of Su Ning's hatred was deeper than he imagined. His eyes fell on the dishwater in front of him. He picked it up and took a sip, holding back the urge to, and with red eyes, finish the bowl. At that moment, he seemed to understand Su Ning's hatred. He couldn't even tolerate one meal, let alone Su Ning for over 10 years. Su Zhenbang blinked a few times, forcing back tears, not tears of regret, but from choking. He said in a deep voice, "From now on, Dad will send you grain every month. Even if my mother and I have to eat bran and vegetables, I will make sure you eat rice every day." Su Ning sneered and looked coldly at Su Zhenbang, then continued to lower her head and eat porridge. At the corner of the small kitchen, Dr. Su almost tore the cloth bag in his hand. Using the wild child as a punching bag. Drinking dishwater for over 10 years? It's all good, heartless people changing their own children and then abusing her so cruelly.
Ha!
Su Zhenbang, do you still want a future? Have you ever asked if our Su family agrees? Dr. Su returned home with a grim face, stormed into the pharmacy, rummaged through boxes, and pounded on shelves, making a lot of noise. There were 2 empty rooms at the youth station, with a dull, dusty bunk bed and nothing else. Su Ning gave each of the mother and son a torn, hard quilt and was about to return to the dormitory. Old Mrs. Su was about to speak, but Su Ning silenced her. "What's the matter? Still dissatisfied? Isn't this what you gave to Su Ning? Over so many winters, she only relied on these 2 old blankets to stay warm. Could you really not endure one night? Moreover, now it is summer. During summer, Su Ning would sleep on a bare mattress. You all look down on these worn-out blankets so much, but she still doesn't want to part with them. Hearing all this, Su Pingrue clenched his fists. Just imagining the scene made him want to rush in and teach that mother and son a lesson. They are truly not human. Su Ning left, and Mrs. Su angrily said, "At least there are many young people at the work camp. But does Su Ning have no shame? She treats her elders like this. Isn't she afraid others will laugh at her? Is she worried about ruining her reputation and not being able to return to the city? Sigh, if we had other children or other options, we wouldn't have to spend so much money and effort and suffer here." Su Zhenbong said, "Actually, this is good. Su Ning wants us to understand her feelings by living like this. It's like a child complaining to their parents, just in a different way. It shows there's still hope for us to save her. Mom, I know it's hard for you, but just bear with it for one night. We'll go back to the county town tomorrow morning. I'll be in the next room. If anything happens, just call me." Su Ning, you're all just talking nonsense. Late at night, Su Ning sneaked out of the dorm. She thought no one knew what she was about to do, but it turned out her beautiful home was already waiting for her. Chi Xio whispered, "Ning, I support whatever you want to do." Su Ning said, "Then go make me some food. I'll be back soon." Chi Xio, okay. Then Chi Xio saw Su Ning take out a small thin piece and gently open the door of Grandma Su. In less than a minute, Su Ning was carrying Grandma Su out. Seeing Grandma Su's drooping head, it was obvious she had been knocked out. "I'll be gone for a while, I'll be back soon." Chi Xio wanted to follow, but he was afraid of holding Su Ning back. So he nodded and said, "Whatever you do, I support you. Don't be afraid, I'm here." Even if Su Ning ends Grandma Su tonight, he would find a way to clean up the mess. Su Ning set up a knowledge youth station. Chi Xio looked up at the dark sky, her fists clenched tightly. "Oh, heavens! You gave Ning so much strength, but why did you blind her eyes and make her beg for a love that doesn't exist? Why did you let her suffer so much, enduring hardships and pain? She struggled in the mud for so long, suffering and battered, only to realize that the people around her were wolves in disguise. Open your eyes. Ning no longer expects anything from the wolves around her. She has become so bright and unstoppable. This is the life she deserves. Are you sleeping, heavens? Or are you blind? Why didn't you let her see the truth earlier? Why didn't you protect her with your own strength?" Tears welled up in Chi Xio's eyes as they streamed down her beautiful face. Su Ning led Mrs. Sun through twists and turns, using her special abilities to avoid everyone's eyes and reach the deep mountains. Su Ning stripped Mrs. Sun, stuffed her pants into her mouth to silence her, then grabbed a vine, tied her hands behind her back, and hung her from a tree branch near the pond. She loosened the vine, and Mrs. Sun fell into the cold water with a splash. It was a shock that woke her up. Mrs. Sun instinctively wanted to scream, but her mouth was blocked, so she couldn't. She looked around the forest and the dark sky with wide eyes, her body half submerged in icy water, her feet not touching the ground. Despite her fear, she kept telling herself, "Don't be afraid. This is just a dream. There are no ghosts in this world. As soon as I wake up, it will be over." But the creepy, terrifying environment made it impossible for her to calm herself or think clearly. After what felt like a long time, she felt as if she had lived through a long lifetime. Just when she thought she might faint, but couldn't, and her head was heavy and foggy, she felt herself leave the water and swing in the air like on a swing. Mrs. Sun struggled to open her heavy eyelids, thinking the nightmare was about to end. But when she saw what was so close, she was so frightened she wet herself. She was barely swinging in the air, but every direction she swung and had a wolf with sharp teeth, ready to attack. With each swing, she was escaping from the wolf's jaws, risking her life to survive. Sometimes her little feet were just a fist's distance from the hungry wolf's mouth. Sometimes, the hungry wolf lunged so close to her body that only a few centimeters separated them. Old Mrs. Su was so frightened she lost control of her bladder. She fainted from fear, then woke up to pain in her private area. She woke up, was scared again, and fainted once more. Then she woke up again, startled. This cycle repeated many times, and she lost count of how many times it happened. Quietly, Ning took off her clothes and returned to the youth commune, disdainfully tossing the old Mrs. Su onto the large bed. When leaving, she made sure to lock the door again, as if no one had ever entered. Did Qi Xiao keep watch for any other movements? After Ning finished, he took her to the small kitchen. Qi Xiao silently warmed water for Ning to wash her hands and face, acting very gently, as if caring for a precious treasure. Then Ning was led to sit at the table, and Qi Xiao brought over a plate of fragrant dumplings. He softly said, "Eat quickly. These are your favorite, with pickled vegetables and pork cracklings." Ning was really hungry. Without using chopsticks, she simply grabbed one and put it in her mouth. Her cheeks puffed up, her eyes curved with joy, looking like a little fox sneaking food. Ning was quite generous with her own people, not protective of her food. She reached out and pinched a dumpling to feed to Qi Xiao. Then, a stunningly handsome and androgynous-looking person, resting their chin on their hand, chewed mechanically, eyes fixed without blinking, staring at the food in front of them. A large plate of over 40 dumplings, Ning ate one and fed one to Qi Xiao. In less than 5 minutes, they finished them all. Ning still seemed a bit unsatisfied. Qi Xiao gently wiped her mouth and then pulled her into his arms. "Don't eat too much tonight. I'll make something delicious for you tomorrow morning." Although neither of them spoke, the atmosphere was peaceful and warm. Qi Xiao didn't ask questions, worried about reopening Ning's healing wound. Ning didn't speak either, feeling there was nothing to say. After all, this was the original owner's life, and she hadn't suffered any loss by coming here. Besides, she was confident she could handle these two little troublemakers. The bowl of dishwater that Su Zhenbang drank from was not just dishwater, she had added ingredients to it. Let him experience the pain of failure and feel what the original owner felt when she was heartbroken. Slowly, she was tortured by illness to the point where life was worse than death, but it was still better than dying with her reputation ruined, so she wouldn't affect her future life. In this era, people don't look at wealth, but at background. She wanted to be a truly good person with a proper background. Fortunately, she knew quite a few medicinal herbs from Dr. Su. Maybe someday she could thank him by gathering some herbs for him. If that old woman had drunk the soup, she wouldn't have caused so much trouble tonight. She had come right up to her, trying to disgust her. If she didn't give some kind of response, would she still be Ning? Ning yawned, left Qi Xiao's embrace, and stretched happily. She turned around with a smile, reached out to hold Qi Xiao's head, and quickly leaned in, catching that addictive sweetness. In the quiet night, Qi Xiao's rapid heartbeat was very obvious. After a bold kiss of exploration and absorption, Qi Xiao's face was flushed red. Ning's mischievous hand pinched his rosy cheek. "Tonight's dumpling flavor was pretty good. That's your reward. Let's go to sleep now." Qi Xiao, who had been holding back, almost made a fool of himself because of this last sentence. Especially when he saw the little guy who set fire and then carefree left, Qi Xiao smiled helplessly yet sweetly. "Sai, when will I be able to teach Ning to develop new projects?"